This guy's basically sitting on a goldmine of magic talent. But nah, he dumped every single point into speed like a maniac, making him stupidly fast. But to everyone else at the Magic Academy, he was just a total loser. A waste of space. He knew the score though. In a world where magic is just a tool, being the fastest is how you actually survive. See, 10 years back, this game called Ear dropped. Started out as some cheesy dating sim for girls, but a few days later, 90% of the players were dudes. Why? Because you could play as anyone. You could breeze through on easy mode with a god-tier character or punish yourself with a useless scrub. And then there was this guy, a literal trash-tier character famous for being impossibly hard to play and having absolute garbage stats. But some psycho actually mained this wreck for 10 straight years. That's our boy Baek Yu-Seol. Look at him, dude is practically glowing. Chilling in his room, one hand on a cup, eyes glued to the screen. The chat was blowing up with salty comments from other players. Trash game. Is this a bug I can't log in? Yu-Seol just smirked. Oh, forums are popping off. New update or something. The comments just kept getting crazier. Damn game, where did this thing come from? My save file just got wiped. What the hell is the Black Dragon Demon? It says my character died and now I'm locked out. What is going on? My character got deleted. Yu-Seol scanned the rage posts, actually looking surprised for once. A final boss in a dating sim. Seriously. I thought you just hooked up with a waifu and the credits rolled. Then one post caught his eye. Guys, this boss is broken. It's unbeatable. This trash Black Dragon has 99% auto magic resistance and 0 cooldowns. It just spams magic absorption. How am I supposed to kill this thing? It's gotta be a bug, Yu-Seol suddenly shouted. Hold up, that's a famous ranker posting that. Instead of panicking, he was hyped. He slammed his cup down. A final boss, huh? He stared at the screen, thinking hard. A monster that nullifies magic in a world built on magic. That's insane. Is it really a glitch? Everyone was losing their minds over their deleted accounts. Then, boom, a massive, murderous dragon popped up on his screen. The rumors were true. No doubt about it now. The ultimate boss, the Black Dragon Demon of the 13th moon, had arrived. Yu-Seol's fingers flew across the keyboard. So, deep in the lore of Ear, there's this cult called the Black Human Demon. They wanted the Human Gate world to take over this one. And the second they succeeded, the Black Dragon showed up. Yu-Seol rubbed his chin skeptical. The Human Gate already took 90% of the map. I was too busy with PvP to notice the plot. This feels like a plot twist in a manhwa recap. The whole story is wrecked. I can't exactly run from this. Maybe I should give it a shot. He dug for info and a notification flashed. You are about to face the Black Dragon Demon. He didn't hesitate. Clicked, yes. Yu-Seol bit his lip, locked in. Time to unleash 10 years of grinding. His avatar materialized holding a wicked sword of light. Standing right in front of him was that massive pitch-black beast, covered in razor-sharp scales with glowing eyes that looked straight-up terrifying. It was a monster. The vibe got heavy instantly. Battle start. He stared down the dragon with ice-cold focus. If I gotta introduce my guy Baek Yu-Seol. He felt totally synced with the game. He's the only character in the whole game who can't use magic. Since literally everyone else has magic, even the pro players wouldn't touch this guy with a 10-foot pole. Skinny, weak, and after playing him forever, I can confirm he's worse than a meaningless NPC. He sighed. Okay, fine, he can use a little magic. Well, just one spell. Suddenly, the dragon opened its maw, charging up some dark energy. In a split second, it blasted a beam meant to one-shot him. Yu-Seol's eyes went wide, but then he grinned. He was ready for this. He launched himself into the air, slicing the dragon's neck cleanly. See, he's got this thing called blink. He stuck the landing, but stayed on guard. Yu-Seol's face twisted in annoyance, but something felt off. He calculated the move. Blink lets him teleport randomly between 3 and 10 meters. 10 years of playing taught him the hard truth. The direction is completely random. If you can't control the direction, you crash and die instantly. It was a death trap of a skill. Plus, the cooldown and mana cost are a joke. You get frozen for 2 seconds after using it. Anyone can learn it, sure, but nobody uses it. Yu-Seol smirked at his avatar. Except me. I mastered it. I can control exactly where I go and how far. I can even cancel the penalty. The stats popped up. Blink. Mana deficiency. He frowned at the text. It doesn't actually burn mana because this guy doesn't have any mana data to begin with. It's not magic, it's just pure movement. Baek Yu-Seol was mashing keys like a maniac, totally hooked. The rush. Pure skill. No cheats, just raw talent. He launched Baek Yu-Seol into the air, aiming for a critical hit on the massive black dragon. For 10 years, I've mained the one scrub who can't use magic. The dragon wasn't having it, blasting energy right at my face. Zero fear. I swung my sword and parried that attack like a pro. After a sweaty grind session, 10 years of muscle memory paid off. The dragon dropped. Dead. I stood over the corpse, soaking in the victory. Boom. Notification pops up. You defeated the final boss, 13th moon of the Dark Knight. In real life, Baek sat there, jaw on the floor. Wait, what? I actually killed it. He stared at the screen, totally shook. I mean, yeah, I'm decked out in full ancient relic gear, but let's be real. This character is still hot garbage. Still, fingers kept moving. Whatever. This is a once-in-a-decade flex. Gotta post this online and brag about slaying the black dragon. But the hype died fast. As soon as I clicked, the screen started spamming bright red error messages. Wrong ending triggered. 90% of the world destroyed. I froze. Excuse me. Before I could process that, another red text hit me. However, you are the closest to the true ending. I was speechless. Then a massive alert flashed, redder than a bad report card. Please complete the true ending. Say what now? I barely got the words out before my body felt like it was being vacuumed into another dimension. Poof. Gone. Floating in a white void, my eyes went wide. Terrified, but also weirdly curious. I woke up on the floor of some random room. Definitely not my gaming setup. Head spinning, I sat up and rubbed my temples. What the heck just happened? Shaking off the dizziness, I looked around. This place was a dump. A literal rotting shack. Where am I? Scanning the room, I spotted something crucial in the corner. Yes, a mirror. I walked up to the cracked glass. But when I saw the reflection, my pupils blew up like saucers. Time froze. I stared at the face in the mirror, mind racing a mile a minute. That's Baek Yu-Seol. That's my character. Suddenly something started glowing on the floor. A holographic screen popped up, just like in a system manhwa. A quest window. Episode 1. Escape the pursuit. I stared at the text, totally dumbfounded. Is this? I stood up. No doubt about it. This is Baek Yu-Seol's intro quest. It all felt scripted. I started sweating bullets. No way. Suddenly remembering a detail, I dug into my pocket and pulled out something impossible. An acceptance letter. I looked at it and gasped. It was for the Stella Academy. Yup, I'm definitely in a Magic Academy story now. Sweat dripped down my face. My throat went dry. It was exactly like the game plot. I buried my face in my hands, feeling totally helpless. My brain kept screaming, this is the game world. But I'm still Baek Yu-Seol inside. I rubbed my temples, forcing myself to chill. Panic is for losers. I needed to get rational fast. Then it hit me. That voice. It said I had to reach the true ending. With my years of experience, I knew one thing: this game doesn't have a true ending. It just has multiple endings. But then my brain clicked. Wait a sec. Could it be? The absurdity made me grit my teeth. You're telling me nobody found the true ending in 10 years? Remembering the plot, I rushed to the window, flashbacks hitting me. Just like when Baek Yu-Seol wakes up in the game, I peeked through the cracks in the shutters, heart pounding. Outside, in the middle of a raging blizzard, a bunch of cloaked creeps were searching the area. The hunters. They're coming. One of them yelled. Where did that woman's brat run off to? I held my breath and ducked into the corner, trying not to freak out. I took a peek. Damn it, they're here. The leader suddenly froze, noticing something. Hunter's instinct. He sniffed me out instantly. There's a house over there, he shouted. He pointed right at my shack. Search it. The goons nodded in unison. Yes, sir. I could hear them getting closer. I pressed myself behind the door. Think back, think. My gamer instincts kicked in. I couldn't camp here forever. Fists clenched. This sucked. I wanted to fight, but let's be real, I'd get wrecked. I was racking my brain for a strat. Suddenly the blue system window popped up again, interrupting my panic. Talk about clutch timing. The system message read, you can use the skill Flash. I blinked. Seriously, what? I can use Flash? The skill icon for teleportation glowed on the screen. My body started glowing. My mind raced. Baek Yu-Seol has magic leakage syndrome. He can't hold mana. He can't store magic, so there's only one hope. The technique I grinded day and night to master. I stood in the empty room staring at the system prompt. It was time to level up. Ability unlocked Flash. Level 0. Max range is 9 meters, costs 1 mana point, and resets in 3 seconds. Baek Yu-Seol stared at the system notification, totally confused. Is this thing serious, telling me to flash right now? Dude, that only works when I'm smashing a keyboard and mouse. Heavy footsteps pounded outside. The mercenary boss and his goons were closing in fast on the shack where Baek Yu-Seol was hiding out. The sound got louder, giving him a serious bad vibe. He stared blankly into space, heart racing. He whipped his head toward the window, panic setting in as reality hit. Crap, they're actually here. Baek Yu-Seol felt the heat of fear rising his throat tight. Zero time left. He couldn't just stand there and get wrecked. He had to make a move. YOLO, he thought. Gotta risk it all. Outside, the gang leader noticed something was up, his face twisting into pure rage. They spotted Baek Yu-Seol making a break for it and yelled in unison. Found the little punk, get him. They hunted him down like a pack of wolves. Don't let him bail. Freeze. Despite the fear, Baek Yu-Seol kept his cool, sprinting for his life, while his brain worked overtime. Tutorial part 1. Ditch the chasers using flash. Luckily, there was a wide-open trail straight ahead. Baek Yu-Seol booked it toward the pathmind racing. Those guys were rocking magic boots way faster than his standard gear. The only way out was flash. Being underpowered made him nervous about the magic, but he hyped himself up. Chill out, man. You got this. You've spammed flash a million times, he told himself. 10 years of gaming meant this move was pure muscle memory by now. They were gaining on him. One goon screamed, "Hey brat, you gonna stop or what?" Baek Yu-Seol shot a sharp, worried look back. Crap, they were right on his tail. Like a pro gamer, he knew exactly how glitchy and great flash could be. Mess up the distance, and you clip into a wall, instant death. But before he could plan, the boss closed the gap, raising a massive blade to split him in two. Go to hell, the leader roared. Baek Yu-Seol was terrified, but in a split second, he flipped the script and triggered his magic. This changes everything, he thought. Flash. The spell fired, blinking him away from the deadly steel. Baek Yu-Seol realized he was still alive. He grinned, feeling cocky. Nailed it. The mercenaries just stood there, totally baffled. What the heck? Was that a flash? Is this kid a mage? The leader, seeing his prey slip away, screamed at his crew. Don't just stand there gaping. After a flash, the user freezes for 2 seconds, a perfect opening for a counterattack. The leader's face fell as he realized the kid was already gone. He could only watch Baek Yu-Seol distance himself, screaming in frustration. Wait, how is that punk still moving? Using the jungle terrain, Baek Yu-Seol kept running and plotting. Careful, he muttered. Stay sharp. Seeing the crazy twists ahead, Baek Yu-Seol figured he could use the hazardous landscape to his advantage. If a player couldn't master flash control here, they'd never survive a leveling manhwa like this. Running for his life had him gasping for air. Statistically, 99% of players fail this tutorial. And the 1% who make it usually crash and burn trying to chain teleport? High risk, high reward. Baek Yu-Seol triggered his one and only skill again. 3, 2, 1 flash. He stuck the landing. The mercenary boss couldn't believe his eyes. Flashing in this terrain? Is the kid suicidal? Furious, the leader barked orders. Mages to the front. Blast that kid from a distance. The magic squad grouped up, locking and loading. Baek Yu-Seol glanced back, sweat dripping. Are they seriously casting spells now? They unleashed hell, bathing the forest in purple light. Baek Yu-Seol's brain snapped into survival mode instantly. Tutorial Part 2. Flash dodged the incoming magic missiles. Panic started written all over his face. He remembered the game mechanics. I used to see rear attacks on screen, so dodging was easy. In the heat of the moment, a system alert popped up. The World of Ear system pinged him skill-activated magic leakage syndrome. This passive skill boosted his sixth sense and mental processing speed. His eyes locked onto the glowing blue projectiles hurtling toward him. Those magic arrows were meant to one-shot him. Baek Yu-Seol dipped into his reservoir of skills, dodging the lethal barrage. But reality bites. One missile got way too close for comfort. No time to think, he triggered his ability. Right now, flash. A massive explosion shook the ground as he warped away, barely escaping the mercenary's kill shot. Shocked by the blast radius, Baek Yu-Seol shielded his face. As the dust settled, a massive crater scarred the earth where he had just been standing. Seeing that destruction, he finally snapped out of it. That was way too close. He didn't linger, sprinting away from the hunt once again. Relying on his game knowledge, he realized. This is the final stage. Exhausted and gasping for air, Baek Yu-Seol stared dead ahead. In front of him lay a bottomless abyss. A couple more steps and he'd earn a free one-way ticket to the afterlife. According to the lore, this was Tutorial Part 3. Cross the abyss using flash. Even with wings, this jump was insane, let alone for a noob character like Baek Yu-Seol. But he had played through this scenario 1,000 times and knew the drill. Baek Yu-Seol stood at the edge, calculating. The only way across was to nail the flash distance with surgical precision. The plot points are finally loading in. I managed to dodge a few passing mages and escape. And that wraps up the tutorial. But this isn't just a game anymore. I gotta use my brain to clear this stage. Need to cancel my blink spell at exactly 0.1 seconds. One slip up and it's game over permanently. He stood there staring at about 20 floating rocks. Looking at those massive boulders, he was seriously second-guessing everything. 0.1 seconds. Easier said than done. Baek Yu-Seol couldn't figure it out and clenched his fist, wondering what kind of sick dev designed this level. Even with the rage, he had a strat. A veteran like Baek Yu-Seol knew deep down he could pull off this clutch play. But staring into that endless abyss, a new glitch in the plan popped up. The problem was standing right there. The mob caught up, pointing right at him. There he is. Baek Yu-Seol turned with a cold glare, realizing the enemy was way closer than he thought. Watching them rush in, he calculated the gap, roughly 100 meters between him and the threat. Blink has a 3-second cooldown, so running isn't gonna cut it. Baek Yu-Seol relaxed, realizing there was only one viable way to survive this system manhwa scenario. Eyes locked and a crazy idea spawned in his head, wiped them all out. Standing in the freezing wind with a bottomless pit in front of him, Baek Yu-Seol crouched behind a rock. Even he admitted this plan was totally unhinged. How could he even think about fighting when he hasn't even played a single real match yet? He silently watched the mercs closing in. If this were a game, the system would probably block friendly fire or stop the PK attempt. But this is real life. Watching them get closer, Baek Yu-Seol realized there's no rule saying he has to play nice or follow the game mechanics blindly. He gripped his knife, dropped into a defensive stance, and thought, I actually don't mind taking a life. It wasn't because they were his parents' killers or some cliché plot point. Baek Yu-Seol's eyes went ice cold. He focused on the approaching targets. I just think I can win. Baek Yu-Seol stepped out with his hidden blade, catching them completely off guard. The leader glared, grinding his teeth. That's the guy. He ordered his minions. Get that brat now. The goons yelled yes sir and charged with heavy weapons ready to crush him. One of them smirked, thinking, taking us on alone. What an idiot. But Baek Yu-Seol didn't flinch. He knew this guy was already dead. He stood his ground, calm and collected, calculating the magic. Target distance 8.7 meters. Blink ready. The arrogant goon froze stunned, while the leader watched in horror as Baek Yu-Seol made his move. Sudden flash, he blinked and stabbed straight into the guy's gut. No hesitation. The enemy coughed up blood and logged out of existence. Blood splattered across Baek Yu-Seol's face like a war paint. He knew he just killed someone, but his expression didn't waver. If anything, he looked more determined. Warm blood dripped onto his hand. He analyzed the feeling, the wetness on his fingers, and realized he felt zero guilt. Snapping out of it, he slashed the guy again just to be sure. I'm only doing this to survive, he told himself. He yanked the knife out while the others stood there in shock, then punted the body for good measure. The cocky goon collapsed backward, totally limp. Seeing his minion drop made the leader's blood boil. He looked ready to rip Baek Yu-Seol apart. Baek Yu-Seol seized the moment and bolted. The leader screamed, he's running, get him! He ran for his life, legs pumping, ignoring the shouts of, don't let him escape, echoing behind him. Phase 1 complete. Running full tilt, he thought. One down, but the next attack is gonna be brutal. What now? Suddenly, he felt a weird chill and looked back. Why's it so quiet? Did they give up? Plot twist? The boss mercenary appeared out of nowhere, blocking the path. Baek Yu-Seol had to slam on the brakes. Nope, definitely not giving up. He stared them down, sweat dripping, thinking, they gonna spam magic again. If I can just dodge. Baek Yu-Seol's legs felt like lead. He couldn't even mentally trash talk them anymore. Damn it, they aren't holding back. Magic circles flared up instantly. The leader pointed right at him. A minion launched a nasty spell, a massive fireball controlled by hand, curving straight for Baek Yu-Seol. He sensed the danger, eyes wide, gritting his teeth. That fireball locked onto him like a homing missile. It was basically a drone strike with his name on it. Helpless, he turned and sprinted, cursing the whole way. Damn it, why is this spell chasing me? Then, he saw a tree growing out of a rock ahead. It looked like a lifeline. Jackpot. No time to think. Baek Yu-Seol reached for the branch, but he was short. He triggered blink again just as a massive explosion ripped up the ground. The blast left a huge crater and a cloud of dust. The leader walked over slowly to check the damage. He stood there smirking, thinking the kid was toast. That'll teach you to be an annoying little pest. But when the dust settled, the hole was empty. The smug grin vanished, replaced by pure panic. He looked around wildly and shouted, he's gone. But Baek Yu-Seol wasn't gone. He was creeping up with his knife. The leader didn't feel the killing intent until the chill hit his spine, forcing him to turn around. Closing in on his prey, Baek Yu-Seol realized something glitchy about his blink ability. Baek Yu-Seol gritted his teeth, locking in his decision. Adrenaline pumping, he screamed out his skill name, blinked forward, and buried his blade straight into a henchman's gut. The guy's scream ripped through the forest, making the other goons shake in their boots. They were just like, what the literal hell? Before the dude could finish, Baek Yu-Seol blitzed the next target like a lightning bolt. The boss started sweating bullets, seeing his squad get wiped in seconds. In no time, Baek Yu-Seol was drenched in their blood. After throwing a few hands, he was feeling the burn and let out a heavy sigh. They started as a whole crew of mercenaries, but now the head count was dropping fast. Eyes blazing with battle spirit, Baek Yu-Seol stared them down. Just 2 left, he thought. Gotta zero these guys before their backup catches up. The leader glared at him, totally shook. Freak of nature. His reaction time is way too insane for a mage. He barked out, "Who the hell are you really?" Baek Yu-Seol shot him a cold glare. My reaction speed is faster than most pro gamers, he thought, but that logic usually applies to a leveling manhwa, not real life. He paused to calculate. Can't keep dodging forever, especially in CQC. Thinking fast, he rushed the boss to end this fight as soon as possible. The boss didn't flinch. He just grinned like a psycho. Raising his blade, he taunted, "I've figured out your little pattern, kid. All this punk has is a blink skill and a dinky dagger," he figured. The idiot actually thought guarding his head and neck made him invincible against a dagger. Baek Yu-Seol charged in like a hurricane, aiming straight for him. Blade in hand, the merc boss got cocky. He shouted, "Come on then, make your move." He unleashed an ice wave skill to drop Baek Yu-Seol. But Baek Yu-Seol didn't even flinch, he just confidently spammed blink again. The boss conjured massive ice blocks, thinking, "Gotcha. Can't wait to see the look of pain on your face." Suddenly, his eyes popped open in pure horror. Baek Yu-Seol wasn't aiming for him, he was targeting the sidekick. Baek Yu-Seol dropped the last lackey instantly, leaving the boss stunned. Watching that sharp blade work up close left the mercenary leader completely speechless. It took him 5 seconds to reboot his brain before he shouted, "Damn it, you were running for your life a minute ago. Now you're pulling this." In contrast to the guy's panic, Baek Yu-Seol was disturbingly chill. He glanced over and asked, "Running? You mean earlier?" Baek Yu-Seol smirked with a hint of disdain. "Thanks, old man. You actually helped me level up my game." That ticked him off big time. "You little brat, don't get cocky just because I went easy on you." His rage peaked as he swung his sword, screaming threats. "I'm gonna end you." Ignoring the trash talk, Baek Yu-Seol winded up and launched another full frontal assault. This time he was dual-wielding with murder in his eyes. He hurled a spear straight at the boss while calculating his next play. Blinking in is risky if he counters Baek, Yu-Seol thought. He thinks I threw that spear to force a block so I can flank him. Bingo. Baek Yu-Seol read him like a book. "Not gonna happen, pal." The boss, however, grinned, thinking he had the upper hand. "I'll just smash him when he closes the gap." But before he could twitch, Baek Yu-Seol vanished from sight. The blood drained from the boss's face. His eyes bulged, and he let out a weak choke. Realizing his prediction was dead wrong, he gritted his teeth. No way Baek Yu-Seol hadn't flanked him. He'd driven the blade straight into the merc leader's heart. It finally clicked. This kid. Was he planning a frontal assault from the start? The fight ended just like that, wrapping up the first chapter. Episode 1, Escape the Pursuit, cleared. A notification popped up like something out of a system manhwa. Experience gained. Bonus rewards acquired for soloing the storyline in the Star Constellation project. Meanwhile, Baek Yu-Seol slumped against a cliff, covered in cuts. Gasping for air, Baek Yu-Seol reached for his knife, but froze. He stood there, dazed, looking at the blood-soaked corpses. Right, he thought. This isn't a dream. He collapsed to the ground, the reality of the slaughter hitting him. My first blink, my first real battle, and my first kill. Silence took over. I took a human life to survive. Shoving that thought aside, he stood up and brushed the dirt off his gear. After a long pause, he sighed, "Gotta move." Then a thought stopped him in his tracks. Baek Yu-Seol spun around. "Wait a sec." He frowned, staring at the corpse with a calculating look. He started looting the mercenaries' pockets, thinking, "Yeah, this is kinda messed up, but let's be real, I'm broke as a joke." After digging around, he struck gold literally. Jackpot, let's see. Maybe 2 million here, better than 0. The mood dipped fast. He clutched the gold bag, realizing the issue: a snow-covered cliff and a bottomless abyss were blocking his path. Dragging his feet through the snow, standing between life and death, he told himself, I have to get across this cliff. Deep in thought, a voice snapped him out of it. Is anyone there? A group was shouting from the other side of the abyss. Baek Yu-Seol spotted them, guessing they were that mage crew from the tutorial section. Seizing the moment, Baek Yu-Seol waved his arms frantically. Hey, over here, they shouted back. There's no bridge around here. Can you make the jump? Yeah, I'm already making my move. Some stranger overhears him and tells his squad to wait up, since the kid claims he can cross. Kai is skeptical though, saying you'd need to be at least a third-rate knight to clear that cliff. Think the rookie can handle it. He gives a vague, I'm not sure, before stopping mid-sentence, eyes glued to the front. Everyone's jaws hit the floor when they see him hopping across the floating cliffs in the blink of an eye. They're watching him like hawks. Yu-Seol calmly uses blink to skip across the rocks, leaving them wondering, what the heck is that skill? Is that a jump spell? He instantly replies, it's blink. Isekai'd just watches Yu-Seol silently while the redhead speaks up again. Blink, seriously, you can't control the direction or distance with that. Watching him stick every landing, the guy is totally baffled. How is he doing that? Then his jaw drops again. He spots two shady figures tailing Yu-Seol in the distance and asks, are those guys with him? Before he can even process it, his face screams terror. There are more mercenary mages waiting on the other side. The bad guy, looking absolutely murderous, charges up some creepy dark magic and fires a blast straight at Yu-Seol. The crowd yells, hey, watch out! Hearing that, he spins around, cursing damn it in his head. To save his skin, he doesn't hesitate. He spams his signature, blink, to dodge. He barely escapes with his life, then looks back to check the damage. The explosion left a massive crater, basically a volcano mouth. One glance, and he knows it's those mercenary goons from earlier. This is getting dangerous. Yu-Seol finds a safe spot to strategize. Blink needs 3 more seconds to cool down, so dodging everything manually is impossible. He looks back, calculating his next move. Gotta find another floating rock for leverage. Suddenly, his eyes go wide with fear. There is another mage. The sneak attacked him with magic while Yu-Seol wasn't looking. Luckily, his reflexes are insane. He senses the danger and dodges, but the beam is so close, it shaves off a few precious hairs. It doesn't stop there. The blast is so powerful he is standing on cracks under the pressure. It happens so fast, he can't even react before he starts falling, his brain only registering that he is about to drop. But that main character aura kicks in. He is not dying that easily. Yu-Seol twists in midair, scanning for a lifeline. The distance is brutal. Crap, all the floating rocks are too far away. He flares his power, deciding to gamble it all on one desperate landing. Just centimeters away, he triggers blink. His banged-up hand finally manages to snag the edge of the cliff. He is dangling there, but inside Yu-Seol is partying. I'm alive. Before he can celebrate, a pillar of fire shoots up from below, aiming to roast him. His brain is racing, or maybe just blanking out. It is coming at him like a heat-seeking missile. Yu-Seol is 99% sure he is toast. Just as he is staring death in the face, a blue energy beam comes out of nowhere and obliterates the dark magic. The clash leaves nothing but dust and weird blue crystals. Yu-Seol is still hanging on, but now he is super suspicious. He is analyzing the move. What kind of magic is that ice spear wrapped in lightning? Who can mix 2 elements like that? His eyes go wide. And that aim was perfect, 0 wasted mana. Who has skills like that? Down below, everyone is staring at Isekai'd. She is the one who fired the counterspell to save his hide. The 2 enemy mages watch their attack get wrecked, looking totally shocked and a little terrified. No way. They realize they are outmatched and immediately turn tail and run. Yu-Seol watches them scramble and lets out a sigh. Still clinging to the rock, he thinks, looks like I survived. After a bit, he finally climbs up to the other side and meets the mage group. He instantly recognizes his savior. He runs over to thank her. Hey, thanks for the save back there. Isekai'd doesn't even look at him, dropping the coldest line. I didn't do it for a thank you, so don't bother. Yu-Seol's awkwardness levels spike. Okay then. He is intrigued by her mystery, thinking she has the nicest voice he has ever heard, even if she is icy. He shrugs it off, going back to his poker face. Whatever, no biggie. Yu-Seol recalls the game lore. Those guys act like bandits, but his system Manhwa knowledge tells him the dark magic sect is definitely pulling the strings. But hey, it is over now. Once he crosses this cliff, he is in mage territory. The sect won't follow, especially since they have no clue who he is. Suddenly, a blue screen pops up. The game world sends him a notification. Chapter 2. Enrollment at Stella Academy. Yu-Seol reads it and gasps. Chapter 2. Already. Sounds simple, but the words Stella Academy make him dizzy. Seriously, I have to go to school at my age. Night falls and the carriage rolls on silently. The drivers aren't saying a word. Exhausted, Yu-Seol crashes in the back seat, drifting off as old memories start flooding back. The flashback hit him hard. Little Yu-Seol, all big puppy eyes, crying out for his mom. She looked frail enough to break, but she smiled, whispering, "You're gonna be a mage one day, kiddo." Her voice was pure warmth. "I believe in you." Back then, clutching that book, he actually believed it too. His folks worked themselves to the bone just to afford that beat-up magic manual. Even as a brat, he knew the score. He had to grind hard to make their sacrifice worth it. He pushed himself to the absolute limit, and his mom was always there watching over him whenever he passed out from exhaustion. But reality, it's a total scam. The dream shattered. The second, his mom started screaming for a doctor, clutching him like he was fading away right in her arms. "Your son has mana leakage syndrome." That diagnosis hit like a truck. He remembered screaming, "No way, you're lying." Now those feelings were bleeding into reality. He felt like he was glitching out. Was this his memory or the characters? It was messing with his head. Maybe seeing that kid bawling his eyes out just tricked his brain into claiming the trauma. Snap back to reality. He woke up with a splitting headache, the sun blasting him right in the face. Ugh, morning already. The redhead sitting across from him smirked. "Finally up, I was about to shake you." We're almost at Leroycha, the satellite city for Acanium. The carriage rolled on for a bit, until the leader shouted, "Break time, stretch your legs." Everyone piled out to chat. Yu-Seol stepped out, cracking his stiff joints, but then he felt eyes drilling into him. It was isekai'd. She was staring daggers at him. Weird. Then she just whipped around and walked off without a word. Talk about an ice queen. He scanned the area. Everything seemed chill. Maybe he was just being paranoid. Thank God this timeline is more modern than medieval. After 10 years of grinding this game, he knew magic was real, but the cities were usually safe zones. They had trains, airships, and warp gates. Total Magitech setup for easy travel. He looked back at the carriage. Next stop Leroycha, then the airship. He pictured a flashy, vibrant city waiting for him. Leroycha was just a pit stop. The real plot of this Magic Academy story kicks off in Acanium. That's where the magic towers and the 5 elite academies were. The center of the universe for mage knights. And top of the food chain Stella Academy. That's where the absolute monsters of magic go. Yu-Seol leaned against the carriage, sure of it. It's a hub for geniuses and snobby nobles. Thinking about it, he honestly had no clue how a scrub like Yu-Seol managed to get enrolled. Wait, he hadn't even checked his build yet. System open. The blue screen popped up. Mana leakage syndrome stage 1. Strength up 0.3%. Agility up 0.5. Sensitivity up 10%. Skill 6th sense. Burns mental energy to detect ambient mana. Range is 12 meters. Plus, cognitive acceleration. Auto triggers when things get dicey. Looking at the status board, he grinned. Without those hacks, he would have been dead meat ages ago. That physical curse, mana leakage, meant his body was like a cracked bucket. He couldn't hold mana. Just like in the original Manhwa recap lore, it was Baek Yu-Seol's tragic flaw. It sucked, sure, but it forced him to develop that 6th sense. He could feel attacks coming without even looking. Combined with cognitive acceleration, the world slowed down to a crawl whenever a threat came at him. Bullet time, basically. For a guy with 0 mana capacity, those skills were the only reason he wasn't toast. Downside was 6th sense drained his mental battery fast. Overuse it, and the backlash was brutal. Time to check the raw numbers. Baek Yu-Seol. Stat strength, 1 star 59%. Agility, 1 star 81%. Stamina, 0 stars. Sensitivity, 1 star 97%. Willpower, 1 star 43%. Mana 0. Experience 10. Not a bad starting save file. The original character was dull, so that high sensitivity must be from his own gamer instincts kicking in. As a veteran player, he knew exactly how to min-max this. In the world of Ether, power scaling was specific. Skills had levels. Stats were measured in stars. The cap was 9 stars, a god-tier level nobody ever touched. And he'd been grinding this game for over a decade. His personal best was 8 stars in sensitivity and endurance. He tapped the screen. From now on, he was dumping everything into sensitivity to buff his reaction speeds, strength, and flexibility. He could grind those out the old-fashioned way at the gym. He locked in the points. Sensitivity was practically vibrating at 1 star 97%. Perfect. Now, for the elephant in the room, the mana leakage. If he didn't patch that bug, his run would end prematurely. He needed to upgrade his constitution to natural body as soon as possible. Standing under the open sky, he plotted his next move. The cure was hidden inside Stella Academy. If he wanted to stop the apocalypse and fix his broken body, he had to go to school. He let out a heavy sigh. Man, I really didn't want to go back to class. Just then, a system alert pinged. You have missed notifications. Wait, what? He hadn't seen that before. Before he could tap it, someone hollered, hey, move it, Yu-Seol jumped. Yeah, coming. He'd check the inbox later. He totally missed isekai'd watching him from the shadows, analyzing his every move. Finally, the airship lifted off, banking towards Stella Academy. The captain's voice crackled over the speakers. Next stop, Acanium. Sit down and buckle up. At that moment, a purple-haired trust fund baby caught Baek Yu-Seol looking around and smirked, mocking him to his entourage. Look at that guy acting like a lost puppy. First time on an airship, total hick energy. The purple-haired guy scoffed loudly, making sure everyone heard. I don't get why Stella lets these peasants in. Baek Yu-Seol turned to look at the group of rich kids. They kept roasting him. The world's most prestigious academy is getting polluted by low tiers like this. Baek Yu-Seol took the insults without saying a word, keeping his cool. Then he just let out a heavy sigh, which completely caught the guy off guard. He turned his back and walked away, thinking brats are the same everywhere. Realizing he was being ignored, the purple-haired guy's face turned beet red with rage. Did you just sigh at me? He muttered, filthy lowlife, and chased after him, shouting, hey, stop right there. Suddenly, the crowd stopped paying attention to him and started whispering about something else. Annoyed, he turned around. What the hell? Why is everyone making so much noise? The purple-haired guy froze in shock when he saw who was approaching. A girl with long platinum hair, dripping in expensive accessories, was making her grand entrance. The crowd immediately recognized her and gasped Princess Bon. Hearing that, Baek Yu-Seol turned back confused. Did he just say Bon? Platinum hair, with a pinkish hue and deep crimson eyes. That was the princess of the Adulabit Kingdom, Hong Beyond Adulabit. She strutted through the crowd like she owned the place. The purple-haired guy stepped up to greet her. It's an honor. But she just gave him a cold, razor-sharp glare and walked past without a word, leaving him frozen and stuttering like an idiot. Hong Beyond headed toward the stairs where Baek Yu-Seol was standing, leaving the stunned rich kids behind. As she passed him, Busan realized immediately, so she's the villainess of this world. Hong Beyond is one of the main characters in the game. She's always at the heroine's throat. And, in the ending, she dies. It doesn't matter which route you pick. She gets brutally murdered in some endings. In others, the whole academy bullies her until she gets expelled. In another ending, after suffering some massive humiliation, she just vanishes, never to be seen again. It's like the devs had a personal vendetta against her and wanted her to suffer no matter what. Baek Yu-Seol thought back to the old days. Gamers always simped for her character design, and yeah, she really was pretty. Just then, his stomach let out a massive growl. Not wanting to overthink it, he headed up the stairs to find some grub. But after seeing the luxury food and the astronomical prices, Baek Yu-Seol was speechless and immediately turned around to leave. He walked away, shaking his head. Why is everything such a rip-off here? I guess I'll just starve until we get to Acanium. Right then, the intercom crackled to life, echoing through the ship. Attention passengers, we will be landing in Acanium in 10 minutes. Please proceed to the first floor. I repeat, landing in 10 minutes. Please move. Hearing the announcement, Baek Yu-Seol grinned. Finally, it's starting. Good. From here on out, this is my reality. Let's do this. Baek Yu-Seol leaned against the wall, looking a bit stressed. He sighed, thinking, thank God I handled that already. Baek Yu-Seol looked worried, wondering, can I really survive inside this magic academy? He thought about those mysterious players who didn't make it in this world. Baek Yu-Seol stared out the window, wishing he had some help. Suddenly, he remembered he had an unread notification. A system window popped up in front of him. Project Constellation has sent you a special reward. 1. A nerfed version of your items from the game. 2. A nerfed version of your skills. 3. Experience points. Baek Yu-Seol rubbed his chin, thinking, at least this system has a heart. Let's see what to pick. He hesitated between reflect and press lightning. As if reading his mind, the system notified him. Search complete. The rank of these items is too high and will be downgraded. He asked, what about hyperspace blink? The system replied, that skill is an upgraded version of blink and is unavailable. However, you can use the reward to slightly buff the base blink skill. Hearing that, Baek Yu-Seol froze. Seriously? A downgrade? The system continued. Due to a shortage in your narrative energy, we cannot fully realize these items. He asked, say what now? The system replied again. The fuel that drives the plot is called narrative energy. If you keep unlocking hidden scenarios like a protagonist in a leveling manhwa, you will store up more energy. Baek Yu-Seol finally got it. Basically, you can't give me OP items because I'm still a noob, right? He fell silent as the system didn't respond. Baek Yu-Seol asked, "Then what about the crested glasses?" The system paused before replying. "System check. Complete. Conclusion item can be provided." "Fine, I'll take it." As soon as he spoke, a blue light flashed, and a pair of ordinary-looking glasses appeared in his hand. Looking at them, Baek Yu-Seol thought, "Never thought I'd actually have to wear these." The crested glasses store every bit of info I collected while gaming. In this world, you can't just recall monster stats or check a wiki. So players develop tons of items to store information in their own ways. And I did the same. He put the glasses on, and the lenses lit up displaying an info panel. Crested glasses. Description: "Can't remember what I ate for dinner last night." Don't worry, these glasses record every detail of what you've seen. Plus, a special feature. Crested folder. Sealed. Use mental focus to activate. Seeing that Baek Yu-Seol focused his mind to open the folder. System loading. Opening crested folder. The folder opened, displaying categories: alchemy materials, grinding spots, dungeons, monsters, characters. Baek Yu-Seol scanned through it. "Okay, this works." He blended into the crowd. "It looks just like real life, so I can't talk about system mechanics out loud, but with these specs, I've regained about half my capabilities." Baek Yu-Seol closed the folder and walked on deep in thought until a voice grabbed his attention. "Hey, is that her?" Up ahead, there was a girl surrounded by gossip. "You mean the eldest daughter of that traitor Dutch Mon?" people whispered. "God, how does she dare show her face here?" "Shh, she'll hear you." Baek Yu-Seol thought to himself, "That reminds me, one of the crested glasses features lets me check the stats of plot characters." Baek Yu-Seol used the glasses to pull up her info. Ion, false heroine, ice and lightning mage. Drinks pickle juice before eating pizza. Eldest daughter of Dutch Monday. Her father's death led to the collapse of her family. Destined to die later. He wondered, wait, she's a false heroine. Gotta talk about Iso, the so-called fake hero. See, I'm stuck in the world of L. But here's the kicker. L is actually a game based on a cheesy romance novel titled Don't Fall for the Princess. That original story was all about Iso, the heroine who lost her entire family. Total tragedy porn. She levels up by battling Hongbi-yeon, the big bad, and eventually snags the male lead. Honestly, just thinking about her arc is kinda depressing. By the finale, her whole vengeance plot just vanished, and she turned into a damsel in distress, protected by her harem. The readers absolutely flamed it, so yeah, tragic ending. But here's the twist, the game world completely flipped the script. They added a new character named Flame who totally jacked the hero role. Flame's got her own lore too. She was just some basic girl from the modern world who loved Don't Fall for the Princess, before getting isekai'd here. So unlike the original book, Iso got downgraded to fake hero, while Flame took the crown as the true hero. And it sucks to be Iso. No matter how hard you grind, or which route you pick, she ends up dead. Every single time. That's the price of losing your protagonist status. I took off my glasses and muttered, well, not my problem anyway. Still watching Iso walk away. Am I tripping? I swear I've seen her somewhere before. Nah, probably just my imagination running wild. Better get ready. Fast forward a bit, and all the freshmen are gathered at the Stella Magic Academy. The principal started yapping. As you all know, his voice echoed. Dark mages are wizards who borrowed power from another world and twisted into monsters. Even now, they threaten us by ripping open persona gates and unleashing ancient dungeons to conquer the magical realm. It is our duty as mages to defend this world against the encroaching darkness. Classic NPC speech. While he droned on, kids were already whispering, starting the semester with a snooze-fest speech, lame. The principal ignored them. Now, the oath ceremony for the top 4 students and the freshman representative. Please step forward. Right on cue, the rookies he called out started walking up to the podium. These guys are the real deal right now. I watched them and thought, damn, look at that glow. They really do look like main characters. My eyes locked onto one specific guy, the absolute standout. The dude with the glowing red eyes that everyone was gossiping about. Freshman rep, Ma Yu-Song. Top scorer on the entrance exam. Seriously? How is it fair for one guy to be that OP and that good looking? That's when it clicked. This is the famous Ma Yu-Song. He is the literal definition of I'm the main character and you're all NPCs. 9-star mana rating. Potential rivaling the gods. A born genius who can manipulate every element in the world. This guy is straight out of a leveling manhwa. I made up my mind. Even if I can't make it to the final chapter, I gotta dodge the bad endings. Best way to do that, get Ma Yu-Sung on the good guy team. I glanced at the person next to him, short-hair girl. That has to be Flame. But everything depends on how she plays her cards from here on out. She's an outsider like me. Teaming up sounds smart, but if she sees me as an enemy or rejects me, I'm screwed. At least I have the meta-knowledge advantage, so I shouldn't do anything risky. Flame is a reader of the original romance novel, while I'm a veteran of the romantic fantasy game adaptation. My relevance to the plot is lower than a random shop NPC in a starter village. The hero, on the other hand, has the special ability to purify dark mages. But she also has a passive debuff that brings misery to everyone around her. If I stand too close, I'm definitely catching some stray damage. I looked at the elites on the podium. My role is long-range support. I decided right then to interact with the main cast as little as possible. Finally, the principal announced. The entrance ceremony is now concluded. I joined the crowd, clapping way too enthusiastically. Hell yeah, it's over. Suddenly, a system Manhwa interface popped up. Chapter 2. Join Stella Academy. Completed. Soft sunlight bathed the campus. The students were all seated in their classrooms. Honestly, I felt a little bummed out. I graduated college ages ago in my old life, so being a high school freshman again feels super weird. Still, I sighed and pulled out a special Stella item. At least this thing is cool. It was the Stella Pocket Watch, the ultimate flex proving you attend the most prestigious academy around. Flashing this thing gets you better service than even a certified magic warrior license. I couldn't help but grin. I tucked the watch away, itching for a chance to show it off in the city. Just then, the classroom door creaked open, killing the vibe. Professor Lei Hanwon walked in looking like he ate a lemon. He was holding a stack of papers. Everyone in your seats. The assessment starts now. Clear your desks, except for writing tools. Anyone wearing glasses needs them inspected for cheating devices. I crossed my arms. Seriously, a pop quiz right after the entrance ceremony. The curriculum at Stella makes Korean universities look like preschool. Who gives a test on the very first day? It's called the classification assessment, basically a placement test. Professor Hanwon shouted from the podium. Time starts now. I stared at the paper. It might as well have been alien hieroglyphics. I am so cooked. This placement test was way harder than the entrance exam. Students get sorted into class F, A, or S based on these results. The room went dead silent. Everyone was scribbling furiously. Obviously, the playable characters are aiming for class S. Meanwhile, there's me ranked 1141st, dead last. I sat there thinking I'm already admitted, right? What happens if I hand in a blank sheet? Surely they won't expel me for being dumb. Worst case, I just get dumped in class F. Suddenly, I noticed the guy near me. Ma Yu-Sung was looking around completely bored. Wait, is he done already? I peeked at his desk. His test paper was completely filled out. Baek Yu-Seol let out a sigh. No wonder this dude's life is a total snooze fest. Ma Yu-Seol's character is just inherently boring. Born into the world's strongest fam, genius, brain-mad talent, everything's just handed to him on a silver platter. Baek Yu-Seol figured that's why his morality flips, based on how the waifus act around him. Obviously, the black magic cult, those edgelords wanting to wipe out humanity, are obsessed with him. Baek Yu-Seol glanced at Ma Yu-Seol, who was sitting there, eyes closed, looking totally done with life. Yeah, his biggest drama is definitely his family issues. Looking down at his own test paper, man, comparing himself to a genius like that is just depressing. Then it hit him. Wait a sec. The boom glasses. He used those bad boys to grind skills in the library all the time. Baek Yu-Seol sneaked the specs out of his shirt. Sweet. Nothing to lose, so might as well YOLO it. Just as he was about to put them on, Professor Lee Han-wol spawned right behind him, freezing him cold. Hold up. What's with the shades? Lee stared daggers at him. Pretty sure I said if you need glasses, you gotta get them checked first. Baek Yu-Seol thought. Crap, he totally did say that. Before Baek Yu-Seol could even stutter an excuse, Lee snatched the glasses. I'm checking these. He stood there inspecting them, like he was looking for a scratch on a Ferrari. Ugh. Baek Yu-Seol watched him sweating bullets. If he gets busted for magical cheat gear, he's kicked out of this magic academy for sure. Suddenly, he heard a ping. Huh. It was the system notification finding the missing piece of the boon glasses. Wanna summon it? Baek Yu-Seol's jaw dropped in panic. No, don't do anything. Professor Lee Han-wol examined them silently for a hot minute, then handed them back. No mana signature. Just remember to ask first, next time, kid. Baek Yu-Seol took them back with a nervous chuckle. Oh, for sure. He breathed a sigh of relief. Man, if the cheat function was active, I would have been toast. He slid the glasses on and booted them up. The test paper shimmered and boom answers appeared right there. Whoa, it actually works. Baek Yu-Seol started copying like a madman. Jackpot. He might actually ace this. He grinned. Goodbye, Class F. Hello, Class A. Moving on up. Professor Lee Han-woo's voice cut through the silence. Pencils down. Time's up. Baek Yu-Seol snapped his head up. Huh. Suddenly, the tests floated into the air. Baek Yu-Seol gaped. What the? Magic swept the papers toward the teacher. He panicked. He only finished 3 freaking questions. Lee Han-woo scanned the papers, and his expression shifted. Baek Yu-Seol took off his glasses defeated. So much for escaping the loser class. Guess that was a pipe dream for Baek Yu-Seol. But just as he took the glasses off, something weird happened. Huh. Professor Lee Han-woo marched over looking grim. Give me those glasses. Now. Pronto. Baek Yu-Seol was clueless. Excuse me. Lee Han-woo studied the frames intensely. Impossible. He turned to another student. Hey you, go get Dr. Grayan. On it, sir, the student replied. Baek Yu-Seol stared at the professor, totally lost. What is his deal all of a sudden? I even wrote the answers carefully so it wouldn't look like I was cheating. Did I get busted anyway? Later, in another room, Lee Han-woo asked, what do you think Dr. Grayan inspected the glasses seriously? Lee continued. The way he answered those questions was super suspicious. Professor Lee Han-woo pressed on. So did he cheat? Before he could finish the doc cut in. Nope, kid's clean. No magic coming off these glasses at all. Dr. Grayan confirmed. He definitely did it with his own brain. He grinned and patted Baek Yu-Seol on the back. Good job, son. Ho ho, interesting. Never seen anything like this before. Anyway, Professor Lee Han-woo apologized to the kid and guided him well. All right, Lee nodded. Understood. Lee Han-woo looked at Baek Yu-Seol. My bad. I misunderstood. Sorry. Baek Yu-Seol thought I totally cheated though. Thank God I turned it off. He replied smoothly. It's all good. Everyone makes mistakes. So lucky I didn't get caught. Morning at Stella Magic Academy was peaceful. In his office, Professor Lee Han-woo sat with Dr. Grayan going over the freshman tests. Lee Han-woo reviewed a paper that got the first question, right eyes, serious. Suddenly, a voice piped up. Oh, Professor Lee Han-woo. Professor Eden Tim walked in looking chill. Are these the new batch's tests? Lee Han-woo nodded. Yep, she beamed. I heard we got some crazy talented kids this year. Lee Han-woo looked up. Seems so. We got Hong Bi-yeon, Princess of Adalevit, the Kingdom of Fire. She's from the most famous fire magic clan. Then there's the kid who became the crown prince designate of the Skelvin Empire at 12, just cause his magic skills are insane. Jeremy Skelvin. Dude beat all his older brothers to the throne. And Ha-gun Ryung, heir to the Full Moon Tower, the biggest magic tower in the world. Eden Tim smiled. I heard the test was brutal since we have so many big shots. Must have been some tricky questions this year. Lee Han-woo replied. Glad you think so. He glanced back at the paper in his hand. But like Eden Tim said, the placement test this year had some fresh curveballs. The first 3 questions were basically impossible for your average student. They were designed to test flexibility, not just knowledge. Can they recognize an unsolvable problem and move on? And how do they handle stuff that's never been in the textbooks? Lee Han-woo was lost in thought. The era of just memorizing theory for magic is dead and buried. Now it's the age of creative thinking and split-second judgment. Thing is, those questions weren't even about getting the right answer. Fact is, over 1,000 out of the 1,141 students left them blank. And out of the 100 who tried, almost 0 got it right. He frowned. Only 3 freshmen nailed all 3 questions. Ma Yu-Seol, the nation's genius, basically a total wildcard. Then Flame, who got in via the principal's rec letter commoner background but skills almost on par with Ma Yu-Seol. And the last one, Baek Yu-Seol. Lee Han-woo was deep in thought. Ma Yu-Seol and Flame are hailed as geniuses, but he was certain Baek Yu-Seol had the lowest entrance score of the bunch. I seriously doubt the kid cracked all those hidden Easter egg questions when he blanked on literally everything else. Eden Timon shot La Hanwon a puzzled look. Yo, teach, why the obsession with the new kid's grades? La smirked. Because one score is just totally whack. Makes sense to me, Eden shrugged. Sometimes you skip the boring formulas and math junk and just vibe your way to the right answer, you know. La Hanwon looked up dead serious. You think we got a genius on our hands? Eden Timon rolled her eyes. Or maybe just a lucky guesser? Eden turned her back and walked off, while the Hanwon watched in silence, finally letting out a long, heavy breath. Baek Yu-Seol's file sat on the desk with a sticky note. Special admission. God tier blink control. Hanwon tapped his chin. So the principal's special pick is a total weirdo, huh? A grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. A battle mage who mains blink. That's wild. Hanwon stared at Baek Yu-Seol's pick. Guess we'll find out if he's the real deal or just lucky. Meanwhile, the student body was buzzing, half hyped and half freaking out. Word on the street is class assignments drop today. I'm sweating bullets here. Where do you think I'll end up? My mom literally told me if I don't make Class A, I should just delete myself and not bother coming home. Standing nearby, Baek Yu-Seol was totally over it. Can't believe I actually have to walk over there. Back in the game, checking stats was just one click away. The crowd was packed tight around the lists. Suddenly, some rando spotted Baek Yu-Seol. He stood there stone-faced while everyone trash-talked him. Heard he got a single point on the entrance exam. For real? How'd he get into Stella? This Magic Academy has 0 standards now. Ignoring the haters, Baek Yu-Seol casually strolled up to check the damage. Talk all the smack you want. I'm just grabbing my info and dipping. Remembering how hard he flopped the test, he headed straight for the Class E and F lists. No big deal. He scanned the list calmly. I'm ghosting. His name wasn't on the Class F roster. Yusun felt like he just took a critical hit. Did I get kicked out for only answering 3 questions? No way am I dead meat already. Then someone shouted, Baek Yu-Seol, what the heck is he doing over here? Gotta be a glitch or something. Finally, he spotted it. A group of students was crowded around the board, sounding super salty. Yeah, seriously. Even Uslik from the Marquis family, ranked 29, got put in Class A. And the guy who aced theory at rank 17 is stuck there too. So why is he special? Baek Yu-Seol frowned, totally confused. What's the drama? Should I go check? Then he froze. Whoa, that's actually me. Baek Yu-Seol. He stood there like a statue, thinking his eyes were glitching. Why is my tag up there? He was too shook to speak. No way. What kind of plot twist is this? It was the legendary tier every student drooled over. Class S, the VIP lounge for the absolute beasts of the best magic school. Unlike the other tiers with multiple classes, the rules here were different. Class S was just one squad of 41 elites. Yusun squinted hard. How did I end up in the top bracket? Must be a bug in the system. I'm gonna lose it now. I'm gonna be bumping into the main characters constantly. Messing with the main plotline is a speedrun to an early grave. I can't switch classes now. He spun around and bailed fast. Plan B, stay invisible and don't draw aggro. Yeah, I got this. Baek Yu-Seol was so lost in his head, he didn't notice a girl nearby, locking onto him like a target. She opened her mouth to say something, but the scene cut. Inside a dim room, the air was heavy enough to choke on, and a sharp slap echoed off the walls. It looked like Hong Ben was taking massive damage from her own mom. Hong Jio, the fire elemental professor. The woman's face was twisted in rage as she screamed. You flunked 3 questions. Even the Monkwachi princess got 2 of them right. Hong Ben slumped on the floor, tanking her mother's toxic trash talk. You couldn't even solve problems a literal bug would know. You're worse than an insect. Memorize it and restart. She didn't let up. Do you copy? Hong Ben replied like a robot. Yes, mother. Her mom glared down at her. Then a nasty smirk crept onto Hong Jio's face. Listen up, Hong Ben. Don't you dare end up like me, kicked out of the kingdom and stuck in this lame-ass professor gig. Do not become a national embarrassment. Suddenly, Hong Jio leaned down her fingers, brushing against Hong Ben's cheek, which was burning red from the slap. You need to be way more useful than your sister ever was. She flashed a smile that was pure evil villain vibes. You get what I'm saying, right? Hong Ben looked totally broken. I understand, mother. But once Hong Jio left, a thought flashed in Ben's mind. I don't get it at all. I do everything by the book. But these are spells I've never seen, chants I've never heard, and formulas nobody taught me. Why? Tears started streaming down her face. Why? Why does she always have to torture me like this? The scene snapped back to the Class S lecture hall. The newbies were yapping non-stop. Everyone except our boy, Baek Yu-Seol, who was holding his head in despair. I'm losing it. I'm stuck in a room full of antisocial weirdos. Just then, the whispers got loud enough to grab Yusun's attention. Yo, how did that scrub even get in here? No clue, but I'm dying to know. The freshman kept gossiping. You hear? Our parents totally protested and demanded to know why he made Class S. And the school was just like, Baek Yu-Seol is qualified. That's it. For real, that explains nothing. Hearing this, Yusun could only force a cringe smile. Looks like I'm the designated outcast? He stretched casually thinking. These guys grinded XP since they were babies. Now some dummy like me is sitting at their table, no wonder they're salty. Whatever. Classes get reshuffled based on exam scores anyway. Baek Yu-Seol made a thoughtful face. And this isn't some generic leveling manhwa, where Class S is safe forever. People definitely drop rank. Then it hit him there was that one character who started in Class A and grinded their way up to Class S. I'll track them down later. Yu-Seol looked around. This is actually kinda trippy. It's wild seeing these game NPCs in the flesh. In a few years, most of this class will be world famous, and like 5 of them are gonna betray the magic world. With that thought, Baek Yu-Seol locked eyes on him. Baek Yu-Seol glanced over at Flame. Honestly, if Flame could put a stop to this mess, that'd be clutch. Just then, Professor Lee Han-woo barged in. Everyone take your seats. Baek Yu-Seol blinked, caught off guard. The prof didn't waste time. Nice to meet ya. Some of you might know my face, but let's make it official. He put on his serious mask. I'm Lee Han-woo, in charge of Class S. The newbies couldn't keep a lid on their hype. Dude, that's the legendary Lee Han-woo. Didn't he body like over 1,000 black mages? Yeah, a 7th circle mage. He's built different. The fanboying got cut short when the prof barked, "Zip it." Looks like we've got some real talent in the room, plus one special case, he said, scanning the crowd. You know the drill. This academy exists to turn you into combat mages. Real war machines. You're looking at 3 years of hell. Rigorous doesn't even begin to cover it. And let's be real, I don't expect all of you to survive the curriculum. But while you're here, you better bring your A game. Lee Han-woo lowered his voice. Any questions? Silence filled the room. Solid. Let's get this show on the road. But before he could launch into the lecture, the door slammed open. Hong Bi-yeon stood there framing the entrance. She had a nasty red mark on her cheek. Baek Yu-Seol frowned. That girl is usually a stickler for the rules. Why is she late? Watching her explain herself to the prof just made him more curious. What went down? He pulled out his glasses. Time to use some appraisal gear to get the scoop. Her profile popped up like a system Manhwa interface. Villainous. Fire mage. Digs red ginseng candy. Prone to burns. Snob about her espresso. Evil mom. And the kicker. Destined to die. He stared at the holographic text. Nothing changed. Destined to die. He shifted his gaze back to the real Hong Bi-yeon. If Flame is the reason ISO bites the dust, then Hong Bi-yeon gets taken out by both Flame and ISO. A blood-red warning flashed in his vision. Classic villainous fate. Unavoidable. Baek Yu-Seol took off his specs. I'd love to play hero, but I'm barely keeping my own head above water right now. Lee Han-woo waved her off. Take a seat. Baek Yu-Seol went back to brooding. It sucked, but staying in his lane was the only play. He froze. Hong Bi-yeon was suddenly looming right next to him, drilling holes into him with her eyes. Talk about high pressure. She pulled out the chair and sat down beside him. Alarm bells rang in his head. What the heck? The script is flipping way too early. Up front, Professor Lee Han-woo cleared his throat. Before we dive into the books, we're doing the wand inheritance ceremony. You need your gear. Class S and Class A will be doing this together, his voice boomed. Baek Yu-Seol muttered under his breath. The inheritance, huh? It was a hassle, but he was low-key hyped. Stella Academy basically had 2 major events, the Soulmate Covenant, and this the wand inheritance. For an elite school like Stella, grabbing a wand was a massive deal. Cut to the ceremony hall. Lee Han-woo looked around. We got a full house. We've laid out everything from trash tier to high-end gear, he announced. The students leaned in. Your job is simple. Walk up to the one you vibe with and grab it. Paperwork for swapping wands is a nightmare, the prof warned. So don't screw this up. Choose wisely. Baek Yu-Seol smirked internally. Easy for him to say. We don't pick the wands pick us. It's all about that magical resonance. Walking forward, he thought, doesn't matter how badly you want the legendary loot. If it doesn't like you, you can't use it. Still, as he walked, his brain was working overtime. The real question was which one should he even aim for? Back in the day, he would have grabbed an F-rank stick and called it a day. But he was in Class S now. He had a rep to maintain. He eyed the racks. What fits my style? Magic gear came in 2 flavors short, wands and long staffs. Wands were for the speed demons, knights who needed to fire off spells like a machine gun. Staffs were for the heavy hitters, the bishops. Big damage, one shot, but the casting time took forever. His train of thought got derailed by the peanut gallery. Yo, what do you think he's gonna grab? Baek Yu-Seol side-eyed the gossiping group. He's Class S, so he'll probably resonate with anything, right? Baek Yu-Seol rolled his eyes. Think whatever you want, guys. Suddenly, someone barked. Hey Bai, Yunin paused. Who are you? The guy looked him up and down with a sneer. Me, I'm Uzleek. Bai Yunin racked his brain. Who literally never heard of this dude? Aloud, he just said, okay. And Uzleek pressed on. Which wand are you gunning for? I'll just grab whatever works. Bai Yunin shrugged. Uzleek smirked, dripping with arrogance. Yeah, make sure you pick something that suits a peasant like you. Bai Yunin blinked. Did this guy for real just say that Uzleek kept yapping? Stop making a scene and annoying the professors, all right. Bai Yunin just breezed past him like he didn't exist. Sure, buddy. You try to stay out of trouble too. The guy's face turned bright red. You little punk, Uzleek shouted. You want a piece of me, Bai Yunin sighed. What a drag. He whipped out his glasses. You're too loud. The data hovered in the air. Uzleek Sand, son of Marquis Sand, Prince Jeremy's lackey, third-rate bully. Bai Yunin put the glasses away, totally unimpressed. That's it, Bai Yunin let out a long sigh. Nothing special. Uzleek pointed a trembling finger at a specific staff. That's the one I'm getting. Feast your eyes. Bai Yunin followed his gaze and raised an eyebrow. The Edmure Edermir. That was no joke. It was the highest tier gear in the room, a solid, high intermediate rank. Usually, only full-blown battle mages rocked high intermediate gear. For students, no matter how cracked they were, a standard intermediate wand was the ceiling. Heck, even pro mages sometimes struggled to handle the lower-end intermediate stuff. There was actually one other high intermediate wand on display, but let's be real, those were just flex pieces. Nobody was expected to actually claim them. Professor Lee Han-woo's voice cut through the noise. Stand in front of the weapon you want. Lee Han-woo, Jeremy Skelvin, and even Hong Bi-yun had already staked their claims. A sudden flash popped off right next to Baek Yu-Seol. The freshmen were losing their minds, whispering, Yo, isn't that stick? Haegwon picked the Harden Amakoten. That's just a general rank weapon. Wait, didn't Prince Skelvin snag a basic one too? Lights kept flashing like a disco. Even Princess Hong Bian, John Kavitorlahavan, ended up with common trash. Seriously, how many people are pulling these basic sticks? Usually, you need a certified mage license to handle those bad boys. Everyone was hyping up how insane this year's batch was. Oh look, at Yushin grinding his teeth. Damn it. Yushin snapped, yelling, Just, you watch, I can do it too. As he stormed off, the gossip train shifted tracks right to him. Hey, isn't that Yushin? Whispers started flying about whether he could actually pull a high-tier weapon. Standing in front of his chosen staff, Yushin smirked with way too much confidence. Pay attention, losers. I'm about to show you what real S-class talent looks like. He gripped the wand tight. Suddenly, a massive burst of light and lightning tore through the room. From the back, Baek Yu-Seol felt the energy spike just like he expected. He casually dropped the truth bomb. He totally blew it. Sure enough, Yushin was face-planting on the floor, seething with rage. The crowd started freaking out. Oh god, he looks messed up bad. Someone get a professor. Stat Baek Yu-Seol just watched, thinking, a high-tier wand is way out of your league, buddy. You should have just quit while you were ahead. While he was muttering, Yushin saw a shadow approaching and stuttered, hey, cut it out. But Mei Yu-seong just kept humming a tune. Baek Yu-Seol glanced over. The wand's true master had arrived. The guy looked majestic, with that arrogant face and red eyes screaming, I'm the main character. His swagger got everyone talking. Is Mei Yu-seong seriously going for that one? He gently tapped the staff, and the doubt started. No way he can tame the Muri Imiri. But Mei Yu-seong just gripped that thing like a boss. Blinding light exploded everywhere, making even Baek Yu-Seol gasp in shock. Mei Yu-seong looked pleased with himself inspecting his new toy. The crowd was losing it. Impossible. A rookie just snagged a high-level artifact. They couldn't believe their eyes. How was that even real? Baek Yu-Seol sighed. Yep, exactly as predicted. He watched him, realizing the secret was out. Everyone knew Mei Yu-seong was a beast now. Ma Song spotted Baek Yu-Seol, staring blankly, and shot him a creepy smile. Baek Yu-Seol was speechless. The hell is his problem? Is he psycho? His mind drifted to a certain girl. Flame was supposed to have a weapon on that same level. Flame's image popped into his head. But if she actually managed to secure the Terivion, their paths might split for good. He replayed the Manhwa recap in his head. Mei Yu-seong gets interested in talent unlocking the Mei Yu-seong route. But if she picks a different wand, it triggers a totally different storyline. Baek Yu-Seol started plotting. I need to use Flame to get Mei Yu-seong on my team. Suddenly, he spotted her passing by. Bingo, found her. Flame was staring right at the staff. Baek Yu-Seol got serious. The Terivion is right there. As she got closer, he started sweating, genuinely curious. What's the play here? She stepped closer, and he mentally screamed. Yes, grab the Terivion. Baek Yu-Seol held his breath, waiting for the moment Ma Yu-song would catch feelings for her. He figured this was the golden ticket to a happy ending. But then she just walked right past it. Baek Yu-Seol's jaw dropped. He watched her ghost the staff. What, she hates the Terivion? Baek Yu-Seol was flabbergasted. What is going on? Does she not know what that is? Did she skip the tutorial? Maybe. Flame was still browsing like she was at a mall. He thought, this is a disaster waiting to happen. Flame is the female lead. She should be able to sync with literally any staff. Baek Yu-Seol ground his teeth. What if she picks some garbage stick? That would completely derail the good timeline. He crouched down, ready to cast a spell. A golden light started glowing around him. At this point, Baek Yu-Seol decided he had zero chill left. He had to force the Terivion on her. He aimed, used a blink spell, and popped up right behind her. Flame sensed something and jumped. Whoa, when did you get here? He flashed a bright smile. Sup? Just wondering which staff you were gonna pick. Why do you care? She shot back. Baek Yu-Seol had to come up with a lie fast. Just trying to help a homie out? You look kinda lost. Flame gave him the cold shoulder. None of your business. She turned to leave with a quick bye. Baek Yu-Seol panicked and reached out. Wait up. Baek Yu-Seol scratched his cheek. Something's off. He pictured her laughing with friends in the original story. Flame was supposed to be super friendly. She's a total extrovert. Why is she acting like an ice queen? Baek Yu-Seol steeled himself. No, I can't bail now. This isn't some generic Magic Academy story. My survival depends on this. Hey, hold on, he yelled, sweating buckets. I seriously just want to help you choose. Flame glared at him, furious. Mind your own business. But Baek Yu-Seol wouldn't back down. But I get this vibe that one of these is perfect for you. She was losing patience fast. Flame screamed in his face. What the hell do you know about staffs anyway? Baek Yu-Seol laughed awkwardly. What the hell? Did I mess up? Does she not care about gear? He kept talking. I've heard a ton about you. He pointed straight at the artifact. You think you've got what it takes to tame that bad boy over there? Flame followed his finger. The Terivion. Baek Yu-Seol smiled. Bingo. That's the one. Suddenly, his face twisted in fear. What was that noise? Something was rocketing toward him, and he looked terrified. Baek Yu-Seol slowly peeled his eyes open. He was clutching the Terivion but hadn't realized it yet. Geez, scared the crap out of me. He stared at the staff, totally confused, then started freaking out. Wait, why is this in my hand? Flame was the one who needed this, Baek Yu-Seol thought. Crap. He stammered. Baek Yu-Seol tried to get Flame's attention, but her face was stone cold. She hit him with a dangerous smile. What? A single thought echoed in Baek Yu-Seol's brain. I'm cooked. Like, actually deep fried. That afternoon, classes ended, and students started filtering out. Flame hugged her books, heading to the dorms. She overheard the chatter. Yo, did you hear? Flame glanced at them as they gossiped. 2 students snagged high-level artifacts this year. That's insane. For real. Only 5 people in history have ever done that. And now, we just added 2 more to the list. One guy goes, yo, isn't it weird? One of those dudes literally only used Flash during the whole magic exam? His buddy looked shook. Flash is total noob magic. My parents told me that skill is straight up garbage. Are you sure? Later, over at the Academy study hall, the afternoon sun is just starting to peek through the windows. Flame sighs as she walks, muttering. Finally, some peace and quiet. She can't stop thinking about the chatter from earlier. It's literally all anyone is talking about today, no matter where she goes. The rumor about 2 students snagging high-tier staff spread like wildfire, but it just doesn't add up. Flame thinks back to the moment Baek Yu-Seol grabbed that magic staff, and she's still totally floored. There's no way he should have been able to claim tariff. Who even is this guy? Flame is super confused. I read the original novel 3 times before getting stuck here. But the name Baek Yu-Seol never showed up once. Flame is losing her cool. The book specifically said, nobody could acquire tariff, let alone resonate with it that easily. Flame grinds her teeth, imagining him holding the staff with a smug grin like he was trying to flex on her or something. She shakes her head, annoyed, trying to ditch the thought. Why am I even stressing about this? Just then, a voice calls out from behind her. Her classmates see her and chirp happily. Heading to study hall too? Flame turns around and flashes them a soft smile. She jokes. You guys think I'm a total nerd or something? The blonde girl jumps in. No, it's just that you always say you're bored, so you study. Flame immediately denies it. That's not it at all. The brunette tilts her head, confused. But Flame, why do you keep calling us kids? We're literally the same age. Flame gets a bit awkward. It's just a habit. Back where I'm from, I was always treated like an adult. She smiles on the outside, but inside, she's panicking. I have to remember I'm living inside a novel now, so I can't just act like a clueless kid. Suddenly, a voice cuts through her thoughts. So, planning to study solo again today? Flame looks at the redhead speaking. Wait, that's Isekai'd, right? Flame thinks, why is her vibe so similar to mine? She quickly waves her hand. Nah, there's a supplementary meeting coming up, so I'm heading there. Flame smiles. Anyway, I gotta run. Everyone waves her off. Cool, let's grab coffee next time then. Flame walks away, but makes sure to glance back and wave goodbye. As she walks down the hall, she thinks girls at this age. She's muttering to herself and not looking where she's going. It's seriously tough pretending to be a regular student. Wham! She slams right into something, or rather someone. Flame rubs her head in pain as the guy recognizes her and calls out her name. She looks up to see Hyun-Rang. He asks, "You okay?" Flame nods. "Yeah, I'm good." But Hyun-Rang seems to notice something off. "You look pale. Something happened." Flame is surprised. Is he actually worried about her? She brushes it off. "No, really, it's nothing." "Is that so?" Heading to study hall, she fires back. "And you're going to the S-class special training building again." Hyun-Rang gives her a steady look. "You can't slack off on daily training." They go back and forth. "You're never honest. You shouldn't say stuff like that." "Oh, really?" Suddenly, they both go quiet. Hyun-Rang stares at her, confusing the heck out of Flame. Then he cracks this weird bright smile and reaches out to touch her hair, making her flinch. He gives her a super gentle look. "See you later." He turns and walks away, leaving Flame totally bewildered. She thinks, what a weirdo, and turns to leave. Suddenly, she spots someone else. Jackie is standing by the door, staring right at her. Flame is confused. Jackie? Why is she still here? She's about to wave, but Jackie bolts before she can say a word. She stands there blankly. Whatever. Flame keeps walking. Not the time to worry about that. Finally, she arrives at the classroom in the self-study building. She pauses at the door. Special supplementary meeting. Flame remembers that in the original novel, Isekai'd and Hong Bin are supposed to be at this conference. Watching the female lead and the villain square off is a major plot point. With that in mind, Flame pushes the door open and steps inside. Flame scans the room, thinking, all the key players are here. Then, she looks up at the podium where Sai looks pretty awkward. Flame eyes the host Kai from Class A. He looks like he just got back from somewhere. As she heads to her seat, she notes this meeting is technically for students who need to boost their grades. Yet the majority of the attendees are S-class students. The second she sits down, she glances around and gets a shock. Ma Ryan is actually here. The guy who's basically the male protagonist of this world seems super interested in Baek Yu-Seol. Flame looks at Yoon-sung. This definitely isn't a coincidence. And Baek Yu-Seol didn't do anything other than answer the 3 hell questions. She clenches her fist. He must have known from the very beginning. Flame is sure he knew that solving them would get him into Class S. She bites her lip, confused. Her eyes darken with worry as a theory pops into her head. If Baek Yu-Seol actually knows the future and is acting on it, he's seriously dangerous. This feels like a twist straight out of a Manhwa recap. She stares intensely at his calm face. Just then, Yoon-sung lets out a tired sigh. He looks annoyed and tries to dodge Yoo-sung's blindingly bright smile, secretly praying for someone to drag this guy away. Yoo-sung beams and asks Yoon-sung, "Why are you here? You don't need this stuff." Is there a special reason? Yoon-sung turns and gives an awkward laugh. Haha, nope, nothing like that. Inside, he's thinking, I'm literally only here because my written test scores were abysmal. Yoon-sung squints at Yoo-sung, wondering why this guy is suddenly so obsessed with him. Suddenly, a voice cuts in. All right, enough chit-chat. Chai stands at the front to start the meeting. Today, we're going to discuss the issues regarding the ranking test. He adds, as you all know, there was a part of the test so difficult that everyone calls it the 3 hell questions. Everyone listens intently. Seeing Silver and the other geniuses, he forces a smile. And I'll be walking you through the solutions. But inside, he's fuming. Damn it, why did these elites show up? I was just planning to boost my rep by helping out some dumb nobles. Suddenly, something catches Kai's eye. Seeing Yoon-sung's serious expression, Kai thinks, no wait, this is my chance. Rumor has it, Yoon-sung got the lowest score on the entrance exam. Dude had this nasty smirk, totally plotting something. He figured he'd just show everyone he was the alpha in the room. Chai hit the chalkboard, acting all high and mighty. So here's how I crushed these problems, he bragged, scribbling away. It's barely a trick question, honestly. Just trying to bait you into failing. Everyone was scribbling notes like good little minions. Ma Yu-seon watched Yusan actually trying, then smirked. He dropped a question that made Yusan look up fast. Yo, what's your take? Think he nailed it? Yu-Seon asked with his fake nice face. Yu-Seon just blinked, totally suspicious. What the hell is he on about? Asking if I think he's right. I don't even get what he's teaching. And what's this 3 hell questions garbage? He ignored him, turning away like a bored teen. But hey, honesty is the best policy, right? So Yu-Seon just deadpanned, nope, no clue. Chai froze mid-sentence on the podium. Yu-Seon must have been too loud, because the whole class started whispering. Say what? It was Yu-Seon, some kid snitched. Said Kai got it wrong. Kai's eyes bugged out, grinding his teeth. Yu-Seon looked around all innocent like, who me? Huh, why is everyone staring? Kai crushed his chalk into dust, totally losing his cool. You think I'm wrong? Yu-Seon froze, realizing he was being set up. The other guy just smirked. Well then Yu-Seon, Kai glared, throwing down the gauntlet. Why don't you come down here and school us? Silence. Yu-Seon's face went pale, heart jumping. Say what now? What kind of mess is this? He glanced sideways. Yu-Seon was grinning, giving him a thumbs up and whispering. You got this, Yu-Seon. That jerk definitely did this on purpose. He sighed and walked to the front. Whatever, let's just get this over with. Flame was watching him like a hawk from the back, and so was Hongbi. He grabbed the chalk. Looking at the board, Yu-Seon got lost in thought about these so-called hell questions. To Yu-Seon, this wasn't math, it was wordplay. He visualized the scenario: a mage casts Mother Earth, please cry, and then the ash volume doubles. Why simple? Yu-Seon smirked to himself. You think the dust particles are actually crying? No way, it's just molecular separation. Yu-Seon rubbed his temples. This is ridiculous. Who even writes these questions? It's a huge deal to them though. He looked up and saw C fuming. That guy C? He's solving this like a math problem instead of understanding the magic theory. Looking at Kai's work, Yu-Seon had to admit, the method is trash, but the answer is right. Pure luck. But in a real Magic Academy exam, he'd fail any variation of this question. Yu-Seon turned to him. Look, I can't teach you the solution, but I can show you where you messed up. Kai blinked, stunned. Huh. The prompt specifies Earth, Yu-Seon explained. But what if it was water or wind? Would your formula work? Kai stammered. I'd just use a different method. So you'd need a million different methods for one type of problem. Chai grit his teeth, silenced. Yu-Seon didn't hold back. You got it right by luck, dude. That's not the logic the creator intended. Busted. Kai looked miserable, mumbling. You're right. Yu-Seon suddenly felt like he'd kicked a puppy. Oops, guess I shattered his ego. He quickly tried to smooth it over and started explaining the real logic. Chai grabbed his notebook, and the rest of the class followed suit. Flame watched in shock. Everyone was writing. How is this even possible, she thought. Even the top students were silent, hanging on his every word. Iseo and Hongbian should be arguing, but they were too busy studying his method. Flame felt a weird anxiety. Is this okay? By the time the sun set, Yu-Seon packed his bag. Yu-Seon waved at him with that same creepy smile. Catch you later, Yu-Seon. The guy beamed like a flower in bloom until he walked out. Yu-Seon forced a polite wave. Once he was gone, Yu-Seon facepalmed. Damn it. If I get tangled up with Yu-Seon, my life is over. I never want to see that guy again. Yu-Seon sighed, staring at his empty hand. Maybe it's because of the phone. He walked home, stressed out. I can't even use it anymore, but I still attracted Yu-Seon's attention. Why is he stalking me? Before only Flame used it. Just then, he spotted Hongbian waiting outside the classroom. She looked like a statue waiting for someone. Wait, isn't that Hongbian? Looks like she's waiting for a date or something. Not my problem. He tried to sneak past, but she called out Yu-Seon. He froze as she walked over. I need to ask you something, she said, voice like ice. Yu-Seon blinked, confused. Me? What's up? She crossed her arms. Why didn't you explain the full method back there? Yu-Seon glitched out. It's not that I didn't, I literally couldn't. How do you explain a riddle that makes no sense? She definitely misunderstood. He scratched his neck awkwardly. There was nothing else to explain. Hongbian stared him down, then nodded slowly. I get it. She looked annoyed, almost accusing. You just didn't want to share it for free, right? Huh, no way. But then she made him an offer. Yu-Seon looked like a deer in headlights. Excuse me. I'll pay you, she said calmly. Just dump everything in your brain out for me. Yu-Seon's mood plummeted. Awkward. Cut to the library, dim, yellow lights buzzing. Yu-Seon and Hongbian sat at a table, papers spread out between them. Yu-Seon adjusted his glasses, holding up the sheets. I seriously don't get why you're paying me to explain 3 placement test questions. I have my reasons, she replied. Just talk. Yu-Seon sighed. Whatever you say, princess. He looked at the paper, baffled. But you only missed these 3. Why ask the guy who failed everything else? Don't you have any pride? She didn't even blink. Nope. The only thing that really sucks is, I still don't get the solution. She stayed totally chill though. As long as I find the answer, I can handle anything. Yusan stared her down, silently sizing her up. Total teacher's pet vibe. He couldn't help but ask, why come to me though? Hong Bian looked up from the test paper. You're a princess, right? Don't you have a whole squad you can ask? She hesitated. Well, about that. Then she started breaking down the situation. Out of 1,141 students, only 3 people nailed those 3 hellish questions, including you. Yusan blinked, totally shook. Wait, come again. Hong Bian tucked a lock of hair behind her ear, acting all shy. Those trick questions weren't supposed to have solutions. But the fact that you and Ma Yusong Flame pulled it off, it's really messing with my head. That hit him hard. Hold up. He shot up from his chair, pointing at the paper like a maniac. You mean these 3 questions were just trolling us? Totally unsolvable, Hong Bian shrugged casually. Yup. Didn't you realize that during the test, he forced himself to chill, sat back down, and mentally kicked himself? Insane. No wonder I got placed in S-class. Then his mood tanked when he remembered why Flame stopped him. Seeing her curious eyes just made him feel out of place. I don't know the deep lore of this world, or these stupid riddles, but Flame's different. She's basically a main character in a Manhwa recap video who read the whole novel. Even if she skipped the game plot, she definitely knows the world building, which obviously includes those 3 troll questions. He stayed quiet. Since I'm just some rando extra not in the original story, Flame just has to deal with me existing. Finally, her weird attitude made sense. Noticing him zoning out, Hong Bian asked, you good? He sighed, sounding drained. Yeah, nothing. He frowned for a second, thinking it over, then got back to business. Don't forget the deal. You owe me a favor if I show you the ropes. She nodded quietly. I know. Here's the request. Turn my magic staff into a magic sword. He added that it should be a breeze for the blacksmiths in her kingdom. That threw her off. But only low-tier mercenaries use weapons like that. Why would a mage want one? He crossed his arms, acting cool. It's just my aesthetic. Can't exactly tell her I'm glitching out. He snapped back. So, can you make it happen, or not? Hong Bian caved. Sure, piece of cake. Nice, he thought. He pointed at a line on the test. Alright, let's start with this one. My secret, flip the script on your perspective. Hong Bian squinted at the paper. Flip the perspective. Bingo. He knew her weakness was sticking too strictly to the books, like a typical NPC in a Magic Academy. She relied way too much on her staff, stifling her real power. She wouldn't figure that out until sophomore year after getting absolutely wrecked by Flame and humiliated. Sitting across from her, Yusan had a plan. Can't spoil the whole plot, but I can nudge her in the right direction. He leaned in closer. Hey, you ever hear of? He paused for effect. Those stupid riddles. Yusan calculated his next move. Let me ask you something. He looked her dead in the eye. Do you know what a nonsense quiz is? Hong Bian froze, totally overthinking it. Nonsense. I think I've read a theory on that. Yusan sighed. Okay, let me give you an example. What comes between a knee and a knee? She thought hard for a moment. The back of the knee? Nope. Wrong. The word and. She looked confused. What? Yusan smirked. I asked what is between a knee and a knee. Get it? She just stared at him blank-faced. Then came the death glare. Yusan put his hands up defensively. Whoa, easy there. Don't look at me like I'm crazy. He smiled, waving his hands to de-escalate. Just chill and actually look at the question again. Looking at her wrong answers, Yusan broke it down. These formulas are totally alien to you. That means you gotta solve them with pure creativity. But you can't just memorize creativity, right? Hong Bian looked defeated, eyes dropping. No, you can't. Yusan grilled a satisfied smile. Obviously, learning the tech and spells is huge. That got her attention. But for a mage right now, you need to see the world in a way that breaks your brain. Magic evolves from the tiniest tweaks. He hit her with the hard truth. You only process what's right in front of you. Spells aren't just learn and dump. You might beat me in analysis and logic, but you're missing the MVP trait of a mage, creativity. Her hands shook under the table, and she started leaking this dark, gloomy energy. Yusan started sweating bullets. Geez, she looks terrifying. He gave an awkward laugh. You picking up what I'm putting down? It's complex, but... She looked up, mood lifting. Yes, I understand. He kept smiling while internally screaming. Great cause? I have zero clue what I'm talking about. Aloud, he cheered. Awesome. Let's get this party started. Yusan dropped another riddle. What has legs but cannot walk? Hong Bian looked stressed, trying to figure it out. She muttered, "What has legs but cannot walk?" Coming up, empty. Hong Bian gave up. "I don't know," he replied, "a table." Then Yusan moved to the next one. "Why doesn't the bed work hard?" She looked stumped again. "I don't know, because they just lie around on the job." Last one. "If rock, paper, and scissors enter a race, what happens?" She looked so done with this, repeating the answer like a robot. "I don't know." He grinned. "The rock rolls. But paper and scissors, they're stationary." "Get it, stationary." Hong Bian was shaking like a leaf, which totally freaked Baek Yu-Seol out. She scrunched up her face, biting her lip to keep from blowing her top. Suddenly, she shot up. Baek Yu-Seol froze, realizing he might have pushed his luck too far. Yikes, girl was about to go nuclear any second. But he had to guide her to the answer. "So what does the cloud tell the ocean?" he stammered, trying to finish. "What happens when rain falls down?" The silence was deafening, and he was internally screaming, "Please, please don't kill me." Then, out of nowhere, Hong Bian started bawling. He paused, confused. "Oh." Then he grinned. "Bingo. You got it." Realizing she cracked the code, she beamed like a ray of sunshine. Baek Yu-Seol blinked. Whoa. First time seeing her smile in game or in real life. He rested his chin on his hand, chuckling. Guess the princess has a wild imagination after all. Hong Bi-yun turned beet red, getting all shy. "Okay, whatever. Cut it out. Next riddle." Seeing her get flustered was kinda adorable, so he kept the riddles coming. They kept going until the sun set over the Antique Magic Academy, and students started clearing out. Baek Yu-Seol finally walked out looking totally wrecked. He had massive bags under his eyes. He let out a deep sigh. 3 whole hours asking Hong Bi-yun nonsense. His brain felt like mush just thinking about the stupidity of it all. Can't believe she actually fell for all that. Bi-yu-sun stared blankly ahead. From what he knew behind that quiet vibe, Hong Bi-yun was a total genius wizard. Baek Yu-Seol pondered this as he walked. Problem was, she had zero flexibility in her thinking. Even if she's the villain, exploiting that weakness felt kinda scummy. Baek Yu-Seol steeled himself. He had to turn Terion into a magic sword fast to make moves. Yeah, not like he had many options anyway. Looking at the lit windows, he told himself, quit overthinking. Go get the book. Soon he was jogging down a super sketchy street. He scanned the area. Is it around here? My memory's fuzzy. Suddenly, he looked up. Bingo. Baek Yu-Seol cheered. Found it. Under the darkening sky stood a decrepit, crumbling house. Inside was Cobweb City, but the bookshelf was organized perfectly. He stepped in, carefully placed, was ancient. Baek Yu-Seol glanced at the owner sitting there. They exchanged a nod, but he knew this guy had a weird quirk. Faking sleep while spying on customers. Hidden under a hood, the guy was sternly watching every move. A thought popped up. This hole-in-the-wall shop had Maila's notes, the top student at Stella Academy 10 years ago. That hidden treasure was stashed right here. He imagined a system window popping up like a button in a game. Like it would ask, do you want to learn this skill? Yes or no? But in reality, he just needed that notebook for class. Basically, different textbooks gave different stat boosts to your grades. He pictured books glowing with loot rarity. Eyeing the stuffed shelves he thought, used to shop at the big stores, but the real OP items are in these unbranded joints. Baek Yu-Seol browsed the aisles. If I use Maila's notes for magic engineering, acing the class will be a total breeze. Checking a row, he muttered. Yeah, I could just use a monocle to cheese the test for a perfect score, but my actual skills wouldn't level up. Suddenly, he spotted it and froze. A small blue book at the end of the shelf caught his eye. That's the one. Baek Yu-Seol reached out, but his hand bumped someone else's. Shocked, he whipped his head around. It was isekai'd. She was clutching a book, looking totally spaced out. She blinked, confused. Wait, you know who I am? Baek Yu-Seol replied, duh, you're famous. Didn't you know? Isekai'd finally recognized him. Oh, right. You're that guy from the remedial group, Baek Yu-Seol. He was actually surprised she knew his name. Does she not remember the entrance ceremony? Then she brought up the time he solved that problem. Your debate was pretty sick, actually. Kinda bummed you didn't explain the whole thing, though. He remembered back then nobody else could crack that code. She turned to leave, tossing back a casual, nice meeting you anyway. Baek Yu-Seol grabbed the blue book, but couldn't take his eyes off her. Watching her walk away, he exhaled. Thank God she didn't snag it. But then it hit him, why was she even here? Isekai'd picked up another book, checked the price tag, sighed heavily, and put it back on the shelf. He frowned, thinking, what gives? Then reality kicked in. This place was basically a discount bin. Only broke students like him shopped here. He glanced at Isekai'd. She was from a ruined noble family. Someone who lost everything had no choice but to shop here. Her dad got wasted by the black magic cult. Her support system was gone. Baek Yu-Seol felt a pang of pity. It was genuinely depressing. A literal princess stressing over the price of a textbook. Baek Yu-Seol recalled the original novel's plot. Isekai'd had a super tragic ending in the story. She dies way before Flame, the main character, even shines. One small spark destroyed her whole life. She was easily the unluckiest character in the whole game. Isekai'd noticed him staring and looked confused. Shaking it off, Baek Yu-Seol dumped his stack on the counter. He flashed a bright smile at the owner. "Ring me up, boss." Baek Yu-Seol forced a fake smile, thinking, "Is this dude seriously about to roast me?" He checked the book cover and asked, "What's up?" Ace didn't hold back. "Like, seriously, why are you reading books on high-level sealing magic?" She gave him a side-eye, getting all intense. "Sealing theory is ancient history, man. You need a catalyst, and since our alchemy and tech are trash right now, nobody uses that stuff." Yusan kept his cool. "Oh, this. Yeah, it's totally a dead skill." She lowered her gaze. "So, you aren't clueless." Then he dropped the bomb. "That's exactly why I picked it." Her eyes went wide. She whipped around, asking, "Wait, what?" He grabbed his paid-for stack, smirking like a total villain. "Everyone thinks like you. That's why I'm gonna crush the curve in that class." Yusan dipped out. "Catch you later." He left Aya standing there with a confused look on her face. Yusan walked off with his loot. He smirked to himself. "She's right, nobody wants to study this junk. Which means I can slack off and still get better grades than in the other classes." His confidence skyrocketed. "I'm gonna breeze through this semester." Eyes watched him walk away silent. By the second morning, sunlight hit the academy. Walking down the hallway, she was stressing about her classes. First up was nihilism. She'd already calculated the easy grades, and this one was supposed to be a freebie. But the second she stepped in, the room was packed like sardines. Up front, kids were yapping. "You taking nihilism too?" the girl next to her asked. "Yeah, but this looks like a nightmare. I signed up because everyone said it's an easy A." Apparently, the whole school got the memo. Even the nerds are here. Ice quietly found a seat. Her neighbor kept complaining. "Man, we are cooked." Ice looked at the mob inside. There was no saving this. Guess I gotta grind harder in my other subjects. Eventually, the teacher wrapped it up. "All right, class dismissed." Everyone started clearing out. "I'm starving." Ice trailed behind the crowd. Up ahead, some friends were debating lunch. "What should we eat?" "Let's just hit the cafeteria." Ais walked with a heavy heart, knowing the road ahead was rocky. "This is bad. If my classes are this crowded, saying goodbye to that scholarship will be easy." Suddenly, her stomach growled. Face burning, she hugged her book tighter. She stared at her meal card, debating her life choices. "Should I eat first?" She started doing the math as she walked. "Okay, I've only got 60 tickets for the semester. Guess it's just bread for today." Then she glanced into a nearby classroom. Boom. A familiar face. It was Baek Yu-Seol, wearing glasses and staring intensely at the board. "Wait, isn't that Yusan walking past Ice? Did a double take?" "Yep, definitely him." She froze watching him. "What is he doing in there?" She looked at the board and it clicked. Oh, it's the theory lecture. Unlike her zoo of a class, this room was practically a ghost town. Just a few stragglers. Nobody takes this stuff. Probably just the kids with bad grades. She hesitated before leaving. They'll probably cancel this class soon anyway. But wait, if I join, I can boost my GPA without even trying. Plus, I'll have time for other stuff. She clutched her book, shivering a little. I could actually snag that scholarship. Ais looked up, determination in her eyes. Watching him focus, she wondered, did Yusun know the meta all along? Is he a prophet or something? Did he calculate every move, like the MC of a leveling manhwa? She stared at him, dead serious. Then she shook it off and walked away. Nah, I'm tripping. Just a coincidence. Outside, the morning sun was vibing. Inside, the teacher on the podium kept going. You guys know the origin of magic, right? The professor was an expert on the god Page Ladian. He broke it down. The first mage, the white mage, spread mana across the world. Humans and other species learned to use it. He kept rambling about the guy's legend. He taught nature magic to the elves. According to Ladian, the class started picturing those chill, nature-loving elves. Then the dwarves, Ladian added, as images of guys with sharp weapons popped up. He taught them material magic to craft insane gear, and gave humans elemental magic. Finally, he ascended to heaven. The room went silent. Even Baek Yu-Seol looked zoned out, thinking about the timeline. How am I gonna survive 3 years of this? He scribbled notes, miserable. Going back to school at this age is straight up torture. He reminisced about the old days. Back then, I would have just spammed the skip button. Yusan sighed. But this lecture is actually kinda key. I might find a clue about the true ending here, he muttered to himself. Well, it's just a theory. Then a thought hit him. He looked at his neighbor, suspicious. Ice is taking this class. He was surprised. I don't remember any main character in this Magic Academy story taking this class. He shrugged. Whatever. He focused back on the lecture. Ladian pointed to a diagram. Human curiosity didn't stop at elemental magic. Wizards traveled the world, stealing spells from other species. Even then, they weren't satisfied. He continued, but they hit a wall. Couldn't learn anything else. The first mage left behind the 12 moon gods and vanished. Just abandoned everything. He looked at the students. Anyone know about the 12 moon gods? Ias spoke up. They're known as guardians of the continent's balance. Legend says they were scattered across the land to do their job until 1,000 years ago. Ladian raised his staff, nodding. Bingo. They possess special powers to protect the continent. Ladian started explaining the mechanics, like the summer moon. The 6th moon, red summer, carries a scorching red flame, and they say that fire never dies. An image of an octopus wrapped in dangerous red energy appeared on the screen. So the teach just casually drops that if we dive to the bottom of the Alamanta Sea, we can still spot that red flame. Baek Yu-Seol just stared, totally done. Like, are you for real, Lady Din? You trolling us? Watching Lady Din preach from the podium, Yusun did the math. Any living thing stepping into the Sea King's turf wouldn't be sightseeing. They'd be dead meat in seconds. Pointing at some flower doodle on the board, he introduces the Levian Coast, a massive whirlpool frozen solid by the 12th moon of the East Blue. Then he breaks it down. Every moon packs its own punch, and if you get the whole squad together, some miracle is supposed to happen. One student pipes up. So what's the miracle? Lady Din just taps his book, cool as ice. Nobody knows. Those things went dormant 1,000 years ago. Yusan nodded along. The guy wasn't wrong. Yusan had fought through this stuff before. In his past gaming life, he'd encountered a few moon spirits, but even grinding through limited time events, he only snagged 5. It's just like the plot of a Magic Academy story, where the MC knows all the secrets. He flashed back to his days glued to a computer screen, surviving purely on intel he scavenged from other hardcore players in the forums. Nobody had farmed more moon spirits than him. Yusan's eyes went dark, totally locked in. If his theory held water, those 12 moon spirits were the key to unlocking the true ending. Since nobody cracked the true ending in 10 years, the answer has to be buried in the unplayed content. He frowned. He'd only found 5, and that was after dying a bunch of times. Yusun ran the numbers. He had 0 options. To see the real ending, he had to replay the whole game from scratch. Meanwhile, somewhere else, someone was blasting a wooden dummy with firepower. The white-haired instructor spoke up, voice cutting through the noise. Power isn't the only thing that matters. Summoning a wand, she lectured the class. It doesn't matter how hard you hit, if you can't hit the target. Welcome to Professor Hong Daio's fire class. The students pulled out their staves to cast, but her gaze suddenly sharpened. Suddenly, a massive blast of fire roared toward the wooden dummy. Boom. Huge explosion, smoke everywhere. Hong Dio watched calmly, then her eyes popped. The smoke cleared, revealing the dummy's silhouette. Once the dust settled, the thing didn't have a scratch on it. The class stood there stunned. The professor's review was brutal. Garbage. Hong Dio looked right at the girl and called out Hong Bi-yeon. Later, Hong Bi-yeon sat on a bench looking totally defeated. She felt like trash, thinking she let her mom down again. She rubbed her hands together nervously. Mom probably hates my guts. Suddenly, someone walked up, making her jump. It was Princess Akduong. She flashed a friendly smile and asked all chirpy, "You okay?" They sat together. The silence was deafening, until Akduong broke it. "You're seriously amazing." Bon looked at her confused. "What's that supposed to mean?" Akduong kept hyping her up. "My magic is the same element as yours, but yours is like 10 times stronger." Bon didn't buy it. "I can't even hit the target." Akduong grinned, trying to cheer her up. "Yeah, but your magic is incredible. It looks super cool." Then she added, "Actually, I've heard stories about you since I was a kid." Hong Bi-yeon finally clicked. Right, this girl was a fire user too. If she wasn't mistaken, this girl grinning like an idiot was named Akduong. Bon tried to jog her memory. The name rang a bell. The rumors spoke of a new generation fire genius with insane mana levels. Hong Bi-yeon compared herself to the girl. Even with all that hype, the girl's magic was nothing compared to Bon's raw power. Her face darkened. "Your accuracy is pretty good too." Akduong looked a bit awkward. "Well, if you practice more, I wouldn't even be in your league." Hong Baiyun stood up abruptly, her voice dripping with arrogance. I'm done dealing with trash. She gave Akduang a cold, dismissive look. Talking to you made me feel better though. She turned her back and walked off, tossing a quick bye over her shoulder. The princess lowered her head annoyed. When she looked up, the friendly vibe was gone, replaced by a calculating stare. Soon, the sky turned the color of sunset. The door creaked open to a room full of lush plants. She walked in and let out a heavy, tired sigh. Phew. A voice softly called out her name. Princess. Ayatarin Hongbiyun's personal guard stood at attention, face blank, but voice sounding oddly cheerful. Welcome back. I've got tea and candy ready. Ayatarin gestured. Please have some tea and ginseng candy. Bon just mumbled. Thanks. Ayatarin got straight to business, reporting on the weapon modification ordered the other day. Apparently the staff was so good they could forge a high-level sword from it. Hong Biyun popped a candy into her mouth. Is that so? Ayatarin hesitated. There is one weird thing though. Bon paused, raising an eyebrow. Weird. The guard narrowed her eyes. Word is that staff aggressively drains the owner's mana. Hong Biyun froze. Bon asked, shocked. You didn't know anything about the weapon. Is it some kind of dark artifact? Ayatarin rubbed her chin, thinking, not exactly. It resonates with natural energy. Bon immediately shot that down. No way. Draining the user's mana but resonating with nature? That doesn't make sense. She was full of doubts. Bon asked why the staff was rated high-mid. Ayatarin stood there, stiff as a board, and answered. That's exactly why it's high-mid. Hong Biyun was lost. What are you talking about? She analyzed it coldly. The staff's primal ability boosts the user's mana insanely, making it a high-grade weapon, maybe even higher. She continued, but because it starts sucking the life out of you the second you pick it up, they downgraded it to high-mid. Thinking about that plain-looking stick, holding that much power, she jumped up in disbelief. High grade. How is a student even wielding that thing? Even Ayatarin thought it was sketchy. I'm wondering the same thing. Hong Biyun felt a headache coming on. She massaged her temples, eyes closed. I knew normal people couldn't resonate with it. I didn't think anyone could use it, even if they found it, unless they had a monstrous amount of mana, or absolutely none at all. She shook her head, waving it off. I don't get it. That commoner kid is gonna figure it out eventually. She picked up her tea, but stopped halfway, hesitating. Either way, he's definitely not some average guy. By now, the sky was completely painted in the deep colors of late evening. Sun's blazing, semesters rolling, and we're all stuck in class, dragging our feet. Yusun's chillin' in the back, totally silent, but actually paying attention. Attack magic isn't just boom, it's got layers. That's why this mana guidance lecture is mandatory. Professor Callum's up there looking like he's been teaching since the Stone Age. Iso is a few desks over, locked in like a total nerd. We're supposed to be learning how to aim our mana or whatever. Teach grabs some chalk and sketches this weird wheel thing on the board. He points at it and goes, let's talk trajectories. Basically chose running 12.6 meters a second south from 760 meters north. Calculate the exact angle and distance Y needs to snipe Cho with a water spell. Dead silence. Kids in the back start whispering. Dude, that's water magic stuff. How are we supposed to know that if we don't main water? Is he trolling us? Yusion's barely keeping his eyes open. He lets out a massive yawn. So boring. Why is this Magic Academy class such a drag? Oops, bad timing. The prof's eagle eyes lock right onto him. Yusion jumps a little. Busted. Kalim's voice drops about an octave. Yusion, get up here and solve it. He stands up with a fake grin. You got it. Inside, he's screaming. I am so screwed. But like 2 seconds later, he's done. He drops the chalk and looks back. All good. The prof just stands there, jaw on the floor, eyes popping out. Callum scans the board. Impressive. You crushed that in record time. Then he gets curious about Yusion's magic type. You, a water user, Yuson, waves him off with a grin. Nope, not me. Teacher sends him back. Right, let's keep moving. Bell rings. Everyone bails. Just as Yuson's trying to ghost, he hears a voice he knows way too well. Hey. He spins around. She's clutching a book, staring daggers at him. Finally, she speaks up. I need to ask you something. Yuson freezes for a sec, then shrugs. What do you want? Iso doesn't say anything, just sizing him up. Her brain is working overtime. Forget his grades, she thinks. This guy's actually a genius. Maybe top tier. She keeps replaying how chill he was solving that impossible problem. She saw it with her own eyes, but her brain still refuses to buy it. No way. That question was college level, maybe harder. Who is this guy I know? Stella's full of freaks, but what's his deal? He looks so basic, and his grades are trash. So naturally, she wrote him off. I thought I was crazy, but now I know. He's gaming the system with his class schedule. She frowns, getting desperate. What class you got next? She needs that intel. The random question throws him off. He blinks, totally confused. Why you crushing on me or something? ISO gags. Gross? No. He shoots back. Trust me, I'm more creeped out than you are. That sounded childish. I'm supposed to be the grown-up here, he thinks. He rubs his neck, sighing. Seriously though, why do you care? She cuts to the chase. I tracked your schedule. You only pick classes where it's easy to score high. He stiffens up. ISO doesn't hold back now. I'm just gonna say it. Who taught you how to game the system? I need to know. Yu-Seol starts sweating internally. Crap, she figured it out. He forces a laugh. Haha, what do you mean? I just got lucky with my picks. This conversation is going south fast. He turns to bail. If you're done being weird, I'm out. He starts walking away. Huh, she gasps. Hey, wait, he ignores her. She's standing there like a fish out of water. She grits her teeth and runs after him. I said, hold up. Yu-Seol stops, actually surprised. He turns around. ISO catches up looking awkward. Just, hang on. He frowns. Dude, why are you stalking me? Go bug the other geniuses. Or just copy my schedule if you're that obsessed. You already stalked my classes anyway. ISO's catching her breath, but looks him dead in the eye. Everyone gets an A+ in Moon Saint, so that's fine. But if I crash your other classes, I'll wreck the grading curve and tank your score. She looks at him desperate. Yu-Seol feels a twinge of guilt. If she blows her scholarship, she's toast. Even when she's desperate, she's worrying about ruining his grades. Classic main character energy, he thinks. He stares at her. Suddenly she looks up and hits him with the puppy dog eyes. Just give me one easy class, please. He gives her the cold shoulder. You think acting cute is gonna work on me? She puts her hands on her cheeks, acting totally helpless. It's not working. That's weird. Usually my face makes people do whatever I want. Yu-Seol stares at this bizarre display. He just feels tired. Are you for real right now? After teasing him, Ao giggled, her eyes squinting with joy. Just messing with you. I knew you'd react like that, so I actually prepared a reward for you. Hearing that, he looked surprised. Reward. Her words reminded him of when Hung Bi-yeon offered something similar. His jaw dropped as he helplessly thought, why is everyone in this place so obsessed with handing out rewards? Where do they even learn this lame stuff? Then Io popped the question. Do you know anything about the ghost story in the 7th tower? That question made him freeze. Baek Yu-Seol stared at her wide-eyed and suspicious. He stood right in front of her and bluntly admitted, yeah, I know it. She lit up at his answer. Really? Barely anyone knows about that. Regaining her composure, Io started casually spilling everything she knew. Because it's an abandoned tower that disappeared, but there's a bunch of barriers stopping people from getting close to where it used to be. Before she could finish her sentence, Yu-Seol cut in. Hold up. This confused her. Glancing at him and seeing how exhausted he looked, she asked with concern, is everything okay? Listening to her ramble, he closed his eyes and massaged his forehead, groaning internally. I'm losing my mind. Right now to him, this was a massive deal. Baek Yu-Seol couldn't hide his panic, because for him, Flame could increase influence over the male lead through the text of the novel. So if Flame knows, that means in the original novel, Io also knew, which means there's a chance she and the male lead will have a romantic meetup in a dreamy space. And Io is only supposed to give this intel to the main character, definitely not a side character like him. It felt like a bad manhwa recap where the plot goes off the rails. Yu-Seol slowed his pace and asked, that's a scary story, right? I don't want to hear it. It's not interesting at all. Io's eyes went wide, staring blankly at his retreating back. As the two walked down the hallway chatting back and forth, he spoke up, even though it's not actually scary. Are you afraid of ghosts? At your age, whatever, I'll tell you for free. She trailed behind him, getting suspicious and testing the waters. You're acting like you weren't gonna tell me. Did you change your mind? Yu-Seol replied, with a hint of resignation. Yeah, I changed my mind. He thought for a second. Plus, the look on Ao's face was totally desperate for Yu-Seol's answer. He figured, if she's that sincere about it, that's enough. Yu-Seol spoke up, deciding to offer her some advice. This has nothing to do with your grades, but it's something that'll be super useful for you. For your liberal arts elective, sign up for the Abyssal Meditation Journey class. Io recalled the course list, looking confused. Meditation? Sign up for that, as a liberal arts class. Studying moon saints and meditation. Are you planning to farm vegetables? Baek Yu-Seol immediately shut that down. Not at all. He scratched the tip of his nose. He thought for a moment. How do I explain this? He told Io. My teacher is a bishop, just like you, and she uses meditation to boost her magic power. Just by meditating? Ao asked, totally surprised. Yup, he confirmed. Yuson thought to himself. In reality, nobody knows this yet, but for bishops who possess massive destructive power, meditation is absolute key. An image of a bishop holding an almighty scepter appeared in his mind, followed by a scene of that person meditating. Baek Yu-Seol was sure of it, because the accuracy comes from formulas and calculations, but ultimately, it stems from the mind where mana is triggered. He turned to explain further to Io. I don't tell many people this, but since you're cute, I'll make an exception. You literally just called me ugly, she retorted helplessly. Io smiled softly. Anyway, thanks. It's a shame it's not a subject that can raise my GPA, but I'll still register for it. Seeing she actually listened to his advice, Yuson just dropped a casual suit yourself. Io, having gotten what she wanted, beamed and walked away. Baek Yu-Seol watched her leave deep in thought and sighed. I actually told her. I'm a little scared to think about how this changes the future. A bloody scene flashed through his mind. But if it helps her escape her fear, Ao might still face a gruesome death in this life. If meditation can help her, then that's great. Baek Yu-Seol prayed silently. Suddenly, Baek Yu-Seol remembered something. He looked down at his hand, looking totally confused. Wait, now that I think about it, I'm a mage too, right? Why haven't I thought about training? He recalled the previous game. The character Baek Yu-Seol trained insanely hard. Awakening revelation magic affects physical condition and makes you grow terrifyingly fast. Walking down the stairs, Yuson had his own thoughts. In the game, I could just grab XP by mashing buttons like some generic leveling manhwa. Now, I have to do it manually. Anyway, it's been pretty peaceful lately. No challenges or monster hunting, so I can't stack up any more experience. Baek Yu-Seol suddenly smiled gently. I should be grateful to Io. He looked around the room and thought, this dorm is huge. The rules stated that, at Stella, all students live in the dorms. He tried to remember the dorm system. It was just side content, where gamers could decorate their rooms for fun. But for Yuson, this was basically his only home since his village had been burned to the ground. He walked around the room. The dorms were divided based on the classes the students attended. The room sizes were identical, but the occupancy was arranged according to class rank. Of course, S-class students lived on the top floor. Baek Yu-Seol thought he felt a bit lonely, but having a place to crash was lucky enough. He sighed wearily and slipped back into a meditative state. Yuson told himself, let's get started. He closed his eyes to focus. Stats aren't the most important thing. Since this is reality, I have to get used to this body. He reminisced. In the game, Yuson was a genius who could manifest a sword aura, exploiting the fact that mana circulates infinitely in and out of the body. Remembering the plot he used to play, nobody paid attention to him, so nobody knew. The storyline played out in Yuson's head. Baek Yu-Seol was a prodigy swordsman, the only one in the world to reach the pinnacle of the sword path. Yuson sat in serious meditation, a stream of golden mana wrapping around his body. I need to walk that path again. Baek Yu-Seol could feel the mana flowing through him. His breath was the controller for the mana current throughout his body. If I can slowly increase the mana volume with each breath, I'll gather enough soon. After meditating for a while, the mana flowing through Yuson's body gradually spread into the surrounding air. Skills won't level up just by hoarding experience. You have to constantly use the skill to level it up, which means the only thing to do is train. The clock on the wall ticked softly, pointing to 4 o'clock. The sun started peeking over the horizon, and the mana flowing around Yuson looked hazy and trippy. Yuson snapped awake suddenly, realizing something was up. Staring hard at the mana aura, he figured this must be the exact sensation Baek Yu-Seol used to talk about. He focused on the flow. Being diagnosed with mana leakage syndrome as a kid usually sucks, and even though the signal was weak, he could totally vibe with it. The blue notification screen popped up out of nowhere, classic system Manhwa vibes, announcing that the mana leakage syndrome skill had leveled up. The flash step skill leveled up too. He let out a hype scream that echoed through the tiny room. Hell yeah, Yuson clenched his fist, stoked that he was finally inching closer to his endgame. He looked totally satisfied, his eyes locked in with pure determination. He was going to find the true ending, no doubt. Cut to a massive field of lush green grass. Every freshman in the academy was shuffling toward the assembly point, right in the middle of that endless sea of green. Flame stood there, letting the breeze carry the scent of fresh grass over her. She figured the scenery was probably rendered by magic, but honestly, It felt legit. In the game lore, the Stella Dormitory was designed as a pocket dimension inside the school settings. It allowed the admins to tweak the size and specs of the place whenever they wanted. Basically, every major event goes down here. Sports festivals, dungeon raids, gate outbreaks, monster training, you name it. The crowd wasn't exactly in formation, but it wasn't a total mosh pit either. Flame scanned the mob from the back of the pack. She ran the numbers 141 people total. She cross-referenced her memory of the novel. Classes A1 and A2 held 50 students. Class S had 41. But in the book, Class S was only supposed to have 39. Flame did the math in silence, including herself, that made 40. So who was the random extra? Her gut told her it had to be Baek Yu-Seol. She dug deeper into the original script. The novel listed 1,140 freshmen. With her, that's 1,141. In other words, Baek Yu-Seol was technically part of the canon now. Flame tried to keep her cool, but the anxiety was written all over her face. She'd figure it out eventually. No sweat, she got this. Clenching her fist, she hyped herself up. After all, she was the only one in this world with the cheat codes, the knowledge of the novel. Flame started moving with the rest of the herd. Class was about to start when a voice cut through the noise, catching her attention. "Yo, Prince Jeremy, you done with course registration?" Jeremy flashed a bright smile. "You know it all done." The other guy kept going. "We signed up for soft magic research, 'cause we heard that's where you were headed." Hearing that, the dude practically glowed like the sun was playing favorites with him. "For real, let's crush it together then." Flame eavesdropped on the whole exchange, shooting a deadpan look at the group of simps. She recalled his profile, Prince Jeremy. Blonde hair, blinding smile, always popular. The plot revolved around this guy in the novel. He was obsessed with ISO but got rejected hard. That eventually turned him into a total villain. Flame sized him up. He looked like a nice guy, but every move he made was calculated chess. She needed to steer clear of that drama. Jeremy caught Flame staring from the sidelines and immediately hit her with a friendly wave and a smile. Flame waved back, thinking, okay, naturally, he's a hottie, I get why people glaze him so much. But her suspicion of the guy didn't drop a single notch. Prince Jeremy was definitely the sketchiest person in this school. Flame turned on her heel, deciding to mind her own business. She had to lock in because this world was her reality now. She needed to prep for the future. Jeremy watched her walk away, a smirk playing on his lips. He remembered her name. If he wasn't mistaken, it was Flame. Once all the students were gathered, the professor stepped up to the plate. "Listen up," he said softly. The professor stood straight and laid it out. "We're kicking things off with a simple drill before we dive into the actual lecture. I need to gauge your skill levels so I know how to teach you. I'll be running this training personally. If you don't like it, tough luck." The professor scanned the crowd with a stone-cold expression. Before starting, he made sure to drop a warning so nobody would try anything stupid. "As you guys know, I have the authority to tank or boost your grades. Just remember, if you drop below a certain threshold, you're expelled." With the warning delivered, he elaborated on what was coming next. "Now let me break down the training details." The professor held out his hand and calmly explained, "We're doing a dungeon simulation test. I'll be using real-world effects, traps, and monsters to check your stats. Here's the scoring meta: 4 points. If you bag a monster with danger level 1, 8 points. For danger level 2. Holding up a stick, he added, 20 points if you snag the point baton." The item vanished as soon as he finished speaking. Top 5 students get a small reward and priority shopping rights. Score 0 and your grade takes a hit. Flame absorbed every word, analyzing the rules. If you're scared of failing or just lonely, feel free to party up, but remember, the points get split evenly among the squad. A second later, he vanished into thin air, dropping one last bombshell before disappearing. "Oh, and if you take down another student, you steal their points. That's it. Good luck." Suddenly, the ground started quaking violently. The students started freaking out, stuttering. "What the hell?" A scream ripped through the air. Right after that, the earth cracked open and screams of panic echoed everywhere. Massive vines burst from the ground beneath their feet. Flame instantly recognized the mechanic. "No way," she thought. "These are the giant vines from the Jack and the Beanstalk map." The map loaded in fully enormous tangled vines, creating a landscape that was honestly kind of epic. The students were frozen, nobody daring to make a dumb move with the terrain changing like that. Flame stood her ground, while everyone else scrambled to find teammates. Her shock had already faded. Gripping her weapon, she locked in. "All right, let's roll." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind her. It was Jackie. "You planning to solo this?" he asked with a grin. Behind him, a few others were waving her over. "Oh," she muttered. Jackie. She looked at him, weighing the pros and cons. A party offered safety, sure, but she needed to run solo if she wanted to rack up more points. Flame made up her mind and shut it down. Sorry, I'm rolling solo this time. Jackie grinned, eyes crinkling, but her reply had this weird vibe to it. Ah, gotcha. If we squad up, you gotta split the points, right? Flame just nodded. Yeah, exactly. The sarcasm was so thick, you could cut it with a knife. Flame thought. Is she mocking me or what? Before bailing, Flame tossed out one last line to keep the peace. Catch you next time. Jackie turned back. Sure. Flame didn't leave immediately, though. She paused, watching Jackie head back to her clique. Watching them talk, Flame couldn't help overthinking it. Am I paranoid? Or is she totally copying my style? Jackie told her crew. Flame's going solo. Her friend shrugged. Whatever. Flame decided to ignore the drama. She'll probably get over it eventually. Time flew. An hour later, a little green monster got wrecked and exploded all over the ground. After non-stop fighting, Flame was starting to feel the burn. Whew, I'm beat. She was surrounded by low-level monster corpses. Seriously, when is this training session gonna end? Something felt off. Suddenly, a massive tree with huge branches lunged at her. Flame had insane reflexes and blocked the hit with magic. The branches scattered around her before retreating back underground, like nothing happened. Flame looked around. Not just monsters, but the plants are trying to kill me too. She was shook. Typical Magic Academy stuff. Even the basic dungeon training is hardcore. She tallied up her score after an hour of grinding. 18 points collected. Not too shabby. But the gap is small. Anyone could catch up with just a few kills. Flame didn't linger. Gotta keep moving. Suddenly, she spotted a blurry silhouette in the distance. The figure was backlit by the sun, making it super hard to make out. She gasped. Is that a monster? She squinted. No, that's a human. But how is a student that good at stealth? Flame gritted her teeth. Whatever. I can blend in with nature too. She hid behind a giant tree, running through her skill set: bind, destroy, defend, and heal. Ambush is the best play here. She peeked out from her hiding spot and almost screamed. She couldn't believe her eyes. It was Yusan. He was scanning the area alone. Is he running solo too? Flame remembered the gossip. Everyone wanted to team up with Yusan, but he turned them all down. What's his deal? Then, she saw it. Her eyes went wide. Yusan was holding a point bar. He already got one. Perfect opportunity, she thought. Time to test him. Flame charged up her light magic and her weapon started glowing. She did the math. About 15 meters. No way he can defend against this in time. Light energy swirled around her. Flame's gaze hardened. She aimed her weapon and fired a light bullet without hesitation. The golden projectile screamed toward Yusan. He sensed the danger, whipped around, and instantly popped his blink skill. A split second before impact, Yusan vanished into thin air. Flame was stunned. What the hell? She stared at the spot where he just was. The ground was scorched black, from her attack dust swirling everywhere, but Yusan was gone. Flame gripped her weapon, totally confused. How? He dodged a tier 2 spell from that range. Point of view switch to Yusan. He used blink, disappearing and reappearing somewhere else instantly. Just like in a leveling manhwa. Yusan watched Flame from his new spot. Jesus, is she trying to kill me? Who opens with a light bullet? Thank God my Mana Leak syndrome leveled up, or I'd be toast. A blue window popped up, classic system manhwa style. Blink level 1, max range 12. 2 charges, 3-second cooldown. He analyzed the screen. Only 2 blinks left. I could use the terrain to take her out, but avoiding her is the smarter play. Yusan spammed blink a few more times until he reached a safe spot. This should be far enough. We're good, he thought. I'm aiming for 5th place, no need to get risky. He recalled the prize etheric potion. That potion boosts stamina and strength like crazy. Yusan strolled along. The top 4 spots belong to the main characters anyway. This feels like a manhwa recap where the outcome is rigged. They only need 3 more point bars. A voice rang out, dripping with attitude. Well, look who it is. A gang blocked his path. The guy up front smirked. Yusan from Class S. They faced off, separated by a massive tree root. Yusan racked his brain. Who is this clown? He eyed the arrogant dude. Oh, right, Ridden. He's been making noise lately. Just another one of Jeremy's lackeys. They never stop coming. Yusan glanced at Ridden's hand and paused. Wait, he has 3 point bars. He thought about it. Definitely using his minions to farm points for him. One of the goons whispered. Rumor has it he cheated to get into Class S. Ridden laughed, mocking him. Got into Class S just by answering 3 stupid questions. Stella Academy must be going downhill. He kept running his mouth. Boring. Get some new material, dude. Hey, Yusan, Ridden taunted. Since we're here, hand over your point bar. Yusan scoffed. Nah, I'm good. Ridden's eye twitched. Huh. Resisting, he sneered, gesturing to his squad. You really think you can take us all on, with that mediocre stick of yours? The guy scoffed. You can't even cast a basic spell, and you think you can handle a wand? Yusan didn't flinch his mind, already racing to outplay these losers. What's the play here? Yusan analyzed. With just a low-tier blink, going head-to-head with a big-shot noble like Ven is suicide. Then it clicked. He glanced at the point rod in his grip, a nasty little plan forming based on the dungeon's layout. He held the rod up, keeping his voice dead calm. Here. Raiden smirked, full of himself. That's more like it. Seeing the fish take the bait, Yusan cracked a grin. In a split second, Yusan blurred into motion, materializing right in the guy's face before Raiden could even blink. Caught off guard, all the noble could do was grunt. Yusan flashed a dangerous smile. Raiden realized he was in trouble and popped a defensive barrier just in time to block the incoming strike. Watching his shield shatter into pieces after a single hit, Raiden grit his teeth, refusing to accept he was losing ground. Damn it, he ground his teeth, furious. This filthy commoner. Raiden shoved his hand forward, using the blast's recoil to create some distance. He screamed, totally losing it. You son of a, I'll kill you. But before he could finish, he froze. There was nobody there. He blinked, confused. Where'd he go? Then Yusan's mocking voice drifted from right behind him. Oh man. Raiden stood there paralyzed, while Yusan dropped a casual remark. That was close. Yusan held up 2-point rods, wearing the most punchable face imaginable. He glanced at the group and winked. Thanks for the donation. Raiden shrieked. You bastard, give those back. Yusan just shrugged. Nah. He admired his loot. These rods were definitely the real deal. It reminded him of a trick he picked up while gaming. The system panel flashed info about the rods, but honestly, they were basically glitched items. Their durability was insane, completely immune to student-level magic. They packed the punch of high-tier magical tools. Yusan ran the numbers. Sure, they were meant for mages, but for a physical fighter like him, a weapon with this much raw power was 100% effective. After seeing that impact, Raiden knew he couldn't just rush in blindly. He stared at Yusan, actual fear creeping into his eyes. That jerk stole my points. He spun around and took it out on his lackeys, his voice cracking. What are you idiots waiting for? Get him. Suddenly, the dungeon shifted. The ground shook violently, and massive trees started rearranging themselves. Raiden panicked, looking around wildly. Damn, what is wrong with this place? He barked orders at his crew. Group up, charge your spells, and don't let that guy out of your sight. This was exactly what Yusan was waiting for. While they were freaking out over the quake, he circled around behind them. He moved like a ghost, using the shifting terrain and his skills to bail. One of Raiden's goons spotted him and screamed. Yusan's making a run for it. They instantly aimed their weapons. Energy beams tore through the air as someone yelled, "Where do you think you're going, loser?" Yusan glanced back, just as the barrage of spells was about to turn him into toast. Better aim than I thought, he admitted. Zip, he vanished right out of the crossfire. The group raged, screaming, damn it. He blinked again. Golden after images flickered all around them. They looked at each other, eyes wide. Where the hell is he hiding? He's too fast. I can't track him. Yusan kept moving, thinking that with his years of PvP experience, exploiting map terrain was a piece of cake. Raiden was losing his mind, a mix of anger and panic. Bastard, I just need to land one hit. A minion shouted, voice trembling. Raiden, the dungeon is shifting again. Raiden spun around and snapped. Chill out. He's still around here somewhere. Wait for the ground to stop moving, then blast him on sight. Raiden scanned the area, adding a frantic warning. If we screw this up, the magic backlash will fry us, so be careful. He barely got the words out before Yusan popped up right in his face, like a jump scare monster. With one strike, Yusan shattered Raiden's shield like glass. Raiden stumbled backward and slammed right into one of his own guys mid-cast. The lackey grunted as his magic started leaking out of his weapon like a mini tornado. Realizing what was happening, the kid screamed, "Oh crap, it's backfiring." The spells meant for Yusan blew up in their faces. Lightning bolts rained down on their own position, leaving the whole squad screaming and clutching their heads. Yusan dusted his hands off and relocated to a nearby ridge. Looking down at Raiden's crew writhing on the ground, he thought, game over. Weak groans filled the air. Raiden looked around, furious, covered in dirt and bruises, a total mess. Damn it, he yelled. Yusan called down from his high ground. Hey, I'm taking this, by the way. He was juggling 3-point rods loot straight from Raiden's pockets. Yu-sung grinned, his voice dripping with sarcasm. If I ever get a girlfriend, I'll give her these as a souvenir. Raiden stared up in shock. Since when did you? He scrambled up, screaming like a toddler throwing a tantrum. Give it back. Yu-sung chuckled internally. It's been a blast, guys, but I'm out. And just like that, he vanished into thin air. Raiden shook, with rage fists clenched tight. You, he stammered, then roared, you son of a bitch. Unnoticed, someone behind a tree had watched the whole show. Yu-sung strolled down the path, grinning like an idiot. I totally hit the jackpot. He swung his loot around, replaying the fight. In a straight brawl, they would have crushed him, but this wasn't some basic leveling manhwa, where stats are everything, experience is what actually counts, kids. Yu-sung stopped dead, scanning the area. His brow furrowed. I've got a really bad feeling about this. Suddenly, a wave of intense heat hit his back. A massive fire tornado was roaring right at him, getting way too close for comfort. Baek Yu-seol paced around the woods, feeling kinda sketchy. His gut was screaming that something wicked was coming his way. Up in the sky, a massive fireball. By the time he clocked it, it was basically game over. That giant ball of flame was hurtling straight at him full throttle. Seeing that nastiness, he gritted his teeth. You gotta be kidding me. The blast slammed into the ground, where he stood, triggering a hellish explosion like some apocalypse. Right before he got toasted, he triggered his flash step to get the hell out of dodge. His poker face, gone. Man, that gave him the creeps. Baek Yu-seol stood at a safe distance, watching the forest turn to ash. That was way too close for comfort. While he tried to figure out which maniac fired that spell, a silhouette emerged from the smoke. She stepped up and called out, Yo peasant. Hong Bi-yun, looking all high and mighty, with her staff grilled him. Why didn't you loot a spare wand from those losers, huh? Seeing her threw him for a loop. Hong Bi-yun. Wait, something felt off. Why is she even here? Baek Yu-seol scratched his head. Think you got the wrong idea there. It's not that I wouldn't take it, I couldn't. But seriously, if I didn't snag their gear, what's it to you? Silence hung between them for a sec. Then it clicked. Wait, don't tell me. Baek Yu-seol pointed a finger right in her face, yelling. Were you planning to jack everything? If I did the hard work, I already schooled you once, and you're still pulling this crap, are you even human? Hong Bi-yun put a hand on her chest, snooty as ever. I am royalty. He just blinked. Oh. She immediately taunted him. If you get it, then come catch these hands. This whole situation was giving him a headache. Hong Bi-yun pointed her staff right at his nose. As a royal mugging, a commoner lacks class. So I'm gonna beat you down and take your stuff fair and square. Baek Yu-seol felt his blood pressure spike. Screw your class. You think bullying the weak makes you cool? Hong Bi-yun looked confused. The weak? She dropped the attitude and got serious. I saw you toying with that mob. You fought them without using a single lick of proper magic. Baek Yu-seol looked a little guilty at that accusation. Earlier, she'd been wandering the woods alone like some side character in a Magic Academy story. Hong Bi-yun was rushing, thinking, gotta move fast, or mom's gonna kill me. Suddenly, a voice caught her ear. That voice, she looked over and saw Jaiden's crew scouring the area for him. Baek Yu-seol bailed, where's that punk hiding? She watched, surprised. Just then, a blur shot past the group. It was Baek Yu-seol huffing and puffing. Hong Bi-yun watched the scene, Jaiden's squad versus Yu-seol. She checked herself, wondering if she should jump in. Nah, even for her, taking on 6 guys is a pain. Hong Bi-yun gripped her staff, deciding to let them tire each other out first. But just as she expected them to be exhausted, she witnessed something that made her jaw drop. He was using a sword combined with his flash step to counterattack Jaiden's crew. She was stunned. What the hell? That peasant isn't using any magic besides teleporting. He shattered their defensive spells with just a sword. Hong Bi-yun watched from the bushes, her eyes narrowing with disdain. He's not on my level, but he's still from a prestigious wizard family. He's got the skills to clown those guys effortlessly. The memory made her bite her lip in anger. Back in the present, Hong Bi-yun snapped. She gripped her staff, thinking, I'm just gonna burn everything to the ground. A second later, she launched her assault. A barrage of fireballs shot out in rapid succession. Seeing those flames incoming, Baek Yu-seol panicked. He triggered his flash step instantly to dodge the heat. He reappeared at a safe distance, but nope, another fireball was already in his face. This massive sphere of plasma radiated enough heat to melt the scenery. Baek Yu-seol had to double blink his teleport just to clear the blast zone. Hong Bi-yun didn't take her eyes off him. She didn't look surprised at all. Once he was clear of the flames, he finally exhaled. Classic Hong Bi-yun. That was actually gnarly. Good thing my instincts are sharp. Meanwhile, she couldn't wrap her head around it. He dodged that with just 2 teleports. How is that even possible? After a pause, she called out, "Your baton. You're still not gonna pull it out." Baek Yu-Seol tilted his head. "What are you talking about? You already stole my baton. Don't act like you forgot about the modification job." Hong Bi-yeon stared him down. Doesn't every student get a standard issue wand at enrollment? That's when it hit him. He totally forgot about that thing. He stammered, "Oh snap. Yeah, I guess I do have one." He'd tossed it in his inventory day 1. I mean, I never used the thing, so it kinda slipped my mind. Seeing him play dumb just ticked her off. You really love trolling people, don't you? Her eyes started to glow with intensity. She glared at him, internal monologue, raging, "I'm out here busting my back, and this peasant treats it like a game." Seething, she spat, "Even an idiot knows better. You better start taking me seriously." A chill ran down his spine. Dude, I'm always serious, he thought. I just literally can't use magic. If you don't. Suddenly, a sea of fire erupted behind Hong Bi-yeon. She was going all out. "I'm going to end you." A raging inferno swirled around her back. Hong Bi-yeon's face was the definition of locked in. She raised her staff. Time to crush this peasant. She unleashed the flames straight at him. Baek Yu-Seol couldn't play it cool anymore. He frantically dodged her attacks, only to be shocked by another fireball, manifesting right in his grill. He hit the deck to duck under it. But she wasn't done. Another attack was already incoming. He scrambled to his feet, staring down the wall of fire. Looking at that gargantuan blaze, he thought, crap. Even if I flash the AoE on this thing is insane. What's the play here? Suddenly, a noise from behind caught his ear, and he spun around to check out the charred remains of a bush. Yu-Seol's brain kicked into high gear. He triggered his blink skill to create some distance, glancing back just as the flames roared into a massive inferno. He ducked behind a boulder, barely escaping a crispy death talk about a close call. Peeking out at her, Yu-Seol realized that while he'd luckily dodged the attack, his stamina bar was taking a serious hit. Seeing her standing tall amidst the blaze, he calculated the risk getting close to Hong Bi-yeon now would just trigger those orbiting fireballs like landmines. Flashbacks hit him. Fighting fire mages was a pain he knew too well, and her skill level was way higher than he anticipated, making him sweat. Yu-Seol stepped out from cover, admitting to himself that on an open field, he would have been burnt toast in under 60 seconds. Busted. Hong Bi-yeon locked onto him, raised her staff, probably regretting this whole mess, and sent a fresh wave of fire streaks his way. Watching the barrage incoming like a meteor shower, a crazy idea sparked in his mind as he tightened his grip on the scoring rods. His eyes went cold. Nobody knew who was going to take the L yet, and he bolted straight into the fray. In a move that looked suicidal, Yu-Seol charged right into the heart of the blaze, his eyes glowing as the projectiles closed in. He tracked the trajectory of every single flame, and just as they curved to hit him, he swatted them aside with his rods, like a pro. Seeing Yu-Seol literally parrying her magic left her stunned, gasping out a disbelief-filled, "No freaking way." Hong Bi-yeon's mind raced. Was this guy seriously deflecting high-level magic with physical attacks? She couldn't believe her eyes. Is this even legal mechanics? Meanwhile, Yu-Seol realized that the longer this dragged on, the sharper his senses were getting. It hit him hard this wasn't just button mashing on a keyboard anymore. This was his actual body going toe-to-toe with a mage in real time. The flow of mana around him became crystal clear, so tangible he felt like he could reach out and pluck the energy strings with his fingertips. His sixth sense was now as sharp as his sight or touch, leaving the girl opposite him, frozen in shock, wondering what kind of cheat code he was using. The dense forest terrain nerfed her fire attribute, and Hong Bi-yeon bit her lip, realizing her only play was to nuke him with a higher-tier spell. She immediately started chanting a new incantation, and Yu-Seol's expression darkened, as dealing with the spam of firebolts became a serious struggle. Ducking behind a tree, he knew he couldn't just tank hits forever. He had to smash through Hong Bi-yeon's mana shield with his rod, or he was done for. Yu-Seol spotted the opening while she was stuck in her casting animation and instantly halted his retreat. He switched gears and rushed her now, using blink to phase through the wall of flames and appear right in her face. Terrified by his sudden proximity, Hong Bi-yeon panicked and triggered the crash spell, not even caring if she got caught in the blast radius. Yu-Seol hesitated for a split second, his mind rapidly analyzing the mechanics of the spell she just queued up. A knockback spell with a 2-meter explosive AoE. Yu-Seol smirked, having dealt with this exact mechanic 1,000 times before. He baited her, and hopped backward instantly, leaving Hong Bi-yun standing there with her mouth hanging open in total disbelief. The second his boots hit the dirt, he lunged back in, slamming his rod against her barrier with enough force to send spiderweb cracks spreading across the surface. With unbelievable force, Yusun shattered her defense completely, sending Hong Bi-yun crumbling to the ground with a cry of pain. Yusun crouched down in front of her, flashing a gentle smile. "Good game, I win." But she wasn't having it, angrily, demanding, "Who the hell are you, seriously?" He stood up and dusted off his clothes, replying casually, "What, I'm just your average everyday student?" "But that doesn't matter right now," he said, tilting his head toward the trees behind him. "You can stop hiding and come out." A shadow detached itself from a tree. It was Flame, looking totally shook that her stealth mode failed. She stepped out, eyeing him suspiciously. "How did you know I was there?" He closed his eyes with a nonchalant grin. Call it a gut feeling. Internally, he knew he'd tracked her mana leak, but she wasn't buying the vagueness. A gut feeling? And I suppose a gut feeling helped you smash a magic shield with a stick, like some hero in a leveling manhwa. Her directness made him jump a little. Yeah, that was a hunch too. He started sweating bullets, thinking that a game glitch like this definitely didn't belong in the original romance novel plot, but he couldn't exactly drop the truth bomb on them. Yusun tried to bluff, tapping his weapon. "Hey, this thing is surprisingly durable." She immediately shot back. "So, what if it's hard? You think just swinging a hard stick breaks high-level barriers?" If that were true, actual knights would be out of a job. He had zero comeback for that logic. "Fair point." She continued, voicing her suspicions. "Ever since I transferred to this academy, I've sensed something weird about you." Flame locked eyes with him. "Baek Yu-Seol, who are you really?" The question hung in the air while Hong Bi-yun looked back and forth between them, totally lost. Realizing his cover was blown, he sighed internally. Was it happening already? It hadn't even been a month. Should he just come clean? No way. Flame already disliked him, so telling the truth was too risky. He decided to spin another excuse to get her off his back. "Look, suspect me all you want, but I'm not the villain here." His answer caught her off guard. "Huh, what does that mean?" Yusun hesitated for a second before replying. "Exactly what I said. I'm actually trying to help you." That shut her up real quick. "Help, seriously, who even are you?" He was totally done with this drama and decided to bounce. "Clock's ticking, guys. I'd love to chat, but I'm officially out of time." "Whatever." Seeing him pack up to leave, Bon looked super conflicted. He was just thinking, "Cool, I'm out of here," when Bam Bon chucked her entire stash of point tokens right at the back of his head. Ga Flame stared, totally shook that her boss actually hit him. Yusun grabbed his skull, wincing in pain, and spun around. "Yo, what was that for?" "Hey, use your words," Bon smirked, acting all high and mighty. "Figured you'd catch him. You dodged every spell and trap I threw, but a handful of metal takes you out." Yusun rubbed his head, thinking, "Give me a break. My mana sensing intuition isn't infinite." He groaned. "Ow, that actually stung," and decided to break it down for her. "My intuition runs on mental energy. Okay, I'm running on empty here, which is why my head is splitting right now. So why did you pelt me with loot?" Bon shrugged, acting cool. "You won. Take the spoils." He looked down at the tokens scattered all over the dirt and started doing the math. Is this an ego thing, he wondered? But if I grab all these, my score's gonna skyrocket. Plus, most of this junk is totally useless to me. Yusun bent down and picked up a single token, shocking the heck out of her. He stood up with a grin. "All right, deal. I'm taking this one. You keep the rest." Yusun waved goodbye and bailed immediately. "Later, losers." As he walked away, he started hyping himself up. "Man, I'm such a saint. Showing mercy to the defeated, I'm like the cool main character in a leveling manhwa." Contrary to his internal hype train, Flame watched him go with total disgust. Is that guy mentally okay? Bon didn't skip a beat. Probably just a commoner. Brain doesn't work right. Flame watched his back as he disappeared suddenly, wondering who the heck Yusun actually was. Meanwhile, back at the observation deck, the teachers were glued to the screens, watching the competition unfold like it was some intense Magic Academy reality show. Someone walked up to Professor Hannon. "Oh ho ho, this year's Class S freshmen are built different. Rare talents everywhere. Definitely worth the watch." The guy next to him nodded. "Yeah, this is getting interesting." "Please, I was way better back in my prime," the old woman bragged. These weren't just randoms, it was Tess and Elder from the Magic Council and Jarina Aon from the Blue Tower Council. Professor Hannon was sweating a little. The Magic Council and the Blue Tower. Why are big shots like them watching a bunch of rookies in a training exercise? He frowned, realizing the play. They're headhunting. trying to snatch up the talent early. Pretty much every professor was tuned in. Suddenly, the feed switched to something crazy, and everyone froze. Lee Han-woo was throwing down with Mao Song. The crowd went wild. Whoa, Gun Riang and Song are finally clashing. Deep in the dungeon, the two elites stared each other down. Lee Han-woo pointed his staff mana, crackling at the tip. He fired a blast straight at him, but Mao Seong was already moving, leaping into the air to dodge the strike. A magic circle flashed behind him in mid-air. The spectators lost it. Did he just chain a level, 3 mana, jump 3 times in a row? Dude is 17. How is that even possible? Hanan did the mental math. Usually a mage doesn't hit level 3 mastery until they're at least 25. Yet Mao Seong is 17 and casting level 3 spells like it's nothing. Someone in the crowd gasped. No way. Look at that. They're both wielding 3 different elements. The two students were trading blows with multiple elements. Hanan watched deep in thought. Most mages struggle with 1 element. Mastering 2 takes a lifetime of grinding. But controlling 3, that's not training. That's being born a genius. Pure, unfair talent. He had to admit these kids were monsters. Scree. Suddenly, a horrific noise ripped through the audio feed, making Hanan jump. Is that a hidden boss? A massive bird descended from the sky, landing right between the duelists. It let out a shriek that practically shook the camera. Magic beams shot out from the bird, targeting both students. They panicked, looking up just as a shadow blurred past them. In a split second, the bird was face-planted in the dirt, KO'd. Illy stood casually on top of its unconscious body. "Oh, my bad," she said. "Were you guys fighting? Sorry for interrupting." Hanan analyzed the situation from the booth. Hidden monsters only spawn under specific conditions. They're a pain to find, and even harder to kill. He was stunned. The girl hopped off the creature like it was a playground slide, and that little girl just soloed it. A voice cut in. "Humph. The eldest daughter of that traitor. Such a waste. If her father hadn't pulled that stunt, her talent would be celebrated right now." Tess suddenly squinted at a different screen. That's the princess of the Adonlit Kingdom. The feed showed Bon battling Yusan. Tess leaned in. "Who's she fighting? I don't recognize that kid." Then his eyes went wide. "Wait, what is that magic? Is that teleportation?" He watched the screen, seeing the kid blink around the battlefield. He was absolutely floored when he realized what he was looking at. That's Blink. Blink was notorious. For hundreds of years, the smartest scholars had tried to crack the code on that spell, and they all failed. They either gave up in despair or fried their brains trying. It was basically considered an uncontrollable glitch in the system. Tess couldn't look away, his mind blown. How is a student using Blink that smoothly? He's using it like it's just another arm or leg. On the screen B, Yusun was holding his own without breaking a sweat. Tessa's suspicions spiked. Who the hell is this kid? Professor Hanan didn't wait for the question. He saw the look on the old man's face. His name is B. Yusun. Hanan puffed his chest out a bit. A very special student who uses Blink as his signature move. Jorina Aeon frowned, confused. Blink. As a main skill, Tess shook his head. This isn't like the raw power we saw with Mao Song or Gun Riang. He turned to Professor Hanan. Why isn't he casting anything else? Is he just trolling her? If he used offensive magic with that mobility, the fight would have been over ages ago. Hanan saw the doubt and shut it down immediately. No. Believe it or not, he's fighting seriously. Just then, the door creaked open. A guy who looked a lot like a student walked in. The room went silent, terrified to speak, except for a few nervous whispers. There's Elmoon Elwin, looking absolutely iconic, with that teal hair and those shimmering eyes that catch everyone's attention. Dude didn't waste a second, jumping straight in with he was serious from the jump. You guys just sleep on the details before glancing at the screen with a smirk. Interesting. He's watching Yusan's every move and tells the room. That student's combat style. It's straight up chivalry, like the stuff that supposedly went extinct ages ago. Everyone's jaws hit the floor, and Tez is no exception, piping up. Wait, are you talking about that old school knight spirit that vanished, along with sword masters and ancient magic? Meanwhile, Professor Lee Han-won is just chilling in the corner, eyes locked on the screen, having a total epiphany. Yeah, that's definitely a knight's spirit. He breaks it down further. In a world where magic runs the show, that spirit represents the sheer willpower of knights, who used to live by the sword. Like those legendary heroes who fought evil to save the world, facing down literal demons with nothing but a blade. The council elder is over there wrecking his brain, because in a world full of spells, trying to fight with just a sword is basically suicide. But this student is literally using his wand like a sword. and Tess takes a sneak peek, low-key accepting that it's actually working. Besides, if Moon Elwin says it's legit, nobody's gonna argue considering the guy is the headmaster of Stella Academy. That place is known as the best magic school on the continent, and even though Elwin looks like a regular student bro, is secretly a ninth circle mage and one of the only 10 great sages alive, Tess stares at Elwin thinking, if a great sage says it, it's gotta be facts. Cut to the training grounds where the first dungeon practical exam just wrapped up. Sounds of violence are echoing from the training pit. It's Lee Han-wol smashing training dummies with magic like he's got a vendetta. After going hard for a while, Gunryang is totally gassed, gasping for air. He stares at his wand, cursing internally. Damn it, I'm almost out of mana, gripping the stick so hard his knuckles turn white. He's telling himself it's not enough. Not even close. Probably because 39 out of 141 students just flunked the dungeon test. Io took first place cause she nuked that bird monster, and I'm stuck at second. Gunryang thinks walking off the field. Ma Yu-sung came in sixth, but why does it feel like I'm the one who took the L? He freezes, face twisted in pure frustration. He flashes back to their spar, when the hidden monster crashed the party thinking, if Yu-sung hadn't stepped in. Gunryang grinds his teeth, totally triggered. He replays the memory of seeing Ma Yu-sung, thinking I've had this weird feeling about him since day one. The guy's face just keeps popping up in Gunryang's mind, living rent-free. Yu-seong acts like he doesn't care, but everything he does is pro-level, maybe even higher. Gunryang thinks just standing there stunned. Even in this test, I set up traps everywhere, calculated every single move he'd make, and Yu-seong still countered my attacks like it was nothing. Yu-seong's image is crushing him, making Gunryang question his whole existence. Can I ever actually beat this guy? Is the skill gap really that huge? Gunryang stands there silent, but his brain is screaming, wondering if he's just an NPC in someone else's leveling manhwa. No way, no time for a pity party. I gotta grind harder. Just then, Hong Bi-yeon walks by the training grounds. She sees Gunryang whipping up a terrifying magic tornado and is shook, thinking Gunryang's usually chill. Why is he tweaking out today? But Hong Bi-yeon starts charging her own magic thinking, well, I probably shouldn't say anything. She launches a flame arrow straight at a dummy, looking like she's trying to murder the thing, eyebrows furrowed in pure rage. Hong Bi-yeon's power is no joke. It obliterates everything in its path, causing a massive explosion that finally gets Gunryang's attention. She walks up next to him with her staff, looking absolutely furious, thinking, I can't believe I had to give up my wand and only got third place. Mom seemed okay with it, but if I don't get my wand back, I'm dead meat. She takes her anger out on the target, blasting it with insane power, while thinking, that commoner is so arrogant, I literally can't stand him. After that nuke, she's huffing and puffing, trying to cool off. Gunryang sees this and keeps his distance thinking, Princess, you good? Watching her blow stuff up, Gunryang realizes something. Am I tripping? Or is the princess's aim way better than before? He watches silently. Hong Bi-yeon's fire magic has always been strong but messy. There's no way she got this precise overnight. Is it just luck? Meanwhile, Hong Bi-yeon ignores him, lost in her own headspace. Damn it. The more she thinks about asking him for help, the more she realizes that Yu-seong's lecture actually worked, even if she hates admitting it. She grips her staff tighter, admitting to herself, because of his nonsense advice, my mindset changed and my control leveled up like crazy. It's a hard pill to swallow. He's a total commoner with trash grades and a terrible personality, but Baek Yu-seol is the only one who knew how to fix my glitch. She feels a bit better admitting it, but still kinda salty. Mad, but effective. Suddenly a voice snaps her out of it. Princess. It's her bodyguard. Hong Bi-yeon asks Jeterin what's the deal. The guard answers fast. The telephone wand you asked for is fixed. She's holding the box super carefully. Should I take it to Mr. Yu-seol right now? Hong Bi-yeon stays cool. Yeah, go ahead. The guard nods. All right, excuse me. Before she can leave, Hong Bi-yeon grabs her shoulder. Wait. Jeterin turns around and sees the princess blushing hard, looking totally awkward and nervous. What's the deal? She asks softly. The scene shifted to the second tower, a place that was straight up fancy, totally dripping with wealth. Hong Bi-yeon stood at the base, totally spacing out. She heard that commoner Baek Yu-seol was around here. But wait, this is the second tower, professor's labs and stuff. I'm not here for a lecture, right? She was hyped a second ago, but then the cringe hit her. Face burning red, she paced around like a weirdo, second-guessing her whole life plan. Hold up, why am I even here? I could have just dumped this on him at the training grounds. Chasing after a commoner. That's not my vibe. Gotta save some dignity. Nope, I'm out, she decided, turning to bail. But before she could bolt, a voice stopped her in her tracks. Ah, Princess Hong Bi-yeon. Fancy meeting you here. It was Professor Hammerin. Hong Bi-yeon switched to polite mode instantly. Long time no see, Professor. The prof smiled back, feeling nostalgic. Seems like yesterday she was teaching the kid magic at the palace, and now look at her all grown up. Hammerin got curious. So what brings royalty to this neck of the woods? Hong Bi-yeon panicked. Just business. Actually, I gotta bounce. Probably for the best, the prof said softly. It's a zoo around here right now. Hong Bi-yeon was confused but just nodded. Right. Hammerin spilled the tea. Mages are swarming the place because of that student Baek Yu-Seol. Hearing his name was like a slap in the face. She immediately thought of him. Baek Yu-Seol. Hong Bi-yeon scowled. What's so special about that commoner anyway? Hammerin stayed chill. You fought him, so you know the deal. He didn't use a drop of magic, did he? Hong Bi-yeon muttered. Yeah. She played it cool, but inside, she was screaming. The prof saw that fight? Great. She just humiliated herself in front of her favorite mentor. Seeing her freeze up, Hammerin realized what was up. Don't beat yourself up, princess. Your opponent was just something else. The prof's eyes lit up with interest. He doesn't use magic because of his personal code. Hong Bi-yeon blinked, totally lost. Code? What are you talking about? Hammerin explained. The principal thinks he's trying to bring back the ancient knight's spirit. It's like something out of a Magic Academy legend. Hong Bi-yeon looked horrified. Baek Yu-Seol. A knight. That's ridiculous. Then it clicked. Her eyes went wide as she replayed their duel in her head. He did swing that staff like a sword. Hong Bi-yeon glanced at the box she was holding. This magic sword made sense now. She walked off, stunned into silence. But wait, she blurted out. Not using magic here gets you penalized. He's gonna tank his grades and practical exams. And that's just the start. Hammerin nodded calmly. He knows the risks. He's choosing the hard mode anyway. Pretty wild, right? The prof added. He mastered Flash Step but still keeps grinding to get better. His conviction is real. After the chat, Hammerin took off, leaving Hong Bi-yeon alone with her chaotic thoughts. Saying you want to be a knight nowadays? You'd get laughed out of the room. The era is over. But is Baek Yu-Seol actually serious about this old-school nonsense? The sunset made the mood heavy. And here she was getting mad and telling him to quit screwing around. Suddenly, Baek Yu-Seol popped up, chewing on an edelic root like it was a snack, his prize for 5th place. Yo, what are you doing here? Hong Bi-yeon jumped face, turning tomato red. Seeing him triggered her defenses. I'm here because of you, idiot. Huh? Who asked? He replied, totally unfazed. She glared at him, cheeks still burning, then finally cooled down enough to shove the box at him. Whatever, just take this. Yusan grinned. Oh, Terraphone, thanks. He opened the box slowly, and boom. A seriously unique weapon was sitting there. His jaw hit the floor. The invisible sword classic, Adon lid craftsmanship. The princess really hooked him up. You couldn't buy this kind of gear even if you had the cash. But of course he got greedy. I bet this would sell for a fortune, he mumbled. Do whatever you want, she said coldly. He looked like he just won the lottery. Score. She rolled her eyes. Typical commoner mindset. Then her expression softened. Hey, Baek Yu-Seol. He turned around. She looked him dead in the eye. Are you really never going to use other magic? The question caught him off guard. He hesitated, which just made the silence super awkward. Hong Bi-yeon's face started heating up again. The silence was too much. She spun around, stammering, never mind, bye, and bailed. Yusan stood there totally confused by her weird mood swings. Once she was gone, he headed out clutching the box. Her question about other magic stuck in his head. Come to think of it, Professor Lee Hanwon said, the same junk. They say they understand my feelings and respect my creed. It's all nonsense. Whatever, I'll figure it out. He held the box tighter. At least with this magic sword, I won't get wrecked in the next fight. Time to test this baby out. Twilight had settled over the campus. Yusan stood in the training yard staring at the invisible sword. Let's see. He gripped the handle. Just gotta pump some mana into it right. The sword instantly flared up with insane power. Yusan could feel the surge. Whoa. He admired the blade. Not bad at all. Then, he got thoughtful. If Flame used this, it'd be blinding. He remembered the lore. Flame, the main heroine, was built different. Human, but she could sling elf, dwarf, and angel magic like it was nothing. The sword, though, it was a mana vampire constantly draining the user. Most people would pass out, but Flame could spam it as an ultimate skill, thanks to her insane mana regen. Then the disappointment hit. And me, I don't even have mana to lose. Since his body leaked magic like a sieve, it couldn't build up inside him anyway. So basically, according to Baek Yu-Seol, how hard Terrahone hits depends entirely on how much mana I pump into my breath. Simple physics, right? He thinks about it for a second, then grins. Time to check the stats. Open status window. Boom, there it is. Strength is sitting at 1-star 77%. Senses are at 2-star 29%. Let's see. Magic power is 1-star 87%. Senses are hanging at 1-star 55%. Agility is 0-star 97%. Stamina is 1-star 43%. Then there's the passive buffs from the level 2 mana leakage system. Plus 5% strength, plus 8% agility, and a sweet 15% boost to senses. Intuition drains mental energy to work though. I can faintly sense mana flow within 18 meters now. Plus, cognitive acceleration kicks in automatically if I'm in danger, boosting active mana circulation by 1%. Looking at these numbers, yeah, I'm vibing. Munching on that edelic root, the rank 5 reward from the last test, definitely gave my stats a nice little bump. Okay, game plan. Since I'm armed now, I can go straight to farming XP. This is starting to feel like a legit leveling manhwa. Gotta work on my swordplay though. Things are gonna get crazy busy. Anyway, cut to the inside of the academy. Brand new day, first period is about to kick off. The prof's strict voice cuts through the air. Today, we're doing practical combat magic. That's Birion, the guy in charge of defense magic. He barks orders at the class. Spread out and grab your staffs. Everyone does as they're told, picking a corner to practice. Magic shield. Magic shield. Birion walks around judging everyone. In his head, he's thinking, this batch is loaded with talent. Separating classes by rank was a genius move. Suddenly, he freezes. He spots Baek Yu-Seol, just standing there like a statue. He thinks, wait, isn't that the commoner kid who somehow got into S-class? Birion sizes him up. Just a peasant, yet he resonated with an intermediate staff and ranked 5th in the dungeon test. So annoying. He marches right up to him and asks, hey Baek Yu-Seol, why are you just standing there, spacing out? Yu-Seol jumps a bit, giving an awkward answer. Oh, I'm actually practicing a different kind of defense, so I don't really need the basic drills. Hearing that sassy comeback, Birion forces a fake smile. Oh, really? Your own personal defense style. Sounds fascinating. But inside, Birion is trash-talking him hard. What a cocky brat. Unless you're Princess Bien inheriting a Don Levitz magic, a nobody like you shouldn't dream of having some special defensive art. Anyway, word on the street is Baek Yu-Seol can't use any magic besides blink. So instructor Birion decides to put him on the spot with a little challenge. Well then, how about you show the rest of the class this amazing defense technique of yours? He turns to the crowd of students. Now for an opponent. He scans the room, locking onto a group of rowdy kids. Right, Moso from Class B. You're perfect. The kid's got skills, but he looks like a total snake. Turns out picking Moso wasn't random, it was a calculated move. As a defense teacher, sucking up to the right students is key to keeping his job. Moso Dorden is from the Svemb Empire, so getting on his good side pays off. Birion flashes a grin. If you show off some solid magic against an S-class student, it'll look great on your record. Baek Yu-Seol doesn't even flinch. Yeah, sure. Let's hit the floor. In no time, Yu-Seol and Moso Dorden are facing off in the arena. Moso is looking at him like he's trash ego through the roof. Yu-Seol cool as a cucumber, carefully watching his opponent. The peanut gallery is screaming, crush him, Moso, humiliate him in front of everyone. Moso Dorden smirks, voice dripping with confidence. You got it. Just watch this. Yu-Seol watches the scene, totally over it. He sighs. What is this? Oh, he's buddies with Uzlake and Redden. Kids these days are so petty. But seeing the guy act so high and mighty actually makes Yu-Seol happy. Perfect. This is a mandatory class anyway, and I'm useless with standard magic. Then, he remembers the instructor setting this up. Birion was notorious for being a jerk in the first volume of the story. Yu-Seol makes up his mind, actually looking forward to it. Alright, let's do this. His confidence rivals Moso's right now. Time to see if the training paid off. After a stare down, the rules are set. It's turn-based. 1 attacks, 1 defends. And no using any other weird magic tricks. The ref shouts, Moso attacks first. The kid gets into stance. His goons are hyping him up from the sidelines. Moso's got this in the bag. He's not just good at defense. His earth attack magic is legit. That's gonna be tough to block. Unknown to them, Jeremy Skelvin is in the back quietly watching the drama unfold. Instructor Birion yells out, prepare yourselves, then begin. Immediately, Moso unleashes his special spell with a smug look. The crowd starts whispering. Wait, is that 2-star magic? The unwritten rule for basic class is level 1 magic only. Everyone's suddenly worried. Is Baek Yu-Seol gonna be okay? Moso Dorden just keeps looking down on him. Taste my power S-class trash. He launches the earth-piercing strike straight at Yusun. While Moso is acting crazy, Baek Yu-Seol stays chill. He grips his invisible sword eyes, full of determination, ready to clap back at the spell. With just one smooth move, Yusun effortlessly shatters Moso's earth-piercing strike. Baryon starts sweating bullets, seeing that. Meanwhile, Jeremy Skelvin is just standing there silently taking notes on the whole showdown. Back in the arena, Moso can't believe his eyes. He starts shaking. No way. My magic just vanished. Yusun stands there cool as ice, analyzing the aftermath. The girls in the class are losing it. Did he just slice through magic with a sword? Is that even possible? Instructor Baryon refuses to believe it, trying to rationalize what he just saw. No, you can't just cut magic. Baek Yu-Seol definitely wiped out Moso's magic. He figured out that every spell runs on a monoflow snip, that flow right, and poof, magic's gone. Watching him stand there, looking all majestic, Baryon couldn't wrap his head around it. How'd he pull that off? Meanwhile, Baek Yu-Seol looked at his invisible sword, grinning like, not bad, huh? Sure, he can only slice through third-tier magic right now, but all that grinding day and night in the training room finally paid off. He made a quick call that's enough for now. But Moso wasn't having it. Face red teeth grinding, he screamed, damn it. A filthy commoner like you dares to embarrass me. Instructor Baryon was sweating bullets too, worrying about his own skin. This is a mess. If Moso loses here, I'm totally screwed. Thinking fast, Baryon shouted, Baek Yu-Seol, I admit your defense is solid, but that style only blocks one hit at a time. It's got limits, kid. He emphasized the whole facing a barrage of attacks part on purpose. Moso caught the hint instantly, a nasty smirk creeping onto his face. Baek Yu-Seol got annoyed, thinking, what's this clown yapping about? But before he could process it, his instinct screamed at him, major danger incoming. Moso was already winding up another spell, a different formation this time. Dude was so mad he lost his mind, looking straight up demonic. The crowd started murmuring, whoa, hold up, that's too much. This is dangerous. Why isn't the professor stopping this? Moso looked energized by the chaos, grinning like a villain as he launched his attack. It's over. He fired a piercing stone spear barrage straight at Baek Yu-Seol. Baek Yu-Seol was caught off guard, eyes widening as the attack rushed him. He stood there, frozen, about to tank Moso's vicious combo. But actually, he was calculating. 11 stones incoming. Can't blink away, can't slice them all individually. No time to overthink. He decided the only way was to parry everything at once. Baek Yu-Seol unleashed his countermoves. Moso started panicking, brows furrowed, grinding his teeth as he glared at Baek Yu-Seol. In a split second, Moso stood there, stunned, beating himself up because his strongest magic got nullified like it was nothing. Baryon was losing it too, thinking, damn it, Moso, what are you doing? If you lose, I'm dead meat. Back to Baek Yu-Seol. He was gripping his invisible sword, totally vibing with himself. Whoa, let's try mimicking that move I saw in a game. Look at that, it works. I'll call this the sword sweep. Baek Yu-Seol noted that maintaining the Terraphone form burned way more mental energy than usual classic leveling Manhwa logic, where stamina tanks after a big move. He analyzed it calmly. Defense is weaker than single target blocking too. Tricky to use in a real deathmatch. But he was secretly stoked it worked in a spar. Seeing Moso get shut down so easily got the crowd buzzing. Whoa, first time I've seen a technique look just like a magic shield. Is there even a defensive spell like that? Moso's gonna lose at this rate. The chatter was like salt in the wound, and Moso was seething. Damn it, Moso looked ready to snap his mana, turning chaotic. Inside he was raging, how dare a piece of trash commoner do this to me? The students noticed something was off. Is he gonna keep attacking? Moso's turn is over, right? Instructor Baryon just stood there secretly cheering him on. That's it, keep going, Moso, fueled by dark rage, screamed out. Get ready, Baek Yu-Seol. No mercy this time. Suddenly, a voice cut through the noise from below. Professor Baryon jumped. Seeing the guy walk up so calmly, Baryon asked nervously, what is it? Jeremy flashed a friendly smile at the instructor. Jeremy Skelvin didn't beat around the bush. Why haven't you switched turns to Baek Yu-Seol yet? Baryon froze, face stiff, stammering. Well, that's... He couldn't even give a straight answer, muttering excuses. The students started complaining too. This isn't just basic first-year training anymore. One slip-up and a student could get seriously hurt. What's the teacher doing? The turn is over. Surrounded, Baryon couldn't look Jeremy in the eye. He thought, crap, I was so focused on the fight I ignored the crowd. Sweating buckets and eyes darting around, he finally stuttered out a response. Baek Yu-Seol seized the moment and yelled, my turn, magic shield. In a flash, Moso was on the ground, defeated right under Baek Yu-Seol's blade. The announcer shouted clearly, "Baek Yu-Seol wins." Moso was paralyzed, his arrogance replaced by pure fear. Down on the sidelines, Jeremy Skelvin gave a satisfied little smile. Baek Yu-Seol actually won. He's sharper than I thought. But then Jeremy's expression flipped to a creepy, sinister grin. Later, in a fancy room, screams of pain echoed. Baron stood silently in the corner, listening to the pathetic cries. "Please, spare me." The screaming came from the loser Moso, who was getting punished for failing to crush Baek Yu-Seol. He was lying flat in a pool of his own blood. The punisher was none other than Jeremy Skelvin. Wiping blood off his hands, he calmly called out Baron. She answered instantly. "Yes." Jeremy, cool as ice, told her, "Seems my friend here had a nasty accident. Take good care of him, okay? It would break my heart if anything happened to him." Baran just nodded. "Yes, I understand." Jeremy politely apologized for the trouble. He turned and walked away, leaving her confused. Baron watched him go, her mind racing, not a subordinate, but a friend. She knew how this worked. In the Skelvin Empire, power is everything. Jeremy crushed all his brothers to become crown prince at 12. But saying Moso wasn't a subordinate meant the Doden family was getting exiled from politics forever. With a worried look, Baron thought, it's not just Moso. Now that Baek Yu-Seol caught Prince Jeremy's eye, that commoner's school life is about to get chaotic. Scene change to the Magic Academy, the dream spot for every student. It was crafting class, and two students were chatting excitedly about the latest gossip. "Yo, did you hear the tea that S-class guy Baek Yu-Seol? Something about a knight's code, please give me a break?" This is a Magic Academy, not a sword fight club. But word is, he wrecked Mo from the Doden clan. Seriously, those guys are huge deals in the Sven Empire. Flame showed up early to prep, but hearing these two gossip was totally ruining her vibe. She was low-key fuming. Everywhere she went, it was Baek Yu-Seol, this Baek Yu-Seol that. She hated the spotlight, but this dude was getting under her skin. Who is he anyway? Then a screechy voice cut through the noise. "All right, settle down." That was Menton Tiran, the alchemy prof. She was clutching this vial like it was her baby, yapping about how alchemy needs absolute precision with dosage, timing, and heat. Blah, blah, blah. She cranked up the volume, announcing, "Today we're brewing the Tiran recovery potion, my own invention, by the way. So, eyes front, pay attention." Flame was down there, sweating bullets, measuring every drop. She was not having a good time. One slip up, and the whole thing goes boom. Listening to this lady drone on was torture. Honestly, Flame wanted to stay as far away from alchemy as possible. It was way too fussy and complicated. Suddenly, Menton went off on someone nearby. "Antharisa, what the hell are you doing?" She started roasting the poor kid. "You call yourself an alchemist with that mess." The kid was shaking, stuttering out an apology. Seeing that Flame remembered the lore, Professor Menton Tiran ends up becoming a notorious dark mage later on. I need more mats," Flame thought. She had no choice but to stick it out in this class. Then, something caught her eye. She glanced over and saw him, Baek Yu-Seol, cooking something up with a super creepy look on his face. Yep, that was him. She got a bad feeling just looking at him. Seeing him messed with her head. At first, she thought he joined this class just to get close to Ansel. But now, he just looked like a total weirdo. What was he even making? She sighed, realizing she was wasting time. Whatever, I gotta go find my ingredients. After grinding for what felt like forever, Flame finished her 2 vials. She let out a heavy sigh, but she was secretly hyped. Finally done. Being a top-tier student had its perks. She crushed it. Then she remembered something and scanned the room. Wait, where's Ansel at? Turns out, Ansel was right next to her, totally zoned in on his work. Seeing him grind like that made Flame feel better. Thank God, looks like he's doing okay. But then, her brain hit the brakes. Hold up, something's wrong. According to the script, she knew Ansel was supposed to find Mela's magic technique notebook by accident. The miracle was supposed to be Ansel creating a recovery potion that was way more high-tier than the trash Tyrann was teaching them. Flame was spiraling. So why was Ansel just brewing the basic potion like a total normie? Her train of thought got derailed by Professor Tyrann screeching again. Baek Yu-Seol. Who gave you permission to remix the ingredients? He just shrugged, cool as ice. Huh, it works better this way. His sassy comeback made her blood boil. You think results are all that matter right now? Tyrann wasn't letting it go. This isn't the Tyrann recovery potion I assigned. Flame overheard this and froze. Say what? She looked at Baek Yu-Seol, refusing to believe her eyes. Wait, don't tell me. Did Baek Yu-Seol just brew the legendary potion Ansel was supposed to make? Flame stared at him, realizing the logic was breaking down. Something was definitely off. She stared at his vial, trying to figure out how the heck Baek Yu-Seol whipped up a high-grade Tyran recovery potion instead of the main character. Tyran facepalmed, looking disgusted. Unbelievable. Your attitude is trash. See, this is why commoners never make it. Hearing that, Flame recalled the original storyline and shuddered. That line was supposed to be, see, this is why your entire family was wiped out. Yeah, Tyran was supposed to say that to Ansel. It was the trauma trigger that haunted him, the guy who lost everything and ended up clinging to Flame until the end of the story. Flame couldn't take her eyes off him. Did Baek Yu-Seol know the future? Did he purposely draw aggro from Professor Menton to protect Ansel? She started worrying about him. Menton had serious clout at Stella Academy. If she targeted him, his grades in other classes would tank. That idiot, she muttered. Was he really willing to risk it all for Ansel? Suddenly, Tyran screamed, "You watch your mouth. Call your parents immediately." She was foaming at the mouth. That's when the gravity of the situation hit him. He sighed internally. Dang, almost forgot about that part. Baek Yu-Seol was annoyed he got too caught up in the alchemy fun and forgot this annoying plot point. He replied with a deadpan voice, "I don't have parents." Tyran turned beet red with rage. You dare speak to me like that?" He stopped caring. Whatever he thought. She's already marked me, so who cares? Aloud, he just thought, cool, tomorrow I'll try brewing some purified and concentrated potions. A few weeks later, Baek Yu-Seol, Professor Tyran's voice echoed through the halls, making every student turn to watch the drama. The beef between teacher and student had been going strong since that day. She looked ready to snap. How many times do I have to tell you, stop tweaking the alchemy ingredients? He just shrugged again. But I only adjusted your formula a tiny bit. The results are way better. She was so mad she couldn't even form words. What? Baek Yu-Seol casually adjusted his glasses and activated his appraisal eye to check her stats, just like in a classic system Manhwa. The interface popped up. Menton Tyran, Dark Corruption Rate, 21%. Traits Inferiority Envy, Dark Contractor, Role Alchemy Professor. Chapter 8. Darkening confirmed. Seeing her shaking with rage, he smirked inwardly. Perfect. Everything is going exactly according to plan. Baek Yu-Seol recalled her lore. In Chapter 8, Menton Tyran becomes a boss consumed by darkness. She was one of those villains who turned evil because she couldn't handle her own inner demons. Once her corruption hits 90%, she turns into a full-blown dark demon human. The catch, if the corruption is under 50%, magic can't detect it. He analyzed the situation. Right now, her corruption was at 21%. There was no way to prove she was a monster yet. He couldn't report her either. His only play was to keep trolling her, wait until her corruption passed 50%, and then call in the anti-darkness squad to take her out. If it was normal corruption, maybe she could be saved before turning. But Menton was a dark contractor. She willingly signed a deal with the devil. The seed of darkness had already taken root in her soul. There was no saving her now. Baek Yu-Seol kept his guard up, eyeing her suspiciously. We might only be on Chapter 4, but this hag is a total boss-level threat, straight out of a leveling manhwa. He had to be ready, or she'd turn the whole class into dark magic puppets and threaten Stella's safety. Professor May shot him a death glare with her arms crossed. Same old attitude. She basically threatened Baek Yu-Seol and anyone else thinking of rebelling. Don't expect to pass her alchemy class if you cross her. Baek Yu-Seol didn't give a damn. He just sighed. Actually, it was better this way, let her fixate on him while he focused on his secret muscle training grind. A bit later, everyone got split into squads, leaving Baek Yu-Seol facepalming. Seriously, what is this mess? Of course, the practical exam had to be a group project. The two dudes stuck with him looked totally bummed out, just staring at each other in awkward silence. Even Amon was keeping her mouth shut. The vibe was so suffocating, Baek Yu-Seol started freaking out internally. Geez, with this gloomy atmosphere, you'd think we were at a funeral. He decided to break the ice. Nice to meet ya. I'm Baek Yu-Seol. The others chimed in. Kasahun Marwan is. Suddenly, Marwan buried his face in his hands and started wailing. It's over. Our group is totally cooked. He explained that Professor May hands out garbage scores to anyone she hates. It's an automatic fail. Hearing that, Baek Yu-Seol felt a little guilty. My bad, guys. You're suffering because of me. But Amon wasn't having it. We can't just give up like that. While one guy stuttered, she laid out the facts. Since 3 pros from the Alchemy Association were judging the practical exam, Professor May couldn't just fail them for no reason. The 2 guys looked like they'd just discovered fire. They exchanged nods, wiped the sweat off their foreheads, and got hype. All right, then let's crush this. Perfect. I actually wanted to try making that potion anyway. Baek Yu-Seol grinned at her with way too much enthusiasm, making her jump. Amon was shook for a second, but immediately gave him the cold shoulder. She continued, Enhancement Potion D isn't that hard if we just combine what we learned in class. The only issue is the ingredients. Who's gonna grab the fire lizard tail? Baek Yu-Seol shot his hand up instantly. Leave that to me. The room buzzed with strategy talk. Everyone knows monster parts are the MVP ingredients in alchemy, right? Gotta be fresh. For sure. Okay. Amon glanced at Baek Yu-Seol thinking, well, he looks confident, so I guess he's got this. Baek Yu-Seol smirked. A fire lizard piece of cake. I'll deliver it fresh. Later that night, a student met up with Professor Mententiran in a shadowy corner. You called, Professor? She handed him a paper. Pass this notice to the Class C alchemy groups. Then she flashed a wicked grin. Just make sure Group 12 doesn't get one. The student grabbed the paper and took off. Yes, Professor. She had it all planned out. The exam would be watched by pro-alchemists from the association. If they saw Baek Yu-Seol fail miserably, his future in alchemy would be toast. Leaning against the wall, she muttered, Baek Yu-Seol, I'm gonna teach you what happens when you mess with a teacher. The next day at the Class S training center, Flame was grinding her magic skills. She spun around when she heard someone call her name. The student handed her a note. This is for you. Alchemy class update. Flame took it. Oh, thanks. Hey, keep this on the down low, all right. Works better that way. He dipped immediately after dropping that shady line. He definitely means don't tell Baek Yu-Seol's group, Flame scoffed. Like I take orders from you. She unfolded the paper. The exam topic had switched from Enhancement Potion D to Tyran's Supplement. Flame's eyes went wide. Wait a sec. She realized if Baek Yu-Seol knew the original storyline, he'd try to stop this. Instead of the fire lizard tail for Potion D, he'd be prepping the italic spider shell for the Tyran Supplement. She crumpled the paper in her fist. That's it. Flame decided to keep quiet. This was the perfect chance to test him. Meanwhile, Baek Yu-Seol warped straight to the derby arena to farm ingredients. As soon as he landed, he grabbed his head. Teleporters are cool, and all but man, the motion sickness kicks hard. Suddenly, a voice caught his attention. Welcome, Mage Baek Yu-Seol. A blonde receptionist greeted him with a beaming smile. It's an honor to have you at Derby. Baek Yu-Seol shook his head, looking a bit awkward. I'm not an official mage, yet just a student. She smiled back. Stella students get the same VIP perks as full-fledged mages. The moment she dropped the name Stella, the crowd went wild. Yo, check it out. A Stella student. People started whispering and pointing. For real? First time seeing that uniform in person? So jealous. The receptionist continued. Is everything to your liking? Let me know if you need anything. Baek Yu-Seol thanked her and walked off. Just having the pass and the Stella pocket watch gets me treated like a pro anywhere I go. Stella Academy is legit the best. Plus, he got to use the warp gate for free, dodging a 100,000 credit fee. I've been abusing this every weekend just to tour the nearby cities. Everything matches what I know about this world. After hiking deep into the woods, he scanned the area. Think this is the spot. Target acquired fire lizard, a level 2 monster. They're only slightly buffed compared to normal beasts physically, but their magic defense and speed are insane. Usually takes level 2 magic to drop one. Baek Yu-Seol figured since hunting level 1 monsters was a breeze, level 2 shouldn't be much of a sweat. Suddenly, something blurred past him like a gust of wind. Baek Yu-Seol knew it was the monster. It's showtime. He gripped his sword, freezing in place to heighten his senses. From the bushes, a pair of glowing red eyes locked onto him. Boom! It locked on and charged at breakneck speed. Baek Yu-Seol triggered his intuition skill instantly. Zero wasted movement. He spun around and drove his sword straight through the fire lizard. The beast coughed up blood and let out a final pain screech. Baek Yu-Seol just watched it die, eyes totally cold. No emotion, nothing. The fire lizard twitched once, then face planted into the dirt stiff as a board. He let out a breath and swung his sword down. One down, then rustle, rustle. He spun around. A bunch of other fire lizards heard their buddy scream and came sprinting over. Most people would panic, but this guy, he smirked at the sword in his hand. He rushed them like it was Christmas morning. Time to farm some loot. The practical exam is finally here. Amon's eyes bugged out at the shiny pile of materials he dropped. Seriously, that fresh Yu-Sun nodded, looking smug. Obvi. She hesitated. Well, at least you know how to pick 'em. He shot back. You know it now, zip it. Amon was hyped, seeing they had absolutely everything they needed. Sick, now we just gotta mix this stuff up. The squad exchanged looks, grinning at each other. Let's get it. Suddenly, Professor Mententiran, standing with 3 other judges, piped up. Is everyone here? She glanced at the judges next to her. Like I said earlier, today's test is being watched by actual alchemists from the Alchemy Association. Impress them, and your future in alchemy is basically set. Let's begin. Then Tiran dropped the bomb. Today's assignment was the Tiran supplement type B. Yu-sun's team froze. Say what? She continued. Hope you all prepped your ingredients. Amon panicked and threw her hand up. Sorry, Professor. We thought the prompt was Enhancement Potion D. The prof gave a cold fake smile. That was the old plan. I announced the change to Type B ages ago. She looked down at the class. Right, everyone. Amon looked around. Crickets. Literally everyone knew except Yu-sun's crew. He realized she was playing dirty. Wow, what a snake. He'd be fine, but if his team failed, it was game over for them. Yu-sun racked his brain. Was this sabotage in the original story? He caught Flem staring at him. When he looked back, she quickly turned her head away. Weird. Flem frowned, confused. What's the deal? Does Yu-sun not know the plot? Why didn't he stop this train wreck before it happened? Tiran feigned ignorance. Did student Amon bring the wrong mats? Amon stuttered. The prof sneered. An alchemist chasing truth, making such a rookie mistake. Pathetic. She smiled like a total villain. Well, looks like Group 12 is gonna get. She didn't get to finish. Hold up. Yu-sun raised his hand to object. Making Tiran supplement isn't even hard. The prof blinked, totally thrown off. Excuse me. I'll make it, Yu-sun announced. Tiran was stunned when he said he'd use different ingredients and get even better results than her. He grinned. It's gonna be a banger, trust me. The three guest judges whispered among themselves, while the prof laughed at him. The main ingredient for Tiran supplement is italic spider shell. Those shells are packed with nutrients. That's literally the only way to make the potion work. And you want to use fire lizard tails. Tiran felt smug. Perfect. I'll destroy his alchemy career right here in front of everyone. She nodded toward Yu-sun's group. Fine. You have 1 hour. She added sternly, finish the Tiran supplement before the clock runs out. Staring at the red lizard tails on the table, a teammate screamed, Dude, are you crazy? Kasa-hun was shaking like a leaf. About that. Yu-sun tilted his head and laughed awkwardly. We're already in this mess. Might as well go big or go home. He looked at his worried teammates. Trust me and follow my lead. Better to try than just quit, right? That woke them up. All right, I'm in. Let's show these haters what we got. Yu-sun smiled, satisfied with their spirit. Okay, listen up. A golden magic circle lit up. Alchemy mode, on. Yu-sun flashed back to his time in the real world. Beating every game was his jam and alchemy was totally his specialty. He used to sit at his PC, noting down every tiny detail. Like any pro reading a leveling manhwa, he had the Tiran Type B formula memorized perfectly. I wasn't planning to use this exploit, he thought, since it's technically something Professor Menton invents in the future. Pointing at the lizard on the table, he explained, the spider shells work because of the reproductive nutrients, right? He pointed to a patch of skin. Fire lizard tails have the exact same mechanism. Specifically, this blood vessel right here. I heard the Alako tribe in the southern desert uses these veins to juice up their chiefs. They live forever, so this vein can definitely replace the spider shell. Molly Wan raised a hand. I know a bit about Alako prep techniques. Want me to handle that? Yu-sun nodded immediately. Yeah, go for it. He looked down at the red leaves. This mistletoe needs desert-style drying. Anyone know how Kasa-hun caught on immediately? You mean solar drying? I learned that from my dad. I can dry these veins in 5 minutes flat. What about this part? Yu-sun asked. Amon stepped up. I got this. Yu-sun nodded. Thanks, you're a lifesaver. Everyone took a task and locked in. Yu-sun watched them work and thought, not bad, guys. Not bad at all. Once the prep was looking solid, he spoke up. Now we mix it exactly how I told you. Professor Menton stared at the final product. It was a mysterious purple liquid, just like it should be. Yu-sun smiled. Tiran, supplement type B. Professor. The red-robed professors behind her whispered, no way did those kids actually pull it off. Menton was fuming internally. Ridiculous. It took me years to perfect that formula. There's no way they whipped it up that easily. One of the guest judges reached out. Let me see that. She closed her eyes, used magic to scan it, and her eyes snapped open. Someone asked, what's the verdict? The judge replied. Process was a bit messy, sure. But the potency, it's actually better than the original Tiran formula. Baek Yu-Seol's squad was hyped after hearing the news. The professors couldn't stop drooling over the potion like, excellent work, you guys are seriously next level. McGenron screeched. Gimme that. She snatched the vial, and you could see the instant she realized things weren't going her way, she got salty. She held the potion barking, "I'll be the judge of this." But the second she touched the glass, her jaw basically hit the floor. McGenren stared at the bottle spiraling. No way. This stuff uses the exact monster nutrient conversion tech she'd been grinding on in her own research. She gripped the vial so hard her knuckles turned white. It was a flawless Tyran supplement. How did these rookies beat her to the punch so fast? A nasty idea popped into her head. Whatever, she's the one holding the gradebook, right? She could just wreck them. She slammed the potion down, planning to fail them on some technicality like missing ingredients. Aloud, she just said, "Assessment complete." Megan Wren was about to drop the hammer. "Looks like Group 12 is." Suddenly, a dude in a red cloak cut her off. Giving Group 12 an A would be insulting. They deserve way more. "Well, Professor Megan Wren?" She glared at the guy, grinding her teeth. Ugh, these old geezers. She had no choice but to fold. Group 12 passes. The whole squad lit up, high-fiving and shouting, "We crushed it." The vibe was absolutely electric. Not bad, that was legendary. Meanwhile, Megenren was in the back, face twisted with rage. "You're dead meat, Baek Yu-Seol." System alert. Professor Megenren's dark corruption is spiking. Over at the training grounds, students were blasting scarecrows, standard Magic Academy drill. Flame stretched, sighing hard. Finally done. "I'm way too old for this school life nonsense. I'm beat." Then, a voice caught her ear. "It's cool, Axia." Two students were comforting a pink-haired girl, wiping away tears. "You're killing it. Seriously, you're still way better than the princess." Flame watched Axia sniffle. "Isn't that the girl who's supposed to be the fire magic prodigy?" One of the girls whispered, "But the princess is leveling up scarily fast. I've trained for years, but her. She's gonna leave me in the dust soon." Hearing that, Flame flinched. Baek Yu-Seol's control shouldn't kick in until sophomore year. What gives? She glanced back at the group. Is this Baek Yu-Seol's doing too? Thinking back, that alchemy test was sus. That potion recipe was supposed to be invented by Ainel in the future, then stolen and finished by Megan Wren. Flame rubbed her chin. Baek Yu-Seol knew a recipe that wasn't even in the original story. That definitely wasn't part of the script. Wait a sec. Maybe he knows the future, but hasn't actually read the original novel. Flame's eyes widened. Is he not a transmigrator, but a regressor? The pieces were starting to click. That explains everything. If he's from the future, he'd know the big tech, but not the tiny details of Ainel's life. Then, it hit her in the original plot. Baek Yu-Seol actually did regress once. Hands wrapped around a glowing golden hourglass. The 11th moon seal, the only cheat code in this world that controls time. If that's his power. A voice snapped her out of it. "What's up?" It was Lee Han-wol. She rushed over. "Perfect timing, dude. You know Baek Yu-Seol, right? What's your take on him?" Gunryong looked blank. "What do you mean?" "I just think he's a bit different." Flame pressed him. "That's it. Nothing else feels off." Gunryong shook his head. "Nope." She face-palmed, annoyed. "Seriously?" Gunryong smirked. "Wait, Flame, are you crushing on Baek Yu-Seol?" She hesitated. "Maybe I am." His eyes went wide. "For real?" Flame nodded. "Yeah." In her head, though, she thought, because he knows the plot just like me. Sunlight flooded the hallway where they stood. But she couldn't just sit around. "What's wrong?" Gunryong asked. Flame made up her mind. "Stalling isn't my style. Since we're talking about him, I'm gonna go confess right now." Gunryong froze. "Confess? Like now?" Flame smiled and waved. "Thanks for the chat, bestie." Later, she spun around and took off, leaving Gunryong standing there with a super awkward grin. Once she was gone, his smile dropped. He muttered something dark. Flame stood alone in the courtyard, looking kinda lonely. Next day at the cafeteria, Baek Yu-Seol sipped tea solo while everyone else goofed off. He checked the stats. Megenren's corruption was at 37%. Less than 3 months until disaster strikes. Like a bad ending in a system manhwa, Megenren's corruption is gonna wreak havoc on some random student. He ran the list. Jackie Flame's best friends forever, Bond's loyal knight, and Lee Han-wol, the heir to the Moon Shadow Tower. If Gunryong goes dark, it's game over. Baek Yu-Seol stood up, bailing on lunch, his mind racing. The odds are low, but a corrupted Gunryong is the worst-case scenario. He had to keep an eye on those three. He was calculating the risks when he bumped into Flame outside. She crossed her arms, blocking his path. "Yo, what are you up to?" Baek Yu-Seol blinked. "Excuse me," Flame glared. "You dodged my question last time." "Who are you really?" Baek Yu-Seol cringed. "Ugh, this again. You're making this weird." He looked at her, and a wild thought hit him. What if he just spilled the beans? Maybe having an ally would unlock a better ending. Screw it all, or nothing. The truth is I'm Suddenly, the system flashed a million red alerts in his face. Plot authority insufficient. Warning. Do not reveal transmigrator status. Warning. Spoilers strictly prohibited. Baek Yu-Seol facepalmed. He was absolutely losing his mind. What is this garbage? It felt like a bad system manhwa, where he had to follow the prompt or else. Okay, let's try this angle. Everyone's got skeletons in their closet, so let's just stick to half-truths. Deal Flame replied, sure, I'm down. He exhaled. Close call. Then Flame spoke up. So, let me ask you, first you can see the future, right? Baek Yu-Seol started sweating bullets. Dude, I thought we agreed on being vague. Why are you just blasting the truth? He deflected. Takes one to know one. What's your play here at this Magic Academy? Flame replied. Stopping the apocalypse. The world's in deep trouble. Baek Yu-Seol thought, thank God I can't tell if she's bluffing or not. Flame crossed her arms. My turn. What's your deal? Why do you act like that? Baek Yu-Seol blinked. Act like what I don't know, just fudge it. No reason he lied. I just do what I think is right. He worried. Is that convincing enough? But Flame's reaction was intense. She started shaking and snapped. Liar. Why would anyone be that freaking nice? Baek Yu-Seol froze. Flame insisted. You definitely have an angle. There's something you're trying to get. He stammered. No, seriously, I'm not. She yelled. What? Don't give me that facepalm attitude. You really don't want anything. Baek Yu-Seol got real. Honestly, I don't even know. Flame frowned. You don't know. I just want to survive. That's it. The words hit Flame hard. Survive. Her expression softened, wondering what he'd been through. I get it. Sorry I crossed a line. Baek Yu-Seol was lost. What kind of tragic backstory did she just invent for me? Flame covered her face sobbing and bolted. I gotta go. Baek Yu-Seol stood there, baffled. Wait, wasn't it my turn to ask questions? Why is she crying? Before he could chase her, someone called out from behind. Baek Yu-Seol. He turned to see Lee Han-wol, marching over with murder in his eyes. Baek Yu-Seol gulped. Yeah. Lee Han-wol looked dark. Answer me. Why was Flame crying lie, and you're dead? Baek Yu-Seol turned to stone. Geez, getting glared at by the strongest character's rival is terrifying. Right, I remember this plot. This feels like a manhwa recap, where the rival has a crush on the girl. A misunderstanding here would be a pain. Better clear the air. So, he said it straight. There's nothing going on between Flame and me. Why do you ask? Lee Han-wol remained hostile. You think I'm buying that? Baek Yu-Seol laughed nervously. Trust me. Whatever romance drama you're imagining, it's not happening, he thought. That should work right. Lee Han-wol paused, thought about it, then bowed. I asked too much. My bad. Baek Yu-Seol waved it off. No worries, man. Lee Han-wol turned to leave. I'm off. Baek Yu-Seol waved goodbye, but something felt off. What was that? That was totally out of character for him. Lee Han-wol is usually Mr. Cold and logical. Why is he acting so glitchy? It made him uneasy. That night, Blue Hair closed her book and sighed heavily. She couldn't focus at all. She replayed the scene from earlier. She'd stopped him after class. Baek Yu-Seol, I need to ask you something. He'd replied. What's up? That formula. Did you just come up with it on the spot? He shrugged. Pretty much, she muttered. I see. It was a massive blow to her ego. I always thought I was a genius. I believed talent could crush anyone. But today, I was pathetic. Amon gritted her teeth. How can I avenge my father like this? Her hand crushed the book cover. Her father had been framed as a traitor and sent to his death. The Aeonlith family is rotten to the core. I won't let them get away with it. I can't quit now. Amon slapped her own cheeks to snap out of it. This is just the start. I have to get stronger. Speaking of payback, Baek Yu-Seol was currently pitching an idea to someone else. Want to get revenge on them, like really stick it to them. He looked seriously at the trembling assistant. Aunt Teresa stammered, I'm just a nobody assistant. Why would I want revenge? If you get fired, you're on the streets, though Havan life has its perks. He ignored her panic and kept dangling the carrot. Okay, how about this? You become an alchemist way better than Professor Manin. She looked terrified. What? Baek Yu-Seol pressed on. Make it so no one can ever look down on you again. Her eyes glazed over with hope. Yeah, that would be amazing. Watching her, he realized Aunt Teresa was burned out. There was no way she was happy just cleaning a dusty warehouse as a forever assistant. Baek Yu-Seol recalled how hard she worked on her own projects. She dreamed of being a real alchemist, creating her own inventions. And honestly, she had the chops to make it happen. His gaze hardened. She was going to be the greatest alchemist of the age. the mastermind behind insane items. This felt like setting up a character in a leveling manhwa, but the current Aunt Teresa was a far cry from that future legend. She looked down embarrassed. Sorry, I can't even afford to buy you a coffee. He smiled. Don't sweat it. Baek Yu-Seol was absolutely certain about this investment. Reality sucked right now, but he'd help her break through. As Stella's midterms wrapped up, he started hanging out with Aunt Teresa regularly. She clapped her hands, excited to find someone on her wavelength. You think so too? I was planning to add a click-button color changer to the magic pen. Throw an eraser on the end, he suggested. Aunt Teresa lit up, like a mechanical pencil. That's brilliant. Baek Yu-Seol watched her work impressed. Good. Her invention catalog is growing, but her ability to decode formulas is still lagging. Watching her grind every day, he really wanted to get her out of this slump. I need to help her solve this before Menon does. But it's tough. While he was lost in thought, a voice cut in. Hey kid, why are you zombie walking around here? Flame continued. You're gonna crash into someone. He frowned instantly. Who are you calling kid? Flame shot back. You. Look in a mirror. Baek Yu-Seol was annoyed, but couldn't exactly fight her. He just grumbled internally. She's unbelievable. I never even told her my age. We're running into each other way too much. He decided to pivot. Anyway, good to see you. He grabbed her attention to settle a suspicion. Hey, you know Jackie, right? Flame immediately put her guard up. She backed off a bit, asking shady like, Yo, what's your game? About to break the law. Baek Yu-Seol freaked, cause she caught on way too fast. Chill, I ain't said nothing yet. Then he dropped the bomb. Just keep an eye on the guy, alright? He stared her down. He might be dealing with some serious drama. Inside Baek Yu-Seol's brain was racing if that dark energy messes with the dude he's gonna crack. Flame crossed her arms, spilling the tea. Don't know much, but we're hitting a hunting raid this weekend. I got you. Baek Yu-Seol immediately cashed in that favor. Cool, I'm counting on you. In his head, he didn't even need to ask, he knew exactly where this trip was headed. Straight to the Maddest Cemetery Classic, Chapter 4 vibes. Total wasteland dripping with nasty dark energy. All the VIPs, Ma Yu-San, ISO Flame, are gonna be there. It's gonna be a massive brawl against a level 5 necromancer. Baek Yu-Seol thought, not my plot, but snagging the hidden loot there would help my family a packed big time. He politely handed the gear to Professor Lee Han-won. Permission slip, huh? The old man skimmed it. Training makes sense. Ain't nobody at Stella teaching real swordsmanship or chivalry anyway. Baek Yu-Seol threw him a skeptical look. Yeah. The prof dodged the vibe check instantly. Forget it. Baek Yu-Seol just stared blankly. Spotting a stack of papers on the desk, he wondered, is that Ma Yu-Seon's leave form? Time to fish for info. He went for it. He played it cool. Lot of people skipping class to hunt lately, huh? Professor Lee Han-won actually spilled the beans. They're all hitting Maddest Cemetery for club stuff. Probably setting up shop or something. Baek Yu-Seol steered the chat exactly where he wanted. Well, Ma Yu-Seon and Lee Han-won are top-tier students. Super grind-heavy too. The prof shut that down. Nope. Ma Yu-Seon said he wanted to crash at home. He added Lee Han-won's the one rolling with flame. Baek Yu-Seol felt like he got slapped. Say what without Ma Yu-Seon, they'd get wrecked by the necromancer. He pictured the guy's usual cocky attitude. What the heck happened? Ma Yu-Seon never dips home unless it's serious. Why bail now? He crunched the numbers fast. Their squad has 0 chance against a level 5 necromancer. Baek Yu-Seol rubbed his chin, looking totally stressed. What now? Without proof, he can't call for backup. And thanks to stupid plot armor rules, he can't just spoil the story. Baek Yu-Seol clenched his fist. I can't let him die. His eyes went dark as he decided to go rogue. No choice. I gotta fix this mess myself. A few days later, Maddest Cemetery was drowning in dark vibes. Place was so creepy it sent shivers down your spine. Some dude slammed a giant fish into the dirt. A sophomore named Kwang Dok smirked, mocking him. Thought you said it was a level 2 monster. This piranha's a joke. Another guy yelled from the back. Hey moron, you messed everything up. Sophomore Kasif Dirk stepped up screaming. Did you even listen to the Captain? Kwang Dok scratched his head, grinning like an idiot. My bad. His attitude was driving Kasif nuts. You think this is funny? Over on the side, sophomore. Bandian glanced at them. Ignore him. Talking to him is a waste of breath. She turned to Amon to chill her out. Hey, don't sweat those guys. Amon looked a bit panicked. Okay. The guys interrupted. Yo, we can hear you. Bandian clapped back. So what? Her teammate shouted. Shut it. Watch your mouth in front of the rookie. Bandian just teased, make me. The three of them were vibing, totally ignoring the awkward girl standing there. Amon watched them, thinking she lucked out. She only came cause the club was on break, and recruiting kinda like the start of a leveling manhwa. At least they weren't jerks. "Aye, let's roll," she replied fast. "On it, senior ban." But before she could move, a blast of magic froze her in place. Bandian frowned. What was that? Kwang Dok hands in pockets shrugged. Sounds like someone's throwing hands nearby. Bandian looked at Kasif Dirk. Should we go say hi? Don't want to crash someone else's grind spot, right, Captain? The guy was slow on the uptake. Yeah. The squad of 4 headed toward the massive magic signal. Amon froze, totally stunned by what she saw. It was Flame and Habon facing off. Both of them were drowning in dark energy. AI stared at the two, sensing the beef immediately. Habon and Flame stood in silence, the gloomy vibe making the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Neither girl said a word. Habon and Flame locked eyes, both looking dead serious, like they were having a telepathic showdown. Why were Habon and Flame even here? Suddenly, loud arguing from the group broke the silence, making things even more stressful. Someone yelled salty as hell. "I definitely took down that giant piranha first." Another voice snapped back. "Bullcrap. It was in our zone, so it's our loot." Then a shocked voice. "Wait, what?" A looked at the massive fish on the ground, kind of shook. She thought, is that seriously a giant piranha? She was mixed up between shock and curiosity. Those things are crazy rare. Supposedly, a level 3 monster and hard to find. Watching them bicker, she didn't care. She just stepped back to let them deal with their drama. Probably fighting over the drop items, she figured. Seeing the mess, I thought, getting mixed up in this is just going to be a headache. She glanced up, hesitating. She looked at Habon, who was still dead silent. "I thought I really don't want to deal with the sister of the guy who smoked my dad." She started to bail. "Nope, gotta go." Suddenly, some guy sprinted past her, heading straight for the noise. "Easy now, rookies." He closed his eyes, smirking like he loved the spotlight. "Whatever the drama is, just spill it to your favorite senior." He kept running his mouth, thinking he was slick, but before he could finish his sentence, Flame and Bizon shut him down in unison, screaming, "Shut your trap and beat it." Caught off guard, the dude looked cringe, but tried to play it cool, barking, "You dare talk to an upperclassman like that?" Bond's glare was ice cold, zero chill. She clapped back. "If you're a senior, maybe start acting like one." That shut him up fast. He started stuttering, staring at her all confused. "Girl, what?" Suddenly the floor vibrated. Bond and Flame snapped their heads up, totally shook. Panic mode set in. The earth rocked hard, like something nasty was trying to claw its way out from the deep. A crazy thought hit them. This energy, it was massive. A bony hand burst from the dirt, pale skeletal fingers moving slow, but looking deadly. ISO and the guy next to him popped their eyes out, speechless. Seeing that creepy-ass skeleton hand, clawing up, even Bond was caught off guard. She froze, eyes glued to the freaky sight. Flame's eyes went wide, and she was so rattled, she couldn't even squeak out a word. No, this can't be happening. A whole squad of pale, stinking skeletons popped up, turning the vibe straight up dark and horrifying. The skeletons were officially here. Thick fog rolled over the tombstones, making the graveyard look like a scene from a horror movie. A system chime pinged in the silent skill experience up. Then another ping, louder this time, stat experience up. Just like a classic leveling manhwa. A voice cut through the emptiness. He stared blankly at a downed mob and sighed. "Man, I wish I could sling magic spells." Baek Yu-Seol rested his blade on his neck, looking bored and bummed out. Why did I get Flash of all things? Suddenly, he snapped his head up, eyes locking in. Is it finally time? He scanned the area, checking left and right, hunting for something in the quiet. He squinted at the fog ahead, getting serious. Right in front of Yu-Seol stood a massive tomb, simple design, but it screamed ancient power. He whispered, "Found it." Then he paused, thinking, I don't have some broken AoE skill to wipe the skeleton army like Mao Zhang does. Silence hung in the air. I don't have OP stats either. He took a deep breath. There's only one way to survive this mess. Baek Yu-Seol stood his ground before the tomb, eyes sharp and determined. A crazy idea hit him. He had to fight like a gamer. He stood tall, unflinching like a warrior, ready to throw down. A cold notification sound rang out. Chapter 4. The Necromancer's Assault begins. Hearing a noise, Baek Yu-Seol frowned and glared at the source. His brain started churning. A skeleton with total boss energy was rising from the dirt right in front of him. He squinted, a plan forming instantly. General Skeleton, the guy commanding hundreds of bones. He stared at the aggressive mob, calculating fast. General Skeleton, a sub-boss monster that only shows up 3 times this chapter. With my current stats, a fair fight means I'm dead meat. His eyes widened, clarity hitting him. So I obviously won't fight fair. Baek Yu-Seol suddenly lunged and punched the skeleton's skull with everything he had, voice ice cold. Get back in there, the skeleton growled in pain while Baek Yu-Seol grinned, raising his hand like he'd just discovered the meaning of life. Baek Yu-Seol fought with total confidence. The unwritten rule of any system, manhwa or comic, is that when someone transforms, you gotta wait. By exploiting that glitch, the skeleton was helpless, frozen in place. He kept thinking, but just because they're stuck in animation, doesn't mean I have to stand there like an idiot. Baek Yu-Seol ripped the skeleton's head off, spine attached, and after a pause, shouted, "Spine, staff complete." He smirked like a villain holding his makeshift weapon. His voice went totally mischievous. Now the command of the general skeleton belongs to yours truly. Suddenly his tone dropped. He got serious, cutting the jokes. Baek Yu-Seol paused for a second, then spoke with pure conviction. Let's roll. Back with Bon in flame, the skeleton stood motionless, hollow eyes staring dead at the students. The students huddled, back-to-back, tension skyrocketing as they realized they were surrounded. The skeletons watched their every move. Flame raised her staff, frowning hard. She was stressed, thinking she'd let her guard down. This was the necromancer chapter. But something felt off. She furrowed her brow. Something's not adding up. She glanced at the chaos and thought, if I remember right, Mao Xong is the one who handles this chapter. Flame was totally confused. Why am I stuck here with these randoms? Where the heck is Mao Xong? She gripped her staff tight, feeling heavy. Am I really supposed to fight a level 5 necromancer with this squad? While Flame was zoning out, Lee Hanwol's familiar voice snapped her back to reality. I sent a distress signal to Stella Academy, using my pocket watch. We just need to hold the line until they get here. One of the group nodded the words, acting like a buff to their morale. Right, just hang on a little longer. The Stella professors are en route. The situation was hanging by a thread, and the boneheads were getting closer. Suddenly, a girl spoke up, sounding tough. Even if we can't beat the necromancer, we can at least make a run for it. Bon raised her glowing staff, face deadly serious. This isn't the time for feel-good speeches. Reading the room, Bon scanned the area with sharp eyes. We're in a graveyard. The longer we wait, the more skeletons spawn. Just as she said it, the undead army inched closer, step by step. Bon shouted, we need to book it back to base now. Jackie started freaking out as two skeletons cornered her, closing in fast. She shrieked, totally losing it. Get away from me. The skeleton couldn't care less about Jackie's noise, charging in like a total psycho. Those bone claws were inches from her face, when bam, a blast of energy walled it off. It was Isu. She shot Jackie a worried look. You good, Jackie? Sweating bullets just gave a shaky nod. Yeah. A senior nearby kept firing off spells, looking annoyed but impressed. Not bad for a newbie, huh? Aso had been watching. This necromancer definitely did his homework. Her voice dropped. I'd bet anything he rigged up a mana container beforehand. That's old school necromancer tech for hoarding mana. Isu frowned, trying to puzzle out the mess they were in. Necromancers run on batteries, like the rest of us. A level 3 or 4 usually caps out at 15 summons. But this army, it was seriously messing with her head. Yet somehow, this guy had the whole zone on lockdown. One of the upperclassmen looked around, seeing the horde multiply. He started freaking out. Bone bags were flooding the place. He looked wiped out, finally realizing this wasn't random. He sighed completely over it. This whole thing was set up ages ago. He stared at the undead casting spells. They're trying to wipe us out to farm skeleton mages? Sick. The guy next to him forced a grin, trying to hide his nerves. He figured since he was squad leader, he had to flex a bit. But the second he locked eyes with the approaching horde, he flinched. He tried to hype himself up, planning to nuke them with one big spell. Panicking, he gripped his staff way too tight. A magic circle flared up the moment his fingers made contact. Suddenly, a skeletal hand burst from the dirt, like a horror movie jump scare, digging its claws right into his calf. Dude completely lost it. Eyes popping out, he thrashed around, trying to shake off that icy grip. He started wheezing pathetic whimpers, escaping his throat like he was begging for a miracle. The skeleton let out a nasty growl that echoed everywhere, sounding straight up demonic. The senior saw him crashing and burned over to help, throwing a haymaker at the skeleton's face. Big mistake. He accidentally body-checked the guy mid-cast. The spell went haywire, firing off wildly, while the kid screamed bloody murder. Ah hell, he realized they were screwed. Heart pounding, sweat dripping, his brain scrambled for an exit. Damn it, it's gonna blow, someone yelled. Backlash incoming. Get down. A blue electric ring started expanding fast. Faye and the girl in front whipped around, jaws dropping. Helpless, they both shouted, "No!" The girl looked terrified, watching the rogue magic spiral out of control. If that thing popped, they were toast. Deep inside, this isolated Magic Academy bodies were already piling up, while survivors fought for their lives. The battle dragged on, and Faye's vision was blurring from pure exhaustion. Faye started to panic. "I'm cooked. Totally out of juice." Her friends were down, and she was running on fumes with zero time to recharge. A skeleton soldier with pitch-black eyes and a gaping jaw marched at her. The odds were trash, too many enemies. They lunged. Faye gritted her teeth, terrified. Her mind went blank. Was this it? Despair hit her hard. Am I seriously gonna die here? The bones were inches away from grabbing her. Then she froze. What the? To her shock, the boneheads just stopped cold. They weren't attacking. Footsteps echoed from behind. A guy with dark brown hair stood there calmly behind the horde, looking sharp with eyes cold as ice. She blinked, stunned. "Baek Yu-Seol," she whispered. "Why is he here?" Suddenly, a skeleton threw a temper tantrum, making her jump. Was that the skeleton general? The boss monster was screaming, leaking magic everywhere. That thing was way tougher than the grunts, and had elite guards too. Yet Yu-Seol had soloed the thing and captured it. He stood there, looking bored, ready to deliver the final blow. In a split second, he wrecked it. Bone shards and gunk flew everywhere, splattering Faye's area. She stood there, paralyzed. Crazy, but they were actually saved. Outside, a guy with brownish-orange hair spoke up. "Thanks, man. You literally saved our skins." Baek Yu-Seol shrugged it off. "No biggie." Iso frowned. "How'd you snag the general's head, though?" Yu-Seol flashed a grin and gave a thumbs up. "Fished it out of a bone broth stew." "Yeah, right," he thought. "Like I'm gonna tell them I camped the spawn point." Faye just stood there, totally lost. Yu-Seol cleared his throat, getting back to business. "Anyway, we need to figure out our next move fast. If the necromancer ignores the general and micros the minions directly, it's gonna get messy." The brown-haired guy asked, "So you got a plan?" He turned to them. "I saw the necromancer locking down the perimeter on my way in. We can't run." He got serious. "Only one option, we rush the boss." The other two went dead silent, sweating buckets. A second later, they screamed, "Say what? Are you out of your mind?" Baek Yu-Seol rolled his eyes. "Did you guys sleep through class or something? Necromancers have god-tier summons, but trash durability." The gray-haired girl argued. "Yeah, but he's got a wall of guards." Yu-Seol nodded, his voice dropping to zero chill. "This necromancer dude has the whole zone on lock. We either rush him straight on or we're toast." Yu-Seol ran the numbers with a grim look. Enemy intel 1, general 6 elites, and 50 trash mobs. And that number's only going up. It's our one shot, but getting them on board, that's the tricky part. Suddenly a voice chimed in, "I'm down." Fem spoke up. "Look, he might seem like a total dweeb, but his combat stats are way higher than ours." Bon nodded. "Yeah, I'm with him. Honestly, breaking this siege feels impossible. But that's exactly why we do it. That creep won't expect us to charge right at his face." The brown-haired guy shot a look at the gray-haired girl. You could practically smell the anxiety radiating off them. One of them sighed. "No idea where he gets that confidence, but we can't solo this dungeon. We'll team up." Another voice added, "Screw it, let's roll." He smirked at the group. Meanwhile, deep in the creepy mist-covered woods near an old church, the bad guy was still clueless. A shadowy figure stepped out, chuckling, well, look at these little baby birds from Stella Academy. Talk about a lucky spawn." He looked absolutely gnarly. "If I turn these kids into skeleton mages, that Dark Alliance won't treat me like a noob anymore." Sahyuk, a level 5 necromancer, stalked through the graveyard fog. He muttered to himself, 7 years farming mana, and now I've got 700 skeletons ready to pop. Sahyuk flashed a twisted grin, flexing his ego. "Nobody's gonna look down on me ever again." Suddenly his eyes bugged out. "Wait, what?" Panic hit him. "My connection's glitching. Did someone just jack my general skeleton?" His face went pale as a blinding green light flared up behind him. He spun around just as a magic blast came hurtling his way. Sahyuk was sweating bullets. His bone shield, a high-tier defense, wobbled and shattered. He stumbled back in total shock. Gripping his staff, he screamed, "My shield was level 4 magic. You cracked it. You little punk, I'm gonna wreck you." But then Sahyuk saw something way worse. Boom! A massive explosion rocked the ground, as bolts of lightning rained down on him like an airstrike. Off in the distance, two girls watched the scene unfold, staring at the smoking remains of the necromancer's defense. He stood there, frozen brain, lagging, unable to process the reality. Sahyuk grit his teeth, clutching his staff, as a bad feeling settled in his gut. I got sloppy, he thought. Never thought these runts would actually have the guts to rush me. 4 figures emerged from the smoke. Sure, they looked like rookies, but they were still elite students from the academy. I didn't want to ult yet, he thought, but this is getting dicey. Time to bring out the big guns. He bit his thumb, drawing blood. Sahyuk threw his arms wide and roared, "Rise up, my minions, serve your master." Purple mana exploded around him, mixing with blood as the skeletons jerked to life. He coughed up red, wiping his mouth. "Summoning that many gave me debuffs, but it's enough to win." He barked orders for the skeletons to intercept. The bony army scrambled forward like a chaotic mob. Sahyuk smirked. "Good, my pets are holding the line." Meanwhile, Yusan held his staff crackling with gold lightning, but he was grinding his teeth in stress. Sahyuk whipped around, jaw hitting the floor. Who the hell are you?" Yusan just grinned, looking like the main character on a Manhwa recap thumbnail. Amidst the smoke, he stood tall with his skull staff looking epic. Sahyuk lost it, screaming, "Answer me, where did you spawn from?" In contrast to the rage, Yusan just gave a chill smile. That calm look freaked Sahyuk out. Impossible, he thought. I tracked every student on the map, using my skeleton vision. So who's this guy? Then he froze, staring at the object in Yusan's hand. Wait, that's my general skeleton. Yusan didn't waste time chatting. He slammed the skeletal general into the dirt. Bam! The core flared up and shattered into 1,000,000 pixels. Sahyuk clutched his chest, hacking up blood. Damn it, his face went ghost white. I underestimated him. Yusan stood there like a boss. Sahyuk looked up in awe, thinking, is this the power of a Magic Academy elite? But literally 1 second later, Yusan's cool guy mask slipped. He looked totally confused. This wasn't part of the script. He panicked, remembering the actual plan. Doc Lee Han-wol and Bandian were supposed to aggro the general and back him up, but they got pinned down by the elite mobs. His squad was fighting for their lives over there. Yusan started sweating. Don't tell me I have to solo this boss. The thought gave him a massive headache. I'm literally the weakest guy here. Maybe I should just tactical retreat. While Yusan was busy spiraling, a wet hacking cough from Sahyuk snapped him back to reality. He eyed the necromancer, who was wobbling like a drunk. Yusan squinted. Wait a sec. This guy's health bar is low. Then it clicked. He burned too much mana summoning those elites and took backlash damage. Realizing this, Yusan put his smirk back on. Okay, maybe I can actually take this dude. Elsewhere, the battlefield was a mess of fire and explosions. Hong Baion was totally surrounded by the elite skeletons. Bon was freaking out about Yusan. This is bad. I gotta clear these creeps fast and get over to him. Awang sprinted over, shouting, Princess Big Trouble Yusan is 1v1 against the necromancer. Bon screamed in disbelief. What? Yusan is a level 1 mage. That guy is a level 5 boss. He's gonna get slaughtered. Everyone thought it was game over for Baek Yu-Seol. Then boom, a massive purple nuke lights up the sky. Bon grits his teeth, looking super dark. If you die, I'll kill you myself. Meanwhile, Yusan is totally shook by how strong this Sahyuk dude actually is. The guy just shrugs off Yusan's killer intent like it's nothing. A massive claw bursts from the ground. Yeah, Yusan is cooked. Yusan's swagger evaporates, instantly replaced by pure panic and caution. Sahyuk fires a beam straight at him. Yusan barely jukes sideways to dodge the blast. In a split second, Yusan flanks him, teleports right into his face, and lands a sucker punch before the guy can react. But this villain isn't going down that easy, he screams. In your dreams, Yusan just grins and pulls out 2 bottles of Coke he prepped earlier. He knew this would happen. Coca-Cola, the ultimate kryptonite for these bony freaks. He splashes the soda on the skeleton warrior. Sahyuk realizes what's up and freaks out. Wait, what is that? The fizzy drink melts the bones and drains the magic. He yells, my bone shield, you ruined it. You little rat. Sahyuk doesn't wait for a reply. He launches a claw attack straight at Yusan's chest, trying to turn him into a shish kebab. But Yusan hits the blink button, warping right behind Sahyuk. The guy has zero clue Yusan is already there, winding up for a slash. He goes for the backstab. But then Sahyuk turns around with this nasty horror movie smile. It was a trap. Yusan's cover is blown. Crap. Suddenly a bone spike shoots up from the dirt. The trap was waiting for him the whole time. The sharp bone stabs right through Yusan. Ugh. Yusan groans, his face going pale. He fights through the pain and backflips away to get some distance from that creep. Sahyuk pulls the bloody bone spike out of the ground, looking smug. See, that's what you get for playing hero, you loser. Baek Yu-Seol is gasping for air. This is what happens in a leveling manhwa when you underestimate a boss. Even injured a level 5 is no joke. The level gap is massive, but Yusan forces himself up like a beast. He analyzes the situation. Sap Hyuk is strong, but he's running on fumes. One clean hit, and the villain drops. Problem is, Yusan is bleeding out bad. He's furious, but the pain is messing with his focus. He can't cancel the cooldown animation on his teleport skill. What now? Panic starts to set in. But then bingo, a crazy idea pops into his head. That's the play. Yusan stays on his knees, baiting Sap Hyuk to come closer. The villain rushes in for the kill, screaming, "Die already." Yusan dodges on pure instinct, trying to back off, but his leg gives out, and he faceplants into the mud. Seeing the cool hero rolling in the dirt makes Sap Hyuk bust out laughing. Ha ha ha, look at you running for your life. Ignoring the trash talk, Yusan crawls forward. He just needs a few more inches. Seeing Yusan stumble just hypes the villain up. He shouts, "Stop squirming, I'm ending this right now." Yusan doesn't care. He smirks, realizing the trap is set. Good game, I win. Chapter 39. Yusan is beat up and wheezing. Sap Hyuk looms behind him. Game over, kid. Suddenly, Yusan stops panting and grins. He's got this. He spins around, gripping his weapon tight, dropping into a combat stance. Distance to target 13 meters. Yusan smirks. That means he doesn't need to cancel the teleport animation. He activates the skill instantly. Sap Hyuk's eyes widen. Before he can process it, a blinding light flashes right next to him. Yusan materializes at point-blank range. He swings his sword with everything he's got before the villain can even twitch. The blade slices through Sap Hyuk, sending a spray of blood everywhere. Critical hit. Suddenly, the battlefield shifts. The elite bone soldiers freeze up. Kwangdok watches in shock as the skeletons start dusting away. He mutters, "Did Yusan actually solo the necromancer?" Jackie collapses, totally drained. No freaking way. Then the crowd goes wild. We're alive. We're saved. Sap Hyuk had officially been wrecked by Yusan. Yusan sits up covered in grime. Man, I'm dead tired. Let's go home. The magic knights from Stella finally show up to shuttle them back to school. Back at the academy, the professor's voice is ice cold. Baek Yu-Seol. He crosses his arms. I thought you said you were going on a peaceful nature retreat. Since when is a graveyard considered fresh air? Yu-Seol keeps a poker face. My bad. Lee Han doesn't look amused. School rules are absolute. You're getting detention, no exceptions. Yu-Seol figured as much, so he doesn't really care. But then the teacher drops a plot twist. He turns around. However, breaking the rules to save your friends. That's what I like to see. Expect a reward and some extra credit points coming your way. Just wait. Yu-Seol definitely didn't see that coming. Watching the teacher walk away, he whispers, "Thanks, teach." Finally over. Yu-Seol breathes a sigh of relief. All right, time to bounce. The doc said his leg needs a few days to heal, so he's got to chill for a bit. Suddenly, he spots someone familiar out of the corner of his eye. He stared at her. Iso gripped his hands, stammering out a thank you to Yu-Seol for his heroic save. Thanks for today. Yu-Seol replied with zero emotion. Chill, just buy me lunch sometime and we're even. Baek Yu-Seol's detached answer shut Iso up for a second. She looked aside, worried, then gathered all her guts to ask him something. So could I ever be on your level? The question threw Baek Yu-Seol off guard. Seeing his reaction, she quickly added more. If I grind hard enough, could I get as strong as you? Baek Yu-Seol definitely wasn't expecting that curveball from Iso. He stared at the girl acting so weirdly and realized this was bad news. The Iso from the original story would never ask that. Must be because he messed with the timeline. Listening to her, he thought, my meddling forced her into a boss fight she couldn't win. But hey, there were bigger things to worry about. Snapping back to reality, he answered, Iso dude, you don't even have to ask me that. Seeing her confused face, he tried to hype her up. You pulled off stuff everyone else said was impossible. That's a straight-up miracle. Iso was shook. How did he know so much about her? How do you? Yu-Seol cut her off. Because I've always been watching you. Hearing that straight from Yu-Seol's mouth, Iso's eyes went wide. Say what? Seeing Iso's reaction, Baek Yu-Seol panicked at his own words. Wait, hold up. Did I just sound like a total stalker? Like I've been creeping on her forever? What the heck is wrong with me? Too late to hit delete on that sentence. Beck scrambled to bail on the awkward situation. Got a blast. Whoa, that was a close shave. Left behind, Iso lowered her gaze, saying nothing. She seemed lost in her own headspace. Watching Yu-Seol walk away, her heart was racing. Nobody had ever given a damn about the daughter of a traitor before. Iso watched his back and thought, has he seriously been watching over me this whole time? The thought gave her a major stat boost. At least someone cared. A miracle, huh? Yeah, a total miracle. That was the fuel she needed. Next morning, the Magic Academy square was buzzing with VIPs, making Yusan curious. He looked confused, thinking, it's just an award ceremony. Why are the ministry mages, press, and nobles here? Talk about overkill. He lost interest in the crowd and spotted Bon's cheerful face. She looked totally pumped. Maybe he stared too hard because Bon got defensive. She glared at him. What are you gawking at? He shrugged. Nothing much. From the podium, Professor Hang-Gon's strict voice boomed, snapping everyone out of their side conversations. Settle down, people. Today, we honor the 12 students who threw hands with the dark mages. Right on cue, the principal appeared behind him. He strolled to the podium waiting for Hang-Gon's intro. And this reward. The professor paused for dramatic effect, scanning the students. The principal held that plastic smile waiting. Hang-Gon didn't keep them waiting long. Will be personally awarded by the principal himself. Total bombshell. Yusan and the crowd were floored. Jaw-dropping stuff. Baek was actually pretty impressed by the guy. He stared at the man's face, thinking, that right there is the peak of humanity, the ninth circle mage Elmond Elwin. He's legendary. Wears a gentle smile, but goes by the butcher. Strongest mage alive. The guy is a walking contradiction. Despite his age, he looked freakishly young and friendly. He patted a student's shoulder. Good hustle out there. Stay brave and keep grinding. The student was practically shaking in his boots. The principal moved down the line until his deep gaze locked onto Yusan. Serious moment, but kinda funny. Lanky Yusan had to look down at the short principal. Gulp. Elmond radiated a crazy purple-blue aura. Intense and unpredictable. Baek felt the pressure just looking at him. That's a ninth circle mage for you, one of only 10 in the world. Probably rude to stare like a creep though. But Yusan couldn't help it. His eyes were glued to the guy. The principal seemed surprised Yusan could hold eye contact like that. He didn't call him out though. Just smiled like a grandpa. Still working hard, huh? Just as I expected. Then he bailed, leaving Baek completely lost. Baek's brain was full of question marks. What's that supposed to mean? Then the professor announced, the ceremony is now over. Checking his loot, Yusan couldn't stop grinning. Whoa, a whopping 5 million credits. Talk about generous. Won't be sweating over cash for a hot minute. Then he paused, eyeing the energy orb. I even got a flask of the necromancer's heart energy. Baek was practically floating on cloud 9. Can't use it yet, but Aunt Teresa will whip up a subspace soon. Carrying loot is gonna be a breeze. Gotta crack that alchemy formula first though. Lucky the others let me keep the rewards. Suddenly, a notification popped up, classic system Manhwa style. System rewards time. Screen read. Chapter 4. Attack of the Necromancer, cleared. You received a massive chunk of XP. Because of the unique plot twist, the Constellation Project added a bonus. Option 1, a nerfed version of an item used in the game. Option 2, a nerfed skill from the game. Option 3, experience points. Yusan wasn't shocked. Seriously, this again. He was actually torn. But right now, dumping XP into Blink is the priority. He flashed back to the recent battle, thinking it through. That fight was a wake-up call on how weak he still was. Grinding isn't enough. He needs to use his brain to get ahead. System chimed in. Awarding XP to Blink skill. Level up confirmed. Flash step level 2 unlocked. Max range is roughly 40 feet. 3 stacks, 3-second cooldown. Baek Yu-Seol checked his aura. This reward was a serious buff to his power. He pumped his fist, grinning like an idiot. Finally got those 3 charges stacked. Now I can spam this skill without worrying about running dry. A dark thought crossed his mind. Alright, who's the next poor sucker gonna be? Back at the Magic Academy, everyone was zoning out in meditation class. Io was deep in the zone until someone barked her name, snapping her awake. Crap, she'd totally passed out. I didn't mean to doze off. The proctor stared at her blank face. Io, seriously, what are you doing? Why are you casting spells right now? Io blinked, completely clueless. Huh, the proctor sighed. Just look up, kid. She craned her neck, and her jaw dropped. There was this massive azure meteorite floating right above her head. Okay, it was actually kind of pretty. She stared at it, freaking out internally. Wait, when did I even cast that I didn't use any chants or formulas? She glanced around nervously. Did nobody else notice this? Even for a basic spell, you need a mana flow to pull it off right. Io started sweating bullets. If this happened, just from meditating, did that guy plan this whole thing out? Class finally ended, and the squad headed to a nearby bakery to carb load. Staring at the steaming pastry, Io felt pure bliss. Thank God for that quest reward, 1,500 credits well spent on this red bean cream bun. Just as she was about to dig in, some guy ruined the vibe. Hey, Io. Jeremy Skelvin stared at her way too long before flashing a nice guy smile. You pick a club, yet Io shook her head. Nope. He raised an eyebrow. Really? Want to join my crew, Io? Put her bun down instantly, suspicious. What's the catch? Jeremy laughed like she just told a joke. No catch. I just like you. Yeah, right. Io's internal alarm screamed, liar. He just wants to add me to his collection of trophies. When she didn't reply, he leaned in way too close. What, you don't trust me? Listen, Io, no strings attached. Just join the club, stick by my side, and I'll hook you up with whatever you need. You know who I am, right? Jeremy gave her a look that screamed power trip. Io stayed quiet. Yeah, she knew exactly who he was. The Skelvin Empire was at war with Adon Levitt. If she sided with Crown Prince Jeremy, her poverty days were over. No more crying tears of joy over a cheap red bean bun. No more getting trashed for being a traitor's daughter. She knew it was a deal with the devil, but she opened her mouth to answer anyway. Seeing her waver, Jeremy grinned like a total creep. Suddenly, a hand sliced through the air. Whack. Fame came out of nowhere and slapped Io across the face. Io was totally lost. Huh. Even Jeremy looked stunned. Fame stood there panting like she'd just run a marathon. Io stared at her wide-eyed. Instead of explaining, Fame just started screaming. You absolute trash. You said you wanted to date me, and now you're creeping on someone else. You said you liked me. Are you dumping me right now? Io blinked, getting roasted for absolutely no reason. What? Fame grabbed her wrist and yanked her out of the chair. We need to talk. Now. Io's brain was still buffering. Huh. The girl dragged her away, not letting up. Don't just stand there. Move it. Io stumbled after her. Wait, hold on a sec. Watching them leave, Jeremy smiled like a villain who just figured out the plot twist. Fame dragged Io all the way to the castle walls. Once the coast was clear, she let out a huge sigh. Man, that was way too close. Io rubbed her wrist. What the heck was that about? Fame waved her off. Forget it. You should be thanking me. If you turned him down to his face, he would have made your life a living hell. Message delivered. She turned to leave immediately. Sorry about the slap, by the way. Gotta run. Io, still confused, just nodded. Sure. Walking away? Fame looked stressed. Did I do the right thing? If she joined that club by the book, Jeremy would have totally destroyed her. I've been trying not to mess with the original plot, but seeing Baek Yu-Seol, it wasn't half bad. She paused, glancing back over her shoulder. A chill ran down her spine. Does he know I was lying? Meanwhile, back at the palace, Jeremy was sipping tea like nothing happened. He thought about the girl from earlier. She's cute, he muttered. Lying right to my face to steal my target bold. Her little hero act sparked his curiosity. Actually, she was way more interesting than Io. It triggered his predator instincts. I think I want her instead. In the lecture hall, Professor Luan pointed at the screen as maps popped up. Today, we kick off the monster combat simulation. The students stared at the board, actually paying attention for once. We're done with level 1 and 2 fodder. You're facing mid-sized level 3 beasts. These things don't play nice. The professor's face was stone cold. Here's the drill. Squat up, analyze the target, and take it down with actual strategy. Baek Yu-Seol. Locked in. This sounded like a crucial event in a leveling manhwa, so he couldn't skip the details. The professor droned on. Pick a mid-sized target, then you get prep time. After the briefing, he posted the coordinates for the different classes to split up. Head to the Stella Dome. Find terrain that works for you, and hunt a beast that matches your attribute. Class A and Novice Class. Listen up. The graded exam is in 4 days. Then came the team requirements. Maximum of 6 per team. Get me the lists. The teacher walked out. Io stood in the corner, letting out a heavy sigh. Ugh, I hate group projects. Suddenly, a voice cut through the noise. Princess want to team up with me. Over in the corner, that girl with the long reddish hair had her whole squad around her. They were totally kissing up to her. What are they even saying? My turn. Nah, you got this. The center of attention, Hong Bi-yeon, princess of the Adon Levitt clan and total queen bee. Iso's mind drifted back to the good old days when she was actually someone. Before the Adon Levitts wrecked her family, she used to have people sucking up to her, just like that. Her and Hong Bi-yeon basically started at the same level. You had the Moore family rocking ice magic and the Adon Levitts spitting fire. Back when their families were beefing over who ran the Magic Academy scene, Hong Bi-yeon and Iso were the prodigies born to settle the score. But with opposite elements, they couldn't exactly share the throne. One of them had to come out on top. Iso wrapped her arms around herself, trying to hold it together. She used to think she was the main character, but now, She wondered if she even had a shot at payback against the Adon Levitts. Someone walked up, eyeing her from the side. Just like that, Iso's pity party got crashed by a voice asking, "Hey, you riding solo?" She looked up and saw Baek Yu-Seol standing there. Iso stammered, answering his question with another question. Did you need something?" Baek Yu-Seol flashed a grin, pointed a thumb at his chest, and dropped the invite. "Let's team up." Over in her circle, Hong Bi-yeon clocked them immediately. She was thinking Baek Yu-Seol, then she saw he was with Iso, and her mood tanked. Why is he talking to that loser? Iso was totally thrown off by the offer. "You wanna form a squad?" He nodded, confirming she heard him right. "You know, there's no rule on minimum members, right? We rock a duo, we get those sweet underdog bonus points." Iso shut that down fast. She didn't buy that a two-man cell could clear this practical exam. "Are you insane? How are we supposed to take down a mid-sized level 3 monster by ourselves?" She looked totally lost and insecure, but Baek Yu-Seol just doubled down with a grin that screamed confidence. He asked her again, "You in or out?" Iso was stunned by his guts, and honestly, that determination kind of won her over. Finally, she caved. "Fine, I'm in. It's not like I've got people lining up to join me anyway." Baek Yu-Seol got what he wanted and beamed. "Sweet. I'll go turn in the roster." Iso watched him walk off silently until a pair of legs stopped right in front of her. Iso looked up to find Hong Bi-yeon standing there, arms crossed, giving her the side-eye. Iso grunted, still intimidated by the girl, but trying to act tough. "What do you want? If you're trying to compete with me." Hong Bi-yeon cut her off before she could even finish the sentence. "What are you babbling about?" She looked down her nose at Iso, every word dripping with sarcasm. "Worry about yourself, you pig in a human costume." Hong Bi-yeon spun around and walked off, her perfect hair bouncing with every step. Iso clenched her fists, determined. But deep down, Hong Bi-yeon was actually rattled. It wasn't just about Yu-Seol. Seeing him team up with a reject like Iso seriously ticked her off. She paused, fuming. "There's no way I'm losing to a failure and a commoner." She scanned the room, plotting her next move. She knew she could pick anyone, but if she wanted to win, she needed the strongest knight in the class to carry the weight. That's when she spotted a tall guy standing alone, where the sunlight hit just right. Ma Yu-Sung felt eyes on him immediately. He glanced at Hong Bi-yeon. "Yo, princess. What's the deal?" She didn't waste time with small talk. "You got a squad yet?" "Nope," he replied. "Planning to fly solo." Just as she expected. "Then, team up with me," she demanded. Ma Yu-Sung wasn't exactly thrilled. Do I need to?" Then she dropped the bomb. "Yu-Seol and Iso are teaming up." That got his attention. Hong Bi-yeon pressed her advantage. "I'm betting they aren't going for the basic mid-tier trash. They're gonna hunt the special mid to large boss monsters." His eyes shifted to the happy couple over there. Seeing him hesitate, Hong Bi-yeon doubled down on her pitch. "I'll ask you one more time. Be my partner." He smirked, molded over, and then that battle-hungry grin spread across his face. Ma Yu-Sung accepted the invite. "Sounds fun. I've been wanting to see how I stack up against Baek Yu-Seol anyway." Hong Bi-yeon got her way and smiled. "Good. I'm counting on you." Her eyes narrowed as she glared at the other pair, swearing she'd crush them. Baek Yu-Seol and Iso. "You're both going down." 4 days of prep flew by, and the monster battle simulation officially kicked off. A massive, ugly purple beast loomed over the students. Lee Han-wol checked the clipboard in his hand. "All right, classes S and A, your assessment starts now." 2 kids tried to cast a magic circle on a snail monster, but a tree beast torched their defense instantly. The other students started whispering. "Whoa, Group 16 picked a Mugray. That mid-tier mob is practically a freebie." Frey took a deep breath, trying to hype herself up. "It's chill. I've practiced enough for this." Sure, she couldn't hunt the special elites for attribute bonuses, but soloing a mid-sized level 3 monster was still the meta for maxing out her score. Usually, it takes a full squad of 5 level 1 mages just to handle a single level 1 mid-sized beast. If you had the elemental advantage and the right terrain, you could punch up. Frey looked down, bummed out. "Too bad, I'm stuck with light magic. It doesn't counter anything, so I just gotta deal with it." Then something caught her eye, the girl with the blue hair in the corner. She silently rooted for Iso. She remembered how this went down in the original plot, kind of like a tragic Manhwa recap, where Hong Bi-yeon sabotaged her, leaving her partnerless and with a failing grade. "I was actually going to ask her to join my team." "You back?" "Yeah, I'm back." Baek Yu-Seol scratched his head, grinning like a goofball. "Just got back from the Can I solo?" Side totally killing the vibe. Give me a break," Flame thought. If Baek Yu-Seol was here backing an L up, the guy's future wouldn't look so bleak. A loud buzz snapped her out of it. The massive beast hit the dirt K.O. Instructor Lee Hanwha nodded. Group 16 solid work. Take a breather. Then he barked out the next names. Group 17 you're up. Flame shouted a quick yo and sprinted down the hallway toward the kill zone, breezing past Baek Yu-Seol and isekai'd. The second she zoomed by, Baek Yu-Seol flinched. Flame stepped on her own loose lace classic fail. She started face-planting, but Baek snagged her shoulder just in time. Whoa there. Suspended in midair by her collar, Flame blinked, totally lagging. Baek Yu-Seol looked a bit awkward. Flame just froze and muttered, yeah. He set her down gently, 0 damage taken. She spun around. Thanks for the save. Baek Yu-Seol pointed at her kicks. Don't mention it. Just fix your laces. Flame finally looked down at her feet. Wait a sec. She flashed back to that friendly classmate earlier. Jinky had insisted on tying them, and he pulled them tight. Let me get that for you, he'd said, with that fake smile. Appreciate it. Baek Yu-Seol, being the nice guy, crouched down. Here, I got it. Flame waved him off. Nah, I'm good. Bullet dodged, she thought. If I hadn't caught that, I'd be monster chow. She marched onto the platform, gripping her weapon, locking into battle mode. The peanut gallery started gossiping immediately. Is she serious? Going solo. Looks like it. Another student scoffed disbelief, written all over his face. No way. She actually thinks she can solo a boss like that. A massive, raging wild boar materialized looking for blood. Flame stared the beast down cold as ice. Standard monster, she analyzed. No elemental weakness, so I can't cheese this fight. Lee Hanwha raised his hand. Group 17 exam. Start, the crowd gasped as the boar charged with the force of a hurricane. Look at that speed, she's toast, ignoring the haters. Flame began her cast, her voice soft. Whisper of the wind petals. She locked eyes with the frenzied beast barreling toward her. Suddenly, thick vines of ivy erupted from the ground, tangling up the charging boar. The beast squealed in frustration, immobilized by the magical vines. Flame didn't flinch. She shifted her mana for the next phase, material transmutation. The fragile green vines instantly calcified, hardening into solid rock shackles. The boar thrashed harder, absolutely losing its mind against the stone grip. Not enough, she thought. A glittering magic circle formed above her head, just as the stone bindings started to crack under the monster's brute strength. With a massive heave, the boar shattered its stone prison. Free again, it snorted and launched itself straight at Flame like a runaway train. Flame stood her ground, staff raised. The beast was right in her face now, jaws wide open, tusks gleaming, ready to swallow her whole. But she didn't blink. As it closed the distance, she channeled every ounce of her mana into a single point-blank strike. Golden energy coalesced and blasted directly into the boar's gaping maw. The beam pierced through, exploding out of its red eye. The monster's last sight was the tiny human who just owned it. Flame gripped her staff, chest heaving. The giant carcass swayed for a second before crashing down with a heavy thud right at her feet. The audience was dead silent, jaws on the floor. Finally, someone broke the quiet. Dude, that's insane. My squad of 5 couldn't even take down a mid-tier mob. Who is that girl? Flame tuned out the hype. Phew, cleared it, she thought, wiping sweat away. But as she walked off, another student caught her eye. Her eyes went wide. Wait, am I seeing things? Instructor Lee's voice boomed again. Hong Bayan and Ma Yu-Sung were already standing in the arena. Now, beginning the assessment for Group 31. The duo stood side by side, while the crowd went absolutely feral, cheering for them. Look, it's the princess. You got this. Flame couldn't wrap her head around it. Why is Bayan teaming up with Ma Yu-Sung? She should be with her own faction. In the original storyline, these two have zero connection, she thought, totally lost. This feels like a plot twist in a manhwa recap. What is up with this party setup? An eerie green glow signaled the summon. A hulking monstrosity materialized, ripped physique, blood-red lips, and armor-plated green scales. It let out a bone-rattling roar. One student squinted. Hold up. Isn't that a Suakwa LP? The murmurs turned into gasps of pure respect. No way, that's a special mid to large class boss. Leave it to the princess to hunt down such a rare spawn. Flame analyzed the creature, her expression grim. They don't get it. It's not just about the size class. She ran the stats mentally. Bayan specializes in fire, earth, and lightning. She shifted her gaze to the beast, radiating raw primal energy. The Suakwa LP is a water type with massive fire resistance and flight capabilities. It's a hard counter to both Bayan and Ma Yu-Seol. They aren't just flexing by picking a big target. They intentionally picked a bad matchup to multiply their score, she realized. They're gunning for a perfect S rank, but that's only if they don't die. The monster's azure wings snapped open, whipping up a gale as it shrieked. Hong Bian just stood there, gripping her staff cool as a cucumber. Let's do this. Ma Yusong drew his blade. Roger that, princess. He took a few steps backward, confusing the hell out of the onlookers. Huh. What's the play here? I thought they'd rush it. A student scratched his head. Since when does the tank hide behind the mage? Ma Yusong just smirked without explaining. Zip. He vanished, leaving only a streak of violet-black afterimage. In a blink, he reappeared standing on a magic circle floating high in the air. A guy with brown hair rubbed his chin. Damn, that's a high-level movement skill for a first year. The girl next to him rolled her eyes. Yeah, but he's still out of range of the Suakwa LP. She frowned. Besides, you can't double jump on nothing. What's the strategy here? Ma Yusong grinned and flared his aura. His sword glowed with an emerald light, the pressure so intense, it made debris start floating around him like gravity was broken. He hopped onto a floating boulder. Boom. An explosion of fire underneath the rock launched him upward like a rocket, shooting him way above the flying beast. The rock shattered from the blast. Whoa, the brown-haired guy yelled, totally hyped. The girl's jaw dropped. Down below, Hong Bian was weaving fire spells, acting as the launch pad. High in the sky, Ma Yusong glanced down at his partner. It was like a scene from a Magic Academy action movie. The crowd couldn't believe the synergy. That is absolutely unreal. Bro just yeets a boulder twice his size straight at the beast. And yeah, predictable move, the thing tried to bail immediately. Rock meets monster, and the poor guy gets flattened like a pancake from high altitude. Even those tough green scales started cracking under the pressure. Ma Yuong. He's already charging up his next spell. Green-tinted rock spikes burst from the ground, locking the Suwa LP in a deadly hug. The beast roared, but it wasn't going anywhere. The Suwa LP struggled, eyes glowing gold as it went full rage mode. A second later, it shattered those rock chains like they were glass. He sticks the landing with a scoff. Just as planned, it tried to run. He's smirking, but the monster's already doomed. Hong Bi-yun is glowing with that intense reddish-orange mana. The princess didn't come to play. She's got a fire nuke ready to go, dropping a massive crimson pillar straight onto the Suwa LP's head. One student in the crowd gasped, totally losing it. No way. Am I seeing this right? They watched the beast get absolutely wrecked by Hong Bi-yun's combo. But wait, Suwa LPs have high fire resistance, right? That's when Ma Yuong steps in with his blue starlight energy. Dude grins like he owns the place. Game over. Blue and red mana collide, vaporizing the monster instantly into tiny scraps. The beast's head turned black, froze up, and dusted away in the wind. The whole room went dead silent. Nobody dared to breathe for a solid minute. That Suwa LP got deleted before it could even blink. These freshmen are monsters, straight up S-class third-year material. Watching them leave the arena, someone whispered, "Is that what a genius looks like?" Hong Bi-yun smirked, thinking, top that, Bi-yu-san. She glanced back at the stage, eyes cold. Doesn't matter what you pick, you can't beat my score. Classic villainous vibes. She looked at Bai Yusun's team, convinced she had the win. Then Bai Yusun turns to the proctor and drops a bomb. Gimme 5 of them. Hong Bai-yun's jaw hit the floor. The students went ballistic. Did I hear that right? 5. A full squad struggles with one mid-tier beast, and these two want a pentakill. All eyes were on Bai Yusun and ISO. But our guy, he didn't give a damn about the drama or the gossip. Someone shouted, "Is he suicidal?" But the request was already approved. The arena started summoning the nightmare fuel immediately. 5 monsters spawned in surrounding him instantly. Up in the stands, monster researcher Bai Tran noticed something weird about this lineup. Let's see. We got a long-tongued frog Hymeradon, a black sand bison with the nose ring, and that big-beaked carden bird. Plus a Nami slime chilling like a crystal puddle, and a massive bat glowing purple looks like a sensitive bat. Bai Tran gasped. Is this setup? Hong Bi-yun crossed her arms and asked her partner Ma Yuong, "You get what he's doing?" Nope, not a clue. Ma Yuong shook his head, staring down at the arena. I wonder what Bi-yu-san is cooking. Seeing the duo go back-to-back, he actually looked excited. Professor Lei Henhua frowned. Quick question. Whose idea was this monster draft? A young proctor raised his hand. Mine, sir. Lei Hanwu looked worried. A knight can farm points here easily, but a bishop. This strategy seems way too hardcore for a support class. The guy smiled. Actually, sir, this entire setup was designed specifically for the bishop. Lei Hanwu accepted it. Fair enough. Let's roll. Down below, Bai-yu-san whispered. You got this. Iso nodded. Obviously. He tried to act cool, telling her to trust him, but she just rolled her eyes. You say that way too much. Then he hit her with the finisher. I trust you. Iso froze. She wanted to snap back, but couldn't. This guy is confusing as hell. Head down. Izo followed him into the simulated forest. She walked silently for a bit before finally speaking up. Hey. Baek-Yu-Seol turned around. Yeah, she finally asked what was bugging her. Why me? You're an elite knight. You could have picked literally anyone else in this magic academy. He didn't answer right away, just scratched his head. After a long pause, he admitted true. There's plenty of talent here. For raw firepower, nobody beats Hong Bi-Yan. Flame has insane control. And Ma Yuang is arguably the strongest freshman period. Sin Warian Adeline. Great for one-on-one duels. They'd all be solid picks. Iso hesitated. So, why? He turned to walk away. Despite all that, I still think you're the best fit. He flashed a grin. Simple as that. That snapped her out of it. Let's get to work. Target the Cardin first. Iso watched him go flashback over. She gripped her staff tight. I still don't get your logic, she thought, closing her eyes. But if you chose me, there's a reason. She started floating off the ground. Time to show you what I can do. A blue aura exploded around Iso like a halo. The crowd went nuts. Whoa, hold up. Is that supernatural resonance? No way. That only happens when level 6 mages enter a flow state. Everyone stared at Iso hovering in the air. She was wrapped in ice magic. One wrong move, and the mana backfire could cripple her. And she's just a first year. Baek-Yu-Seol glanced over, smirking like a proud dad. That's my candidate for the Winter Queen title. He grinned, locking in. All right, let's dance. Dagger in hand, he stared down the massive beasts without flinching. 2 students versus 5 mid-bosses. He kicked off the ground, launching himself into the air. With a blink skill, he teleported right behind the enemy. No hesitation, he slashed a clean line across the monster's back. His golden eyes were dead cold, full of killing intent. The cut was deep, and the beast howled in pain. That frog monster didn't even see it coming gutted before it could make a move. He scanned the field. Heimerraden dealt with. He locked eyes with the enraged bison. Your next big guy, just like I predicted. The frog let out a massive croak instantly, grabbing the bison's attention. That crimson horn on the frog's head, yeah, it just made the red in the bison's eyes pop even more. The beast took a deep breath, eyes glowing like tail lights, its killing aura getting thicker by the second. Baek-Yu-Seol didn't even flinch. He just smirked, thinking, perfect. Just like I planned. Dude had already figured out exactly how to cheese a fight against 5 mid-tier monsters at once. The bison's eyes flashed dangerous red, but then it got totally spooked when the bird and bat locked onto it. Baek-Yu-Seol watched with a satisfied grin as the mobs turned on each other. Classic aggro redirection. Up in the stands, the students were looking down like they were witnessing a train wreck. One kid couldn't help but shout out, "Yo, what the hell is happening?" Down in the arena, 2 beasts were tearing into each other with absolutely zero chill. It was a total bloodbath. That kid couldn't believe these monsters were ignoring the players to fight each other. Meanwhile, Baek-Yu-Seol was just chilling in a good spot, a little smile playing on his lips. Everything was running smooth as butter. His whole strategy: make the monsters beef with each other instead of him. Basically, he was letting them do his dirty work. Work smarter, not harder, right? Even the veteran Ether War players were scratching their heads, wondering how a tiny squad could wipe out a mob that size. It took a ton of trial and error, but they finally cracked the code, exploiting the monster's elemental weaknesses and behavioral glitches. It's like reading a Manhwa recap, where the MC knows all the exploits. Step 1, smack the Heimerraden. Any opening works. Once that thing takes damage, its forehead lights up bright red. That's the trigger. That red glow messes with the black sand bison's brain, sending its aggression levels through the roof and making it go completely berserk. The enraged bison starts spraying sand everywhere. When that grit hits the Nami slime, those pretty blue blobs that look cute but will absolutely wreck you, it's game over. To wash off the sand, the slimes pump out a massive amount of water to keep their skin moist. We're talking a literal tidal wave that can drown anything caught in the splash zone. Baek-Yu-Seol dropped into a combat stance, gripping his sword like a pro. His eyes were locked on the flood, rushing toward his boots. Nice. Thanks to the Magic Academy barriers keeping it contained, the water level was rising fast. He glanced back at the next monster on his hit list and smirked. Right on cue, the bird-type monster unhinged its jaw and let out a screech that was straight-up nightmare fuel. See, when a Cardin feels high humidity, it screams at a frequency over 7 octaves. And that noise, it's basically a dinner bell for another beast that's just as nasty. The bats. Those things are hypersensitive to sound, and that screech just drove them totally nuts. A massive bat swooped down and slammed its claws right into the bird's skull, hitting it so hard, the bird didn't even have time to fight back. The Nami slime wasn't sitting this one out either. It rode the surging water current, launching itself straight at the bird that made that ear-splitting noise. The bird and bat locked eyes, communicating in some silent, savage language. Now, it was a three-way standoff, and nobody was backing down. Up in the VIP box, someone watching the chaos finally spoke up. "Look at that. He's got every single monster aggroed on each other." The redhead next to him rubbed his chin, genuinely shook. "Does this kid have a monster encyclopedia in his head or something? I'm a monsterology expert, and even I didn't think of that combo. Incredible." The blonde woman beside them crossed her arms. But she wasn't looking at Yusun. Her eyes were glued to his teammate. "What's really insane is that girl's focus," she noted. "Maintaining a stable mana flow in the middle of a chaotic brawl like that. That takes nerves of steel. It's all about the party synergy. She only pulls that off because she trusts her tank completely." Iso had total faith in the guy with the sword, standing between her and death. She knew he had her back. Suddenly, things went sideways. In a blink, Yusun had to abandon his post. The giant bird monster saw an opening and dive-bombed straight for Iso, pinning her under its massive bulk. Bam! Instant flash step. Yusun teleported in and delivered a brutal roundhouse kick to the bird's ribs. The impact was so heavy, it snapped the beast's head to the side. Yusun kicked off the water's surface, flipping backward to land protectively right behind Iso. His eyes went wide incoming. An attack came out of nowhere, triggering a massive explosion mid-air. Iso didn't even flinch. Eyes closed, she was still channeling, totally zoned out from reality. Yusun's sword was a blur, deflecting debris, doing whatever it took to keep the girl safe. Watching from the sidelines, the Demon King grinned and called out to Hong Bi-yun. "Hey princess." She shot him a side-eye. What, he asked a question that was pretty loaded. "Be honest, does Yusun look like the ideal knight to you, the way he's guarding her? It's like a scene straight out of a fairy tale." Every swing of Yusun's sword was packed with raw power. Suddenly, darkness swirled around, wrapping around the blue light radiating from Iso like a protective cocoon. It looked like she was floating in deep space, surrounded by glowing magic circles filled with arcane runes and symbols. Ancient text spun around the outer rings. Glittering light rained down like stardust, sinking deep into Iso's consciousness. Her eyes snapped open. Got it. A crystalline flower materialized. She'd successfully unlocked her power. Jagged shards of blue ice started popping into existence. The shards multiplied, rapidly swirling around her in a geometric pattern until they formed a massive, perfect flower made of pure ice. The students in the stands gasped, totally mesmerized by the spectacle. Whoa! The ice flower was fully bloomed and looked absolutely majestic. The monsters circled the glowing formation, but the temperature dropped so fast it chilled them to the bone. Someone in the crowd whispered, "That is beautiful." Iso's lips barely moved. Shatter. Instantly, the ice flower exploded, blasting shrapnel outward with tremendous force. The shattered crystals turned into thousands of razor-sharp blades, shredding through the air toward the beasts. The shards slammed into the monsters before they could even blink. In seconds, all 5 beasts were encased in solid ice. A voice rang out from the crowd. Is it over? Did they seriously just clear 5 mid-bosses with a 2-man party? But come on. Nothing in this world is ever that easy. No way, look at that. The ice is melting, and that freeze spell is totally useless now. The monsters are glaring daggers. They look seriously ticked off. The beasts are waking up for real. Looks like Isomo choked. The crowd is super bummed, thinking, man, they couldn't seal the deal in the end. Someone sighs. What a waste. But admits the performance was still high tier. But before the trash talk can finish, Isomo raises her hand again, charging up this massive burst of bright yellow energy. Everyone's jaw hits the floor. That mana flow is insane. She screams, "Descend," and on her command, a golden magic nuke slams straight into the monster pack. Using herself as ground zero, she unleashes a gigantic explosion, totally vaporizing those ugly freaks. The blast radius keeps expanding. It's incredibly powerful. The whole herd takes the hit and just disintegrates. After the screeching stops, Isomo freezes her eyes, wide and sparkling. She whispers, "This is my magic." She stares at her hand like, "Whoa, I actually did that." Flashback time. She remembers snapping at Baek Yu-Seol earlier, exactly like he predicted she would. 5 at once, she screamed. "Have you lost your mind?" She was totally freaking out, but he just stood there cool as ice. Baek Yu-Seol stood his ground, saying, "You got this, and I trust you." Isomo froze at his next words, "So trust me." Hearing that, she clenches her fist as the scattered memories flood back. I used to have absolutely nothing. No faith in the path I chose. And nobody to tell me I wasn't screwing up. Back then, Isomo was totally alone. But that voice woke her up. Since meeting Baek Yu-Seol, she's been shadowing his every move toward the future. Staring at his confident back, her shyness melted away. She started chasing that shadow. But things are different now. Following his lead, she tells herself, "I'm done getting lost." Just as she relaxes, the announcement drops Group 32 test over. Isomo is grinning from ear to ear. Meanwhile, Baek Yu-Seol is clinging to a wall, muttering, "Almost got sucked into the void there. A heads up would be nice, geez." Hong Bi-yeon and Ma Seon check the wall for the Monster Combat Sim results. First place Group 32, 199 points. Baek Yu-Seol and Isomo. Second place, Group 31, 127 points. She sighs, total wipeout. Crossing her arms, she grumbles, "We picked medium-large mobs that countered my element. A loss is a loss, I guess." The guy smirks. "Wow, you accepted defeat pretty fast." She glares coldly. "Zip it." Despite her joking vibe, Hong Bi-yeon eyes the guy thinking he reminds her of Baek Yu-Seol, her so-called knight in shining armor. Hong Bi-yeon clenches her arm, stubborn as hell, thinking I can sling spells just as well as Isomo. Her selfish brain just can't process it. Why is that commoner trash so loyal to Isomo? Her thoughts start spiraling into dangerous territory. If there's a perfect knight out there, he belongs to me, the perfect queen. She grinds her teeth, her face screaming, "I'm not okay with this." Admitting defeat, that was a lie. "I can't take this." Hong Bi-yeon spins around, deciding I need to dig up dirt on Baek Yu-Seol as soon as possible. Suddenly, she stops dead in her tracks, eyes wide. Standing right there is a girl with glasses and silky long hair. Hong Bi-yeon stares her down, thinking Sia Ellen. She keeps walking, brushing past her, with a head full of chaotic thoughts. Did she show up just because I lost to a commoner and a traitor? What a drag. They pass each other in silence. Sia Ellen stays by the door, glancing back at Hong Bi-yeon. She smirks and whispers, "Still a rookie." Somewhere else, Flem is busy scribbling in her notebook. Her small hands are sketching tiny letters across the page. A bead of sweat rolls down her cute face. She didn't expect the crystal flower to bloom this fast. Flem tries to visualize Isomo's crystal flower magic. That spell is Isomo's signature move. It only shows up when she conquers her trauma and gets her groove back. Her pen stops, but her brain is still racing. If we stick to the original script, Isomo should be a total wreck right now. Then she thinks of Baek Yu-Seol. But seeing her blast that flower in front of everyone, that's definitely Baek Yu-Seol's influence. In the original romance novel, Ma Seon and Iso face the apocalypse together. She wonders, is there some side story I missed? What if Baek Yu-Seol, some nobody character who loved Flem, she theorizes, chose to regress instead of Ma Seon when the world ended? She rests her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Rewinding time for love, even if it means being forgotten by the one you saved? Does Baek Yu-Seol really have no regrets? Flem taps the pen against her cheek, dreamy-eyed. Trading your whole existence to turn back the clock. What kind of love is that? Baek Yu-Seol crosses his arms seriously, reading the pop-ups. Chapter 51. Beast Combat Sim complete. Massive XP gained. You successfully steered the story in a positive direction. Project Constellatio is sending a bonus. Baek Yu-Seol frowns. What reward should I pick? His eyes sharpen, calculating. My skills are buffed enough. Better prep for the next arc. After thinking it over, he tells the system, I'll take the Yggdrasil leaf key. The system goes quiet, making him sweat a little. Finally, it pings. Checking. Reward delivered. He pumps his fist. Yes, the Yggdrasil leaf key isn't an artifact, but it's the kind of super rare loot only high-level players in a leveling manhwa would ever see. This is the key to the god's realm. He rubs his chin, scheming. But to use it, I gotta get off campus. Because of that, necromancer drama lockdown is strict. What do I do? Suddenly, it clicks. The club activities cut to an old building bathed in morning light. The letter reads, growth process. My family was broke growing up, so we never ate out like normal people. Whenever mom pulled a double shift, I was stuck surviving on instant ramen. Eventually, I got so sick of the sodium overload that I threw a fit and demanded some real food. She scraped together her savings just to buy me a bowl of jjajangmyeon. I was in heaven, but even though she sat there with me, she didn't take a single bite. She just claimed she hated the stuff. Baek Yu-Seol stretched his arms, feeling the satisfying pop of his joints. Mission accomplished. His eyes sharpened. Now it was time to hunt for a club in this magic academy. Standing in front of the bulletin board, plastered with desperate recruitment flyers, he hesitated. Yu-Seol stroked his chin. Which one of these wasn't going to be a total waste of time? The options were tragic: a creative writing circle, a study until you die group for college prep, some mage sports club called Sonchest, and a literature appreciation society. Facing this buffet of boredom, he had to be strategic. He needed a spot that allowed special off-campus permission so he could go grind levels. Most of these clubs were basically prison sentences. Yu-Seol glanced sideways and called out, "Yo." He looked at Aisha with feigned curiosity. "You club shopping too?" "Haven't picked one yet." She looked annoyed, but also a little flustered. "What gave it away, and so what if I haven't?" Yu-Seol played dumb. "Weird. Someone like you should be fighting off invites with a stick," he teased. She sighed, looking defeated. "Do you not know who I am?" He shrugged. "I know you're Aisha. You're trending lately." She stammered, "Oh, well, I guess that's true." Yu-Seol studied her. After the exams, Aisha's reputation had skyrocketed. She definitely knew her stock had gone up. Aisha cut through his internal monologue. "Anyway, you have to choose a club carefully. It's important." They were whispering like conspirators, completely missing the creeper behind them. "Buy one, get one free." Ma Yu-Seol stepped up and slapped Yu-Seol's shoulder like they were best buds. "Why you treating me like a stranger?" "Yu-Seol." My guy Yu-Seol swatted his hand away without hesitation, thinking Ma Yu-Seol read the room. Why is he ignoring my obvious hostility? The guy just kept yapping. "I saw your test results. Commanding a necromancer to hunt. That's insane. You're actually skilled." Yu-Seol dusted off his shoulder, like he'd been touched by something gross. Just got lucky," Yu-Seol mumbled. Yu-Seol stared at him, scanning him like a barcode. After a long pause, he nodded. "I knew it. You're hiding something." Yu-Seol's voice dropped an octave, sounding ominous. "You're different from the other NPCs around here." Yu-Seol stayed silent, mentally calculating how to defuse this bomb. Finally, he spoke up. "Look, I'm a commoner. I have to hustle twice as hard just to keep up with you elites." Yu-Seol laughed. "I see. So you just use your time more efficiently than I do." Yu-Seol tried to pivot. "What are you doing this weekend?" Yu-Seol pointed at himself. "Me?" Then, with zero shame, he dropped a bomb on them. "Studying." Both Yu-Seol and Aisha froze. Yu-Seol looked at him with a deadpan expression. "I asked to be polite, and you give me a fake answer. Thanks." Yu-Seol waved his hands. "No, seriously. I'm studying." He continued studying and training. Now, Yu-Seol was actually shocked. "Huh." He frowned. "Since when do you grind? That's not your style." Yu-Seol looked a bit shy. Yeah. I don't know, just felt like I should recently." Yu-Seol mentally pulled up the timeline of this manhwa recap he was living in. Ma Yu-Seol wasn't supposed to start his training arc until way later. What changed? Aisha suddenly piped up. Was it the dungeon field trip? Yu-Seol beamed, admitting it instantly. Exactly. If the lady hadn't stepped in, I might have been toast. Aisha snapped. "Stop calling me lady." Yu-Seol started to piece it together. Right. In the original story, Yu-Seol teamed up with Flame and easily clapped Haegui-Ryong's cheeks. He replayed the events. Because Yu-Seol had intervened, Flame got stuck, leaving Yu-Seol to face the boss solo. Was that near-death experience the glitch that forced him to level up? Whatever. It worked out. Now both Haegui-Ryong and Yu-Seol were motivated to get stronger. Yu-Seol looked at the two of them doing the math. Unlike him, their growth was actually good for the plot. It increased the chances of a happy ending. Yu-Seol interrupted his train of thought. "Hey, seriously, you haven't joined a club yet. It's been a while since orientation." Yu-Seol gave a cold, clipped answer. "I'm busy." Yu-Seol grinned, pointing at his own face. "Then join my club." Yu-Seol looked away, feigning disinterest. "Maybe. If you can meet my demands, I'll think about it." Yu-Seol tilted his head. "What kind of club are you looking for?" Yu-Seol unleashed a ridiculous list that stunned them into silence. Quiet, minimal members, 0 mandatory parties, full health benefits, cheese, pork cutlets for lunch, total freedom to operate off-campus, respect for privacy, and unconditional special leave permits. Aisha blinked. Cheese, pork cutlets, Yu-Seol looked confused. Full benefits. Aisha shattered the delusion. That club doesn't exist on this planet. Yu-Seol kept a straight face, but thought, obviously, I'm just messing with you. But contrary to their skepticism, Yu-Seol didn't back down. The guy was practically vibrating with energy as he pointed at his handsome face. "Then I'll just build that club for you." Yu-Seol was shook. "Excuse me." He couldn't believe his ears. "You can seriously just create a club with special off-campus privileges?" Yu-Seol nodded firmly. "Yeah, I can." Then it clicked. With Ma Yu-Seol's family connections, he could probably get away with murder. But Yu-Seol crossed his arms, suspicious. "What's in it for you, if you make this club for me?" Yusong answered with a conviction that nearly knocked Yuson over. Because you're special. Yuson started sweating. What do you know? He stopped himself from saying too much. Wait, he remembered now. One of Ma Yusong's core character traits was his crippling fear of being alone. After a moment of hesitation, Yusong caved. Fine, go make the club. Whatever special means. Yusong looked like he just won the lottery, his whole face lighting up. Really, Yuson shrugged, acting cool. Yeah. Then he pointed a finger at Aisha. But she has to join too. Aisha jumped. Huh. Me too. Yusong crossed his arms, calculating. In the source material, these two were a canon couple. Aisha could handle Yusong's emotional maintenance. Yusong grinned like a flower in bloom. If the beautiful Lady Aisha joins, I'd be honored. Aisha immediately dumped a bucket of ice water on his enthusiasm. Don't call me lady. It's annoying. This awkward banter made Yusong question his matchmaking skills. Is this actually going to work? Probably. Yuseong was hyped. So what should we name the club? Yuseong paused. Oh, I've got that covered. He scribbled on the application form, Application for Culinary Arts Club. Club name, The Gourmet Club. President, Baek Yu-Seol. Members, Ma, Yusong, Aisha. Objective, exploring fine dining. Aisha stared at the paper, totally bewildered. Is that gonna fly? To get the special activity stamp, we need a faculty advisor and at least 4 warm bodies. Maosong puffed his chest out, swearing he could handle the head count and the stamp. But he deflated pretty fast when the topic of finding an advisor came up. Yuson grilled him, totally confused. How'd you even score a special exit permit anyway? Mao Seong's face went dark as he muttered. Everyone else is just total garbage. That caught Yuson off guard. For real, after chatting, Mao Seong waved the application around like a trophy. I'm gonna go snag that stamp for the registration. Yuson nodded. Cool, I'm counting on you. Yuson watched him bounce, thinking to himself. Getting a stamp for special activities isn't something just anyone can do. But if he pulls it off, he's definitely got connections with the higher-ups. The main tower was bathed in a warm sunset glow, giving off major chill vibes. Inside the vice principal's office, a middle-aged guy was fondling a porcelain vase when the door creaked. He glanced over and nearly swallowed his tongue. Seeing Yuson stomp in, he gasped, "Oh my god," then he bowed like a servant. "Welcome, young master." Yuson replied with fake politeness. "Yeah, long time no see, Gramps." He slowly sank into a chair. Yuson looked way too excited. "This seat is comfier than I thought. I'm digging it." The vice principal forced a sweaty smile. "Is that so?" He narrowed his eyes, cursing internally. What is this lunatic doing here, the VP thought. Yuson slid a paper toward him. The VP asked, So, what business brings you by today? Yuson leaned on the desk, grinning like a shark. Club registration form. Stamp it for me? The vice principal picked it up. A club registration application. First, I need to verify if you meet the establishment criteria. Before he could grab it, Yuson slammed his foot down on the desk, pinning the paper. The old man's pupils shrank in terror. We don't need to read the fine print, do we? Just stamp the damn thing. Yuson smirked, radiating pure menace. You gonna do it for me? The vice principal gulped hard. He hesitated, staring at Yuson's cocky face. He couldn't fight back. As long as this kid was the heir of that man, resistance was futile. Yes, I'll take care of it. The vice principal reached for the paper, while Yuson casually adjusted his necktie. Thought so. Yuson turned on his heel, the second he got what he wanted. Thanks a bunch. I'm out. The vice principal stared at the closed door, feeling like he was going to pass out from rage. His eyes narrowed with fury. Like father, like son. Looks exactly the same and just as arrogant. He gripped his desk, his eyes burning with murderous intent. It won't be long now. One day I'll slice that ego of yours in half. The scene shifted to a crisp blue morning at the Magic Academy. All right, class, dismissed. The teacher grabbed his gear and bailed. Jackie quietly packed her stuff, while whispers filled the room. Finally, over. These professors are always nitpicking over the smallest stuff during presentations. Totally. And they go way harder on the commoners. Jackie froze while stacking her notes. She bit her lip, staring down at the papers in her hand with a worried look. I should have crushed it out there. Instead, I choked and messed up. I know I'm better than Fulam. Fila slid up next to her. Hey Jackie, you actually did great today. She smiled, trying to comfort her. Don't sweat what the prof said, you killed it. Jackie scowled and stormed off, cutting her off cold. Enough. Fila frowned and sighed. Seriously, I'm just trying to look out for her, and she acts like that. No kidding, a voice agreed. She jumped out of her skin. What? The Yuson acted all casual. Nothing major. Hey, you're tight with the professors, right? I'm trying to start a club. Think you could ask a prof to help me out? Fila looked skeptical. Why don't you do it yourself? Yusun answered honestly. The professors kinda hate my guts, so it's awkward. Makes sense, she said, eyeing him with disdain. Look at how you act every day. You talk back constantly. You sleep in class. Honestly, it's a miracle you haven't been expelled yet. Yusun laughed awkwardly. It's not that bad. Fila rolled her eyes. But seriously, who's gonna take on a headache like you? Suddenly, her eyes went wide. Oh, wait, aren't you cool with Aunt Teresa, the teaching assistant? He walked down the hall, deep in thought. So a TA can be a club advisor. I just played through the main story, so that little detail from this manhwa recap must have slipped my mind. Yusun bit his lip, spotting something ahead. Professor Tyrion breezed past in a long robe, clutching a stack of books and wearing a shady grin. Yusun stood there watching him go. What was that about? He turned to the wooden sign on the door, Private Research Room, Aunt Teresa. Yusun breezed in with a smile. Knock knock. But his eyes went wide when he saw the chaos papers littered everywhere. Aunt Teresa bit her lip and turned around, panic in her eyes. Ah. She frantically wiped her tears. You're here, Yusun frowned. Assistant Aunt Teresa, what the hell is going on? She stuttered, her voice cracking. It's just that. Yusun glanced down at the mess of documents scattered on the floor. His sudden question made her jump. The research paper you said was ready. Where is it? She clenched her fists, shaking with anxiety. Aunt Teresa forced a smile. I gave it to the professor. You know how it is. There's an academic conference coming up. He said he'd use my paper for it, and I should be grateful for the exposure. Yusun's voice dropped low, cutting her off mid-sentence. A place where all the genius alchemists gather, huh? He frowned, his gaze sharp. That sounds like straight-up theft. Is he even gonna put your name on it? Aunt Teresa squinted, trying to downplay it. It's fine, really. Situations like this are just life experience. Yusun scratched his head and looked away. Geez, I shouldn't have just come here to ask for a faculty advisor. His pupils dilated as a plan formed. His eyes locked onto the whiteboard covered in scribbles and a massive magic circle. Professor Menzin is gonna crack that formula soon. I wanted Aunt Teresa to solve it before he did. Yusun suddenly spoke up. Assistant, don't you have another paper in the works, the one we cracked together last time? Aunt Teresa looked blank. Huh, the algorithm for random number intersection combined with Qigong. He pointed to the meticulous magic circle on the board. I tried applying your unique idea to it, but it didn't work. There's a reason it's been an unsolved problem for 300 years. Aunt Teresa turned to look at it. If we can just unclog that one bottleneck, the whole path forward opens up. Yusun dropped a bombshell that made her eyes pop. I already solved that part, Anissa stammered. Huh, what did you just say? You seriously cracked it? He casually strolled up to the chalkboard. Yeah, but I just kinda cheesed it with a trick, so I don't totally get the mechanics. Yusun grabbed the chalk and started scribbling more details. Anissa just stood there, zoning out at his back. Her pupils were blown wide open. She was locked in a trance until Yusun flashed a smile and glanced back at her. But if it's you, big sis, it'll be totally different. Anissa rushed over her eyes, glued to his work. Right, if I add scattering and reflection to Chini's coefficients here, then toss in the Panusen flow. Yusun stood there grinning, watching her geek out over the formulas. She was already deep in the zone. Seriously, that focus is insane. Yusun spun around smoothly. Unlike me, a total fraud who just copies what he sees. She's a legit genius, the kind who can flip the future of humanity. My part in this script is done. Yusun chuckled to himself. Now he just had to bet everything on her talent and wait. Mist was hanging thick outside the train car. Yusun hopped off and let out a loud sigh. Finally made it. He yawned, rubbing his stiff neck and complaining. Thanks to Anteria's help, I managed to set up the cooking club and snag the club pres spot. Finally got my hall pass. Man, I'm sore all over. He chuckled, flashing back to Professor Hanwon's serious face when he read the request. Even if it looked kinda sus training while on an authorized outing for a cooking club? Yup, that's exactly what went down. Anyway, lucky me getting that pass was a breeze. Yusun walked along the cobblestone path. As long as I don't start any drama, I'm good. He blinked, confused. Whoa, straight ahead was a massive tree with branches growing downward, wrapping around the trunk like vines. That's the third world tree, the Southern Spirit Garden. Branches stretched across both sides of the road. Yusun walked deeper, in eyes wide. No way simple game graphics could compare to this reality. A white-haired spirit squinted in a friendly way. Nice to meet you, mage from Stella. Another spirit chimed in softly. May your sincere vibes reach Mother Earth. He smiled back, acting chill. Probably because the ancient elms and elchwinds saved them when the second world tree was burning down and about to crash. Hope you guys always catch blessings from the world tree for this awesome garden. A lot of elves recognized his uniform from the Magic Academy, so they were being super nice. Yu-Seol looked around, giving mental props. Just like the game settings, tons of hot guys and girls here. But one elf stood out as totally gorgeous. The image of a white-haired elf, wearing a long veil, popped into his head. The elf king Hwa-Seorin, looking like a straight-up goddess. She used to make countless guy gamers weak in the knees. She was the MVP with the biggest fan base in the world of Ear. Two pretty spirits were cuddling nearby. But here's the kicker. Elves are born genderless. They only pick a side when they find true love, morphing to match their partner. Hwa-Seorin has two opposing designs. Seorin spawned in a female form, but since she never caught feelings for anyone, the lore says she's technically still genderless. Later on, after falling for Flame, Seorin chose to be a dude. Yu-Seol walked through the forest thinking hard. No matter which story route you took, there was zero option for Seorin to stay a girl. That twist sent tons of fanboys into depression. Kind of a tragic comedy. Even I used to crush on Hwa-Seorin. He smirked. Bingo, found it. A stone door hidden behind the thicket. This is the mysterious maze, the garden of the heavenly spirit Lai Heno. He scanned the area. His stats were buffed up pretty nicely now. Better gear up for the incoming events. Yu-Seol recalled the info the system fed him. Item acquired, Lai Heno's leaf key. He grinned, pulling out a silver key. Sweet, I get to use this way sooner than I thought. He shoved the key into the lock. A system window popped up with a warning. Opening the gate to this zone might alert other key holders. Yu-Seol narrowed his eyes. Pretty sure I saw this warning in the walkthroughs, but players confirmed nothing crazy ever happened. He quickly twisted the key. At this point, what's the worst that could happen? A blinding light flashed, and the gate to Lai Heno's garden cracked open. The vibe shifted completely. A massive floating rock appeared in the sky. The Elf Kingdom, the cradle of the heavenly spirit tree. A fancy castle sat on top of the rock. Hwa-Seorin was snoozing on a bed, then slowly pushed herself up. She slipped out of bed gracefully. She walked over, threw the big window open, and leaned on the sill. Seorin gazed out at the world tree, frowning before looking down. World's pretty chill today, huh? The Elf King Hwa-Seorin. A white seagull soared through the clear sky. Seorin looked up. Wonder when I'll ever be that free. She squinted, smiling sadly. Damn, I'm actually jealous of some birds. Suddenly, Seorin sensed a stranger. What's this vibe? She grabbed her head, biting her lip nervously. Did someone break into the secret garden where Lai Heno is sleeping? That place is supposed to be on lockdown. Who the heck is it? Seorin thought hard. No time to wonder. She rushed to grab her veil. Seorin sprinted to the door, smoothing out the fabric. Gotta keep it together. I've held back for decades. Can't go crazy now. Her face was pale as she stared at the floor. What if the curse triggers and someone goes psycho? She bit her lip, eyes darting around. Just wait for the day of descent. I'll investigate then. In the other dimension, Yu-Seol suddenly sneezed. He was walking down a foggy path. This damn pollen. Yu-Seol gritted his teeth and bolted when some vines tried to jump him. Stupid roots. He slid across the dirt to dodge. A clump of mutant grass started moving in front of him. If I keep fighting, this will never end. But Yu-Seol just smirked, pulling out a vial. Knew this would happen, so I whipped up some alchemy Molotovs. He hopped up and chucked the potion at the grass. Boom. A massive fire roared to life. Yu-Seol whipped out a small dagger and rushed the mutant flower. Can't blow this chance. Flash Yu-Seol's pupils glowed as he locked onto the target. Little beady eyes peeked out from behind the flower cluster. Right there, Yu-Seol jumped, hitting the hilt switch. The blade extended and stabbed straight down. A soft groan echoed as the giant plant slowly faded away. Yu-Seol looked around with a chill vibe as the system notification popped up. Experience points secured. For these trash mobs, that was plenty. He bit his lip and rolled his eyes, looking away. Up ahead, the light was hazy. Time to get to the real objective. He was entering the boss room of the maze. There she was, Hwa-Seorin, leaning against a stone pillar in a field full of flowers. Yu-Seol stepped forward, completely spacing out as he let out a gasp. His pupils dilated in total shock, that figure clasping her hands in prayer in the distance. It froze him in his tracks. Is that the celestial spirit Lai Heno? An endless field of flowers. Hwa-Seorin, leaning on the pillar praying. Literally the most mysterious creature in the universe. A celestial spirit, a pure soul that cultivated for hundreds of years, finally hit enlightenment and evolved into a brand new entity. Even in this world, entities like that are crazy rare, but the thing in front of him wasn't a complete celestial spirit. Yu-Seol watched the woman from a distance. Right before ascending, her heart was stolen, leaving her body frozen in that state forever. He narrowed his eyes, let out a long sigh, and hyped himself up to get closer. Suddenly, the whole area started shaking violently, freaking him out. Yu-Seol gritted his teeth as his legs gave way, and he collapsed right onto the ground. This is mana suppression. Even in death, a celestial spirit is no joke. He screamed in agony, but there was no way he was quitting here. Yu-Seol forced his legs to move, trembling all over as he got close to the statue of Hwa-Seorin. The second he made it, he dropped to one knee, panting like crazy, next to the spirit. His eyes went wide when the system pinged. Experience for the mana leakage trait just went up. Yu-Seol broke out in a cold sweat and slumped backward. Finally, he could breathe. Stats were climbing. He bit his lip, staring at the statue. This was it, the ultimate natural training ground. The last place the spirit appeared. It's the kind of mana vein every mage in the world is dying to find. Just doing basic training here boosts efficiency by like 100 times. By absorbing the spirit's aura into his body, his ability to sync with nature was skyrocketing. He smirked. Basically, he went through all that hell just to find the best gym in the world. And to think he doesn't even work out back in reality. But right there on the Hwa-Seorin statue was a glowing branch tucked in her hands. Yu-Seol grabbed it, narrowing his eyes with a satisfied grin. Artifact acquired. The branch of deep resentment. High-tier item. Description says the grudge never fades. It just burns hotter with rage over time. Special feature, grudge. 1. Touching a target the first time applies the grudge status effect. 2. Touching them a second time detonates it, dealing massive damage. 3. The grudge accumulates over time. Damage increases every single day, stacking up for a maximum of 8 months. 4. If the target is risk level 6, or higher, damage is halved, and it's a one-time use. Yu-Seol was hyped with this. He could actually take on the final boss, Min Tyrant. Artifact secured time to grind. The system board popped up a few weeks later. Mana leakage level 3. Strength plus 8%. Agility plus 12%. Senses plus 20%. Sixth sense. Consumes mental energy to activate. Lets the user vaguely sense mana phenomena within a 24-meter radius. When active, accelerated perception kicks in. It triggers automatically if the user is in danger. Mana circulation in the blood is at 2%. Yu-Seol rubbed his chin wearily. His stats were probably around mid-tier 2-star level now. He frowned, training hard in the flower field. Still a long road ahead. The protagonist of this system, Manhwa, has multiple stats over 4 stars though. Yu-Seol pressed his lips together, spinning around to swing his sword. No swordmaster to teach him in this world. Just had to keep stabbing and slashing, training, until he could strike a grand slam on an enemy's weak point. He gritted his teeth, eyes locked in focus. Gotta push harder. Yu-Seol kept swinging, mana surging around him. He was paying for this power with blood, sweat, and total exhaustion. Suddenly his eyes bugged out, and the world spun. Yu-Seol dropped the sword, coughing in pain. He gasped for air, totally freaked out. He'd just unlocked a piece of a special mana breathing method, skill breath, of the celestial spirit obtained. Yu-Seol's face went pale, he looked drained, and everything started getting blurry. His eyelids felt like lead weights. Suddenly, a piercing scream from far away made him jump. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Can you hear me? Can't hear me. Ignoring me? Better not be. You hear me talking, right? Answer me already. I'm waiting. Hello? Hurry up, Yu-Seol scrambled backward. What the hell? Where was that voice coming from? It rang out again. You heard me just now, didn't you? He spun around, confused. Who are you? The Hwa-Seorin statue was still motionless. Celestial Spirit Lieheno Yu-Seol stood there, lost in thought. Did Celestial Spirit Lieheno just talk to me? He frowned, jaw dropping. What is this, a talking corpse? The voice came back sounding super annoyed. I'm not dead, you human piece of trash. He was baffled. What? How are you talking? The statue still hadn't moved an inch. I've been talking this whole time, you were just too deaf to hear it. Why could he hear her now, though? Yu-Seol bent down to grab his sword hilt. Maybe because you've become a bit like me? He looked up at her blankly. Just now, you breathed in my exact rhythm. Come to think of it, the system said he got the breath of the celestial spirit level 1. Matching the spirit's breathing lets the user sync with nature and boosts mana circulation, but it also triggers the divine beast encroachment effect. First form strength, plus 107%. Second form agility, plus 125%. Third form senses, plus 147%. Fourth form taste, plus 101%. Max duration is 15 seconds. Divine Beast Encroachment, level 1%. Yusun looked at the system board, totally blown away. What is this? This skill is a monster. Short duration sure, but for a few seconds, it boosts his stats to 4-star levels. Wait, the penalty is Divine Beast Encroachment. He bit his lip deep in thought. That basically means losing his humanity. A divine beast can keep its form with just mana, but for him, a guy with mana leakage, losing his physical body means straight-up death. It's a skill that eats away his lifespan every time he uses it. Yusun frowned, his eyes hardening. No. Gotta stay positive. It's still a clutch skill for emergencies in this leveling manhwa. The statue remained silent, then suddenly spoke up again. Weird, this is the second time I've seen a human breathe, just like a spirit. You remind me of him. You've got 0 presence. No mana in your body at all. It's like you don't even exist in this world. Yusun suddenly asked, "Who's the guy you're talking about?" Her answer totally threw him for a loop. A swordsman just like you. Guy could slice through magic. He could even cut down spirits. Wait. What? Yusun clenched his fist. This swordsman wasn't in the game lore at all. If he could slice through spirits, he must have been a top-tier boss. Seriously, this feels like a twist straight out of a manhwa recap. Can I meet this guy? Hwa Seorin shut him down cold. No way. He got taken out by the Archmage of the Founding's apprentice. Yusun stood there stunned. The Founding Archmage. So, he kicked the bucket a long time ago, huh? She suddenly spoke up. Want me to teach you his moves? Yusun was shocked that Hwa Seorin would even offer. We were pretty tight back in the day. I memorized his breathing technique and his sword style. Seriously, the statue of Hwa Seorin sat there perfectly still. Her voice got soft. But there's a catch. I can't leave this spot, and I can't talk to anyone else. I might as well be dead. Yusun's eyes went wide, surprised by the condition. So, bring me a heart. Save me. He thought it over carefully before slowly replying. You probably guessed what I'm gonna say, but sorry, that's impossible. His words made the air get heavy. With my current stats, there is no way I can hunt down another spirit to get you a heart. The statue went silent. Then Hwa Seorin spoke up again. It doesn't have to be a spirit's heart. A pure heart from a divine beast works just fine. Yusun looked skeptical. If you use a beast's heart, you're gonna lose almost all your power, you know that, right? Hwa Seorin's voice echoed through the quiet space. Whatever it beats, rotting in here alone, forever. Yusun blinked and sheathed his sword. Makes sense. Hunting down a regular beast heart sounds like a standard quest in a leveling manhwa, so it's definitely doable. He smirked, looking confident. I'm grinding my cultivation levels for the upcoming summoning contract ceremony anyway. I'll be running into tons of divine beasts. Compared to hunting a spirit, that's a walk in the park. I'll do my best to bring back as many as I can. Hwa Seorin was touched. Thank you. I'll be waiting. Good morning, by the way. I've got something for you. Yusun was surprised. For me, see those skinny vines wrapped around the stone pillar? Check behind me. What is this thing? Yusun grabbed the small flower bracelet, resting there. Proof that you're my friend. Laheno's flower ring. Item description. Proof of friendship with Laheno. No special stats. He closed his eyes thinking, then calmly shoved the ring into his pocket. Never heard of this item in the game walkthroughs. If things go south, I can at least use it for kindling. Yusun paused. Wait a sec, she's a spirit. He smirked at the flower ring in his hand. A friendship badge from a spirit. In a system manhwa, this kind of junk usually turns out to be a god-tier item later on. Sunlight crept through the window. Aunt Teresa frozen chalk in hand. She slumped to the floor in shock. Moonlight hit her silhouette against a blackboard, covered in scribbles. I actually did it. She quickly shook it off. No, this isn't the time to zone out. Aunt Teresa rushed to her desk to take notes. Ink dripped from the tip of her shiny pen. Aunt Teresa squinted, a happy smile spreading across her face. Tomorrow, a new era begins. She left the room, leaving behind a paper full of complicated symbols on the desk. Yusun's gonna be stoked when he finds out. Meanwhile, night fell over the land of the dwarves. Amidst the deep spreading darkness, the kingdom slowly revealed itself under the glittering lights of a massive tower. The dwarf kingdom capital of the Ironblood Empire. Under the quiet night sky, a group of people walked slowly, eyes fixed on the tower ahead. Before the massive gates, Aunt Teresa and Yusun walked side by side, pausing to take in the view. We made it. Yeah, we did. Inside the grand campus, yellow light spilled onto the stone steps where people were filing in. Today is the big academic conference. They rotate the venue every year, and this time it's hosted at the Kimha Gwang Magic Academy, the top alchemy school in the Dwarf Kingdom. Since dwarves are the OGs of material magic, this place is obviously going to be huge. Thinking about that, the image of a famous scholar popped into everyone's head, making sure nobody took this event lightly. Yu-Seol smiled, eyes sparkling. Plus, the legendary golden alchemist isekai'd is showing up this time. Perfect timing to drop Teresa's research. But then, a whisper broke his concentration. But hey, Yu-Seol, is this really okay? Teresa frowned, looking hesitant and worried. This research is what the professor spent half her life chasing. I can't tell if you're a saint or just clueless. She stole your work, and you're still defending her. She looked up at Yu-Seol surprised. Don't sweat it, sis. He laughed and said, it's not like we're stealing her research. While Teresa looked confused, Yu-Seol continued, it's just a case of the assistant outclassing the professor. The two of them walked inside. Yeah, thanks. Let's go in. That red carpet looks way too intense. Let's take the back door. Good call. The conference was already underway. Welcome doctors, professors, and researchers of the Alchemy Society. The host on stage held a cue card to lead the event. We will now begin the 87th Golden Section Academic Conference. High heels clicked softly on the marble steps as someone slowly walked up to the high podium under the bright yellow lights. In this first session, we're unveiling a new potion. Under the auditorium lights, Professor Tiren stood tall in a sharp outfit, smiling calmly at the crowd. First up, please welcome Professor Tiren from Stella Academy. When her name was called, she introduced herself with a clear, confident voice. She gestured behind her, asking everyone to look at the screen lighting up. I am Tiren from Stella Academy. I'll be presenting the Red Potion Alpha version. First, if you could all look at this section here. In that moment, a smirk flashed across her face. Her eyes behind those glasses reflected the light, looking absolutely certain about her research. Down in the audience, a few people's expressions shifted as they followed Professor Tiren's presentation. The applause thunder was deafening as the presentation wrapped up, filling the hall with cheers for the professor's so-called hard work. That concludes my presentation, she said. Yu-Seol sat in the crowd, arms crossed. Wow, Professor Tiren. Tweaking that red potion, pure genius, he thought, sarcasm dripping from his mind. His gaze turned icy. She was straight up parading Teresa's research, like it was her own. Oh, he had a dozen ways to make her regret that. Teresa stepped up to the stage. The real show was just starting. The MC announced, next up, we have Assistant Teresa from Stella Academy. She looked nervous as hell. Hi everyone, I'm Teresa. I'm an alchemist at the academy. Yu-Seol watched from his seat. Wait, she's that girl from the pharma company intro way back. The crowd was buzzing about the natural regeneration cells and wand coatings the professor just bragged about. Yu-Seol just sat there quiet and observant. Teresa stood before the crowd, taking a breath. Today, I'm presenting a complete breakdown on fusing alchemy with magic engineering. The room went dead silent. Jaws dropped. One guy looked like he was hallucinating and yelled, "You know where you are, kid, watch your mouth." Teresa gulped. I know, a prestigious place like this is huge for someone like me. But how should we interpret what you just asked? She clutched her chest, eyes hardening. Please understand this, as an alchemist would. Whispers broke out. But mixing alchemy and magic tech? That's impossible. The principles don't mix. It's oil and water, someone muttered. Professor Codeine looked deep in thought. A problem unsolved for 300 years, and she claims to have the answer, he frowned. Quiet down, all of you. He looked at Teresa. Just because everyone else failed doesn't mean it's impossible. That's quitter talk, not alchemist talk. He thought. Interesting. A little alchemist chasing the impossible. Seeing her panic, he said, go on. Show us your truth. Before she could get a word out, Tiren jumped up. Thank you, sir, but I have an objection. Professor Tiren stood tall in the fancy hall, eyes sharp, locking and loading her words. Before Assistant Teresa presents, I'm raising a question about this paper. Professor Codeine paused, confused. A question. What do you mean? She smirked, calm, but totally arrogant, from the center of the room. Her voice boomed under the bright lights, and Teresa's eyes went wide, hands gripping her chest. Plagiarism. Panic was written all over her face. Me stealing, Codeine chuckled. Spicy. You know what happens if you throw out a plagiarism accusation without proof, right? Oh, I know, she said, seriously strutting toward Teresa, like she owned the place. Everyone knows there are 5 major roadblocks to merging alchemy and magic tech. You have to solve all 5 to make it work. Yu-Seol narrowed his eyes, lips tight. So far, the academic world has only cracked 2, and even those are barely half-baked solutions. Tiren stood there cold and confident, radiating pure energy. She believed her own hype. But I've already solved 4 of them. She turned to the trembling assistant. And Aunt Teresa here is just my helper. The crowd started whispering. If that's true, then this paper. Tyrion nodded. That's right. It's 100% mine. Her glare cut deep. Even if she figured out the 5th one, do you really think she cracked the other 4 on her own? She stared her down. Aunt Teresa, you ungrateful brat. She smiled, super full of herself. I'll admit you've got raw talent, but your career ends today. That talent is mine now. Hands on hips, she loomed over her. Well, what do you think? Assistant Aunt Teresa. Aunt Teresa shivered. I knew she'd pull this, but my mind is blank. Then she remembered. Call him? Hands clasped like she was praying, she raised her voice. I want to invite someone. My partner on this project. Codeine frowned, wrinkles showing on his forehead. He stared at the stage. Who? The co-author, she stammered, pointing a shaking finger. Student Yusun, right there. He blinked, acting confused. Wait, I'm the co-author. She stood there nervous while the room exploded with gossip. No way. A kid, that's not going to change anything. Codeine watched, arms crossed. Yusun walked up the steps. This is getting good, like a drama in a magic academy. He walked right up to Tyrion. He looked up at her, then walked past. A wooden stick in his hand glowed purple. Item ability activated. Branch of resentment. Target Mayan Tyrion. She looked disgusted, but he just smirked. So rude, she scoffed. Good. It worked. He stood tall, facing the crowd. Head high, his voice cut through the silence like a knife. Zero hesitation, purely confident. First off, I heard everything Professor Mayan had to say. Down below, Codeine sat up straight, eyes glued to the stage. He wasn't missing a beat. They say, seeing is believing, right? His face went serious, then a faint smile played on his lips. So let's see. Yo, why don't we just crack this combo spell right here and now? Aunt Teresa creeps forward like a scared cat, total nervous wreck. Her eyes are darting around like she's about to bolt. Professor versus assistant. Sounds like some serious drama cooking. Yusun, she flinches. Hard shoulders, shaking eyes, popping wide like someone just snapped her out of a daydream. Hey, assistant lady, don't you trust me? Or wait, you do. He shoots her a grin. I've been watching your back this whole time. Chill out, Aunt Teresa. You got this. Trust the guy who believes in you, all right. She looks totally shook, eyes going wide. Can I actually pull this off? She clutches her chest, then pushes her glasses up, super sharp move, to get her head in the game. Yeah, Yusun knows what's up. She smooths back her messy hair, trying to look cool and collect herself. Gotta believe in the grind up to this point. Suddenly, Tyrion's glaring daggers like she demands the spotlight. She's starting to panic. Aunt Teresa whispers, let's roll, eyes locked in beast mode. Ancient runes start glowing like lost knowledge waking up. Cold light hits the wet floor. Scales and chains sitting there screaming judgment and the price of forbidden knowledge, the chaotic Gotha formula. 300 years ago, some alchemist claimed he cracked the code. Then he slipped in the bathroom and died, leaving the formula unsolved and famous. Glowing red circles pop up in the dark. Ancient symbols spinning like a creepy eye watching from another dimension. Dirty papers and footprints everywhere. Since then, tons of alchemists tried and failed until nobody had the guts to touch it. So the formula got labeled impossible. Kane's been sitting there watching the show the whole time. Dude's got a cigarette hanging from his lips, smoke curling up slow, making the vibe chill but kinda tense. And now someone claims they can beat it. Interesting. Heejin yawns next to him, looking bored out of her mind. Interesting. Please, I'm dying of boredom here. They're blending into the crowd, bodies relaxed, but eyes sharp, totally undercover. But hey Cap, is that prof really a dark mage? Also, do I smell cigarettes? Aunt Teresa and Tyrion are on stage, chalk in hand, furiously scribbling their research. Every stroke is precise, totally zoned in. Thinking about it, this mission sucks. Khan's still eyeing them from the back, smoke drifting around his face. Hyjin turns to look at him, curious but judging. She closes her eyes and rubs her temples. It's your fault for always listening to that old geezer Cap. She frowns, eyes snapping open like she just realized something crazy. Both of them stare up at the stage, totally confused. Aunt Teresa and Tyrion are facing off. Hold up, did the vibe in this magic academy just shift? Yeah, the first problem just got solved. She freezes. Two solutions kinda similar but different lengths. Same approach, just a slightly different angle. Kane looks annoyed, but compared to Professor Mayan's mess, the assistant's work is cleaner and way easier to read. Even the answer is slightly different. They move on to the second problem. The crowd stares up, looking shocked and a little lost at what's going down. This is wild. I've seen tons of ways to solve problem 2, but never like this. Aunt Teresa spins around with her chalk. A problem that usually takes 200 lines. She crushed it in 12. Yusan watches from below. The crowd is loving it. He smirks. The real show starts now. The two on stage are locked in tension so thick you could cut it with a knife. Every move is heavy and aggressive. They're on the third problem now. Can they actually beat the unsolvable one? And Theresa looks stressed out. She freezes, eyes wide. No way. Did she actually solve it? The crowd's murmuring gets louder, while Tyrion looks like she's about to panic. Professor Mayan solving the third impossible problem is impressive, but Aunt Theresa, she's on a whole different level. She's shaking with rage, teeth grinding, face tight. She looks terrifying. What the hell is that solution? Yusan grins. How did she come up with that? Even seeing it, it's hard to believe. Usually, alchemists treat these as 5 separate problems, but not Aunt Theresa. She treats all 5 as one big puzzle and solves them together. Tyrion's hand shakes. That's the gap between her and Aunt Theresa. She keeps writing, but she's fuming. She grits her teeth, glaring like she wants to destroy everything. Wait, what's the rest of the formula? Her board is full. She's out of space. Tyrion turns and screams, "Get me another blackboard." She looks scary as hell. "Hurry up, I'm done." She stares straight ahead, sharp and stubborn. Then she glances sideways, checking the competition. She looks at Aunt Theresa. The complete analysis of the chaotic Gotha formula. She's practically glowing on stage. And there it is, the full breakdown of the Gotha formula. Someone screams, "That's insane." The shouting gets louder. Totally insane. She's crazy. Dude, I'm watching history go down right now. Literal chills. Aunt Theresa is totally glowing up there, smirking like she owns the place. She's thinking, this is the moment of the century, and I actually pulled it off. Yusan is down in the crowd, grinning and clapping like a proud dad. She shoots him a look that screams, "Thanks, Yusan, seriously." Her eyes are absolutely sparkling. Then Tyrion starts chanting Aunt Theresa like a creep. Yusan's vibe shifts instantly. Murderous intent just floods the room. It's straight up terrifying. Yuan steps up, putting himself between the prof and Aunt Theresa. Tyrion is creeping closer, mumbling her name like a zombie. The old hag grinds her teeth. "You trying to break my heart, stealing my work, acting like you wrote it. You think this is funny?" Yuan is holding the line. Meanwhile, Yusan is doing the math in his head. Is she gonna go full dark mage right here? A bit early for the plot, but I'm down for the chaos. She is about to monster out in front of the whole school. Fists clenched, just chanting Aunt Theresa over and over. Her eyes are bugging out. She looks absolutely unhinged. Aunt Theresa is freaking out, shaking like a leaf, but she digs deep and yells, "Just admit it already." Then she flips the switch. "My paper slaps way harder than yours. Didn't my presentation prove that? How much more credit are you gonna leech off me?" The crowd goes wild with whispers. "Wait, that red potion paper was the TA's work. That explains so much." She is seeing red now. "Professor, you are dumber than I am." Even Yusan is like, "Whoa, didn't see that coming." Everyone freezes. Tyrion looks like a glitching NPC. Suddenly, Mr. Go busts out laughing. "This is gold. Best presentation I've seen all year." That laugh snaps Tyrion back to reality. She realizes she almost lost it. Her hands start shaking when she thinks about how close she was to blowing her cover. She spins around, marching up to Aunt Theresa with pure rage. "Aunt Theresa, the audacity!" She slams on the brakes. Yusan is suddenly in her face, shielding the girl. He whispers, "Prof, get a grip." All the color drains from her face. She looks around and realizes every single pair of eyes is judging her hard. Mr. Go and the rest of the VIPs are staring daggers. She tries to spin it. "No, wait, you've got it wrong." She hits her chest like a drama queen. "She's the thief. She stole my intellectual property." Mr. Go is over it. "Get her out of here." Security is like on it. She is screaming while they drag her out. "I'm innocent. Heejin and Khan just watched the show. Let me go, unhand me." Aunt Theresa runs out of juice and collapses on the floor, letting out a huge breath. She looks up and sees a hand reaching out. Yusan is all gentle now. "Hey TA, rough day, huh?" She blinks for a second, processes it, and gives him a massive smile. She nods. "Yeah." Just like that, it is over. Heejin and Khan head out. Heejin goes, "Well, that was a bust." Khan keeps his cool. If her emotions spiked that hard, the alarms should have tripped, but the dark magic sensors didn't make a peep. She nods. True, the moon tower's tech is kinda glitchy. Then she asks, "Wait, is that the high school kid who co-wrote the paper?" She grins. "Kinda cute, right, Khan?" Just side-eyes her. "Did we run a background check?" She is like, "Yup, Matcha sent the file." Apparently before he came to Stella, his hometown got wiped off the map by dark mages. He is a nobody with trash grades, yet somehow he is in Class S. And get this, he is at the top magic academy in the world, but doesn't use magic. Super sus. He also asked to have his name scrubbed from the article today. Khan nods. Interesting. Memorize his face. Suddenly, he freezes. Yusun spots him across the crowd. He stares for a second, smiles like nothing is wrong, and turns away. Kine is shook. Hold up, did he just make eye contact with me? Heejin laughs it off. No way. My stealth barrier and perception jamming are top tier. He can't see us. Must be my imagination. But Khan isn't buying it. He stares at Yusun, who is laughing with his friends. He almost says something but decides to bail. Let's bounce. We're done here. Heejin follows. Thank God this place is a snooze fest. Back in her fancy carriage, Tyrion is stress-eating her fingernails. She is fuming, muttering curses under her breath. Damn it. If it wasn't for that brat Yusun, I wouldn't be in this mess. She starts plotting. I need to take him out. Suddenly, a voice cuts in. Chill out. Tyrion jumps. Redden. He sounds icy. You really screwed up this time. He snaps his book shut. And screwed up doesn't even begin to cover it. It was a close call. Tyrion goes pale as Redden speaks. She knows her dark thoughts almost triggered the contract that keeps her in check. If you had lost control, our entire operation would be toast. She cowers. I'm sorry. He is not having it. You think, sorry fixes this, the boss is not happy. You are useless to us if you can't maintain your cover as a prophet, Stella. She tries to save face. No, listen, I've got friends on the review board. I can spin this. It is just a little hiccup. I haven't been fired, Yi. He cuts her off, voice dripping with venom. Shut your mouth. Lay low. That's the only thing you are good for right now. Redden looks like a demon. Do I make myself clear? Silence. Before vanishing, he drops one last order. Don't make a move until the boss says so. She clenches her fists, still blaming Yusun for everything. The vibe is dark. She thinks, just you wait. Cut to Yusun speeding away on a train. He is sitting across from Aunt Teresa. He is deep in thought. Bummer. If Tyrion had hulked out back there, I could have prevented the disaster in episode 8. Guess she is stuck on the rails until her scripted breakdown. He sighs and leans back, closing his eyes. Whatever. It is what it is. No point rushing the plot. The academic conference wrapped up without any drama, and the tree of resentment was active. But one thing was still bugging me, that face-off with Ken. I caught him staring from way back in the crowd. Yeah, that guy was definitely Ken. The elite mage squad is picky as hell about who they recruit. Even in the Skeleton Moon Tower, where they hunt dark mages for sport, Ken is the top dog of Unit 13, the Sound Extinguishers. Honestly, if my senses weren't totally cracked, I would have missed him completely. I can kinda guess why the heavy hitters are showing up. They're probably keeping tabs on Professor Main. Either way, getting on their good side would be a massive cheat code for me. While I was big-braining the situation, Aunt Teresa was practically dozing off across from me. Then, some guy pipes up. Excuse me, could I steal a moment of your time? She blinked at him, totally zoning out. Who's that? Then her eyes went wide. Wait, aren't you? The guy was rocking a sharp white suit. He took off his hat and flashed a polite smile. Pleasure to meet you. It was Million, the big boss of the Nebula Guild. As the game episodes update, the world map expands, and as the main character Flame levels up, the list of romanceable characters gets bigger too. Among them is Million, known as the Heart of the Southern Plains. Thanks to his Golden Fate trait, he's scripted as the richest dude in the entire world. Even though he's pushing 50 and has a kid, he's still surprisingly high tier on the fan favorite list. It's not because of his cash or his looks, though. It's because his daughter is Jillian. Jillian is the ultimate villainess who trolls the protagonist non-stop. Players got so salty, they figured the best revenge was to romance her dad and become her stepmom, destroying the family of the person she loves most. I mean, it sounds like a joke, but the forums went wild for that chaotic storyline. I knew he'd show up eventually, but I didn't expect the boss himself. I need to ace this conversation to prep for the later arcs. Million smiled and sat down with us. He started off smooth. You must be the alchemist Aunt Teresa, and this is the mysterious partner who hasn't gone public yet. If you don't mind, may I ask your name, Sly Fox? I know he already looked me up, but I played along. I'm Yusun, first year class S at Stella Magic Academy. He nodded. Ah, a student of Stella. Pleasure. The reason I'm here, he pulled a letter from his pocket, is to offer an exclusive contract for alchemist Aunt Teresa's formula with the Nebula Guild. The terms are very generous, of course. Care to take a look? Aunt Teresa hesitated, then opened the envelope. Her jaw basically hit the floor, reading the offer. Unlimited materials and technical support. I've never seen numbers like this in my life. Her eyes lit up. She was thinking she could finally build her dream tech and assumed I'd be hyped too. But when she looked at me, I was totally deadpan, which confused her. Seeing my reaction, she froze. Sorry, sir. Can we have a little time to think? Million looked shocked. Is the offer lacking? If you have any requests, just name them. Aunt Teresa waved her hands frantically. No, it's not that. It's actually way too much. It's just, she glanced at me. I need to discuss this with the co-author of the formula. Million kept that polite smile plastered on his face. Is that so? In his head, he was probably thinking the co-author thing was just for show. Guess not. He was calculating. A teenager solving a 300-year-old problem. Definitely a freak of nature. I smirked. You don't need to worry about me, miss. But she wasn't having it. How can I leave you out? Meanwhile, Million was judging me. Genius or not, he saw just another high school kid. Million got his confidence back. Would you like to review the contract, young man? He figured even a magic prodigy would be a total noob when it came to business. I skimmed the paper, looking unimpressed. He was thinking, you can't say no to this money. Then, I dropped the bomb. I refuse. It was like I slapped him with a wet fish. Million froze. He recovered fast though. May I ask why? If the terms aren't good enough, I'll fix them right now. I started running the simulation on an exclusive deal with Nebula. Working with the world's biggest guild sounds great on paper, but Million is a stubborn guy who hates sharing his toys. If he locks this tech down, he'll only crank out stuff that sells easily. Variety, style, and raw performance will get nerfed for profit. Plus, with a monopoly like that, most mages won't be able to afford the gear. Tech development will stall, and the dark mages will actually catch up. Actually, I've seen players pick this route in the walkthroughs. They got rich, sure, but they triggered the bad ending. I looked him in the eye. It's not about the conditions. I just don't want an exclusive contract. He looked confused. What do you mean? I broke it down for him. This tech is a mashup of magic and alchemy. It's going to change everything from daily life to combat gear. We want this stuff in the hands of as many mages as possible. Million gave me the dad talk. You have big dreams and ambition. That's admirable. But to make those dreams come true, you need cash. I shot back. Funny you say that? I just wrapped up talks with a bunch of investors. You're just one of them. He smiled unbothered. So you plan to sign with everyone, including me? If that's the case, I'll have to slash most of my benefits. I chuckled. True. And honestly, I really want those perks you offered. My gaze sharpened. So let's brand it as a luxury line. That's my counteroffer. We'll keep the basic items accessible to everyone, but the high-tier difficult-to-craft gear that will be exclusive to the Nebula Guild. Melina grinned, but her vibe was stone-cold serious. So that's your branding play, huh? All right, convince me. You really think this luxury stuff's gonna fly off the shelves? I don't play losing games. You know my style. I gave a little bow, keeping it chill. That's why I'm not shoving a contract in your face right this second. I kept my expression rock solid. Give me 6 months. I'll set up a killer investment showcase exclusively for the big boss. If he digs the product, you sign the exclusive rights over to us. Simple as that. The old man looked shook. Melina actually chuckled. That's a bold move. Pretty cool. I bet those two will be stoked to hear that. She bought it. Here's 2 messenger scrolls and my digits. For the record, messenger scrolls are basically magic texts that fly themselves to the receiver. They took the items. Thanks a ton. Melina tipped her hat, flashing a surprisingly soft smile. Catch you later, I'm out. As soon as Melina vanished, my whole confident genius mask crumbled. I let out a massive breath, my face going from swagger to ghost white in 2 seconds flat. Holy crap, I thought I was gonna have a heart attack. Anissa just stared at me like I was an alien. Wait, you were stressed, seriously? I was literally dying inside, I insisted. She blinked totally confused, until Aunt Teresa busted out laughing. Man, Yusun, you're something else. Was she mocking me? She wouldn't explain, just waved it off. Never mind. Whatever. I pulled myself together. At least I cleared one major hurdle today. I figured I'd treat the club to some grub later. The seminar wrapped up and life at the Magic Academy went back to its usual grind. A different teach showed up, giving us a lame excuse. Professor May's under the weather, so you're stuck with me today. I sat in the back running the numbers. Did she vanish for good? In the original leveling Manhwa plot, she's supposed to go full psycho in episode 8 and wreck the school. Maybe my meddling changed the timeline. My brain was spiraling. Did I accidentally speed up the story? I just hope this mess stays somewhat manageable. Menon was a no-show, and Aunt Teresa was MIA too. I couldn't stop overthinking, but hey, maybe she's just happily suffering in her alchemy dungeon right now. My internal monologue got cut off by the rumor mill churning nearby. Yo, did you hear I side-eyed the chatterboxes? Apparently, Aunt Teresa figured out who was behind that mana chaos. Everyone's losing it over that, but word is there was a co-author. Dude's keeping his identity secret, though. What's he hiding? The gossip got stupid fast. Maybe he's just super ugly, probably. I rolled my eyes and walked past them, acting like I didn't hear a thing. Thank God for anonymity. Being the mystery co-author lets me survive this school without a target on my back. I only use some cheat codes from my past life anyway. Let Aunt Teresa take all the glory. I looked up and spotted my target. Bingo. There's the golden boy. Yu-Seol and Iz were standing together. I mentally scoffed. Look at him. Top grades, model looks. Dude's living life on easy mode. Total hack. And the girl next to him. Iz. She looks like a porcelain doll, but it's a shame her dad is total garbage. She is gorgeous though. I sighed no rest for the wicked. I strolled over and announced my presence. Sup, I'm here. They both turned to look. Yu-Seol hit me with that blinding main character smile. Hey Yu-Seol. I kept it polite. Sorry, did I keep you guys waiting? Iz shook her head. Not really. So, what's this mystery menu you said you were picking? I gave them a cocky smirk. Just trust me. You'll see. Next thing we knew, we were seated. 2 sparkling, perfectly plated dishes hit the table. Iz was staring so hard, I thought her eyes would pop out. She was practically drooling. Oh yeah, that reminds me. In her character bio, didn't it say she drinks the pickle brine before eating pizza? Weird flex, but okay. I slid the cup over to her. Here, knock yourself out. Iz just stared blankly at the pizza, like it was an alien artifact. How? Do I attack this? Her face said it all. I couldn't believe it. Don't tell me she's never been to a pizza joint. I cleared my throat. Hey, that's... Before I could warn her, she downed the pickle juice in one gulp. Her eyes went wide. Whoa, that's amazing. Yu-Seol, being the copycat he is, grabbed his cup too. He took a sip and flashed a perfect smile. Not bad at all. I groaned internally. Guy looks like he's shooting a commercial just drinking water. Right. Try the actual food now. Iz reached for a fork and knife, looking clumsy as hell. I stopped her. Whoa, hold up. Nobody eats pizza with silverware unless they're a psychopath. I grabbed a slice and took a massive bite. Hands only. That's the rules. Iz frowned. That looks messy. Yu-Seol, of course, was all about it. Looks fun. I'm in. He mimicked me perfectly while she just froze up. After a second of hesitation, Iz finally caved and grabbed a slice with her bare hands. She took a bite and literally shivered. We stared at her confused until she started rambling like a food critic on drugs. The bell peppers are dancing on the cheese. The paprika and olives are watching in delight. It's a symphony. The bacon and onions are tangoing on my tongue. I grinned. Told you. Good stuff, right? She chewed, side-eyeing me and mumbled a shy agreement. Yeah, it's really good. Seeing her happy lightened the mood. We chatted for a while. We gotta do this more often. Count me in. We'll see about that. The sun set on a pretty chill afternoon full of laughter. But as I was heading back to class, I heard someone shout, Yo, Faye, you hear the news? Faye turned around with a knowing smile. Yeah, I heard. The other student looked awkward. Oh, cool. Then she just bolted. Catch you later. Faye watched her scramble away. She let out a sigh. It was obvious everyone was buzzing about Aunt Teresa cracking the spatial interference theory. But Faye knew the truth. It was all Yu-Seol. My face popped into her head as she walked away. She couldn't shake the question. How the hell did he solve a formula that complex? She probably flushed most of that future intel down the drain. I mean, memory loss is basically the tax you pay for hitting the cosmic rewind button, right? Or maybe the guy is just naturally big-brained. Anyway, she was zoning out near a crowd when some dude decided to crash her vibe. Yo, Flame. She side-eyed the source. Jeremy. Of course. He rolled up with that blindingly bright grin of his. So for the PersonaGate practical. Wanna squat up? Before he could even finish, she spun around total Ice Queen mode. Dude, seriously. You think I'm your shadow or something? She shot him a death glare. Go harass some other girl. I'm not buying whatever you're selling. Jeremy just chuckled as he watched her storm off. Man, she is weird. I dig it. Meanwhile, over at the bulletin board, the freshmen were picking their poison for the PersonaGate practical. Flame was laser-focused on the list. Finally, the main event of this Magic Academy arc was kicking off. Somewhere out there, a twisted dimension born from dark artificial mana was booting up. If you don't speedrun that gate and shut it down, the whole area turns into a dead zone where nothing survives. And this isn't some basic dungeon where you just wreck the boss or smash a core. Nah, persona gates are like glitched puzzles. You gotta crack the code to beat them. We're talking calculus, spatial geometry, and soul isolation tech. You have to memorize thousands of patterns while fighting for your life. Total nightmare fuel. Flame's eyes were scanning the data like a machine. Honestly, stopping these things is the whole reason mages get paid. It's the ultimate test. Flame clenched her fist until her knuckles turned white. Logic says there's a real lethal gate hidden in this simulation. I can't just let Yusan carry the team again. She looked stressed, but determined no way was she letting anyone get hurt this time. Cut to the Nine Towers Sky Lounge. 4 girls were chilling, sipping tea, like they owned the place. The table was loaded with fancy snacks. One girl piped up, "Hey, have you guys tried the new pumpkin tart with the cream cheese frosting? It's a total flavor bomb. Seriously, life-changing." While they chattered, Bon just sat there nursing her tea and deep in thought. Her ears perked up when the gossip shifted to recent drama. Rachel leaned in, "So, my dad spilled the tea. Apparently, the co-author of that famous paper goes to Stella." The other girls gasped. "No way. Are you for real? My dad runs intelligence, so yeah, it's legit." Some student cracked an impossible equation. Who is this mystery genius? Bon set her cup down, her mind flashing to Aunt Teresa and Yusun. Wait, even the intel chief couldn't ID him. So Yusun really is the brain behind the bioalchemy project. She tapped the rim of her cup, connecting the dots. Why keep it on the down low, though? Is he letting his assistant take the glory? Or is there some spicy romance going on between them? She abruptly stood up, startling the girls. Princess Bon didn't look back. "I'm out. Catch you later." "But you didn't finish your tea?" They looked at each other, totally confused. What was her deal? Bon stormed off, but then a voice stopped her in her tracks. "Bon." She froze, eyes widening as she spotted the speaker. It was Princess Hong Saiwa. Saiwa covered a smirk with her hand. "Geez, how many times do I have to tell you to call me Big Sis Saiwa? The legitimate heir versus me, the illegitimate kid. We were born to be rivals. Hong Saiwa Adolovit, my half-sister. I absolutely can't stand this woman." Bon's voice dripped with irritation. "What are you doing here?" Saiwa stepped closer, smiling like a shark. "Relax, don't give me that stink eye. I've got my own business to attend to. Rumor has it there's a fascinating freshman running around." Bon flinched Yusun's face, instantly popping into her head. A commoner, resurrecting the lost art of chivalry. Seeing Bon's reaction, Saiwa crossed her arms, ready to tease. "Judging by your face, you've got a soft spot for our little knight, huh?" Her laugh was bitter. A knight dedicating his life to the bishop. Saiwa's expression turned mocking. "It's the perfect fairy tale for a princess. Why don't you hook us up?" Bon just stood there, fists clenched, refusing to bait the trap. Bon brushed past her. "If you want him, get him yourself." Saiwa burst out laughing. "Cold as ice, little sister." Then Saiwa's face changed. "You weren't always like this. I guess that's what happens when our big sister dies." Bon froze, her face going dark. Pain flashed in Bon's eyes. She sped up, desperate to escape. "I'm leaving." Saiwa watched her go, suddenly feeling a bit heavy. Maybe I pushed too hard, she thought. Too soon to bring up the dead. Just then, Sir Alan walked up. "Oh, Alan." He calmly handed over a file folder. "Princess, this is the intel on that student Yusun. It's a copy of a class assignment. It contains a brief summary of his background." Saiwa flipped it open, skeptical. "Seriously? An essay? We couldn't dig up dirt on him anywhere, but he just wrote it down for homework." "Actually, yeah, I remember that assignment." She started reading. The title, "Dear Mom." First line, "Mom, I miss you." Saiwa snorted, covering her mouth to hide a loud laugh. A kid is still just a kid, I guess. Calling for mommy. Adorable. But a moment later, the paper started shaking in her hands. Alan looked at her confused. "Princess." She covered her mouth totally, losing it, tears welling up. Turns out, Yusun's mom? She didn't actually like black bean noodles. Alan was shook. "Wait, are you crying?" Saiwa quickly wiped her eyes, turning away. "No, I'm fine. It's nothing." She stared at the paper, sniffing. "I never really understood what being poor actually meant until now." Checked the paper in his hand. Dude's been living through hell hometown, wiped by dark magic, yet he's still gripping that knightly code like his life depends on it. Respect. Saiwa just smirked, totally unbothered. "Sorry, Bon, but this Baek Yu-Seol kid, he's starting to get interesting. I'm keeping my eyes on him at the academy." Finally, practice day rolls around. Everyone drags themselves to the garden. Prof steps up like, "All right, Freshie's time to fire up the persona gate. Don't mess this up. Get in there, people." Yusun's lurking in the corner, watching the chaos. Boom. Legit looks exactly like the diagrams in the textbook. Kinda nerve-wracking, not gonna lie. Finally happening though. He checks his system interface while zoning out. Perks of the grind, his analysis gear is online after that script reward. All those hours sweating it out in Leheno's garden better pay off for this leveling Manhwa moment. He looks deep in thought. Yeah, he's good. Prof points at the swirling vortex. Move it. Group C7, get over here. Voice sounds familiar. He glances over seriously. That many people. Flames there plus a whole crowd. We're doing groups of 4 to 18 this time. Teamwork makes the dream work, or whatever. Basically, don't get killed alone. He's scanning the crowd. Most of these Stella freshmen are basic tier 2 scrubs. First real combat inside a risky gate. Sketchy. We got 16 heads entering C7. Kinda sucks Mayon and Hari ghosted us on this one. But with Flame Hong Bei and ISO easy mode, I probably won't even have to lift a finger against the boss. Step by step, Yuson walks into the portal. Let's be real, he's only here for that sweet hidden loot. Petals flying everywhere. Whoosh teleported. Yuson opens his eyes and actually looks impressed. The graphics in here are insane. System pings. Welcome to Ian's ball. Everyone spawns in the main hall. The girls are totally losing it over the decor. Come on in, says a voice. All eyes snap to a maid standing there smiling way too cheerfully. We've got outfits ready for you. Bond's confused. Dresses. Seriously, since when do we play dress up inside a combat gate? No time to zone out. Gotta analyze the gate data and read the quest log before things get weird. Suddenly, complex runes start floating. Bond's getting bad vibes. Hold up, isn't this supposed to be a freshman tutorial? Why is the code so cracked? The maid interrupts Miss Dinner's ready chop chop. Bond gives her the side eye. Excuse me. Maid keeps that creepy smile plastered on. Is something wrong? Bond frowns. Did you just glitch? Is that scripted? She's spiraling. If this is just an NPC, fine. But mage-crafted constructs aren't supposed to have free will like this. Unless. She stares at the smiling maid. No. No way. That's impossible. A real wild gate opening inside Stella Academy? Nah. Probably just an upscale tech upgrade. The maid's smile doesn't twitch. Problem Miss Bond shakes it off. Whatever. Just get the dress. Maid nods. You got it. Maid walks off. Bond's brain is still racing. Call it a hunch, but she knows this raid isn't going to be a walk in the park. Later, Bond steps out. Silver pink hair killer dress. She looks absolutely stunning. Slay Queen. She glances at Yuson. He's suited up too, looking sharp. Like really sharp. She blushes a bit. Okay, not bad. Then she remembers the intel Thierry gave her. Princess, this is Baek Yu-Seol's file. It's got all his dirt from the past. She had skimmed it playing with her hair. Oh really? Now, back in the hall, she can't stop staring at him. After reading his bio a few days ago, he hits different. Dude crawled out of the abyss and still chose the hero life at Stella. He catches her staring. Take a picture, it lasts longer. Never seen a commoner before. She quickly looks away. Shut up. Everyone here. A redhead with a fancy fan struts over. The squad looks up. Welcome to Duchess Ahiran's party. She points her fan at a wall with 4 ominous doors. Those lead to the basement. It's a maze down there, totally trapped. Get lost, and the house knights will hunt you down. She giggles. Teamwork and gut instinct. Think you can handle it? Yuson shrugs. Yeah, sure. She gets right in his face. I like that confidence. It's cute. He's stone cold. Thanks. The other guys are freaking out. Yo, did you hear that? She sounds way too real for an NPC. Is the AI that advanced? She dips, tossing back. A good luck. The 3 dudes look at each other confused. All right, let's roll. They start moving. Hold up. Flame spins around, looking stressed. Doesn't this feel off to you guys? The code is unreadable, and the NPCs are acting like actual people. I can't hack this gate at all. Is a freshman tutorial supposed to be this hardcore? The guys nod. Yeah, seems sus. It's super weird. 0 data, and that lady was definitely not a robot. She sighs, glad she's not the only one thinking it. I say we bail, or find another way. Someone cuts her off. Wait. Flame crosses her arms. Don't tell me you think this is a real dungeon break. Flame blinks. Huh, the voice continues. Relax, it's obviously a scenario set up by the profs to mess with us. Real combat ain't about cracking the Persona Gate code perfectly every single time. Basically, getting thrown into a messy situation we can't analyze. Yeah, that's totally part of their twisted plan. Jackie kept running his mouth, reminding everyone that Stella isn't just some random school. It's the top magic academy for training elite mage warriors. and the sickest magic nights. Like, would the faculty actually miss a real gate popping up on campus? The crowd started buying Jackie's logic makes sense, I guess. Flame wasn't vibing with it at all. Nope, something felt super off. Her gut was screaming that this persona gate was the real deal. She knew nobody would listen if she just said it, so she tried to freak them out a bit. But now, what seeing Flame panic Jackie just smirked, like he won the lottery. Silence dropped like a brick again. Yusin gave a cold glare, but ended up walking that way anyway. Huh. He flashed back to the old intel. Chapter 6. Jackie's Corruption Arc. In the original novel, this Jackie dude didn't even exist, so Flame must be losing her mind right now. But this scene Flame blocking Jackie was totally one of the countless routes in the original game. Either way, this is the part where one of the 3 students has to become a corrupted sacrifice. Anxiety started kicking in, but Yusan kept his poker face. He hoped nobody would get corrupted, but if fate's already written, can you even change it? Looking at the mess ahead, even if he stepped in to help Flame right here, the ending wouldn't shift an inch. So, the smart move was to hang back. Say whatever you want, I'm dipping. Jackie turned his back and headed for the door, completely ignoring Flame trying to stop him. What weighed up Jackie? He didn't care what she said. Dude trusted his own gut. The professors definitely planned this whole thing, we just gotta stay chill and solve it. I'm out too. Just like that, she vanished right in front of everyone. The rest of the squad looked at each other confused as hell, then made their choice. Me too, I prepped for this. Watching them scatter, Yusan let out a helpless sigh. Zero teamwork with these guys. He tapped his elbow deep in thought. Whatever, it's already a mess, might as well roll with it. Decision made. He smiled with that main character confidence and strode forward. But something weird made him double take. He asked, the mob glued to his heels. Why are you guys trailing me? They all panicked and shouted in unison. Nothing. He laughed, totally done with them. Oh my god, are you all seriously following me? These little punks are just trying to be slick. It doesn't matter, nothing bad's gonna happen here anyway. Suddenly, a long, dark hallway appeared, pitch black. Every few feet, a dim purple light flickered overhead, and he heard some creeping noises behind him. What is this spooky hallway vibe? Hearing chatter, he glanced back. Looks like the whole gang made it. Bond spotted him too, and they were all thinking the exact same thing. Where the heck did everyone else go? Seeing who ended up in the hallway, Yusin confirmed his theory. Of course they couldn't all enter at once. 16 students split into 4 hallways, 4 per squad. He crunched the numbers on students versus hallways. Then it hit him, ISO and Flame. They probably ended up together. Getting stuck with Hong Bian wasn't in the plan. He shifted his gaze to Bon, who was already bossing around the person next to her. Let's move, people. Yes, princess. She felt eyes on her and glared at him. What? You got a problem? Caught staring, he immediately played dumb. Who, me? No way. She huffed, unimpressed. Whatever, boring. His eyes glazed over as he walked, thinking it might actually be a blessing that Hong Bian and Iso got separated. Suddenly, something clicked. Hold up. He threw his arm out to stop the group. Something's here. The lights flared, revealing what was lurking in the hall. Creepy mannequins were dancing everywhere. Doll's Bond scanned the area and spotted something. Hey, there's a door over there. The group stared at the distant door, whispering nervously. Does unlocking magic work here? Dunno, if we're too scrubby to crack the gate, trying is probably useless, right? It looks super gloomy and creepy. Bond turned to him. Hey commoner, can you decode this gate or what? Unexpectedly, he gave a blunt answer. Nope. Disappointment washed over her. Was she expecting too much from this pleb? She looked away, sensing something was up. But I'm pretty sure I know how to get us out of here. Her eyes widened in shock. Wait, for real? Ignoring her confusion, Yusan said calmly, it's those dolls. Their moves are different, but they're all jamming to the same beat. He gestured as he analyzed it. If it's you, you definitely know which dance this is, right? Bond quickly caught on to the hint. The dance of Sarana, the girl who couldn't handle her tragic life, and danced before she died. He suddenly turned to her. So you remember the moves, she stammered. No way. But in her head, she was already breaking it down. If you look closely, the doll's moves all connect. So that empty spot must be. Everyone ready, Yusan shouted to the squad. The other 2 chimed in one by one. Done. I'm good too. He glanced at Bon. She was already striking the pose. Right then the door slowly creaked open, spilling out a thick fog. The door swung wide open. Seeing a light at the end of the tunnel, the group scrambled inside. But the second they saw the room at the end, Bon froze solid. Inside were suits of armor striking different poses, and the floor was covered in weird stick figure drawings. The 2 girls whispered, is the hint in the dolls again? Yeah, let's get closer. While everyone was poking around, Bon quietly watched Yusan. She couldn't figure it out, then heard him mutter, "Doesn't make sense, does it?" Nothing around looked suspicious, but then she saw him tracing the drawings on the floor. "Commoner, what are you staring at?" After digging around, he stood up. "Looks like the dolls are just a distraction this time. The real key is the carpet." The answer seems to be hidden in the dance steps on the floor. He looked down at the bizarre shapes under his feet. If you squint, the patterns look like people doing moves. Let's try piecing them together. The others followed his gaze. "Oh snap, you're right. I got this one. It's Serana's silent tango." The squad scrambled for a bit, but just as he was fumbling with the final rune, the carpet lit up. Door open. The group rushed inside. He was barking orders while sprinting. "Good, keep moving." Bon shot him a look, deep in thought. This guy, he was definitely built different. She stared at him, theories racing through her brain. "I knew my mindset needed an upgrade after those lectures, but I didn't think the gap between us was this huge." His clearing speed was freakishly fast, for a gate impossible to decode. Strategy, logic, observation. Is this really the level of a freshman at a magic academy? The thought made her break out in a cold sweat. It felt like he'd run this Persona Gate simulation 100, maybe 1,000 times before. In her eyes, Yusan looked like he held the admin keys to the Persona Gate. Like he owned the place and knew every glitch. Plus, rumors said his hometown got wrecked by dark mages before he enrolled. Yusan stood there, ignoring her scanning gaze. Another mannequin this time. She replayed everything she knew about him. Some border village nobody's heard of, but it was basically the front line for brutal wars against dark mages. How does a random commoner have better foundational stats and knowledge than everyone else? And he seems to know strategy and combat better than anyone, probably from fighting for his life against dark mages. Ugh. She watched him directing the team. "Hey, balance the weight over there for me." Got it. The more she watched, the more her gut feeling was confirmed. Don't know the reason, but he is not like the other students. Everyone else is busting their backs for grades, while this guy usually acts like a total slob just to throw people off. Skip's homework looks messy in class. She paused. Wait a sec. If he's such a slacker, why is he going try-hard mode right now? What gives? Maybe realizing she'd been quiet too long, Yusan glanced over. "Yo, why are you freezing up? Go cover that side." She cut him off mid-sentence with a random question. "Spill it, commoner." She looked at him confused but serious. This Persona Gate challenge we're in. It's the real deal, isn't it? They locked eyes for a long moment. He fell into thought. She's sharper than she looks. Hong Bi-yun. He studied the girl in front of him. The old version of her wouldn't have realized this was real until the game over screen. She would have just been a nuisance. Guess Hong Bi-yun is drifting away from her typical villainous path, huh? Thinking about that, he cracked a cheerful grin that totally confused her. "What? Why are you smiling?" The others saw them staring each other down and started whispering. "Why hasn't the princess moved yet? Something wrong." He waved it off instantly. "Nah, we're good." Turning back, Yusan dropped the bomb. "You're right. This place is real. You can get hurt, you can even die. If we don't clear it, we'll sync up with the underworld, so I'm planning to speedrun this boss fight." Hearing that, she thought I knew it. Yusan only gets serious when the stakes are actual life and death. She bit her lip. "But I'm not just gonna sit here and get carried." Her eyes hardened with resolve. "I'm surviving this on my own 2 feet. Meanwhile, down another path, grim vibes, dead bodies and blood everywhere. Iro and Flame stumbled out of a dark hallway. Both looked wrecked and covered in dust. "Oh, Flame," someone waved them over. Over here, seeing her classmates, she rushed over to check on them. "Is everyone safe?" "Wait, where's the other guy?" The classmate hesitated. "Thing is, Jackie just vanished." Flame's jaw hit the floor. "Say what, Jackie?" They looked at each other and explained. "We only made it this far because Jackie hard carried us. But the second we crossed the last gate, he disappeared. We looked for ages." Flame felt dizzy. "You looked for ages." She mentally calculated the time. "Wait, so you guys cleared the stage faster than me and Iro. And you aren't even hurt." "Well, this isn't our first rodeo." They kept dropping surprises on her, leaving Flame totally clueless. "Huh." She looked around and spotted Yusan chilling with his arms crossed against a stone pillar. "When did you get here?" Hearing Flame, he cracked one eye open. "Just now." She immediately pressed him. "Did you see Jackie?" "Nope." She looked visibly bummed out. "Is that so?" She turned to leave. Yusan watched her walk away. "I thought if I got here before Jackie, I could stop the vanishing event, but guess not. At this point, I just gotta help the main heroines clear the level." Cut to Stella Academy. Beautiful sunny day interrupted by a scream that ripped through the peace. What the hell? A real persona gate spawned inside the practice zone. Chuan came sprinting and breathless. The professor was freaking out at the scene. How is this even possible? Stella's security system is supposed to be world-class. A persona gate had popped up out of nowhere in the Academy's practice area. It was humming with power, arrogantly announcing its presence. A hesitant teacher reported to Juan. It's like someone analyzed our spatial wave detection system perfectly. The specific vibration of the persona gate was masked, so we didn't catch it at all. Security is rebooting the whole system now. Juan couldn't hold back a curse. Damn it, but we don't have time to worry about that now. Suddenly, a voice cut in from beside the professor. Yeah, exactly. It was Arn Brex I, the commander of the Stella Knights. His voice was stern. The important question is, who is inside that persona gate? People saw him and gasped Captain Arn. He calmly asked the teacher, who reported, what's the situation, can the backup squad breach it? The teacher stammered, impossible. There are challengers currently running the gauntlet inside. Arn asked point blank, what's the level of that gate? Estimated at risk 4 to risk 5. Hearing that vague answer, Arn frowned. Estimated. Give me a solid number. It started as a risk 3, but the second the students entered, it leveled up. Arn immediately knew what kind of trap they were dealing with. Rare stuff. A persona gate that throws out fake waves to bait people. The teacher handed him the roster. Here is the list of students inside. Arn scowled as he scanned the names. A risk 5 persona gate. That's something even veteran mages have to prep for just to survive. His face went totally dark. This wasn't some field trip for freshmen or middle schoolers to handle. He straight up ordered 16 body bags, as soon as possible. Then he dropped a bomb that made Hanwon scream in terror. Captain Arn didn't give a damn. Arn turned his back on the prof, focusing strictly on the mission. But his eyes, cold as ice. Like, did he really expect a bunch of first years to survive a 5-star risk persona gate? You'd have better luck betting on an ant to take down a tiger. Hanwon was speechless, totally shook, knowing their survival odds were basically zero. The professor stared at the gate, gripping a single wish that those kids would somehow make it out in one piece. Meanwhile, the squad was hanging back at the corridor's end. A voice piped up, catching Issel and Flame's attention. Then boom, a student steps out, sword in hand. Everyone accounted for, good, nobody's hurt. Seeing her walk in, the whole group let out a massive sigh of relief. You vanished on us, we were freaking out. Yu-sun watched from the sidelines, calculating like he was in a system. Manhwa party's full now, it's just the final boss raid left. Outside, the vibe was pure nightmare fuel, thick black smoke, gloomy atmosphere, and the heavy stench of blood. She stepped up with her blade, asking if the gang was all there. Seriously, everyone chilled out, instantly telling her, dude, you scared the crap out of us, disappearing like that. Yu-sun stood there observing his internal monologue running, team assembled. Only thing left is the final boss fight. The air outside was choking with dark smoke and that nasty metallic smell of old blood. As soon as they cleared the hall, a bright red notification popped up in Yu-sun's vision. You have reached the ballroom. Take the stairs to enter the dance floor. The ball has just begun. Hurry up. Finally, they saw the layout, a twisted spiral staircase drilling deep into the castle's abyss. Guess we're heading down, someone muttered. But Flame hesitated, her eyes darting toward the ceiling. Up there lived the Blade Spider Chieftain, a 4-star risk monster with legs like literal guillotines. She bit her lip, thinking hard. It's too dangerous. We can't keep relying on Yu-sun to carry us. Plus, with his amnesia, he won't know squat about the Spider Chieftain. I studied this mob beforehand. I gotta stall it solo. She glanced at the endless stairs, then shifted her gaze to Issel. If Issel and Baek Yu-seol handle the main boss while I tank the spider, we might clear this without a wipe. Mind made up, she called out to the group. Hey guys, hold you. Before she could finish, Yu-sun's voice cut in from behind, making her jump. Wait a sec. He crossed his arms, staring at the ceiling. Something's up there. You guys head down first. I'll scout this out and catch up. The others started descending, but Flame was losing it. There's no way Yu-sun should know about the Blade Spider. She remembered sensing the killing intent earlier. But spotting it from here? That shouldn't be possible. Are his senses that insane? She wondered. I mean, he did block that magic attack. Suddenly, a screeching noise ripped through the air, sending the group into panic mode. What the hell was that? Hong Jian immediately pinpointed the noise coming from overhead. Scree. A massive gnarly spider was dive-bombing them at breakneck speed. Everyone's faces went pale as ghosts, and the screaming started. Blade Spider. That's the Chieftain 4-star risk. Flame mentally cursed. Damn it, where is Baek Yu-seol? Hong Jian realized the commoner was still up there. Issel looked terrified. But then everyone looked up and saw Yusun literally surfing on the spider's back. He stomped hard on the spider's neck, forcing it to crash land faster. The group gasped Baek Yu-Seol, but he just shouted back, "I got this, ugly bastard. Get downstairs now." Ezel hesitated, eyes wide. Could he really solo that thing? She gritted her teeth, wondering if she should jump in. Suddenly, a voice cut through her thoughts. "I know what you're thinking." It was Hong Jian staring right at her. But right now, the priority is the ballroom. She sprinted past isekai'd, then looked back over her shoulder. Trusting him is the only way to help that commoner. Flame stood there, totally stunned by Hong Jian's exit. Since when was Hong Jian that cool? The massive doors creaked open with a boom, leaving everyone slack-jawed at the view. It was a palace hall, dripping in gold, flashy, elegant, and totally extra. Masked figures were waltzing around the main stage. One girl gasped, "Whoa, look at this place." Melodic music filled the room until snap, the lights died, freaking everyone out. Then came the ominous click-clack of heels on the floor. Hong Jian whispered, "Someone's on the stairs." Flame immediately connected the dots. It's gotta be the final boss, Duchess I Heron. Stay sharp, guys. A spotlight snapped on, blinding them for a second. My. Hello there. A woman in a stunning dress stood center stage. "I am Jackie I Heron." She hid a wicked smirk behind her fan, her eyes drilling into them with pure malice. The hall erupted in cheers. "Duchess, you look ravishing today. Just one smile, please. Take my heart, it's yours." The fanatical screaming was creeping the students out. Flame watched the scene, totally confused. What the actual hell is going on? This scenario wasn't in the original manhwa recap or novel. No scratch that a character named Jackie I Heron didn't even exist in the source material. Seeing the pressure on Hong Jian and Ezel, her mind raced. A normal human can't just become an NPC in a Persona gate, especially not a final boss. There's only one glitch in the system that allows a person to become an NPC here. A terrifying realization hit her like a truck. Is Jackie a dark magician? The answer clicked. She tightened her grip on her staff, knuckles turning white. So that's why Baek Yu-Seol warned them about her. I can't fold now, she thought, hyping herself up. I'm gonna drag him back home no matter what. Watching Jackie look all glamorous on the stage, she screamed at her. Yo, Jackie, if you keep tripping on that power, you're gonna turn into something nasty. Seriously, chill out. Jackie didn't even let her finish before scoffing. Ha, what kind of garbage is that I am? She paused, her voice dropping into a menacing growl. I Heron. The masked freaks around her started chanting like total fanboys. I Heron, Jackie. Twisted thoughts raced through her head. This face, this pawn, this heart. Her voice warped, glitching out until it sounded like pure ecstasy. She looked like she was high on power. She laughed like a maniac, stroking her own cheek. Bon watched her, totally freaking out. This is bad. The dark mana totally corrupted her mind. Someone else chimed in. The only way to snap her back to normal is to clear this gate right now. She called out to Flame, who was already on standby. Flame, you ready? Flame was already charging up, his mana eyes locked on the target. Got it. Just wait, Jackie. I'm gonna drag you back myself. Her voice got all dark and creepy. All right, enough chit-chat. Blood-red lightning crackled around her, radiating enough pressure to crush a normal person. She grinned. Let's get this party started, shall we? It was like the final boss stage in a leveling manhwa. The ball of temptation was officially on. Meanwhile, somewhere else, green goo splattered everywhere. It was the blood of a giant spider trying to bail, but Yusun sliced it right down the middle. Guts spilled all over the place. Yusun let out a groan, exhausted from the brawl. This thing is tough as nails. He realized this blade spider wasn't even a main quest requirement. It was more like side content. Still, he had 2 reasons to take it down. Reason number 1. He stared ahead, eyes calculating like a pro gamer. Right on the massive spider's forehead sat a flashy red flower. He needed to snag that enchantment flower. Suddenly, the spider stomped down with its front leg. Yusun dodged, shouted flash, and launched himself into the air. Mid-air, he whipped out 3 vials: spark, potion, grease potion, and oil potion, and chucked them straight at the beast. The mix triggered a massive chemical reaction, roasting the spider instantly. It screeched in agony. And reason number 2, Yusun mumbled, bringing his sword down in a blindingly fast strike. The monster was already critical. Yusun aimed a finisher right at its skull, but clang, he only managed to smack its barrier. But seconds later, the shield cracked. He was inching closer to the prize on its forehead. Yusun poured everything into shattering the shield. This was a hidden strat for the corrupted Jackie arc. The red flower floated there, looking all mysterious and tempting. The enchantment flower. It's the kind of loot you see in a system Manhwa boosts mental stats and is essential for skill efficiency. It speeds up cognition using leaked mana, basically a must-have item with a cool plot connection. The spider shrieked and charged at Yuson like a freight train. He didn't even flinch. That flower was linked to the raid boss. Duchess I Heron had figured it out. Turns out this blade spider was actually her husband, Duke I Heron. I usually skip the dialogue, so I never noticed. He vaulted over the spider's head as it tried to crush him. No matter where he jumped, the spider was on his tail. He had to dodge claws and navigate a maze of sticky webs. Yuson did the math. Every time he hacked at the flower's shield, the Duchess took damage upstairs. It was the only way to carry the main party. Still, he hesitated. Not sure if my timing lines up with their fight though. Then he smirked. Hey, better just smash it. Yuson suddenly dropped straight down onto the spider, catching it off guard. He spammed flash, blinking from spot to confuse the beast, tossing grease potions every time he reappeared. The spider roared, totally disoriented. Yuson landed on a rock ledge to catch his breath. Nice. If I can just pin it down like this. Suddenly, Yuson's eyes bugged out. The spider slipped and was plummeting straight into the abyss. Panic mode activated. Did I use too much grease? He dove after it. The spider was falling at terminal velocity. Crap, the ballroom is right underneath us. Amidst the freefall freakout, a light bulb went on. As he fell alongside the spider, he told himself, okay, think fast. Following the trajectory, Yuson calmed down. He knew the play. Waiting for the perfect frame, his eyes glowed. Flash. Rewind a few minutes. The red system log announced the boss fight, the Ball of Temptation. Saiwa, Flame, and Icy were huddled up, weapons ready. The whole room was filled with couples entranced in the dance. Duchess I Heron, hijacking Jackie's body, lifted her dress and swayed to the cursed music. Every step of her red heels on the magic circle pulsed with destructive energy. Out of nowhere, red lightning nuked the spot where Princess Saiwa's squad was standing. They scrambled to dodge. Scatter, Saiwa yelled. Checking her team, she shouted, everyone good? A guy shouted back. We're good. Saiwa was sweating bullets. No time to lag. We have to fight right now. That thing is pure darkness. Gritting her teeth, she channeled her magic top-tier Magic Academy style. The red orb on her staff lit up, wrapping her in flames as she launched a fire nuke straight at Jackie's back. The possessed girl didn't even break her dance rhythm. She spun around, flashing a wicked smile. Not a chance, honey, she teased. Jackie flicked her wrist, summoning a black magic circle that swallowed the fireball whole. Izzy countered with an ice formation, firing frost blades at her. The other students joined in wands, blazing, shooting beams of blue light. They threw everything they had at her, but it was useless. Her defense was glitched. Nothing could get through that barrier. Everyone is losing their minds because our magic is totally useless against him. Then these gnarly red lightning bolts spawn out of nowhere, ready to nuke us while the crowd screams. He's back for round 2, so watch out. Fast as a whip, something flashes, and Flame throws up a massive firewall, tanking the hit so nobody gets fried. Jackie is standing there completely glitched out. Meanwhile, Flame grabs her dress with one hand, staff in the other, and just starts vibing to the music. Flame spins a full circle, and ISO is stressing out like, Flame, why are we ballroom dancing right now? Flame's vibe switches instantly. She ignores her friend, stops dancing, casts a yellow spell without warning, and launches a heavy hitter straight at Jackie. Talk about a close shave, the spell grazed her face, but didn't land. Still, Jackie freezes up, looking like she just saw a ghost. Finally, Flame breaks it down for the class. It's just like in the novel. The secret is the dance. Saiwa and ISO look at her like she's crazy. This is a Magic Academy, not a dance studio. Check the clues from the last levels. This isn't just a boss raid, it's a dance-off. We gotta cast spells on the beat. Saiwa finally gets it. Makes sense. You can't break Duchess Iron's flow with basic magic. ISO nods along too. It's the counter to Serena's Silent Tango. The melody kicks in, and everyone instantly recognizes the track. It's Serena's death prayer. Saiwa grabs her skirt and matches the rhythm. ISO spins right into the groove. Suddenly the whole squad is syncing up to the beat. That did it. Jackie's defense matrix vanishes, leaving her wide open to the magic barrage. She takes every single hit. She didn't see that coming. A massive explosion rocks the room, and everyone thinks, okay, surely she's toast now. Jackie's down, but the music still playing. ISO asks, did that actually work? Then the melody goes from chill to completely distorted and creepy. Wait, ISO stammers. Why is the tempo speeding up? While she's freaking out, a silhouette starts forming in the smoke from the explosion. The students start panic screaming. staring at the cloud. What is that? Is that a bare foot floating in the air? Surprise, it's Jackie. Not dead, just angry. She's got a twisted grin plastered on her face and looks ready to murder everyone. Does she seriously have 4 legs now? 1, 2, 3, 4, all stomping down on the floor at once? Jackie strikes a pose in front of a giant demonic red circle. Not a scratch on her. She glares at the crowd with a spooky smile and basically says, "Game on." The real fight starts now. Flame tries to talk sense into her. "Stop, Jackie. If you let Duchess Iron's persona take over, there's no coming back from that." Jackie snaps back, screaming, "Stop! Stop! What exactly?" The room goes silent, except for Jackie's voice. "Look around you." She stands on the stage, soaking in the chanting. "Jackie Ihar, Jackie Ihar." The dancers have stopped moving just to hype her up. She looks terrifyingly gorgeous. The crowd is totally hypnotized, cheering her on to go even crazier. She's the greatest dancer ever. Punish these idiots. Then Jackie drops the bomb. "Flame, you're actually cruel." Flame blinks, confused. "Excuse me," but Jackie's deep into her villain monologue, digging up old grudges. She remembers Flame laughing with her crew in the past. Then the image of Flame and Yusen locking eyes. Jackie wanted that. That sweet, addictive spotlight. Even when Flame soloed that giant boar monster back in the day. Jackie felt betrayed. You kept all the glory for yourself. Flame was always the main character, shining, loved, happy. Jackie, just the background extra standing there full of jealousy. Back to reality, Jackie goes full psycho. "I'm never letting go of this hate." Saiwa senses the energy spike. Incoming shields up. Jackie casts her spell, firing devastating lasers from her matrix. Saiwa and Iso barely manage to throw up barriers in time. The other students aren't so lucky. Iso watches a few of them get blasted and drop. Distracted for a split second, Iso forgets her shield. The dark magic zooms in. She closes her eyes, expecting the end, but a golden light flashes in front of her. She peeks open one eye, and shocking twist, it's Saiwa. She's blocking the attack with a fire barrier, saving both their skins. Saiwa glares back annoyed. "Hey moron, focus." Iso stammers. Saiwa starts barking orders. "I'm better at tanking fire magic, so I got this. You block the lightning." Iso just nods dumbly. Saiwa turns to the confused Flame. "You hide behind us and attack when you see an opening." Flame is stunned. What is happening right now? She remembers Saiwa and Iso fighting all the time. In the original story, everyone got wiped here. Saiwa usually ruins the team because she's jealous of Iso's skills and gets everyone killed. But things are different. Instead of ruining everything, Saiwa is actually the one carrying the team right now. Jackie spots the opening and fires another round straight at Saiwa while she's exposed. Instantly, Iso throws up an ice wall to cover them. Flame corrects herself. "No, it's not just Saiwa, it's both of them." "Stay sharp," Iso yells. Saiwa snaps back. "I know." Flame rushes behind them, staff raised. She promises herself she isn't losing this one. She spins her staff, whipping up a vortex of magic power and blasting a beam right back at Jackie. Jackie laughs it off. Useless. Her dark shields block it easily. But then Flame cracks a mysterious smile. The beam swells up, turning into a massive lightning bolt that hammers the shield. Boom. Giant explosion. Debris everywhere. The ballroom is toast. Everyone's thinking, is it over? They stare into the white dust cloud waiting. But what they see is exactly what they didn't want to see. Jackie's dark silhouette stepped out of the thick smoke like a boss. Io was sweating bullets. Saiwa went on high alert. Flame just gasped, "Jackie." That voice was straight up nightmare fuel, chanting "Flame, flame." But the real kicker, her legs were gone, swapped out for creepy spider limbs like Dookie Haren's. "You guys just can't stand seeing me happy, huh?" She was totally losing it, creating a vibe that was equal parts terrifying and sickening. Jackie was gone. Only hate was left. "Why won't you just leave me alone?" She kept repeating it like a broken record while Flame tried to talk some sense into her. Jackie snapped out of it, "This isn't you." But she just screamed, "Shut your mouth." Then this massive red magic circle lit up above her head, followed by another layer of intense power. More magic arrays popped up with this freaky cursed music playing in the background. Jackie started dancing to the beat like a psycho. Saiwa shook his head. No way. But Flame knew better, calling out that nasty red demonic energy from the back. Above Jackie, beams of destructive light shot out like spiderwebs. That's at least danger level 5. Flame was panic mode. What's the play here? Then she looked up, hearing a weird noise from the red array. Before Flame could figure it out, Jackie let out a gut-wrenching scream that grabbed everyone's attention. Saiwa looked around confused. Yo, what is going on? Flame tried to piece it together. I don't know why, but I think Big Yu-Seol fighting that saber-toothed spider is messing her up. She was clutching her head, screaming like crazy. It clicked for Flame. Big Yu-Seol must have known the mechanics of this system Manhwa scenario soloing that spider just to help us cheese the final boss. Jackie couldn't handle the pain and collapsed on the floor. Saiwa didn't waste a second yelling, "This is our shot right now." Bon and Io unleashed hell together. Io threw up a giant ice barrier, with spikes the cold blue clashing hard with Bon's heat. Flame used an energy ring to balance the fire, and Ice showing off some insane power and perfect team chemistry. The ice totally locked Jackie down. Then the fire hit, sending her into a frenzy before everything went boom. She was furious they actually landed a hit. Losing control, she summoned something while hissing, "How dare you punks?" A massive spider with a twisted face appeared. Bon and Flame were shook. What just happened? Did something fall? Suddenly, Flame flinched. No way. That spider had glowing red eyes and looked absolutely savage against the dark background, surrounded by dust like it just got blasted out of an explosion. This signaled a massive boss fight that everyone was about to deal with. Is that the blade spider? Is it dead? The butler dude was confused. No way Big Yu-Seol took down a level 4 monster solo. He's a rookie like us. He looked back at Big Yu-Seol lying on the ground, looking totally drained after a brutal fight. The spider carcass had crashed right onto a nearby church. The air went silent before the storm, then footsteps approached quietly. Flame walked over softly. Jackie was on the floor, hurting and salty about losing to Flame's squad. "You just had to ruin everything, didn't you?" She looked up with pure rage. "I'll never forgive you, Flame." She kept ranting. "You couldn't beat me in a dance-off, so you had to cheat like this. Because you know you can't outdance me, right? That's pathetic. Seriously pathetic. You're just like me, jealous of anyone prettier than you. I'm glad. Turns out you're just as trashy as I am." Flame looked super sad, but didn't say a word. Jackie got confused by the silence. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Flame turned to her friend. "Io, can you pull up an ice mirror?" "Got it." Jackie was still full of herself. "Do whatever you want, I'm still prettier than you." But a giant ice mirror popped up in front of her. The second she saw her true reflection, she choked on her words. "What the heck? Is that me? No way, Arg? My head hurts. This mirror is fake, right?" The butler checked on Big Yu-Seol. "You good?" Jackie spiraled. "You're tricking me with some illusion, aren't you?" Jackie completely lost her mind, screaming in despair. "Disgusting, disgusting, disgusting. It's so gross." She couldn't accept reality. "Get that thing away from me." She started imagining people whispering and staring. The Duchess wasn't the beauty queen anymore. Bon and Flame watched her scream in despair. "No, no, no, this isn't me." She reached out with a shaky hand, begging for a way out. "Flame, please do something," she begged. "Help me, save me." But then she flipped the script instantly. "You think I'd actually say that? This is all your fault." She raised a sharp blade ready to pounce on Flame, screaming in rage. "Die." She swung at Flame, but something blocked the hit and knocked her back. She stared at the shadow in confusion. It was Haegwon Aejeong who made the save. Jackie's body burst into flames. Io and Bon looked crushed, and Flame was right there with them. They just whispered, "Sorry, Jackie, really sorry." Jackie faded away, ending the whole ordeal. Then a system notification popped up. That concludes the story of Duchess Iharen, who only wanted to be the most beautiful and loved. You have cleared the temptation ball. Congratulations. The storm cleared up and the sky turned blue again. Back at the school, a professor announced Team A6 has completed the simulation. Students have exited the field. Team B3 is also done. Professor Lee Han ordered an immediate evac. Copy that, sir. But the professor was thinking Team C7 is still in there. A massive energy vortex swirled with deep black space wrapped in fire and white light. It was a huge, intense dimensional gate. The professor turned to his students. "Energy waves are fluctuating. Prepare for summoning." "Yes, sir." A bright blue light explodes in the pitch-black void. The professor stands there stunned for a second, then cracks a smile. They're all back. The ants actually took down the tiger. Suddenly, a whisper creeps in from the back. Can a student actually clear a level 5 persona gate? That sounds like some leveling manhwa logic. Even veteran mages get absolutely wrecked in there. That guy leading the pack, he, the captain. Arn stays silent reading the room, then spins around to his horse. "We're bouncing," he tells his subordinate. "Roger." Yu-Seol steps up to hand the professor the mission report. Professor Hanwon runs the numbers in his head. 16 win in 1 Kia 15 safe. Still, a loss is a loss. You guys killed it, he tells them. Medics are en route. Go chill. Yes, sir. Then, a strange voice echoes from the distance. So, what went down while I was gone? Some mysterious dude strolls up. Looks like I missed the main event. Yusan looks blank. The guy grins. Come on, give me the full Manhwa recap. At Stella's main tower, basically the heart of this magic academy, Baek trails behind Lord Elwyn. He's sweating bullets, totally tongue-tied. A one-on-one with Elwyn's stress levels rising. His brain is a total mess. I specifically said I didn't want to be the squad leader. Flashback to the chaos before leaving the Persona gate. Bond started analyzing like a nerd. Don't we need a captain to handle the paperwork? Yusan, still groggy and barely knowing what day it was, mumbled, "Let Flame do it," pointing at the girl. But Bond shut that down. Nah, commoner boy, you look plenty awake to me. Why let someone else snag the glory so easily? Flame nodded along. Yeah, buddy, don't be like that. Even Io chimed in. I know I'm good, but I wasn't that good this time. Her comment threw him off. Even you, he looked totally defeated, remembering how they railroaded him back in the gate. So yeah, forced into leadership. What actually happened while I was out cold? He's deep in thought, until Elwyn's voice snaps him back to reality. This is our third meeting, isn't it? His tone is light, cheerful. You've grown a ton. You used to be tiny. Baek freezes at the comment. What is he talking about? A memory surfaces a blinding white sky. Brutal winter cold. A kid struggling through thick snow, fighting a losing battle against the elements. Flash, flash, flash. Just as he was about to give up, a weird voice cut through the wind. You're interesting. A figure in a black cloak stood before Yusan. You've got a pretty funny ability. It was Elwyn. I'll write you a letter of rec. Make sure you enroll in our academy later, okay? You'll get extra credit. The memory melts into the darkness, and the sounds of the present drag him back to reality. Anyway, the reason I called you here is, Baek jolts, remembering when he first met the guy. Now they're settled in Elwyn's office. The place is dripped out, classic royal style, super luxurious, with a massive desk, guest sofas, and lined-up cabinets. Give it that old money nostalgic vibe. They get down to business. On behalf of everyone, thanks for stopping what could have been a major disaster. I'm keeping this on the down low, by the way. Yusan flinches. Before he can even speak, the mage continues. Of course, if the students got wrecked, it'd be a different story. Thanks. Really? Yusan is stunned to hear Elwyn asking for a favor. But there's one thing I need to check. His face gets serious. Were there any bugs in that gate? Yusan quietly reads the room. No wonder they call this guy the Dark Mage Slayer. Dude looks terrifying, and I'm not even a dark mage. Yusan finally speaks up. Yeah, one student didn't make it. Jackie showed signs of corruption by dark magic. Elwyn just replies, is that so? Shame? His expression doesn't crack. He keeps that sunny vibe. He doesn't look sorry at all. Then his next words hit Yusan like a truck waking him up. Ah, where are my manners? Forgot to offer you a drink. Elwyn asks smoothly, coffee, tea, or do kids these days just chug soda? Yusan weighs his options. I'll have. He makes the call. I'll take Riet's tea. You have it right. The mage blanks out. Riet's tea. He smiles. Of course. One sec. Yusan lets out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Nice. The tea arrives looking like liquid autumn. Riet's tea. Barely anyone knows it exists, and fewer actually like it. You're full of surprises. Baek lifts the cup and takes a sip. Thanks. But as the liquid hits his tongue, it's rough. Just as nasty as I expected. He analyzes the flavor profile. Compared to earth food, it's basically durian or fermented skate. You either get addicted or you puke just smelling it. But there's a reason he ordered this funk juice. Meeting Elwyn solo is a massive turning point, a total hidden piece in this system Manhwa world. Flame chose coffee and got a magic buff or soda for an enlightenment stat boost. But Elwyn's favorite is Riet's tea. Yusan snaps to attention as the mage speaks. Riet's tea. You know there's just one problem. Elwyn drops some lore attached to the drink. It used to be exclusive to the Reets tribe on the western continent decades ago. They should have kept it to themselves, but they shared it with humans and paid the price. Shadows swirl in the cup, hinting at a tragic past and the tribe's extinction. The recipe is considered lost to time. He tells the story like it's a personal tragedy. This is probably some of the last Riet's tea on the planet. If humans weren't so greedy, we might still be drinking this stuff freely. That's tragic. But then Yusan throws a curveball. Weird. I'm literally drinking it right now. He sets the cup down. Excuse me. You mean there's more? No. Elwyn looks depressed again. That's what I thought. Then the boy says, but I know how to make it. The mage's eyes practically glow. He loses his cool immediately. What? For real? How do you know the recipe? I'd been standing there for an hour, my brain totally fried. It's not like I could just tell him I picked up these skills from a video game. So I stammered and went with the oldest excuse in the book. My late mom taught me. Boom, instant sympathy points. My bad, shouldn't have asked, he said. I told him not to sweat it, but inside I was relieved I didn't blow my cover. Then Elwin tried to hustle me for the recipe. Hey, you want to sell that formula? I'll pay top dollar. I hit him with the actually. I want something worth more than cash. Finally, this is the moment I've been waiting for. I didn't hold back. I need your magic reinforcement tech. Just help me with it once. Elwin looked at me like I was crazy. Seriously? You sure? That tea recipe is extinct. It's worth a fortune. My magic is trash compared to that. You get what I'm saying, right? Do I? Oh, I understand perfectly. He has no clue what I'm actually plotting. Here's the play: Elwin's reinforcement plus Antaresa's alchemy mixed with a jar from a necromancer, and I can craft a basic inventory. We're talking subspace storage here. Usually, you gotta be an 8th circle mage to pull that off. It's super rare in this world. But with a 9th circle beast like Elwin helping out, I'm making top-tier gear. Obviously, I didn't tell him the real reason I just talked in circles. I laid it on thick. Money is garbage compared to your magical genius, Dean. Helping me would be the greatest gift ever. I kept begging until he cracked. He sighed, probably realizing he couldn't win. Fine, kid. If that's what you really want, we have a deal. I was mentally high-fiving myself. Meanwhile, over in the vice principal's office, Aki Hayden was grilling Raiden hard. Word on the street is that Persona Gate you struggled to open was a total flop, huh? Aki's voice was dead calm. Yeah, and the bishop is gonna lose it when he finds out. Aki just fixed his tie like he didn't care. You're too uptight, Raiden. That's your problem. I don't care about the failure. We got other options. Then he twisted the knife. Were you trying to let Professor May go rogue or something? After taking that beating, Raiden bailed. If we're done here, I'm out. He started creeping down the hallway. He was deep in thought. The whole point of that gate was to take out the students heading to the Aslan seminar. He pictured all those gifted kids. Even with a level 5 gate, the risk was way higher than their skill levels. Yet somehow, Princess Flame and Bo made it out without a scratch. Raiden couldn't figure it out, nothing was going according to plan. Suddenly, someone called out to him. Hey prof, long time no see. Raiden jumped. It was Yusan, chill as ice. Back when I was a kid, you were like a wild beast. You almost look human now. Crazy, right? My friends almost got wrecked recently. Was that the old man's slow motion plan? Raiden's face went dark. Watch your mouth, kid. I don't care if you're a young master, don't disrespect the bishop. I snapped back. You getting too deep into this teacher roleplay? Or what? Guess you only changed on the outside. Raiden froze, looking actually spooked for a second. Then he blew up. You got a death wish talking to me like that? I just smiled, letting him feel the pressure. Better watch your back. You guys are starting to annoy me. Later, teach. As I walked away, Raiden crumbled to the floor, clutching his chest. I'm dead, he wheezed. Then he started laughing like a maniac. If it's for the Moon Shadow sect, this is nothing. Nearby, a group of girls were gossiping. Thank God the princess is okay. Heard the gate glitch was the school's fault, right? Seriously, get it together. Bon was listening and thinking. Of course the other students are clueless. The school buried the truth. Classic. Suddenly someone called her name. She whipped around and saw Monday, oh senior. He grinned. Chill with the formalities, Bon. Although talking too casual feels weird too, I guess. We're at school. Rules are rules, she shot back. He laughed. Just glad you're safe. I was seriously worried. Bon kept her poker face. I'm good. No need to stress over me. Inside she was gagging. Sly fox. He's not worried about me. He's worried about his ticket to power. She knew the score. There are 2 big dogs in Adolavit, Duke Oxy, backing Princess Hong Bion, and Duke Adalek, their rival. Edmund Mon is the sole heir to Adalek. His game plan: help Bon become queen, then marry her to seal the deal. Suddenly, he goes, hey, up for a game of Sunchest? The tournament is coming up. She nodded. Sure, why not? Edmund smirked, dropping a hand on her shoulder. Cool. I'll teach you a killer move today. Pay attention. She bit her lip, trying not to cringe. He strutted ahead, waving at people like a celebrity. Bon trailed behind, lost in her own head. It sucks, but without this jerk, I can't be queen. If only I had my own power or someone as strong as the Adalek family on my side. Just then, she spotted Yusan downstairs. Edmund turned back, snapping her out of it. Bon, you coming, or what? Coming, senior, she sighed. Down in the courtyard, a petal landed on Yusan's hand. All right, he muttered. This looks about right. He was surprised. After absorbing that petal, his mental stats leveled up, giving him permanent resistance to charm magic. It was straight out of a system manhwa. Muscle index, 73%. Agility, 42%. Endurance, 99%. Senses, 57%. Stamina, 19%. Mental power, 24%. Looking at the numbers, he figured it wasn't half bad. Plus, since he crushed the training, a special reward just dropped. Yusun fell into deep thought. What should he grab this time? Dump it into growth stats. Then it hit him. Wait, could he snag Marikan's pendant? The system replied, possible. He didn't hesitate. I'll take it. The system immediately chimed in. Item acquired Marikan's pendant. Details on Marikan's pendant high-grade gear. Description. A lifesaver crafted by the future mechanical alchemist Marikan to protect his own neck. Features. The barrier refinement is maxed out. Special skill. Marikan's shield. It offers unconditional defense against any attack under level 6. Catch is, it's a one-time use. He threw the necklace on and went back to thinking. Sucks that it's single use, but for a rare item like this, definitely worth it. Since he's got to throw hands with the awakened Menenten soon, he needs every edge he can get. Just then, the system buzzed. The curse branch has hit 78% malice. Talk about a tense leveling manhwa moment. Yusun grinned, pumped up. Perfect. Prep work for the Menenten fight is sailing smooth. Now the rest is up to Aunt Teresa. Over at the International Alchemy City, a cheerful assistant welcomed him. Come on in. This is Facility 13 of the Gordon Talc School. Located in the annex by the giant elm, Yusun stepped up. I'm here to see alchemist Aunt Teresa. The assistant politely shut him down. Apologies, but she's unavailable right now. He saw that coming a mile away. Typical. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a letter, and dropped the bomb. This is a personal invite from assistant lecturer Aunt Teresa herself. The assistant blinked, totally caught off guard. Oh. She quickly fixed her posture. My deepest apologies. I'll show you the way immediately. She gestured for him to enter. Right this way. Yusun thanked her. Once they reached the door, the assistant announced politely, Lady Aunt Teresa, your guest has arrived. They stood there for a hot minute silence. The assistant knocked again. We're coming in. Suddenly a chill ran down Yusun's spine. Bad vibes. Out of nowhere, a blast of energy surged forward. The impact obliterated the door, blowing it to smithereens. Luckily, his reflexes were on point. He sidestepped just in time. Whoa, close shave. That could have been messy. The assistant was trembling, stepping back in fear. Yusun checked on her. Hey, you good? Before she could answer, a voice called out. Oh, is that the student? Yusun paused, turning to see Aunt Teresa standing there with Koden. She waved him over. Get over here. Perfect timing, I've got something to show you. Yusun noted how chill they were acting, completely ignoring the blown-up door. Koden flashed the watch on his wrist. Hey kid, see this, it's a guardian bracelet. He started demonstrating as he spoke. Double tap this button, and even in idle mode, it cranks out level 3 defense. The watch emitted a small protective layer, compact but effective. Then he added, but wait, there's more. Tap it one more time. Before he finished, Yusun's eyes went wide. The barrier expanded, wrapping Koden in a full-body shield. The old man grinned with confidence. Well, pretty sick, right? Even someone with low mana or weak magic can trigger a shield spell. Sure, it's one use with 500 defense, but in a pinch, it's a lifesaver. Koden deactivated the shield. Once this hits the market, the world's gonna flip. And honestly, it's all thanks to this brat Aunt Teresa. He sounded genuinely impressed. Ah, that reminds me. You're a co-developer on this too. Yusun was stunned, but the old man kept going. Speaking of which, how about joining the Alchemy Tower as an official alchemist? Yusun hesitated. I have 0 mana. I literally can't be an alchemist. Koden and Aunt Teresa froze, totally blindsided. Say what? What does that mean? Yusun kept his cool and explained. I was born with a condition. My body can't hold mana. Mana leakage syndrome. Their jaws dropped. Aunt Teresa covered her mouth and Koden looked like he'd seen a ghost. The old man's face went rigid, refusing to believe it. He asked to clarify, does that mean you're on a time limit? Like a terminal lifespan? Yusun thought, yikes, how'd it get this dark? I mean, it was true, but he wasn't planning on kicking the bucket. I have limits, sure, but I'm not planning to die anytime soon. I know exactly what I need to do, so don't sweat it. Aunt Teresa let out a long breath. Oh, okay then. Seeing the mood lift, Yusun quickly switched gears. Anyway, let me get a closer look at that guardian bracelet. He held out his hand. She blinked, startled, before snapping back to reality. Huh. Oh yeah, sure. Yu-sun took the watch, examining it like a pro. He noticed some tiny text engraved on the inner band. Since it was a prototype, the design was rough, basic, and full of redundant circuits. He spotted a fix immediately. "Hey, can I borrow a mana soldering pen for a sec?" She hesitated. Here." Koden, on the other hand, looked intrigued by the sudden request. "Oh ho, what's the plan, kid Yu-sun?" Just shushed him. "Shh." The old man froze. Aunt Teresa frantically signaled him to zip it. Yu-sun went to work, his hands moving while his brain mapped the schematic. "If I bridge this connection with the monopen." A few moments later, he was done. He looked satisfied. Koden leaned in, eyes lighting up. "No way, did you just?" Disbelief washed over him. Defense jumped to 800. That's 1.5 times the efficiency. Calling you a co-developer wasn't just talk. Yu-sun and Aunt Teresa just smiled calmly. The old man was practically vibrating, desperate to recruit him. "Hey kid, seriously, work under me." Realizing that sounded wrong, he corrected himself. "Wait, not under me? I mean work with me. As an equal partner. Forget the mana issue. I'll assign another alchemist just to act as your mana battery." Despite the heartfelt offer, Yu-sun gently turned him down. "Haha, sorry. I've got my own path as a magic warrior." Koden looked crushed. Man, what a waste. But Yu-sun flashed a sly grin and pivoted. "Actually, there is something I need." Yu-sun handed an orb to Aunt Teresa. "Could you craft me an item using this?" She grabbed the request, looking skeptical. "Enhancement." He didn't even blink. "Space magic." The head honcho at Stella already gave the green light. Aunt Teresa's jaw basically hit the floor. Wait, the principal. She tried to play it cool, but the doubt was written all over her face. That dusty old geezer actually signed off on this. Yu-sun smirked internally. He knew he picked the right person. Man, this kid was something else. She really wanted to help, but she was low-key terrified she'd mess it up. She finally sighed. "Look, I'm down to try since you asked nicely. But just so you know, this is gonna be tough. I've never actually tried elemental enhancement before." He just shrugged it off with a cheeky grin. "Chill out, Teach. I'm not asking for a miracle by tomorrow morning. Just get the technique down first, then hook me up. I figure it won't take forever, maybe just a couple of months." Since he was so laid back about it, she quit stalling and agreed. "Fine, you got it. Honestly, it's a sick excuse for me to research some new tech anyway. Plus, it was high time she crafted a masterpiece." Meanwhile, back in the classroom, Iris was totally bombing her study session. She was racking her brain when she spotted Yu-sun chilling nearby and thought, maybe he knows what's up. Yu-sun let out a massive yawn, looking bored out of his mind. Before Iris could make her move, a voice cut through the air. "Hey, commoner." It was Bon marching right up to him. "We need to talk. Big business." "You got a minute?" Iris watched from the sidelines, dying to know what the drama was about. Yu-sun didn't look impressed. "Sure, I got time to kill." As they walked out, Iris was left staring at their backs, feeling useless. She tried to tell herself, whatever, it's not like their conversation has anything to do with me. So why did she feel so salty about it? Yu-sun followed Bon into a deserted hallway, straight to the point. "All right, spill it. What's the secret?" She didn't even turn around, just stood there acting mysterious. "Word on the street is the Alchemy Tower just dropped some insane new magic science tech." Bon paused for dramatic effect. "And rumor has it, you're the co-author." Yu-sun didn't say a word, just thinking, man, the Adalvit Royal Intel Network doesn't miss a beat. He finally broke the silence. "So what? You trying to use me to score a discount on the merchandise?" Bon spun around, looking down her nose at him. "I'm not gonna lie about the goods, but don't get it twisted. The items are cool, but securing a connection with you, that's the real prize." That actually threw him off. Say what? He started analyzing the situation. This was definitely going off script. He didn't think she actually gave a damn about him. She was nothing like the character in the original story. That's when it clicked. If she's changing, maybe he could actually stop Hong Beyond from getting killed this time. While he was deep in thought, Bon suddenly got all shy. "Anyway, I was wondering if you wanted to grab lunch." Before he could answer, someone spotted them from down the hall. Well, isn't that Bon? They both whipped their heads around to see Amon, striding over looking like he owned the place, and sounding totally judgmental. "You blew me off for lunch, so I assumed you were busy with something actually important. Finding you hanging out with this trashy commoner, that's just tragic." The silence was loud, super awkward. Yu-sun eyed Amon, up and down, digging through his memories. "I remember this guy from the game, Amon Atalek. The guy is a walking red flag who drags Hong Beyond straight to hell." Judging by the attitude, the dude clearly had no clue. Yu-sun wrote the paper on random interference formulas. Bon stepped in, voice sharp. "He's not just some random nobody. I'm using him to get aligned to the Atesia alchemists, so back off, senior. Amon let out a mocking laugh that echoed in the hallway. Oh, Bon, please. You seriously think a peasant like him can do anything for you? Wouldn't I be a much better investment? Yusun rolled his eyes internally. What a clown. But hey, getting roasted for being a commoner was just part of the daily grind here. Bon scowled, clearly annoyed. Excuse me, Yusun decided he'd heard enough and cut in. You know what, fine. Let's just kill the deal right now. Bon looked at him like he was crazy. Wait, what? She stammered. Amon, on the other hand, crossed his arms and smirked. Smart move. Glad to see you finally learned your place, kid. Yusun walked right up to him stone-faced. Oh, I meant I'll let the suppliers know that Duke Adalek personally banned any shipments to the Adalvid Kingdom. The smirk on Amon's face died instantly. You're getting real cocky punk. You have any idea what happens to a freshman who disrespects a third year? His voice dropped to an icy threat. Who knows? More importantly, who cares? Bon was panicking behind him now. Hey, you know the Magic Academy has a strict hierarchy, right? Amon basically runs the third year. She couldn't believe Yusun was running his mouth like this. But Yusun wasn't done. Anyway, I'm out of here. He walked off, leaving Amon fuming and Bon totally confused. Watching him go, Amon's anger twisted into a creepy grin. A freshman with a spine, interesting. I guess I'll have to make his school life a living hell. Yusun just kept walking down the corridor, dead silent. Sorry, Bon, he thought. But if I don't crush this guy, you're never getting a happy ending. It's basically a manhwa recap where the side character dies unless I intervene. At the very least, I'm not going to let you bow down to a scumbag like that. Meanwhile, the rest of the academy was buzzing along as usual. Bon slumped against a wall, face-palming hard. Should I just ditch the whole princess title? It was obvious why Amon was always in her face. He couldn't stand the idea of her succeeding on her own. I usually keep a low profile, but he really pushed my buttons. Later that night, back at his dorm, Yusun was vibing. Nice, the package made it. He opened the box to reveal a set of accessories. First batch of prototypes from Atesia. They're early. He picked one up. All right, let's see what kind of toys I'm working with. A holographic system window popped up. Defense necklace. Rank low mid. Passive activates a protective mana layer around the body. Stats. Agility plus 11%. Stamina minus 14%. Mana plus 1%. Special skill. Ready shield. Level 1. Damage absorption 3%. Yusun whistled. Okay, that's actually better than I expected. Next item up. Hidden dagger ring. Rank mid. Active. The ring transforms into a hilt, projecting a blade made of pure mana. Stats agility plus 14%. Perception plus 9%. Special skill magic blade. Level 3. Duration 5 minutes. Finally, the shield bracelet. Rank low mid. Active deploys an armor plate on the forearm. Stat strength plus 7%. Stamina plus 9%. Mana plus 2%. Special skill spirit shield. Level 1. He stared at the ring impressed. Classic Atesia quality. Making mid-tier gear. This fast was insane. I need to test this stuff in a real fight as soon as possible, so I can send them the combat data. I already gave Dr. Hans Skordin the heads up. Now that prep work is done, it's time to absolutely wreck Duke Adalek. A few days later, the second exam period kicked off. Round 2 had 2 parts, the brawl and the brain. In the practical combat section, grading depended entirely on what kind of magic you were packing. For example, lightning magic got scored on max voltage and chain count. Wind was all about blast force. Ice, they measured absolute zero temps, and area of effect. Healing light, and all those niche attributes were on the list too. But naturally, fire stole the show, giving off that classic leveling manhwa main character energy. Those guys were just built different. The proctor turned to the boy. Yusun, you're up. Get in position. The judges watched Yusun's speed and lost their minds. Every time I see it, it's insane, one muttered. 0 cooldown on his teleport, and his directional control was flawless. Scary stuff, the judge shouted out quickly. Yusun's evaluation is finished. He stopped moving. Combat section is partially done, he thought. Since he couldn't toss actual spells, the rest was a wash, but his direct view glasses might just save his grade in the theory portion. Suddenly someone called out as he walked by. So you're Yusun. A group of students stared him down with pure disgust, taking turns roasting him. Heard a rookie like you had the guts to talk back to a third year. You're hopeless. Man, I wouldn't have dared breathe wrong when I was a freshman. Yusun said nothing, just analyzing them in silence. Here we go, he thought. This is the Asmon crew, right? Catalum stepped up aggressively, trying to look intimidating. Look at this kid actually daring to glare at us. Seeing Yusan stay silent, he kept pushing. You gonna lower your eyes or what? Yusan sighed internally. Figured this would happen. Still getting beat up by a bunch of useless extras was going to be a drag. Yusan and the bully locked eyes in a silent standoff. Kadalam let out a sharp laugh and growled. Look at this punk, I said. Look down. When Yusan didn't flinch, the guy got even more riled up. This trash is even more arrogant than the rumors. You're a commoner, right? Heard you got no parents either. Kneel down, unless you have a death wish, loser. The commotion caught Bandion's attention. What's that? A fight? She recognized the group. That's the Asmon squad. And isn't that the freshman we met at Matvi Cemetery? I heard his name is Yusan. Her voice cut through the air, making both Yusan and Kadalam freeze. What exactly are you boys doing over there? Kadalam quickly switched his tone. Can't you tell? We're just teaching a junior some manners. Stay out of it, Bandion. This kid got fresh with a third year. As seniors, it's our duty to correct him. She glanced at the boy. Yusan. Is he actually going to kneel? If he's strong enough to take down a level 5 summoner, he should be able to handle these clowns easily. Why isn't he fighting back? Bandion spoke up. No, don't do it. Her words caught the bully off guard. Excuse me, she explained slowly. If a freshman really talked back to a third year, that's no small issue. If this were the military, that would be insubordination against a superior officer. So I'm thinking we should open a special training session for the junior. Kadalam hesitated. That kind of training needs the student council president's stamp of approval. She replied instantly, I'll go get the permit. Just make sure you do it properly. A confident smirk spread across his face. Fine by me. Sounds like fun. Just then, another figure walked up. He spoke with a polite tone, sorry to interrupt, but if we leave it like this, they won't let him go. Yusan looked surprised. You mean they wouldn't have let me off the hook? Bandion turned to him. You're planning to use this moment of humiliation to land a massive counterblow, aren't you? Someone smart enough to crush a summoner doesn't provoke people for no reason. There's only one reason to end Stella's stupid long-standing tradition. The senior ritual. You chose to sacrifice yourself. Hearing her breakdown, Yusan's face didn't change, but inside, he was completely lost. Me? She looked at the retreating group, her voice softening. But among them, there are those who have no choice but to follow Asmon. They're victims of circumstance bound by family ties. No matter how right you are, we can't let people like that get punished. Bandion patted Yusan's shoulder, hyping him up. So I'll set the stage for you. Fight however you want. I'll personally convince the student council president. Yusan's face was a mask of confusion. What on earth has she been yapping about this whole time? Later, at the magic protocol decryption exam, students stared at their papers. Some started whining that they didn't get it at all. Can we even solve this today? Meanwhile, Yusan calmly raised his hand, turning it in. The teacher grabbed his paper, worried. Giving up after only 20 minutes, he replied casually, No, I solved it. The old man looked at Yusan's work with suspicion. What? You mean you solved it the second you looked at it? The teacher's eyes went wide with shock. This is... Yusan walked out, pocketing his glasses and sighing in relief. Didn't study a thing, but solving that felt therapeutic. Someone whispered nearby, Is that Yusan heard? He's the freshman who dissed Asmon. Looks like he's about to get properly educated soon. Yusan ignored them, guessing the situation. Looks like the whole school knows already. And I had to drag Bandion out for this. Special training for a junior was basically a setup where a senior could challenge a junior directly. A duel. At Stella, seniors were banned from bullying or hitting juniors, but in this Magic Academy setting, special training was a loophole where seniors could legally beat down juniors with magic, requiring council approval to prevent abuse. However, S-class students could submit the request directly to the council themselves. Thinking back, Yusan felt depressed. I just planned to kneel and get it over with. How did it turn into this? At the time, he just wanted to drop to his knees fast so he could go home and nap. Yusan went to his room and locked the door. Since it came to this, he opened a small box, revealing a little toy. Can't avoid it. Might as well enjoy the ride. Stella Student Council Room. The president's second-year S-class Miro Yoon. He looked up from his paperwork, voice flat. Bandion, what brings you here? She walked up and slammed the form down in front of him without a word. I'm requesting approval for special training for a junior. Target is Yusan S-class freshman. Miro Yoon looked puzzled. I thought you hated ridiculous stuff like this. Why do it now? She replied, coolly, I'm doing it exactly because I hate it. He gave her a subtle warning. I don't know what you're plotting, but no matter how talented, a freshman can't beat a sophomore. Stats don't mean jack when you're lacking XP yet. Here you are begging to open the training grounds. Bandian waved the paper around like a trophy. You want to know why? Just watch. It's gonna be a riot. Then, he sighed, totally done with this mess. Seriously, dude, what's your game plan? But someone cut him off. Yo, Cadet Miro Yoon. Jer rushed over, clutching Yusan's exam. Do me a solid and check this report. Yeah, since it was a student thesis, Miro kept it pro. Professor Jaren. Welcome. Did we actually get a paper worth sending to the Magic Academy archives this time? The last batch was total trash. The old man chuckled and shoved the paper into his hands. Just read it. One look, and Miro's face went from bored to blown away. Wait, isn't this Procus's stacking circuit design? This is insane. They cut the reverse resolution loop formula in half using basic math. That's wild. Scholars have been grinding to perfect this circuit for ages, and this kid just took it to the next level. We're talking genius tier. He snapped his head up. Who wrote this? Jer grinned like he won the lottery. Cadet Yusun. With skills like this, he could crash the Aslan conference easy. No time to waste. Gotta tell the VP. Jer bounced, leaving Miro alone with the paper. Yusan? Huh. This kid's way more interesting than I thought. A skeptical voice boomed out. Excuse me, Hippen slammed his hands on the desk. You want to nominate Yusun for Aslan? Yup, Jer confirmed, without missing a beat. The VP's gonna see it, sure, but this is a curveball. He sighed heavily. This is gonna be a total headache. Professor Jiren looked lost. Huh. What don't you get? Hippon explained. Stella is stacked with candidates right now. This year's freshmen are beasts no matter where you put them. We only get 2 spots for the Aslan gig, not counting the Nepo babies with fixed slots. And you want to waste one on Yusan. A magic warrior who doesn't even cast spells is just an embarrassment to real mages. Get out of my face if you're done. Yusan is banned from Aslan. Jer looked crushed. Understood. Once he was gone, Hippen crumbled the paper, seething. Who tries to sneak a bug like that into Aslan? Fast forward. The second exam wrapped up and the leaderboards dropped. Yusan stood with the crowd, scanning the scoreboard. Let's see, he muttered. Found it. Rank 419. Class SBON. 419. Aced the written test, and still ended up in the dumpster tiers. I really am one of a kind. Anyway, the top dogs are the usual suspects. Ma Yuflame, Iso, Li Han Wool, and Hong Bian. He paused, surprised. Ma Yuong. Whoa, Li Hanwall dropped from 2nd to 4th. Maybe Iso and Flame are actually grinding their books instead of following the original plot. Since Jackie went full dark arts, Hei and Aguang's story arc is toast. Yusun didn't even notice Bong creeping up on him. They tweaking the rankings, or what? I think I made too much noise, she said. He jumped, startled, and took a step back. Whoa, what's she doing here? She's scheming something, Bong continued. If you're in the top 600, you're aiming for the Inter-Academy tournament, right? Yusan's memory jogged. Oh yeah, that thing where we beat up kids from other famous magic schools. What's with this vibe? He stepped closer to Bon. So you got something else to say? She blushed and looked away, gripping her skirt. Why'd you do it? He blinked, confused. Huh. Why did you do that to Senior Asmon? She pressed. That guy holds a grudge forever. He's gonna be on your case until we graduate. You cool with that? Yusan stared at her for a second. Nah, not really. I'd rather beat those punks down and get kicked out than let them annoy me. Her fist tightened. Then why? What do you get out of it? Yusan looked at her, then shifted his gaze. Because I actually care about our connection. Plus, my help doesn't come cheap. When this is over, you're signing an item contract with me. Bon tilted her head. You could sign with any family, not just Adelit. So why? Yusan scratched the back of his neck, awkward. I can't exactly tell her I'm trying to save her and unlock the good ending. He dodged the question. I'll tell you later. Bon let it slide and switched gears. All right. So, what's the plan for the rookie training? Yusan sighed. Gotta do what I gotta do. Then she dropped a bomb. You don't have to hold back. Yusan frowned. Say what? As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with admiration. You can go full force against the seniors. Show them what you've got. I'll handle the fallout. Yusan stammered. Okay. Thanks. She wants to help, but why is she so sure I'm gonna win? Neither of them noticed the eavesdropper in the shadows. Aksu Eng slipped away, face totally blank. Magic practice class. Aksu Ong summoned a fireball. Jay watched and nodded. Your control is excellent. You lack raw firepower, but your aim is deadly enough to pass. You'd kill it in stealth missions or precision strikes. On the other hand, she glared at Bon. You've got a long way to go. How many times do I have to say fire isn't just about blowing stuff up? Jay turned away harsh. Highest affinity, yet zero control. It's ridiculous. Do it again. Bon bowed, grinding her teeth in frustration. Darkness fell over Stella, broken only by flashes of flame. Oksuang blasted fire at the target over and over. She scowled, jealous and bitter. I lost again. I worked so hard. Why? Why can't I ever win? Nearby chatter caught Iso's ear. Wait, isn't today the smackdown between the first and second years? Let's go check it out. She thought, are they talking about Yuson? Whatever, not my drama. I've got studying to do. The gossip faded into background noise. Isol hung her head, looking totally awkward. She showed up anyway, though. Then footsteps. You're here too. It was Harlan grinning. Word on the street is, it's Baek Yu-Seol. Harlan, the Class B freshman. She flopped down next to Isol like she owned the place. So you guys secretly dating or what? That, why you're here? Isol turned beet red and started stammering. No way Baek Yu-Seol isn't even. Harlan just smirked at her flushed face. Shocking. I figured you'd steer clear since he's got that son of a traitor rep, but he's actually cuter than I expected. She extended a hand. Oh right, I'm Harlan Class B. Nice to meet you. Isol nodded. Yeah, you too. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the crowd. Yu-Seol had arrived and the hype train left the station. Looks like it's showtime. Yu-Seol scanned the mob confused. Why the hell were there so many people? The crowd was going wild. Hey, brave little freshman, go easy on him. The crowd was thirsty for blood, leaving Yu-Seol even more baffled. Hold up. Isn't the senior supposed to be the one beating me into a pulp? Why are they telling me to chill? Yu-Seol sat silently in the stands while the haters started chirping. Finally, that loser Yu-Seol is gonna get schooled. Acting like the main character when he's just a commoner. He's toast now that a senior marked him. Right then, Yu-Seol shot them a look so cold it could freeze hell. He stared daggers straight through their souls. They got the message, shut their mouths, and scrambled out of the way. Yu-Seol looked down at the arena. Commoner, huh? He looked totally chill, not a drop of sweat on him. Catalan stepped into the ring, smirking. You ready to bleed, kid? The Year 2 Class C senior sized him up running the numbers. Class C. Probably ranked around 300. Even if I'm a freshman, he's got better raw stats. Gotta avoid a head-on collision at all costs. Yu-Seol shrugged. Yeah, I'm good. I guess. The guy sneered, looking down on him. Stubborn till the end. Huh? The ref stepped in. All right, listen up. Here are the rules. Match goes for at least 15 minutes or until someone hits the dirt. If things get lethal, the Magic Academy safety protocols will kick in and freeze the space to end the match. Also, after 15 minutes, you can tap out whenever. Game on. They got warped into the simulation zone. The timer started ticking and blades came out. Back in the stands, Harlan nudged Isel. Who's your money on? Isel didn't hesitate. The senior, obviously. Kadalin's got the Earth attribute. That's high-tier defense. Yu-Seol's firepower is pretty weak in comparison. Plus, Earth users control the battlefield. Once he locks down the terrain, his attack options are endless. Can Yu-Seol's magic sword even scratch a level 3 Earth mage? Isel started biting her lip. You're right. Logically, Yu-Seol's cooked. Inside, Kadalin grinned. Time to show you the terror of absolute terrain control. But Yu-Seol immediately blinked backward, putting distance between them. He looked bored while Kadalin stood there, dumbfounded. Yu-Seol smirked, spun around, and just bolted. Kadalin froze. The hell? Harlan laughed, running away immediately. No shame in that game. Honestly, probably the smartest play. Kadalin screamed, veins popping. Hey, get your ass back here, you coward. Yu-Seol kept sprinting. Like anyone actually listens to that command. Kadalin gritted his teeth and cast stone volley, summoning sharp, jagged rocks in midair. Yu-Seol glanced back and flinched. Kadalin flicked his wrist, and the rocks hammered down, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. The crowd groaned. Kadalin walked over, feeling smug. Got him. But when the dust settled, his jaw dropped. What is this? Hanging off a tree branch was a toy monkey. A monkey doll. What the actual hell is this doing here? Why? The monkey's symbols clashed together. By the time Kadalin realized it was a trap, it was too late. Boom. The monkey exploded. Kadalin's eyes went wide as a blinding flash engulfed him. He stumbled back, gravel crunching under his boots. He swayed, heart pounding. That was close. If I hadn't upped my weight with Earth gravity, I'd be flying right now. A sudden sound made him snap his head up. But the real threat was already behind him, a shadow moving with lethal speed. Yu-Seol skidded to a halt, his blade glowing with an eerie green light. Kadalin whipped around, grinning like a maniac. Gotcha. Die. He swung his wand to crush the kid. He was so sure of the kill. Until his eyes went wide. He was staring at thin air. What the he vanished. Kadalin spun around, screaming into the void. Hey, newbie, you just gonna run all day? So much for chivalry. He stalked across the ground searching. Suddenly, his feet left the floor. Panic set in. Why can't I move? He strained to look up and saw Yusan perched on a branch above him. Yusan gave him a mocking salute. Kadalin grit his teeth. Is that punk laughing at me? He forced his body down with a gravity spell. He blasted his wand forward, hitting absolutely nothing. Again. You little rat, you really want to play games? Show yourself. He flailed his wand around, screaming. Stop with the cheap parlor tricks, thwack. He hit something. Psh! Gas spewed out. Kadalin roared, but his vision blurred into a haze of black smoke. He started hacking violently, clutching his mouth. Is this tear gas? Then, a bell started jingling on the ground. Kadalin opened his watering eyes, just in time for a second blinding flash. Up in the stands, Harlan covered her ears, grimacing. What on earth? Isel covered her ears too. Looks like a flashbang. Blinds you and deafens you at the same time. She looked down at Kadalin flailing in the pit. Tear gas and a flashbang blitz. That second-year senior can't even tell up from down. Yusan watched, silently calculating his next move. All right, just take it slow, land the finisher, and the commoner takes the win. But wait, she looks totally shook. Watching Yusan chucking those weird orbs, she asks skeptically, what the heck? Seriously, a ball right to Caliban's face. Yusan keeps spamming those small spheres while muttering flash, step like a broken record. Poison and Bandian are yapping away. He speaks up first, CS gas again, really. She's glued to the fight but answers anyway. Looks like just a bit of smoke this time. Bandian watches Caliban standing there in the black fog like an idiot. She adds on. So Yusan isn't exactly dealing crit damage, but he's chipping away at the guy's health bar. Caliban loses it and screams, Yusan, you piece of trash. Caliban stops talking and summons a literal mountain right in Yusan's face. He glares down, raging. Screw this training drill. I'm done playing nice. I'm gonna wreck you for real. Yusan ignores the threats and just stares up in awe. Looking at that towering rock, he quips. Using earth magic on a newbie? Isn't that a bit overkill, bro? Caliban grinds his teeth so hard, you can hear it. Have you lost your mind? Out of everyone here, you're the last person allowed to say that. Poison and Bandian nod in sync. Yeah, fair point. Then, thousands of sharp spikes rain down from the magic matrix. Minutes tick by. Caliban waves his staff down and roars. Just die already. Seconds drag on. Yusan just stands there, chin up, staring silently at the death rain coming his way. 14 minutes, 57 seconds, and Yusan is chill. 58, 59. Boom, exactly 15 minutes. He cracks a little smirk. He raises his hand like it's nothing and drops the bomb. I forfeit. The whole crowd gasps. Even Caliban freezes, totally dumbfounded, like, huh. The system announcement blares out, match over, everything resets. Caliban stands there paralyzed as he hears first-year class 5B Yusan has forfeited. He's thinking, that's it. The referee declares Caliban the winner. Yusan bows with a sly grin, telling himself, hey, at least I'm still breathing. Staying alive is a win in my book. Another announcement signals the end of this special training match. Caliban starts shaking with rage. His frustrated scream echoes across the whole campus. Yusan's fight is the hot topic everywhere. Did you see that sophomore's face? Dude was absolutely losing it. If it were me, I would have clocked him before the timer ran out. Same. Then they start theorizing like they're analyzing some system Manhwa gear. What kind of items was Yusan using? Maybe it's some prototype tech. Yusan was solid, but the gadgets stole the show. That's exactly what Bandian is wondering about. Are those items just overpowered? Most alchemists rely on the terrain, but Yusan played that mage like a fiddle from start to finish. He used high mobility to set up his own zone and create favorable terrain. The guy is honestly a freak of nature. Poison gets cozy and asks Miro, Yun said you pitched this training group. You get what you wanted. Bandian stares ahead and whispers, totally satisfied, exactly what I wanted. Now, those sophomores won't dare mess with the freshmen so easily. Even the second years know they could get clapped by a rookie now. The upperclassmen are still salty about it though. Sucks we didn't get to see that cocky freshman get beat down. True that. Bandian chimes in cheerfully, I think it turned out pretty well. Things just got interesting. Poison laughs out loud. That's good then. Meanwhile, over at the Red Hawks club room, Epmon is raging and cussing up a storm. Caliban, you absolute moron. In the back, Bon is glued to a newspaper flipping pages and analyzing the news. She already figured out Yusan's play, so he handed that guy the win. For 15 minutes, Yusan was just toying with him. He wasn't even fighting for real. If he wanted to win, he could have ended it right at the start. He threw the match on purpose just to prove a point that nobody expects a rookie to beat a senior. She finally decides, I guess raw power isn't everything. That commoner is seriously unpredictable. Epmon snaps, asking, what are the second years doing right now? I told them to give Yusun special training. His assistant reports nervously, actually, sir. None of them dare to lay a finger on him. Epmon explodes. What? The assistant spills the tea. Contrary to the rumors, Yusun is super polite to the seniors. A total sweetheart. I went to yell at him, but somehow ended up buying him snacks. Epmon is boiling over. Say what now? Suddenly, a maid rushes in screaming, young master. Epmon snaps back. What is it? The maid is panic-stricken. The Duke is on the line. You need to speak with him immediately. He didn't see that coming. Epmon walks to the desk phone, skeptical. Weird. Dad never calls me first. He puts on his polite voice. Yes, father, it's Ep Monday. The voice on the other end sounds hyped. My son, I just received a call from Alchemy City. Alchemy City. His dad's tone gets serious. Because the Adalek ducal house was rejected. The alchemists from the Antarisa school have cut off supplies to the kingdom. Do you know anything about this? Epmon panics. What? No way. How can you be so clueless? He drops the bombshell. It is the truth. The co-author of the random mana vibration formula said so himself. Epmon freezes in place. The co-author, he stammers, wait father, hold on. I seriously don't know anything. I've never even met the guy. Then his face goes pale. Epmon starts sweating bullets as a terrifying thought hits him. Don't tell me. It's Yusun. He realizes he's cornered. His dad's deep voice rumbles on. Even so, refusing the Adalebit Kingdom's request is unacceptable. You know exactly how much pull we have in Alchemy City. This is a technological revolution. We're talking about items that rival ancient artifacts we thought were impossible to recreate. Even the Golden Alchemist is collaborating with Antarisa. Epmon is terrified now. The Golden Alchemist. This is way bigger than I thought. His old man laid down the law hard. Yeah, the kingdom's gonna start trading with the Metal City again, but the Adalek family? They're totally blacklisted. I'm asking you one last time, did you have a hand in this mess? After that intense grill session, Edmund tried to patch things up. Bon looked super stressed, so she just gave a polite nod. Yes, senior. Edmund lowered his voice, sounding desperate. Can you hook me up with a meeting with Yusun? She looked totally blindsided for a sec, but she snapped back to her usual Ice Queen vibe fast. Sure, I'll handle it. Meanwhile, down south in the Hayu Plains, a total baddie was chilling on her balcony, checking out the view. Jeliel noted the real estate prices were spiking. Suddenly, some shaky voice from behind made her spin around. Lady Jeliel, please, I'm begging you. The guy had a pathetic number 3 floating over his head. Just give me one more shot. Jeliel just stared at the loser kneeling in front of her. She focused on that glowing number 3. That's her special power, seeing the true value of all things. It's like a cheat code in a system manhwa. She sees every person or beast as a raw stat 0 being trash and 100 being top tier. With that skill, Jeliel judged him instantly. A 3? Seriously? That's like roadside pebble status. She smirked coldly. See, why would I bankroll a failure? I told you not to invest in that garbage business. The guy ground his teeth, cursing Jeliel out in his head. Liar. It was supposed to be a gold mine. From his point of view, Jeliel pulled the strings and wrecked everything on purpose. Bored now, she ordered the guards to bury him. They moved in instantly. Yes, ma'am. The guy screamed like a maniac. Mercy, please, Lady Jeliel. She watched him get dragged away without batting an eye. Then, a creepy little smile crept onto Lady Jeliel's face. Turning away, she sighed. Lame. Kids these days have 0 guts. Her face lit up the second she heard a voice outside. Jeliel, you in there, sweetie? She was hyped. That voice. Weirdly enough, even with her OP vision, all she saw over his head was a big fat question mark. Melion asked warmly, my darling daughter, you doing okay? Seeing him back, Jeliel practically tackled him with a hug. Daddy, did the trip go well? She asked, turning on the charm. How's the big deal coming along? Melion smiled. Everything's fine, we're still negotiating. He started spilling the tea on what went down. So the Theresa branch developed these items by mixing alchemy and magic engineering. There's even a video of the co-creator using them in a real fight. Wanna see? When Melion offered, Jeliel nodded. Sounds kinda cool, actually. Deep down though, she just wanted to hang out with her dad and couldn't say no. He was pumped. Let's go to my office then. Okay, she followed him like a good kid. Up in Melion's room, they stared at a glowing magic crystal ball. He pointed at the projection. This kid's a first year at Stella Magic Academy. He took down a second year using those items. He's not just a student, he co-invented the tech. Hearing her dad hype him up made her curious. Who is this guy? Jeliel squinted at the screen, then her eyes went wide. It showed Yusun practicing swordsmanship, but she was fixated on the space above his head. What the hell? Why can't I see his stats? This was a first. Jeliel thought back she could read the Emperor of Scanvin and the King of Adalabit no problem. There are only 2 times the numbers don't show up. She glanced sideways at Melian, who was still grinning. 1. If she loves the person. She looked back at Yusun on the screen. 2. If the target has a value so high it breaks the scale like a protagonist in a leveling manhwa. After a beat, Jeliel asked Dad what's his name. Melian answered Baek Yu-Seol. Don't forget it. You might cross paths with him someday. She replied softly. If you say so, I'll lock it in my memory. Job done? Jeliel smiled. By the way, up for a game of spirit chess before you bounce. Melian obviously couldn't say no to his little girl. Sure, why not? Jeliel's mind was still racing. Unmeasurable value, huh? She repeated it mentally. Baek Yu-Seol. Baek Yu-Seol. Meanwhile, Yusun was casually sipping water with Edmund sitting across from him. The dude looked totally awkward facing Yusun. Since Edmund was freezing up, Yusun slammed his glass down. I'm done with my coffee. If you've got nothing to say, I'm out. Edmund panicked. Wait, he started stammering. About the other day. I screwed up. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have looked down on you just because you're a commoner. Can you please forget what I said? Yusun just stared at him stone cold. His face gave away absolutely nothing. Honestly, he didn't care about the apology. But to dodge a death flag for Hong Bi-yun, he needed to strip Edmund of his political clout. Standard manhwa recap strategy. But out loud, he played it differently. I'm not ready to forgive you yet, Yusun decided. Gotta play hard to get. Edmund looked like he was about to cry. So, what do I do? Yusun shrugged coldly. Who knows? Then he reached into his jacket like he just had a bright idea. How about this? He pulled out a contract scroll. This is a magic contract on mana parchment. Yusun smirked. Let's make a bet. The sudden curveball stunned Edmund. A bet. Yusun explained the rules. We play spirit chess. If I lose, I wipe the slate clean, and I'll supply items to the Adalabit kingdom exclusively through your family. Hearing the game choice, Edmund looked skeptical. Spirit chess, really? Yusun dropped the other shoe. But if I win, you give me your ticket to the Aslan conference. Edmund froze, thinking he heard wrong. Excuse me, he had to check. You think that's a fair trade? Yusun knew it was ridiculous, totally illogical. As far as he knew, the Aslan conference was this elite public meetup where heirs of ancient magic families got together to nerd out over academic theories. Only the big shots from major magic clans get an invite, assuming they meet 3 crazy rules. First off, you gotta be a repeat offender, showed up last year, and dropped a killer paper. Second, you need a transfer slot plus a legit thesis. Third, make the cut for the Dirty Dozen, the top 12 rookies of the year. Basically, it's where the world's genius mages go to flex on each other. Just surviving there proves you're not trash. The Adalect Dukes have been hitting up the Aslan conference for decades. It's practically the backbone of their whole empire. Yusun knew the odds were trash and the politics were messy, but he was dead set on grabbing that spot anyway. He stood up and gave Edmund a whatever shrug. Hate it all you want. Yusun turned to bounce, but Edmund suddenly called out. Hold up. The dude's face went totally stone cold. Soul chess, huh? A cocky smirk plastered itself across his face. Edmund didn't even hesitate before taking the bait. All right, bet. I'll sign your little paper. Catch you here same time tomorrow. Seeing the deal sealed, Yusun felt pretty good. His brain was already running 100 miles an hour with schemes. The next day, the whole Magic Academy was buzzing like a kicked hornet's nest. Everyone was crowding around, whispering, Yo, why is the cafe packed so tight? Word is, Senior Edmund is playing soul chess against a freshie for high stakes. For real. The gossip hit Yusun like a slap in the face. Who at Stella is even on Edmund's level? Which kid has a death wish? Yusun could only think, yeah, that would be me, while letting out a heavy sigh. Don't get it twisted, I'm not doing this for kicks. I never even cared about soul chess. Suddenly, a loud shriek cut right through his internal monologue. He's here. Edmund strutted in like he owned the place. The crowd went wild, chanting Senior Edmund, and Princess Bon Yusun wasn't shocked. He figured Edmund would bring his trophy girl along. The second Bon showed up, the simping was off the charts. The princess is looking fire today. Those two are totally a power couple, right? but she just shot a side eye at Yu-Seol. He felt her gaze burning a hole in him, so he looked up totally confused. The heck is her deal? Why is she staring me down? Did I mess up somewhere? Bon took her seat while the staff prepped the board for the showdown. She couldn't figure out what was going on inside Yu-Seol's head. Everyone knew Edmund had been grinding soul chess since he was 5. Dude was a certified prodigy. Barely anyone in the kingdom, let alone Stella, could touch Edmund on the board, and this guy challenges him at his own game. What a moron commoner. While she was lost in thought, Edmund flashed a super chill, confident grin. He sat down, practically buzzing with excitement. Honestly didn't think Yu-Seol had the guts to bet the Aslan ticket. As Edmund arranged his pieces, he realized this was actually a golden opportunity. He couldn't hide the nasty look on his face. This was his chance to clown Yu-Seol right in front of Bon. Shall we get this started? Edmund grabbed a piece, plotting total humiliation. He was eager, ready to roll, but before the first move he had to drop a little reminder. Just one final check. Once you sign this magic contract, breaking it means your mana hits 0. You get that right, Yu-Seol replied, without blinking. Obviously. He said it, but deep down, he didn't give a damn. Can't lose mana if you don't have any to begin with. Edmund slammed his final white piece down and got cocky. Board set, Edmund announced. You take the first move. Giving up the opening advantage in a match this big, the disrespect. Yu-Seol got serious and pulled out a pair of glasses. Dude is totally looking down on me. He slid the frames on locking in. Fine, let's play for real then. Quick breakdown of soul chess rules. You pick 20 units from a roster of 200 and drop them on an octagon-shaped board. 1 move per turn. Unlike normal chess, every tile and unit has its own crazy stats and skills. It's all about strat to capture the enemy king and catch the dub. For a guy with 10 years of PvE grinding in every system Manhwa game out there, this is tricky, but PvP is where the real fun is. He stared at the black piece in his hand, calculated for a second, then looked up. Edmund wasn't just top tier at Stella. He was world class. The noble crossed his arms and shot Yu-Seol a look of pure arrogance. I was shook when he bet the Aslan seat, but challenging me to soul chess seriously. Arrogant little peasant. He didn't rate his opponent at all. I'm gonna crush him so hard, he'll never look me in the eye again. Yu-Seol finished his setup. Let's do this. The second the match started, they got warped into a whole different dimension. Edmund scanned the board and frowned. Something was off. Yu-Seol's formation was weird as hell. What kind of trash setup is this? It felt like Yu-Seol's units were specifically placed to mess with his strat. He shook it off. Nah, just a fluke. A nobody like him can't know the meta. Yu-Seol didn't care what was going through Edmund's head. He made his move. Since you're being generous, I'll take the lead. He moved the queen first. Edmund looked like he'd seen a ghost. He saw the bizarre play rushing the queen straight into enemy territory on turn 1. Edmund grabbed his knight, thinking, confirmed, this kid's clueless. Edmund made his move with full swagger. Total idiot. He slammed the knight down and the piece instantly roared to life on the board. It immediately lunged at the exposed queen, securing a massive advantage right out of the gate. Edmund sneered. Moron. Putting your queen in the kill zone on turn 1. That piece was the Flash Knight, infinite mobility, able to jump anywhere on the map. Even after losing a key unit, Yu-Seol didn't even blink. Edmund, seeing the easy win, kept pressing the attack. His knight went on a rampage, wiping out Yu-Seol's squad. Seeing such amateur play, Edmund started cracking up. He let his guard down completely. Unreal. Didn't think he'd be this trash. I'm gonna wrap this up before we even hit the mid-game. For this match, Edmund brought out his favorite cheese strat, Blazing Flash. The whole gimmick relied on syncing up 3 Flash Knights. Step 1. Use the knight's speed to troll the enemy. Step 2. Use 5 fire pawns to lock down the map and turn the terrain into a burning hellscape. The blazing terrain map is straight up unfair. It nerfs defense for weak units against fire and buffs fire damage. If the match drags out this long, it's basically game over for Baek Yu-Seol. But Yu-Seol dude didn't even flinch. He just kept pushing his pieces like he owned the board. That's exactly how a pro plays. Yu-Seol's move totally threw Yu-Seol off his rhythm. A pawn popping up out of nowhere this late in the game. Wait, was that a stealth pawn? It's a trap. Iron Shackles creates a prison zone. Any unit caught inside is stuck in Lag City for 5 turns. Yu-Seol's knights got locked down instantly. He was fuming. Damn it, my Blink Knight's stealth buff should have expired after 3 turns. What gives? Just as he was freaking out, the answer hit him. The stealth pawn. It stays invisible during the match, but the cloak usually drops after 3 rounds. Here's the kicker. If the queen dies before the timer runs out, the stealth gets extended for another 7 turns. And Yu-Seol realized it too late. That scumbag sacrificed his queen early on purpose to trigger the glitch-like combo. Still, Yu-Seol figured the odds were in his favor. No need to panic just yet. Yu-Seol moved his next piece, hyping himself up. It's fine, that effect only lasts 5 more turns. I can take him this round. But just as he placed his unit, Yu-Seol initiated Phase 2, activating the Blazing Terrain. Blazing Terrain active. Defense for all non-fire units drops by 30% immediately. Fire units get a massive 200% damage boost. A giant wall of flames surrounded the board, and Yu-Seol got his swagger back. How do you like that, Baek Yu-Seol? Now that the field is burning, you're finished next turn. Yu-Seol just sat there terrifyingly calm and made his move. Yu-Seol cursed under his breath. Another stealth pawn. Are you kidding me? Sly little rat. Doesn't matter what he plays, this is over next round. But then his face went completely pale. Domination terrain reversal. If you claim the field while the opponent's terrain is active, you trigger the reverse effect. The second Yu-Seol's pawn hit the board, a new effect kicked in. Frozen terrain activated. Thanks to the reversal, elemental damage spiked by 200%. The hidden win condition was met. Yu-Seol gained an extra attack turn. Yu-Seol's smirk was wiped clean off his face. He just stared blankly at the disaster unfolding on the board. Yu-Seol couldn't believe what he was seeing. That guy read his entire strategy like a Manhwa recap. He went from shock to a total breakdown. No, impossible. It has to be a coincidence. In Yu-Seol's eyes, his opponent wasn't just some trash commoner anymore. Yu-Seol radiated a pressure so heavy, it was suffocating. Yu-Seol kept lying to himself. Just a fluke, right? He stared at his frozen knight and tried to snap out of it. Wake up. He was so stressed, he was digging his nails into his own thigh. Sweat dripped down Yu-Seol's face. I've beaten tons of guys like this. I just need to survive until the next turn. If I hold out, I can flip the table and win. He frantically looked for a way to salvage the match. That arrogant sparkle in his eyes was dead and gone. I can still win this. Despite the pep talk, he was starting to doubt his own skills. Can I actually beat this guy? The skill gap was massive. It felt like Yu-Seol was stomping him into the dirt with every move. Yu-Seol started questioning if he ever had any talent to begin with. Meanwhile, Yu-Seol sat there analyzing the setup. He had to hand it to him. Yu-Seol's skills weren't bad. Actually, they were pretty strong. In the gaming world, beating Yu-Seol at Spirit Chess was considered one of the hardest achievements. But after 10 years, some absolute maniac veterans showed up. This one guy was totally unhinged, a veteran player who battled Yu-Seol thousands of times just to write the perfect strategy guide. Yu-Seol smirked. That entire strategy guide was downloaded right into his STB glasses. He moved his final piece. Basically, he was playing Spirit Chess with a cheat sheet like the protagonist of a system Manhwa. Thunder Bishop unleashed a lightning strike, dealing 200% damage to any frozen enemies. If the frozen targets are linked, the attack transforms into chain lightning. The moment the move was played, the piece started casting its spell. Energy gathered in the air, and then boom! A massive bolt slammed into Yu-Seol's units. His entire formation was obliterated instantly, while he watched in horror. Seeing how badly he got wrecked, all he could do was laugh. Yu-Seol finally accepted reality. I lost. You got me, Baek Yu-Seol, he admitted. Yu-Seol replied, yeah, you put up a good fight. Yu-Seol slumped over the board, a sharp contrast to Yu-Seol's confident posture. They snapped back to reality, surrounded by a crowd of students. Everyone saw what went down, and nobody could believe it. That was insane. The gossip started immediately. Holy crap, did you see that senior Yu-Seol actually lost? How is that even possible? His strategy wasn't even bad. Hearing the chatter, Yu-Seol hung his head in shame. The whispers felt like thousands of knives stabbing right into his ego. Watching Yu-Seol chat with Yu-Seol was still processing it. I lost, and at Spirit Chess of all things. That's when the gravity of the situation hit him. The item contract was void, and his rights to enter Aslan were gone. Yu-Seol's head started spinning as he tried to figure out a fix. What do I do? If my dad finds out about this, I'm dead. Is this really the end? Meanwhile, the referee was already starting to clear the board. Yu-Seol screamed, damn it. He slammed his fist onto the table in a rage. Damn it. Seeing him lose it just gave the students more drama to gossip about. Suddenly, a VIP arrived, causing some students to scatter, but Yu-Seol didn't even notice. He was too busy drowning in his defeat. What am I supposed to do now? A familiar voice pulled him out of his spiral. Chin up, senior. He looked up and realized Bon was standing right in front of him. When did she get there? Banshee suddenly dropped a tempting offer. I'll handle that commoner for you. I'll take over the item trading rights and convince him to drop the whole leaving the Adalek clan thing. It was like a lifeline for Mayusong. Are you serious? Thank you. Bon, I seriously can't thank you enough. How can I ever repay this debt? Bon replied. Debt. Her tone shifted, dripping with superiority. I was born to rule. Bon looked down at Mayusong with eyes full of disdain. So looking out for someone who's going to be my subject. That's just natural. She dipped, leaving Mon completely shell-shocked. I'm out, gotta see BU, the guy mumbled, looking totally out of it. Damn cold-blooded, much. She didn't even check on Mon before walking away with a huge grin. Meanwhile, Yuson was posted up at a payphone, chatting someone up. Yeah, listen. I need you to put a pin in those dealings with Adalovit's top corpos for about 1 month. He asked with a smirk. During that freeze, I want to run exclusive distro through the royal family. Doable. The guy on the other end was totally down for it. For you, it's a done deal. He wrapped up the call with a quick, appreciate it. Yuson stepped out, stretching his limbs. Finally, that headache is sorted. Wrapping things up is cool and all, but what am I supposed to do with these Aslan political privileges if I can't actually use them? Whatever, the protagonists will figure out how to crack the top 12 rookies on their own. Suddenly, a crisp voice cut through the air. Hey, commoner. Bon walked up. You haven't left yet. Yuson ignored the jab and pulled something from his jacket. Perfect timing. He flashed a document at her. Here, feast your eyes on this contract, he said cheerfully. The Asia Academic faction is locking down distribution exclusively through the Adalovit Royals for 30 days. Bon stayed quiet, scanning the paper while listening to his pitch. How you play this card is entirely up to you. She gripped the contract tight and nodded. Fine. I'll take it. Just as Yuson turned to bail, Bon spoke up. I owe you one for this. Her voice dropped, cheeks turning a shade of pink. Thanks, seriously. He spun around, totally thrown off. Okay, getting a genuine thank you from Bon is like finding a unicorn. But she wasn't done with him yet. Hold up. You said you only helped me because you wanted a payout. Name your price and I'll make it happen. Hearing her bring it up, Yuson actually had to think for a second. A reward. He glanced at her. His real goal was pretty obvious to him anyway. I just need Bon to stay off the villain path, stick to the side of justice, and help me grind toward the best possible ending. But I can't exactly just tell her to be a nice person, right? After mulling it over, Yuson shrugged. Buy me dinner. She blinked, completely blanking on his request. Yup, Yuson repeated, rubbing his stomach dramatically. I want to feast on you. I want to be stuffed courtesy of the princess herself. Bon couldn't believe he was cashing in his favor for something so basic. She couldn't help but let out a soft smile at how simple-minded he seemed. All right then, follow me. They headed out together. Yuson stepped out as they arrived in a high-end luxury sedan. He looked back at the ride, impressed. This game world had been running for 10 years, so the tech and gear were top tier. The car stays here, Bon took the lead. This way. Yuson followed, his mind racing. Since she brought him all the way here, she must be planning a massive blowout meal. With her royal budget, I'm expecting at least 5 killer courses from the best spot in E-District. But then they stopped in front of a tiny hole in the wall joint. We're here, Bon announced. Best black bean noodles in town. Yuson froze. He looked at her like she was speaking an alien language. Huh. All his dreams of gourmet dining evaporated instantly. Where's my seared salmon belly? The caviar canapes? What happened to the truffle cream risotto? He dragged himself inside, his mood plummeting as he grabbed a menu. Bon scanned hers with determination. Found it. When he asked for a meal, I racked my brain for what he'd actually like. Then I remembered an old intel report about his background. Exactly. Flashy, expensive dishes would mean nothing to a guy like BU. It had to be the dish mentioned in his backstory file. The thing I accidentally saw on those records. Bon didn't hesitate, pointing at the menu. I'll take this. She was ordering the cheap instant-style black bean noodles. Yuson made his call. I'll take 3 bowls of spicy seafood noodle soup, and the sweet and sour pork. Bon flinched. That wasn't what she expected at all. Noticing her jump, Yuson raised an eyebrow. What's up? Is 3 bowls too much? She waved her hands frantically. No, that's not it. She was spiraling internally. Why didn't he order the black bean noodles? Wasn't that the sentimental dish he shared with his mom? Then it hit her. Bon started connecting dots that didn't exist. Right. Why else would a commoner write an essay about his mother and those noodles? He hasn't moved on. He's living in regret. Since he's stuck here, he can never repay his mother for what she did when he was a kid. While she was deep in her head, the dishes landed on the table. Orders up. Yusun took his food politely. Thanks. Meanwhile, Bon's delusions were going off the rails. To this commoner, black bean noodles aren't a happy memory, they're a symbol of his deepest regrets. I had no idea, Bon whispered sadly. I'm so sorry for bringing you to a place like this. Yusun panicked. Whoa, chill. It's totally fine. Seriously, not a big deal. He was completely oblivious to her mental gymnastics. He just figured she was short on cash. Whatever, she's a princess. She can afford a little extra. Hey Pops, toss us a side of fried dumplings, yeah, the chef shouted back, a confirmation. Getting free service dumplings was enough to send Yusun over the moon. Awesome. The scene shifted back to the aftermath of the duel. The spirit chess match between Edmund and Bae was spreading faster than a viral manhwa recap. A group of girls were huddled up dissecting the fight. I can't believe a senior elite like Mon actually got wrecked by him. It's insane, right? Senior Mon lost to BU. How does that even happen? Whispers echoed all across the campus grounds. I got the tea straight from Ayan, the Adalek family's retainer. The rumor that Mayusung apologized to a freshman was wild enough, but the fact that Yusun was the co-author on that alchemy engineering paper, that shook Stella Academy to its core. That one event launched his reputation into the stratosphere. His name wasn't just buzzing in Acanium, it was even reaching the ears of dark mages. Inside the faculty tower, the vice principal of Tower 1 AK2 was seething. Everything had gone sideways since that incident. What a pain in the ass, he muttered. Just a nobody commoner. Wasn't he the one who messed up Mei Gendentin's entire scheme? Your goons are way too loud, let me handle this guy quietly. You're talking nonsense. If even one kid from this magic academy goes missing, the whole place blows up. Look, you might be a council elder, but you still gotta cover your own back. I'm honestly ticked off that the Aslan invite went to that guy. Still better that than having the Adalek family breathing down your neck. Just keep tabs on him for now. We're trying to cut a deal here. Anyway, what's the deal with Mzen? The leader's suppression spell is bottling up that dark mana, but who knows when he's gonna pop. Can't have him losing it yet. The familia contract ceremony is right around the corner. If he goes berserk and messes with King Al, we're all screwed. Tell Ridden to check on Mzen. We need this kid ready to blindside Elm Eltwin when the time is right. Ridden didn't look too thrilled about the order though. I get it. Sitting alone in the dark, staring at his dad, things were getting heavy. He barely managed to squeeze the words out. So you just came here to tell me to sit tight. If I play nice, do I get my old spot back? You could tell he wasn't buying it. Don't make me laugh. You spent your whole life stealing from others and actually convinced yourself you earned it. You're useless now. Cheaters never win once they get caught. Once that plagiarism hearing kicks off, say goodbye to your titles. You're getting kicked out of academia for good. But he still didn't get why he was locked up. Hey, Akehan, why keep me here? Looking at the guy, it was obvious he's gone full villain mode. I kept you around because I've got a dirty job that only you can do. She still didn't get the picture. You want me to lose control? You scumbag. Her face went dark. Get the hell out of here. Excuse me. He tossed a crystal on the floor, a little parting gift to show her the way. Head to Paradise way out west. You'll find our people there. If you manage to stay alive long enough to find them, smash that crystal. It'll break the seal on your dark magic. Even with the instructions, she was confused. Why didn't he just kill her? One line made her rethink everything in that gloomy cell. I just hate seeing my own people go down like that. She couldn't believe the disrespect. How dare you? You think you can turn me into this monster, and I'll just let it slide. Tyrion snapped and started trashing the place. I used to be a professor, and now look at me. I'll destroy everything. Meanwhile, up in the sky, a massive fleet of airships was gathering. It's field trip day for the Stella freshmen. They're heading to the Spirit Tree's cradle for the Familia contract ceremony. 4 girls were grabbing lunch and spilling tea. Speaking of drama, have you heard about BU? The seniors used to roast him constantly, but now nobody dares touch him. Rumor has it, he co-developed that alchemy engineering magic stuff. Once the word got out, those same seniors came crawling back to apologize. One girl looked skeptical. Wait, you heard that too? Nah, the gossip about him isn't over. But seriously, is the stuff about BU true, or is it just a vibe? She felt like she was drifting apart from BU. It felt fake, maybe a little lonely. Honestly, I thought BU and Isel were a thing. That comment made her choke on her snack. Isel, you good? Here, drink some water. Thanks. But isn't he super close with Princess Hong Bi-yun lately? Real talk though, would a princess really fall for a commoner? Listening to this was stressing her out. But the way the princess looks at BU, definitely sus. Even Flame was getting suspicious. Isel slowed down with the water. Isel walked off head spinning. This feels like a plot twist in a manhwa recap. Normally, he'd be arguing with Hong Byeon right now, not hanging with friends. She thought back to the original story. Something's glitching. Is the timeline changing because of BU? She was spacing out when a friend popped up and scared the life out of her. Finally found you. Hey, I need a huge favor. She tried to act nice, which actually weirded him out. What do you want? He pulled out a fancy box and asked for help, leaving her totally speechless. Get me a Han Baram flower while you're down there. You mean the wind flower? The one that always faces the same way. Do I look like a flower vending machine to you? He didn't even wait for a yes before opening the box. Thanks, she sighed. What are you even using this for? He ignored her attitude. You're heading to the 4th floor, right? She didn't answer, just gave him a warning. Duh, I'm going. Why else would I take the box? Just watch your back or else. He looked confused, so she backtracked fast. Never mind. She glanced away. So you good? You okay? Instead of checking on her after that rough morning class, he was just giving her chores. Am I okay? What's that mean? You looked bummed after the Persona Gate practice. No, I didn't. You're annoying, he smirked. Don't expect a thank you just because you're worried about me. While they were bantering, someone was watching from the shadows. You look like you're thanking me. I said I'm not. The watcher looked salty seeing them together, totally in denial. Hey, give me my flower back. Clutching his chest, they both stared at the green light in the distance. They were debating the location of Demon Mountain Terrell, which had vanished into the academy grounds. Ken stood there, brooding over this year's crisis. Starting today, the combat magic freshmen are kicking off their field training. The captain of Black Star Squad 13 was lurking in the dark watching the light. That's where the Dark Demon's plan begins. Suddenly, the light warped them to a lush jungle, probably Demon Mountain Terrell. Keep your eyes peeled. She was already cranky the second they landed, clearly hating this field trip. Why is the Tower Lord so obsessed with this place anyway? Vice Captain Hajin Macaron complained. The captain looked annoyed at her whining, and they started arguing the moment they hit the ground. The Tower Master's got prophecy powers, so quit whining and just do it. Half his predictions are bogus anyway. Stop making excuses for the guy. His past missions were a disaster. We only survived because we fixed the mess before it even started. We got lucky with random variables, but he won't quit meddling. The captain buys whatever the Tower Master sells, and that's the real problem. She's screaming because she's embarrassed. Whatever, let's move. This place looks like a Magic Academy paradise, totally surrounded by green with a tree big enough to shade the whole village. This is the cradle of the Divine Spirit Tree, where Van Hoa grew up. Looks like some serious training is going down. After you guys hit up the World Tree Festival, you're signing the Familia contract tomorrow. Until roll call, you're free to roam. Got it. Flame was just zoning out, soaking in the view. Honestly, all this nature stuff makes me feel kinda chill. Then, she spots a guy over there, staring deep into her soul. Jeremy walks up, trying to act smooth. Wandering solo again. Hey Flame, the prince is dying for a chat. You didn't see the look on your face earlier, did you? She's totally clueless about what he wants. What are you talking about? He creeps closer. If you're free, wanna hang? I don't have time for this. With eyes like that, maybe you should reconsider. This guy's bad news. Hanging around him too long is a straight-up death wish. Right at the climax, the future Tower Master cuts in. Your Highness, that's enough. He didn't hold back, just straight up shut him down. Do you realize you're being totally rude and pushy? But Jeremy wasn't rattled. Funny I didn't notice. The tension was so thick she couldn't even speak. Geez, what is this drama? Lee Han-woo wasn't backing down, so the prince decided to bail. Your buddy's got the wrong idea. Catch you later. Prince gone, he turns on her, blaming her for not shutting him down harder. Lee Han-woo, what's your deal blocking Jeremy? You want a feud with the Scarvin family? That's suicide. Flame, watch your back. She stays silent so he keeps going. The Crown Prince is dangerous. If he wants something, he'll do anything to get it. And right now, you're the prize he's eyeing. She leans in, totally fed up. You actually trust that guy. She still didn't get the hint. Who is he anyway? Suddenly awkward, he turns to leave. Sorry, did I say something wrong? She wasn't letting him off the hook. Hey, seriously, who is he? Calling him out made him break into a cold sweat. Lee Han-woo. Seeing him struggle, she couldn't help but worry. You okay? He snapped. I'm fine, fine. What do you mean fine? He kept walking, not looking back. Wait up, Lee Han-woo. Something about the way he disappeared looked off. Finally, he gasps for air. This weird sickness is getting worse. Damn it, he's pissed he can't let this mess up the big ceremony. How am I supposed to sign the Familia contract like this? Whoa, who's that? Someone creeps up on him. Professor Ma So-yul, radiating pure dark vibes. I was wondering where my little seed went. Found one right here. He didn't get a word of it, but she was terrifying. Perfect. I didn't expect the corruption to be this advanced. Professor, what are you talking about? She swipes her hand at him. Now, don't fight it. Is she trying to turn the future Tower Master into her personal lackey? Because from now on, you belong to me. He tried to resist, but it was useless. Stay back. The vision of his friend faded. Meanwhile, Flame entered the Grand Hall. Your Majesty, if you ghost the birthday bash, the elders are gonna throw a fit. The Elf King's aide stood in the shadows, clutching that object totally lost in a hopeless spiral. They're plotting to hijack control of the gate to the Spirit Tree's garden. Why does someone so high-class look so bummed out? Spirit King Sioran finally answered, I know I'm coming. Get out. Yes, Your Majesty. Alone again, she wondered. When was the last time I actually felt free? She slowly pulled her hood down, hiding that gorgeous face. This disguise only buys me 1 hour. Walking under the shade, she prayed, please let this go smoothly just this once. After hours of praying in the garden, she turned toward the waterfall, hoping the peace would last. Almost done. Just gotta head back. But then, something nasty polluted the silence. It was faint, but definitely dark magic. Some dark mage crept into the Holy Land. Even with guards, she's on her own here. Nobody else has a clue this thing exists. Judging by the nights, I'm the only one sensing the dark vibes. We have zero intel on this enemy. The Spirit King didn't get any divine message during the ritual, but she can't let some dark freak crash the party at the island. She clenched her fist. No choice. She couldn't count on anyone else. She had to handle this dirt herself. Flame lost track of her friend. She saw Lee Han-wol acting weird and took off after him. He was just here. Where did he vanish to? Then a familiar voice. Flame. Seeing him, she felt a knot in her stomach. Huh. Lee Han-wol sensed it too. That creepy aura. It had to be dark magic. She was spooked but told herself it wasn't game over yet. Damn it, I don't know what's going on. Luckily, the corruption wasn't finished. I can still fix him. I can bring him back. She tried to keep him steady. Chill out, Lee Han-wol. Breathe. Listen to me, those feelings aren't yours. Look at those dead eyes. You hate losing, don't you? Don't let that dark magic crap win. Suddenly, he screamed. Why are you ghosting me, huh? What is that about? Screaming in her face. Do you hate me? Am I not reliable enough? She frantically tried to explain. No, chill. Please don't think like that. Someone just showed up. Bio rushed in, all worried. Han, you good? Thank God for that dude with the black lightning saving our skins just now. My bad, just drop it seriously. He survived, but he's still wondering why she didn't throw hands at Gunryang. Yo, why didn't you fight back? You almost got deleted. We're friends, right? We shouldn't be beating each other up. I tried to talk it out. Talk it out. Seriously. You wouldn't believe it. Yeah, talking. Back in the ISO days, dialogue was the only way to cleanse those dark magic freaks. There was this chick, basically a saint, who used pure vibes to fix that mess. So I figured maybe I could bring Lee Han-wol back from the edge too. That hit deep. She started spiraling. Is my power useless? Can I not save anybody? He cut her off loud and clear. I don't know what your game plan is, but you gotta throw punches first. She hyped herself up. I can do this right. Gripping her weapon, she stood her ground. Yeah, I got this. No way I'm letting a teammate go dark again. I won't let him die like last time. I'm saving you, Lee Han-wol, no matter what. The brawl is on. They teamed up against that earth whip. Seo was struggling against his attacks, so she had to jump in. Light binding. He screamed in pain. While he was distracted, Seo smacked him from behind and dropped him. That scene, it actually kinda moved her. Now's my chance. Talking isn't over yet. But damn, Lee Han-wol, you've turned into a real tough nut to crack. That aura is twisting his personality. Damn it, the corruption is spreading fast. Bio, watch out, back off. Screaming his name isn't working. Everything is spinning out of control. Bio froze for 5 seconds. Lee Han-wol can't even say his friend's name right anymore. He's morphing into a total stranger. Before that hit landed, Tyner tried to block that monster strength, but failed. He took the shot right to the face. Things went south fast. He grabbed Bio by the neck and lifted him up. She couldn't easily jump into a mess like this, but if she didn't rush in now, it was game over. Lee Han-wol's gonna kill Bio at this rate. I'm too weak to stop him, and his grip is getting tighter. What the hell do I do? Bio held on to a sliver of hope. Even if it was slim, he had to win. He choked out his doubts. Finally, something felt off. For a second, the guy froze. Watching closely? Lee Han-wol just showed an opening, didn't he? She was about to charge in, but got stopped cold. Bo. They were falling into endless darkness. And here, I thought I was the only one stuck in a world like this. Is that all you got? He looked totally unimpressed with his friend. What a letdown, Lee Han-wol. That finally got the corrupted guy to speak up. Yeah, that's the hope we needed. Bo has to win this. Flashback to spring freshman year at the Magic Academy. Lee Han-wol was waiting for Yusun's answer, but the guy was zoning out and asked him to repeat it. Lee Han-wol stood right in front of Yusun and declared, "Fight me one-on-one." The dude looked around all confused, like he was wondering if Lee Han-wol was talking to a ghost. He asked, "You talking to me?" Just to be sure, he asked why the sudden beef. Lee Han-wol snapped back, looking salty. "I can't handle you being ranked higher than me. We need to settle who's actually better." Yusun was stunned by the request. "Ranking really?" Then he just smiled, chill-like. "All right, let's give it a shot." They hit the arena. Yusun looked at his staff and wondered, a magic duel, huh? He dropped his staff and grinned. "You make the first move, Lee Han-wol." Lee Han-wol was totally confused, thinking, what kind of stance is that? Is this guy really a genius? I was born heir to the full moon magic clan. I started learning spells the second I could read. To become the ultimate magic warrior, I trained every single day. No breaks. But then I saw the rankings back. Yu-Seol first, Lee Han-wol second. Losing to a freshman, I was shook. Me second place. The existence of this genius Baek Yu-Seol hit me like a bolt of lightning. Lee Han-wol was lost in thought when he heard that name again. He turned and saw friends chatting up Yusun. "Hey, wanna come with us?" "Sure thing," he replied cheerfully. Lee Han-wol was skeptical. That guy is Baek Yu-Seol. Since it was the first time seeing the guy ranked above him, curiosity got the better of him, and he followed. But watching him was a total letdown. He read weird books that had nothing to do with class and slacked off every day. Zero effort. Lee Han-wol was ticking off. It was unacceptable. A slacker like him is better than me. I swore I'd prove my hard work wasn't for nothing. But the result was a disaster. Lee Han-wol's staff hit the dirt. He stood there, frozen face, full of disbelief. Did I seriously just lose? Yusun didn't even have a scratch. He walked over to Lee Han-wol casual as ever. "Oh, I won. Magic duels are actually pretty fun." He patted Lee Han-wol on the shoulder, smiling. "Thanks for the good time. Let's run it back sometime." Lee Han-wol stood there silent, clenching his fist in rage. Why did I lose? To a guy who doesn't study or try. Is this what a genius is? On the verge of breaking down, Lee Han-wol tried to cope. "No, I just didn't train enough." He picked up his staff deep in thought. "If I grind harder, I can win." From that day on, I trained like my life depended on it. Every day was just practice, practice, and more practice. But this time, he lost to Yusun again. He was totally crushed. No way. I requested this fight after analyzing every move Baek Yu-Seol had. I can't believe the gap between us is still this massive. After winning, Yusun politely offered a hand to help Lee Han-wol up. That was even more fun than the last one. "Let's do it again soon." Lee Han-wol just zoned out, staring at Yusun's head, hanging low like a total loser. Then he grabbed the guy's hand, stood up, and dropped the declaration. "Next time I'm taking the win for real." Yusun just grinned, totally chilling. "Haha, bet. I'll be waiting since you finally got a grip on reality." I gotta admit, Baek Yu-Seol is built different, total genius. But I ain't quitting. I gotta prove my daily grind wasn't for nothing. Thinking about Yusun's carefree face, he swore, "One day I'm gonna wreck Baek Yu-Seol." But right now, he's choking Yusun with magic, thinking I literally hold this dude's life in my hands. I can win this. I really thought I had it. But then he couldn't believe his eyes and just blurted out, "For real, Yusun still smiling while getting strangled. Already lost yourself to the dark power. That's weak, man. I'm disappointed." Lee Han-wol couldn't believe it. "I busted my tail training just to fight you." Then he asks, "You remember, don't you? That dungeon internship where we went toe-to-toe? I was shook back then. Turns out I'm actually pretty competitive. That's when I started training for real, just waiting for the run back. I've never beaten you once," he screamed, totally losing it. "This is my shot." Yusun didn't flinch. "So kill me then." Lee Han-wol froze. Yusun kept pushing. "Use that power, put a hole in my heart, and enjoy your little victory. Live with the regret that this is our last match ever." That line hit Lee Han-wol hard. He looked straight up panicked. Lee Han-wol suddenly snapped out of it, freaking out. Flame watched Yusun hanging there. Then Lee Han-wol let go of the magic grip. Lee Han-wol got quiet. "Killing you like this, that just trashes all my hard work." Flame let out a huge breath. Thank God Lee Han-wol's emotions are back to normal. I can save him now. She tried to pull Lee Han-wol back from the edge, but suddenly, this insane pressure crushed all three of them. Lee Han-wol let out a groan. Ugh, Yu-sun coughed up blood. Ga Flame didn't know what this power was. While she was struggling, she heard someone. Oh my. A girl walked up slow. Heejin looked at the mess and spoke up. Isn't this Baek Yu-Seol? Flame was totally drained, but a voice rang in her ear. Oh my. Long legs striding in. A woman with edgy brown hair and huge gold hoop earrings, totally mature and stylish vibe. It was Haijin, looking like a total boss. Vice captain of Black Star Squad, 13 Hajin Macaron. She turned around as someone else approached. Guess the prophecy was dead wrong this time. Walking up next to her was Ken in all black with long blue hair. Right, Captain. Quit yapping. Flame stared at Ken thinking, the big guy actually showed up. Captain of Black Star Squad, 13 Ken. Yu-sun and a blue demon materialized right in front of them. Ken watched the demon silently. Energy signature is faint. Surprising it can output this much power. So what's the play? Ken summoned a small sword and made the call. Target confirmed. He drove the blade straight into the demon's chest execution style. The demon flame and even Yu-sun were shocked. Heejin didn't get it. Straight to execution. It's still early stage, we could have watched it. But if it's this strong already, it'll be a total disaster if it escapes later. The demon shook from the stab wound. Ken made the right call. Suddenly, a voice shouted stop. Heejin spun around, surprised. Whoa, a kid showed up. His body was wrecked with wounds barely standing. You can still move like that. Heijin was actually impressed. You're Baek Yu-Seol from Stella, right? Top freshman really is built different. She gave him a mysterious glare and his face twisted like he was in agony. Next second, he collapsed right in front of Heijin. She just smirked like she knew the script. Stay down a bit longer, kid. Don't get in my way. He was fighting hard just to handle the pain. Flame was on her knees, shaking and useless. She figured out what was wrong with him. No way. Baek Yu-Seol's condition. She flashed back to the lore she read. Even though this timeline is way different from the novel she knew. That spell Baek Yu-Seol used. I'm definitely dark magic, and it's strong enough to wipe a city. If he burns through his blue mana, he's gonna expose the dark stuff to them. If that happens, he's dead. And Lee Han-wol too. She struggled to stand. I can't lose both of them here. Please move, come on. But Ken cut her off. It's over. Revert to your demon form and face the music. Flame kept whispering a prayer, desperate for a miracle. Help us. Ken cast his spell. Angry now. Die, dark fiend. Hold up. A voice cut through. Ken glanced over. Standing there was another guy. It was Yu-sun again. Who are you? Flashback to 10 minutes ago. A cheeky kid getting a head pat. Yu-sun was buying veggies from an old lady. Sell lots. Grandma thanks student. Then he suddenly went quiet. A window popped up like some twisted system Manhwa glitch. Variable detected. Continuing, Episode 8. Lee Han-wol corruption route initiated. What the hell? He read the text confused. What is this? I thought the corruption arc ended after we cleared the JKI route. He recalled the original game lore. Professor Ma So-yul corrupts 3 students in this magic academy. The death scenes were brutal, heads popping, or hearts exploding. And the Lee Han-wol route, 99% chance of a bad ending. It was insane difficulty. He grabbed his chest, sensing the disaster coming. He shoved his groceries at some random girl. Here, it's good, eat it. Then, he bolted. No way I'm letting a bad ending happen on my watch. Back to the present. The demon and the boy were both writhing in agony from the magic pressure. Flame was fading fast. Ken and Heijin both yelled, Yu-sun. He slid in just in time, panting. Still made it. Ken barked at Hajin Macaron, but she just waved him off like, chill, I got the brat. She gripped her axe, strolled up to Yu-sun and flashed a grin that screamed bad news. Gonna show you a real pretty nightmare, sweetie. Her teeth ground together as her mana flared up, sending a wave of pressure crashing straight toward Yu-sun. But the dude just stood there staring her down with zero fear. The silence got mad awkward. Hajin Macaron was totally shook. Her mojo wasn't doing a thing to him. What the heck? She kept spamming her axe spells, but it was useless. He didn't budge an inch, just looking at her like she was some glitched NPC. Ken lost his cool, shouting, quit screwing around, Hajin Macaron. Do your job. She panicked. Cap, I ain't playing. This kid's immune to my illusions, I swear. She took a hard second look. Usually, runts like him would be scrambling to escape the demon, staring them down by now. Illusion magic, 101 mess with the enemy's mana. I usually just scramble their energy so they feel like gravity is crushing them into the dirt. but Yusun totally unfazed. It was weird, like the kid didn't have a single drop of mana in his body. It was like trying to put a slime in a headlock, pointless. She started sweating bullets. Her magic was supposed to be top tier, but against this kid trash. Seriously, what kind of broken ability is this kid hiding? It's like he walked straight out of a leveling manhwa.